Synopsis. An alien visitor forms a blood curse with a sinister god at Hogwarts. Compared to the entity inside him, Voldemort seems harmless. Trapped in the protagonist's body, Ghros, you deserve to die. Chapter 1. UK. July 30th, 1991. Surrey. Knot Town, a small town built on the coast, is a fishing town. The waves crashed on the rocks, splashing white spray. A figure jumped out of the water following the rising tide, and grabbed the rock with his right hand. A thick layer of calluses had already grown on his hands to protect them from being scratched by the shellfish barnacles on the rocks. When the waves receded, the man hurriedly climbed onto the rock and stood firmly on it. The sun is going to set. By the way, it's been almost 12 years since I came to this world. Yes, Lind, whose full name is Lind Green Augustus, is a time traveler from Blue Star. Before time travel, he was just an ordinary college student. His daily life consisted of staying up late every day to watch TV shows, reading books, and intermittent exercise. He could be said to be an ordinary person among ordinary people. In his junior year, due to long-term disordered work and rest and various bad habits, the disease took away his life. But he didn't expect that God would give him another life. It also led him to meet the woman who gave him his name. Evelyn Augustus is a kind old grandmother. She has lived in this small town since she was a child, and has rarely left the small town in her life. Over the decades, Evelyn has adopted hundreds of orphans, given them things, taught them how to behave, and found happy families for them. Only a few children were raised by her alone because they were too unruly. And Lind Augustus was a child who was raised by Evelyn because he was unique and no one could adopt him. Of course, he didn't want to be adopted by anyone else. Above him, there is another brother who no one wants to adopt because he is naughty and mischievous. 6 months ago, this kind old woman passed away in a hospital in the town because of her old age. Linda brushed his golden curly hair that had already reached his shoulders. His handsome face was pale and bloodless from being soaked in water for a long time. If you add a pair of long canine teeth to him, then he can perfectly cosplay the handsome vampire boys that the little girls in the small town school yearn for. Linda carried the fish and jumped left and right on the successive rocks. His figures were staggered, as if he was taking a walk. After a while, he jumped to the shore. He was about to look back at the sunset on the sea level, but suddenly he saw an owl flying towards him, and the owl was holding a letter on its feet. Looking at the owl coming towards him, Lynn's heart skipped a beat. This familiar scene gave him some different thoughts. No way. Before he could think about it, the brown owl flew to his head and dropped the letter, then landed aside, staring directly at the fish in his hand. Linda didn't care what the owl was thinking now, but grabbed the letter. The light yellow envelope is stuck with a thick red wax seal marked with a capital H. There is also a shield-like coat of arms. There is also a capital H in the center of the coat of arms, and around the H is a lion, a snake, an eagle and a badger. On the other side of the envelope was written in dark green ink. Not own. On the beach. Collected by Mr. Lind Green Augustus. Linda's hand holding the envelope trembled slightly. He always knew that he was different. I can wander in the sea all day without feeling tired or hypothermic. I can sense the emotions of small animals to a certain extent and even communicate with smarter animals without any barriers. But the boldest guess in his mind was that he might be a stray child from Atlantis, and that he would compete with a muscular man for the throne in the future. He had to admit that his most daring guesses seemed a bit trivial in the face of this letter. Linda gasped and hurriedly opened the wax seal, took out the 2 craft paper letters inside and read them. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Grand Master of the Order of Merlin, Chief Magician of the Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Augustus, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Attached is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to begin on September 1st. We will be waiting for your owl to bring your reply before July 31st. Vice Principal, Minerva McGonagall. After reading the entire letter, he picked up another one and read. Uniform. First-year students need a brass balance. Students may bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are particularly reminded that first-year students are not allowed to bring their own broomsticks. Quickly scan the entire letter. Linda sighed and threw the fish in his hand to the owl, who had been staring at it for a long time. And he picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on. He had no reason to doubt the accuracy of the letter. In this world without the Harry Potter series. Of course, he just thought it hadn't been published yet. It was impossible for someone to take the trouble to train an owl and perfectly reproduce a Hogwarts admission letter to prank him. Are you scared as a freshman at Hogwarts in 1991? Yes. Will you go or not? Of course you will. Who can resist magic? Personal strength is always what men pursue, and Lind is no exception. After getting dressed, Lind put the letter in his trouser pocket and asked the owl who was enjoying his meal nearby with confusion. It said to wait for a reply before July 31st, but today is the 30th, how come this letter came so late? The owl raised its mouth to eat and tilted its head to look at Lind. Perhaps it was the first time in its career that it met a muggle wizard who would actively communicate with the owl. Unfortunately, after turning its head left and right 180 degrees, it still couldn't figure out the brain circuit of this muggle wizard, so it simply stopped thinking about it and answered Lind's question with two cackles. You mean, recently there is a family of idiots who refuse to accept the letter, so at least half of the owls in the school are delayed? Well, after saying this, Lind also thought of which family the owl was talking about. In 1991, it seemed that the only one who refused to accept the school letter was Harry Potter. Oh no, it should be the Dursley family. After all, the Dursleys hate wizards the most, of course, there must be some jealousy in it. Quack. No more, how much more do you want to eat? This fish is half the size of your body. Cuckoo. It's almost dark, where can I get you fish? But I have other things. I just have money today. By the way, don't leave for a while. I don't have an owl to reply to the letter. Please help me send the letter back later. After saying this, the owl seemed to suddenly dislike the half-eaten fish, and flew up and stood on Lind's thin shoulder, quacking happily. Okay, let's go eat something good first. In this way, the man and the bird slowly walked towards the town. He had to replan his future path. Chapter 2. This owl is not big, I don't know if it's because it's a small species or because it's just a child. Anyway, he can rest firmly on Lind's shoulders that have not yet begun to develop his body. Linda quickly walked out of the beach along the path and came to the streets of the town. At this moment, the sun had already set, but there was no moon on the other side, only thick dark clouds. It looked like it was going to rain heavily tonight. Linda pushed open the door of a tavern with ease. As soon as he walked in, he felt like he had entered another world. The second-hand smoke visible to the naked eye above the tavern. The smell of sweat, cigarette smoke, and the salty smell of people on the beach mixed together and got into his mouth. Nose. The little owl arched deep into his neck, half of its head buried in Lind's wet hair. It seemed that it wanted to eat the delicious food Linda said, but on the other hand, it was afraid of the environment in front of it. Lind felt the little owl's movements and couldn't help but feel funny, and someone in the tavern also saw Lind. Hey, who is this? Our Mr. Little Fishman is back. Behind the simple wooden bar, a punk middle-aged man with a big beard who looked to be in his late 40s shouted with a loud voice. After hearing his words, the noisy bar suddenly became less loud. Someone saw the little owl on Lind's shoulder and immediately laughed. This is a new friend made by our little Murloc friend. Hearing his words, Linda held the owl in his arms. I don't know whose little guy I picked up. Found it? You're not going to dig out the bird's nest, are you? Who knows about him? This kid has been attracted to small animals since he was a child, unlike me, who is only attracted to women. Hearing this teasing remark, Linda also laughed with other people in the hotel. Ray Romano likes to tell jokes about himself to lighten the mood. This tavern is called Augustus Tavern. The middle-aged man whom Lind called Mr. Little Fishman when he came in just now is the first child adopted by Ms. Evelyn. He is also Linda's brother. His name was Felix Augustus. He is also the owner of this tavern. Most of the people who drank in this tavern were people who had been beholden to Ms. Evelyn at that time. Some of them still had the surname Augustus. While some still added Augustus to themselves even after they were adopted and changed their surnames. Stu's middle name. So most of the people in this tavern are considered Linda's brothers and sisters. After laughing and joking with these people for a while, Lind went straight to Felix at the bar. Seeing him coming, Felix handed him a thick envelope in a cryptic manner. Linda put it directly in his pocket without even looking at it. In the eyes of outsiders, Linda has shown extraordinary learning ability since he was a child. If he didn't like to swim in the sea every day, he would have skipped a grade and went to middle school. For this reason, several of his brothers and sisters tried their best to force him to study hard, but they were stopped after Ms. Evelyn discovered it. And what was in the envelope just now was Linda's royalties. A year ago he began to submit articles under the name Felix in local newspapers and the UK's more famous story publications. As for why it wasn't a bank card, it was because Linda couldn't get a bank card now, so every time the royalties came in, Felix would take it in cash and give it to him. It's not that Lind didn't want to deposit the money directly in Felix's card, but that Felix didn't want to. He said that he should keep his money by himself. Whether it is spent indiscriminately or stolen due to poor storage, he will be responsible for it. After Lind put the money into the lining, he combed his bird feathers and talked with Felix. Why does old Brando have money to come here? Linda pouted at the gambling table in the corner of the tavern. I saw a rickety old man wearing patched clothes and a sallow complexion sitting at the gaming table. You must know that this tavern is not cheap for non-Augustus family members. And old Brando is an old scoundrel in the town. He only drinks alcohol every day and does not have a serious job on weekdays. I heard that the money for drinking on weekdays comes from his young son Dio Brando. It seems because he rented out the rotten stone house and his rotten boat today. No, it should be said that it was a lie. After all, the rotten stone house and the rotten boat are just things that no one wants, and they are not his things. Who the hell is crazy about renting that thing? Linda looked puzzled. Ahem. Don't say bad words, kid. It seems that they are a family of 4, maybe they are here to travel. Those fat-headed fools in the city like to make some weird things. Hearing this, Lind always felt that what he said was somewhat familiar, but the noise in the tavern made him unable to remember it for a moment. Lind chatted with Felix for a few more words, then said goodbye to all the acquaintances in the tavern, and then opened the door and walked out of the tavern. By the way, Linda is about to go to middle school. I don't think you will choose the middle school in our town. Isn't that right? The school in our town doesn't have a swimming pool, how can our Mr. Little Fishman like it? If only my mother were still here, she would definitely find a way for Lind to go to Eton High School. I don't know who said this. There is only one person who can be called mother in this pub. The noisy tavern suddenly became quiet, with only the voices of old Brando and a group of gamblers expressing their annoyance or cheers. Linda didn't know what they were talking about after he left. After he left the tavern, he trotted to a small restaurant. He ordered some food, and also asked for some raw beef, chicken, bacon, and other food for the owl. Under the strange eyes of the waiter, Linda finished eating early, and waited until the owl finished eating the food with a bite and a peck before he got up to pay and left. It was raining outside at this time, and when they returned home, both the man and the bird became soaked, but one was a description and the other was a statement. Linda lived in Ms. Evelyn's house, and the house next to him was Felix's house, which used to take care of the elderly Evelyn, and now it was to take care of Linda. The yards of the two houses were connected, and the 2 German shepherds raised by Felix regarded Linda as their second owner. Because Linda had the animal language buff, the 2 big dogs also kept him safe. After returning home, he took a shower to wash off the rain and salty smell on his body. This shower reminded him where old Brando's money came from. He remembered that in the original Harry Potter book, after the Dursleys were bombarded with Hogwarts admission letters, Uncle Vernon showed his spirit of never bowing to the terrifying evil forces and resolutely brought his wife, Harry, and a pig to a broken wooden house on a huge reef on the sea. That is, after 12 o'clock tonight, the half-blood giant Hagrid will personally deliver the admission letter and a cake to Harry in the storm. Because tomorrow is July 31st, Harry Potter's 11th birthday. Chapter 3. After taking a bath, Lind brought the little owl to the study, took out a piece of letter paper, and was about to reply. After thinking about it, he changed to waterproof letter paper and ink. Dear Professor Minerva McGonagall, I hope this is not a prank, if this owl can really deliver the letter to you. If I can really go to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to study magic, where should I buy the necessary books and equipment? Lind thought about it and thought about what to add to show the mentality of a little wizard of Muggle origin when receiving a letter. He started to read the letter again and again, but he really couldn't think of how to write it. If he had to make a show of being cunning like some mentally retarded fan fiction, it would be a loss. After thinking about it, he couldn't figure it out, so he simply signed his name at the back. He took out a waterproof plastic envelope and handed the letter to the little owl who had been waiting impatiently. The owl walked slowly to the window with the letter in its mouth. The rain outside had begun to fall heavily, but it was not afraid at all. It flapped its wings and flew out. Soon, its figure disappeared into the night rain curtain. Lind closed the window, came to the desk, picked up a bound book and began to revise it. This is the story he serialized in the newspaper, The Matrix. Since the publication of 2001, A Space Odyssey, science fiction fever has been ignited again. Lind was a science fiction fan in his previous life, so now he also relies on these things to make money for himself, as Felix. Since he is going to Hogwarts now, he will not spend time on this in the future, so he plans to make a final check and fill in the gaps of his works that he has created but has not yet published in the next 2 days. He was busy until midnight, and the sound of rain became louder and louder. Lind slowly closed the book. The ink in the bottle was almost empty, and there were many scattered pages on the side. He stood up, stretched, and checked the time. 1 o'clock in the morning. By now, Hagrid should have gone to the rotten stone house and turned the cake that stole Dolly into a pig. The savior Harry Potter also knew that his parents were actually killed by dark wizards, not because of a car accident. But these have nothing to do with him, and he doesn't want to make friends with Harry Potter and show off his skills to become the school's top star, oh no, a star. Now he only has endless yearning for the magic world. Then run away after the 4th grade Goblet of Fire incident or the 5th grade Toad incident. As for the future, Hogwarts will no longer be safe. Running away is what a smart person should do. So now he should pray in his heart that the owl would fly slower. It would be better to wait until Hagrid takes Harry away from here to London in the morning before the school receives a letter to send a teacher here again. After thinking for a while, he walked out of the study and picked up a rag to wipe off the dust on the desktop photos in the room. Lind himself usually doesn't stay in this house much. He usually moves between the toilet, study, bedroom, and kitchen, so the other places are often covered with dust and he often has to take time to clean them. No words were spoken all night. Luckily, no guy who was almost 3 meters tall came to knock on his door. Lind got up early and went to Felix's yard to walk the 2 dogs. Because Felix runs a pub and sleeps every morning, Lind is responsible for walking the dogs on weekdays. He walked the dogs around the town and was almost hit by a speeding car. However, looking at the impatient face and body of the driver, he thought it should be the Dursleys, who are now very worried about their baby Dudley's pigtail. Lind also bought breakfast outside, and then he returned home. After returning home, Lind began to read while waiting for people from Hogwarts to come. According to his habit, he would definitely go straight to the beach and continue to soak in the sea for a day. But on the other hand, he was looking forward to being in touch with the magic world as soon as possible, so he could only stay at home and read books. However, this wait lasted for half a month. Linda stayed at home for 4 days, and Felix came to ask if he was sick and why Mr. Little Fishman didn't go back to the sea during this period. Then Linda returned to his life of soaking in the sea every morning and reading and writing after returning home in the afternoon. However, he was undoubtedly upset during this period, but there was nothing he could do. He also wanted to contact the people at Hogwarts again, but he couldn't, so he could only think about it. There were more than 10 days before Hogwarts started, and Felix and the rest of his brothers and sisters asked him where he was going to go to middle school during this period, and he could only prevaricate over and over again. Until the morning of August 17th. Linda walked on the street, his eyes were dull and he was sneaked back home by 2 dogs like a zombie. He now began to wonder if Hogwarts didn't want him anymore. He didn't turn around until he arrived at the door of his house and heard the low roar of the 2 dogs. There was a figure covered in a black robe standing in front of his house. He had oily black hair slightly shorter than Linda's, a hooked nose, sallow skin and a pair of deep eyes. Linda hurriedly calmed down the 2 big dogs that were crouching and ready to pounce forward in the next second, then he quickly raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. Mr. Linda Green Augustus, no need to say hello. I am Professor Severus Snape, from Hogwarts, and your future potions teacher. I think I need to meet your guardian. Before Linda could speak, Snape blocked what he wanted to say. Okay Professor Snape, I don't have a guardian, but I think my brother and I would like to learn about magic in Hogwarts school, please follow me. As he said, Linda lowered his head and touched the head of one of the dogs. Big Bear, Little Bear, go wake up Felix, we have an important guest. Hearing what he said, the 2 dogs growled and ran back to Felix's house. Professor, do you need to come in and sit down? No, I just hope your brother can come faster, I don't have much time. By the way, you'd better ask your brother to bring some money, we will leave for London in a while. Snape said impatiently, and he didn't know how long he waited here before Linda came back from walking the dog. Linda patted his jacket and showed a proud expression, I brought my own money. What the hell are you 2 idiots doing? Don't lick me, get out of here, is it Linda again? Felix finally went out of the door cursing and walked towards the 2. Who are you? Stand by my brother. Before he finished speaking, Snape put his hand on Felix's shoulder, and then he felt his vision spinning, his internal organs were squeezed together, his body twisted, and his head against his buttocks. But the next second, he felt his feet land on the ground again, and air rushed into the lungs that had been squeezed just now. Looking closely, he, the man just now, and Linda were already standing in front of a tavern. And Linda's facial features were squeezed together now, and he should have the same expression on his face. Now his mind was a mess, and he didn't understand what was going on at all. Linda was no better than Felix. He didn't expect Snape to be so unwilling to say a word. If he just operat, what would he do if he met a wealthy family like the Weasleys? Snape stood aside without saying a word, and waited for the 2 to catch their breath before speaking. Chapter 4. Mr. Augustus. Linda and Felix both looked at Snape. This is Charing Cross Road in London, next we are going to a commercial street belonging to wizards. Wizards? Felix looked at Snape in confusion. Snape, who was about to turn around, stopped and stared at Linda's face in confusion. I thought Mr. Linda, who received the letter, had explained all this to you. Of course, if he regarded it as a prank, I can understand. As he said, he looked at Felix again. Please follow me, I will explain to you on the way. On the evening of July 30th, Mr. Linda officially received the admission letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and sent the school's owl to send a reply letter that night. Magic school? Felix followed Linda and looked at Linda in confusion. He remembered that Linda was holding an owl that day. Linda shrugged at him, looking embarrassed. He never thought that Snape would take him to school. The rest of the professors, except Quirrel, should at least explain it well before bringing their children and families to Diagon Alley. Snape didn't care what the two people behind him thought, and continued to lead the way. It seems that no matter how busy he was, he still operated to a place a distance away from the leaky cauldron, so that the two could better remember the specific location of the leaky cauldron. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is the best magic school in the UK, responsible for teaching young wizards with magic in their bodies how to learn to use and manage the magic in their bodies. Most wizards in England have studied at Hogwarts. And your brother Lind is a person with magic in his body. His name was written on the admission list of Hogwarts since he was born. After saying this, Snape led the way in front, letting Felix brainstorm behind him. But it was not too difficult to accept. After all, he had long known that Lind was different from ordinary people, but before that he thought it was something within the realm of superpowers. Soon, Snape led the two to a dirty and dilapidated bar sandwiched between a bookstore and a record store. Snape led the two in, and he could hear Felix muttering behind him, "How can there be customers like this?" Linda was also very upset when he heard it. "You and him are not really colleagues, why do you complain about others?" The three of them walked into the house and saw several old women sitting in the corner of the house drinking sherry with small cups, and one of them was smoking a long pipe. A little man in a top hat was chatting with the bar owner who was almost bald and looked like a walnut. As soon as they entered the door, the chattering suddenly stopped, probably because of Snape. Ignoring them, Snape led the two through the bar and came to a small courtyard surrounded by walls on all sides. There was nothing here except a trash can and some weeds, but Linda knew where this was, the gate of Diagon Alley. "Come in from the bar, walk through the bar counter to here, do you see this wall? I'll only say it once, count 3 bricks up, count 2 bricks horizontally, and then tap this brick 3 times with your wand, you will have a wand." As he spoke, Snape tapped the brick 3 times, and then the brick began to shake and rotate to reveal a hole. After a while, the hole became the size of a door frame, revealing the winding road behind it. "This is the largest gathering place for wizards in the UK, Diagon Alley, you can buy everything you need for your first year here." As he spoke, Snape took the lead and walked into the alley. "I will take you to Gringotts, a wizard bank, to exchange wizard currency, and then you can buy things you need for school here." After speaking, Snape walked forward quickly, and the wizards around him avoided him. Seeing that Snape didn't want to talk much, Felix didn't make himself boring, and walked with a big belly and looked left and right. He was extremely conspicuous among the pointed hats. But his hands were always on his waist, and it seemed that this new environment did not let him relax his vigilance. Linda was not much better, and he kept looking around, wishing that he could grow eyes all over his head. After all, he used to see it through the screen or text, but now he is experiencing it in person, and the feeling is completely different. The window was full of eyes and spider mummies, and there were many Quidditch windows of children of the same age as Linda at the door. "My God, Linda, the flying broom, just like the one in the story when I was a child, exactly the same, God, I want to buy one too." The man who was almost 40 years old now spoke loudly to Linda like a child, and the people around frowned and passed by the two of them. Snape walked very fast, and the two had no time to look around. After a while, they came to a snow-white building that was taller than the surrounding shops. On the crooked pillars were written large gold characters, Gringotts. The shiny bronze door, next to a golden goblin statue. Short hands, short legs, short neck. Long fingers, long nose and long leather shoes, which must have long toes inside. "That's enough." Ahem. Felix was about to say something when he was interrupted by Lind's deliberate cough. Lind used his eyes to signal him to look at the door inside, which was full of the creatures that he wanted to complain about just now. Snape also heard what Felix wanted to say just now, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Fairies are not friendly creatures. It seems that he agrees with Felix's evaluation of these goblins. Felix smiled awkwardly and touched his head, and then the two followed Snape's steps and walked in. When they came to an empty counter on the right, Snape knocked on the countertop and interrupted the goblin who was writing with a feather pen without any courtesy. The goblin looked up and looked at Snape coldly. Severus, interrupting other people's work is not a good habit. It's just calculating over and over again how much wizard's money can become yours. I have a new student who needs to exchange galleons. Snape still had a cold and low voice. New student. Muggle family. TSK. They are very busy. Snape explained casually, and then called Lind to come forward. The goblin frowned when he saw Lind coming forward. The voice became the same as Snape's, no, worse than Snape's, and the words came out one by one in a low voice, just like he couldn't poop. According to the regulations, you can exchange £250 for 50 gold galleons. 1 galleon is equal to 17 silver sickles, and 1 silver sickle is equal to 29 copper nuts. Then. No more, the pound is completely useless to us. If it weren't for the Hogwarts contract, you wouldn't even think about exchanging a single galleon. Linda was interrupted by the goblin before he could finish his words. Why is this guy talking like this? Oh, right. It seems that the vault containing the Philosopher's Stone was forcibly broken into some time ago, so it is understandable that they are angry. Bullshit. I'm sorry if your vault was broken into. The goblin sat in front of the high counter, looking down at Linda coldly. Linda didn't answer him, but called Felix to come forward. It seems that he needs to ask his father to bring the money. He often sees this scene. However, when Felix came over, he stopped beside Linda and leaned over to listen to what Linda said. After all, Linda himself was rich, and he must have been called over because he needed his help. Then, in the eyes of the fairies around him, he picked up Linda and put him on his shoulders, and waited until Linda sat firmly before he walked to the counter. Now, Linda looked down at the fairy in front of him. He took out 5 queen heads from the lining of his jacket and leaned over to hand them to the fairy. I changed them all. Dang. What I wanted to say just now was, can gold be exchanged? Chapter 5. The goblin's face was as black as coal, and its sharp teeth were clashing up and down, eager to bite Lind's face in the next second. Felix held Lind with one hand and the gun under the coat at his waist with a cold expression. But Linda could see the corners of his eyes twitching. Obviously he couldn't hold it in any longer. The goblin obviously didn't want to reach out to take the banknotes handed over by Linda, but when he looked at Linda's eyes, he was unconsciously frightened. He stepped on the chair with an unwilling expression, stretched his hands up straight, and almost knocked him over. The scale on the table finally managed to reach the banknotes handed over by Linda. Of course, you little muggle, 40 galleons an ounce. Muggle? Are you swearing? Maybe you want to try a muggle wand. Felix had just read the shopping list and had a general understanding of the basic system of wizards. Although he did not know whether only young wizards used wands, it did not prevent him from using wands to describe his weapons. Muggle just means ordinary people who can't use magic, it has no other meaning. Snape hurriedly stopped Felix's thoughts. Felix gasped, he, and said no more. He didn't understand the meaning, but he could hear the tone. But Lind didn't pay much attention to their quarrel. What he was thinking about now was the currency issue. He was not surprised to be able to exchange gold for gold galleons, even though there was the magic stone, a magical alchemical creation that could convert gold. But he doesn't think that gold can be easily converted without spending any money. You have to know how difficult it is to generate gold. The price of gold this year has been basically stable at an average price of £360 an ounce. His current income is about £300 in monthly royalties, which was not a small amount in 1991. But the UK is a country with high welfare and high taxes, so he only gets just over £200 every month. If you use pounds gold galleons to exchange, it is equivalent to £9 for 1 galleons. Of course, the price of gold is never fixed and will fluctuate to some extent. But it's acceptable. Next, no one spoke, only the clanging sound of galleons. After a while, the goblin ordered a heavy bag of 50 galleons. Linda took it and the 3 of them exited Gringotts. Felix put Lind down by the back of his neck, muttering, "You bastard." Snape smiled vaguely, and then pointed to an alley. That's Nocturne Alley, a gathering place for dark wizards. It's not very peaceful inside, so you'd better not go in there. Then he reached into his robe and took out a long piece of parchment and handed it to Linda. Linda took the parchment and looked at it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students need 3 sets of plain work robes black. Please note, all student clothing must be embellished with name tags. Mrs. Malkin's Robe Shop. Textbook. All students are required to prepare the following books. Standard Spells, Elementary, by Miranda Gorshak. Flourish and Blot Books. Other equipment. A wand. Ollivander's wand shop. A crucible. Patchy's Crucible, Wyseek's Magical Supplies and Diagon Alley Stationery Store. Students may bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Isla's Owl Shop or Fantastic Beasts Shop. Parents are particularly reminded that first-year students are not allowed to bring their own broomsticks. This entire piece of parchment was exactly the same as the purchase list Linda had received before, except that it was marked in black handwriting in English with the places where items needed to be purchased. Okay, although Comrade Shifu doesn't like to talk, he is very considerate in his work. Lind gave Snape a thumbs up in his mind. However, when he raised his head, he found that Snape had disappeared. Wow! Did you see that he disappeared in an instant? Did we arrive in London just like this? Well, it should be so. Linda replied. Let's go shopping, don't forget that we are in London, Lind urged. The two of them walked around and soon bought everything except wands and pets. Felix and Lind each carried 2 small bags. One bag is full of books, another bag is cauldrons, dragonhide gloves and other miscellaneous items, and then there are bags for robes and bags for potion ingredients. These bags are provided by the store. For the convenience of carrying, customers will be given a bag with a traceless telescopic spell that can last for a day. The two came to the entrance of the wand shop. The gold sign on the door has peeled off, and it reads, Ollivander's, making exquisite wands since 382 BC. Felix picked his nose with his little finger. You're bragging, 382 BC. Linda smiled. He had been like this since the first day he met Felix. He always liked to make fun of everything he saw. Pushing open the door and going in, the space inside is not as narrow as the store entrance. On the contrary, long small boxes were placed on the high shelves. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 wand boxes, but it was unclear whether all of them contained wands. Good afternoon, gentlemen. A soft voice sounded from behind the shelves. You must be Mr. Lind Green Augustus. Great middle name, the brothers Grimm are 2 of my favorite wizards. My grandfather was good friends with them. It's a pity that they violated the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy of 1692. Because they like to tell muggles about the wizarding events they have experienced. As he said that, the old wizard in front of him still showed a reminiscing expression. It was unclear whether he was pretending or if he really recalled the beautiful memories of getting along with his old grandfather at this moment. Oh, by the way, let's get down to business. Ollivander suddenly came back to his senses. Ah, every wizard in Britain has a wand from the Ollivander family. Our family's skills are always the best in Britain. By the way, which hand is your dominant hand? I'm right-handed, Linda said as he raised his hand. Next, a tape measure flew out of Ollivander's waist pocket and began to automatically measure Lind's body. First, measure from your shoulders to your fingertips, then from your wrists to your elbows, from your shoulders to the floor, from your knees to your armpits, and finally, measure your head circumference. While measuring the tape, he said, every Ollivander's wand contains super powerful magical substances. Which is its essence, Mr. Augustus? We use unicorn hair and phoenix tail feathers. And the heart nerves of fire dragons, etc. Every Ollivander wand is unique, because no 2 unicorns, fire dragons or phoenixes are exactly the same. Of course, if you use a wand that belongs to another wizard, it would never have such a good effect. Lind stretched out his hand to block the ruler that was almost touching his eyes, and nodded to Ollivander. Ollivander looked at the measure data, then rubbed his chin, thought for a while, then ran to the back shelf and pulled out a box. Try this, Aspen, for the duelist, the dragon's brain. This is a wand that loves to fight, 9 inches. Ollivander took it out and handed it to Lind. As soon as he got the wand, Linda felt a weak force flowing towards the wand in his body. But this kind of surge is not silky. If I have to describe it, it's like if you pay special attention to your breathing, it turns out that you can't breathe anymore. Wave it. Seeing Lind in a daze, Ollivander thought he didn't know how to use a wand, so he motioned for him to wave. Linda didn't know which direction to turn, so he simply waved towards the sky. A weak flame came out from the tip of the staff along with thick smoke. Sorry, it seems it doesn't like me. No, don't be sorry, this is normal, Mr. Augustus. Ollivander took the wand, waved it at the thick fog and dispersed it from the chimney. Here's this. The firm and independent ebony wood and the powerful spellcasting ability of Yi Chi's tail nerve, 11½ inches. No, it's not this. Well, try this again, larch wood and dragon spine. This. What about this? What a picky little wizard, but don't worry, I'm professional. Ollivander showed a confident smile to Lind. Sir, my self-evaluation of myself may be relatively free and uncontrolled. This is Linda's basic understanding of himself. He feels that what he lacks most is the irreverence for the system and the desire to challenge. Hearing Linda's words, Ollivander nodded. Few young wizards could make an accurate assessment of their own psychology before, because they were still young, their minds were not fully developed, and their worldview was imperfect. So he usually measured his body data to sort out a batch of wands, and then he would try out the wands one by one by looking at his face. You can find the right one by trying 2 or 3. The last time I had this trouble was Mr. Porter, who came at the end of July. He really couldn't stand Linda being too picky, and now he was losing face. After thinking about it, he still thought he could give his suggestion a try. Oh, of course we can give it a try if you want. It's what you want to try. Don't blame me if you don't try it. Chapter 6. Ollivander picked, and finally took out a wand from the deep shelf. The stick box was covered with dust. Ollivander wiped away the thick dust on the box with his sleeves, revealing the box below, which looked lighter in color than the other boxes. Linda looked at the box and took a breath. Could this be a super strange powerful fancy wand made by your father or grandfather? Ollivander glanced at him and said strangely, this is just an ordinary wand, I just made it half a year ago, but the box is just random. He was a little confused about what the little wizard in front of him was talking about. Silly words. Oh, okay, Linda smiled awkwardly. It seemed that he had read too many novels in the past. Ollivander took it out of the box. It was a dark green wand with a straight shaft and deep vertical lines on the handle. Try it. An ash wand belongs to its one true owner and cannot be passed on or given away. Yes, it is a wand that cannot be used by anyone else. Whether he defeats you or not. The core of the wand is made from the nerves of a water monster. 12 1/3 inches. Lind pinched the wand, and a smooth feeling came to his heart. Linda carefully waved his wand upwards, and thick white mist poured out from between the wands, and then water gradually dripped from the mist. A personal rainstorm emo limited edition, of course, this is what Linda said in his heart. Ollivander was relieved now. This wand was perfect for the little wizard in front of me. Looks like this is it. Ollivander and Lind said in unison. Thank you, sir. How much does it cost? Just 9 galleons. This is also agreed with Hogwarts, of course, you have to protect it, this kind of discount is only available once for each little wizard. How much does it cost without a discount? I want to buy one too, okay? Ollivander, who was being stared at, touched his few hairs with an embarrassed look on his face. Then he ran to the counter and rummaged for a while, took out an old piece of parchment, read the contents on it, and read aloud. Road. Effective May 31st, 1899, no individual or organization is allowed to trade magic items in any form to the unspellables. If the transaction party is a non-spellcaster who knows the wizard's secrecy, the wizard's muggle family or a squib, etc. Low-level magic items can be traded with him. The tradable scope includes photos, low-harm joke props, magic snacks, wizard-tamed owls, etc. Also attached, trading of wands and their materials, potions and their materials, magical animals and their young is absolutely prohibited. If this regulation is violated, both parties to the transaction are legally responsible and the seller is primarily responsible. Announced by the British Ministry of Magic on May 20, 1899. After reading, Ollivander shrugged at Felix with a helpless expression. Hearing this, Felix could only give up in frustration. Linda had no choice but to take out 9 galleons and handed them to Ollivander. Then he said thank you and left the wand shop with Felix. After coming out, Felix took out his pistol and stroked it over and over again. Only you are my good brother. The two then walked into the magical creatures shop. Just like the name of the store, this store sells all kinds of weird things besides simple owls. Poisonous orange snails, giant tortoises with gem-studded shells, sleek and smart black mice, ravens, cats of various colors, velvet, deformed rabbits and more. The main reason why they come here is to broaden their horizons, which is much more interesting than simply seeing all kinds of owls. Linda looked around in the store and came to the birdcage. There are owls and a few crows on it. One of the ravens caught Lind's eye. Its feathers shone with purple-blue metallic luster, and its claws were much stronger than those of the other ravens in the next cage, almost catching up with some small owls. Ravens and owls are actually ordinary creatures. Because of the witch-hunting movement in the Middle Ages, the wizards at that time decided to use this method to communicate remotely. Linda turned his head and looked, and saw a little girl who looked about the same height as him, but she was probably not older than him. As girls develop earlier. She has long blonde hair, a small carrot hairpin on her head, and some small freckles on her delicate face. She looks quite cute. The girl continued. At that time, owls were mainly used for trading of more conspicuous items, because they were very physically strong and they were nocturnal, which made it easier for them to move around in the Muggle world with conspicuous items. Ravens mainly circulate letters, and there will be a small mailbox at their feet, which Muggles cannot see underground. Because they have excellent flying ability, and they are particularly smart, they can always complete the task perfectly. Of course, in this era, these are no longer so rigorous. Due to the selective breeding and magic training of wizards, owls now also serve as messengers on a daily basis, so ravens have gradually withdrawn from the stage of history. After the girl finished speaking this long paragraph, she breathed a sigh of relief. Do you have to say such a long story every time you meet someone? Why does this sound so familiar? Linda turned his head and saw that a little red-haired boy suddenly appeared next to the girl, holding a fat rat in his hand. Ron Weasley. Linda thought of this person, one of the 3 members of Harry Potter. A typical representative of powerful people overshadowed by the light of friends, his famous saying is. Are you crazy? We can't live for 2 days without her. It's fate to meet here. I'm just reviewing the knowledge points, the girl said to Ron angrily. And I didn't tell you. After that, she looked at Linda. Hello, I'm a freshman at Hogwarts this year, my name is Jane Devo, what about you? My name is Linda Augustus, and I'm indeed a freshman this year. Do you know a lot about magical animals? No, my interest is the history of magic, so I just know these from the side. She gathered her hair, although she pretended not to care, but there was still a little pride in her eyebrows. Then she saw Linda staring at her face. What does he want to do? Why is he looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? However, Linda was thinking, wow, it turns out that the expression of a little kid pretending to be mature should be like this. He has to pretend to be calm and show that. This little thing is not worth mentioning. And let those old-timers see that you are very proud. Write it down, remember it, it will definitely be useful in front of Dumbledore in the future. Thinking of it, Linda turned his eyes away from Jane's face, which made her feel relieved. Then she saw Linda forcing a smile at the raven, his face twitching, and his eyebrows jumping up and down. It was obviously imitating her expression just now. In her opinion, it was obviously mocking herself. 1 or 2 of you are not normal, right? She cursed in a low voice with a red face and turned around and left angrily. As soon as she left, Ron also saw the strange expression on Linda's face. What's wrong with her? She was pissed off by you. Who told you to make that expression on purpose? You're amazing. I didn't mean it, your words are more destructive. Lind picked up the cage containing the raven and praised Ron in return. Chapter 7. Linda paid 7 galleons to get this thing. According to the boss lady, this is still cheap. If not many people keep ravens now, she would not give him such a discount. You should know that the owls in the store start at 10 galleons. But there is also an advantage. After buying these miscellaneous things, he still has 2 galleons and 11 sickles left. If gold goods are not exchanged for galleons, a normal Muggle family should have no money after buying another owl. So Hermione didn't buy a pet in the 1st and 2nd grades. It should not be just because she didn't have any ideas. In the 1st grade, it was because she bought a lot of books that were not on the list, such as A History of the School. There is no need to say more about the 2nd grade. Gerald Lockhart put all his books on the list. Linda wanted to buy some gifts for Felix. But now he only had this little money. After thinking about it, he decided to buy some interesting magic snacks to enjoy with Felix. And he didn't know the specific situation of the confidentiality restrictions of the wizarding statute on the families of Muggle wizards. If I bought a gift that violated the rules and caused Felix to take a oblivion, it would be a loss. After telling Felix, who was teasing the fire crab in the cage with his fingers, to leave, they walked out of the magical animal store. After leaving the store, he released the crow. What are you doing? If you do this, it will probably fly away, you need to get familiar with it in the cage for a while. A clerk outside the store saw Lind and hurriedly tried to stop his actions, but before he finished speaking, the crow flew away. Don't worry, I have always had a good relationship with the little animals, Lind comforted the panicked clerk. Then, he slowly put his forearm horizontally. Come back. The crow stood on the roof, looking at Lind below with disdain, cawing. At the same time. Hogwarts. Snape, the fastest professor in Hogwarts, and his flying robes came to the door of the principal's office. Password. Chocolate frog. The huge stone-headed beast slowly crawled away, revealing a long staircase. Beside the window, stood an old man with silver hair and long hair. He was wearing a purple robe that dragged on the ground. He wore a half-moon-shaped glasses, dark blue eyes and a hooked nose that seemed to have been broken. He looked out the window, and Hagrid was watering his pumpkin vines next to the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. "How is it?" Dumbledore seemed to know who was coming and spoke slowly. "Not very good, at least not what I thought." Snape looked at Dumbledore's back. "I thought he would either become as weak as Harry Potter, or as sick as that person." "Ahem. The growth environment of the two people you mentioned is not the same as his. This is indeed something to be happy about, but why do you say it's not good?" "After that incident, I observed him for a while, and he became more and more silent. And his emotions are easily polarized, which is very easy for the guy in his body to take advantage of. Today in Gringotts, he looked down at the goblin with a condescending look and a tone of voice, and the goblin didn't dare to refuse him." "Like Voldemort?" Dumbledore asked softly. He was talking about Voldemort, not Tom Riddle. Snape pondered for a while before continuing. "Very similar, but different. The reason why Voldemort's words make people feel terrified is entirely because of his notoriety, so there is that effect. But he is different. He reveals the breath of the guy in his body through his eyes and language to a certain extent to achieve this effect. Isn't that good? At least he can control it to a certain extent." "Okay. I don't think so. The guy sealed in his blood curse can make people feel fear and convinced just by revealing a little breath. After 2 years, the blood curse will become stronger. Judging from his current trend of emotional split, how can he resist the invasion of that guy?" Snape looked at Dumbledore. "He may even be the first blood curse orc whose soul was devoured in history," Snape added. "I asked Scamander, and he also said he didn't know. Maybe it was a new type of magical creature created by a dark wizard, and then the soul was deprived and sealed in his body. This is also what we need to do when he comes to Hogwarts, right?" Dumbledore paced and sat on the chair, and took out a piece of sizzling honey candy from the drawer. "The blood curse is also called the blood curse orc. This is an extremely evil curse magic. In simple terms, it is to seal the soul of an animal in the human body in the form of a curse. The blood curse soul will parasitize in a human body and become stronger and stronger until it dominates. By then, the human body will change into the appearance of an animal like the animagus and will never change back. The human consciousness will also be devoured by the blood curse soul. It will become a completely inhuman beast. What's more terrifying is that there is no solution to this curse so far, and it can be passed on unlimitedly through blood. There was once an ancient wizard family that was cursed with a blood curse because they provoked a powerful black wizard. Because every generation will give birth to a blood-cursed orc. Over time, that family has now disappeared in the long river of history." "I said, let you get down." His voice became as flat as the goblin from Gringotts before, with an unmistakable tone. Although Lynn's voice was very small, it still reached its ears clearly. For some reason, it just felt like this was an order from the other party, and it really couldn't afford to resist. It even feels that if it really resists, there may be more serious consequences. Of course, it doesn't know that if it really disobeys Linda's order and flies far away, Linda will really have nothing to do with it. But who makes it just a simple bird? It is the instinct of animals to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. So it hurriedly flapped its wings, flew onto Linda's arm, and then rubbed against Linda's body affectionately. "Look, I'm actually very popular with little animals," Linda smiled at the clerk. The clerk looked in disbelief. This domesticated creature was actually half a magical creature to a certain extent. In order to cater to the needs of wizards, they learned to recognize the way when they were born, understand human language to a certain extent, and most importantly, loyalty. Unless their current owner decides to transfer, they will only know one owner for their entire life. However, this identification process requires a process. Generally, they will not completely belong to a certain wizard until more than 10 days after they are purchased. Instead of releasing it directly like the little wizard in front of me. Is his last name Scamander? The clerk couldn't help but think. Go ahead, you can fly wherever you want, but remember to be there whenever you are called. By the way, from now on you will be called let me think about it, from now on you will be called Anderson. Anderson rubbed Lynn's face and expressed that he liked the name very much, but what he was thinking was, good guy, let me follow you all the time. Then he didn't dare to think too much and hurriedly flew into the sky. Although it can't fly too far because of the requirement to be on call, it's still better than being in a cage before. It would be better if my master wasn't so out of stock. Linda was certain that Anderson was indeed happy to be flying freely in the air now. Because it accidentally revealed what was in its heart just now. Chapter 8. Back at the Leaky Cauldron, Lind was about to walk out under the strange looks of the surrounding customers. The bar owner Tom suddenly stopped Linda. Mr. Augustus, please wait. The two of them turned back to look at the bar owner. Hello, my name is Tom Abbott, just call me Tom, I'm the boss here, What is this? As he spoke, he pointed to Linda's right hand. Linda raised his right hand, holding a dark object on it. Just like lifting a broiler chicken, turn the wings outward onto the back, and then pinch the base of the wings. Is this one? This is the chicken I just bought in Diagon Alley. I saw how pitiful it was in the cage, so I planned to buy it home and make soup. Hearing this, Anderson began to struggle anxiously again. Oh, okay. It looks very energetic. It would be a pity to make soup. I still think it would be better to make it into a roast chicken. Oh, by the way, you two gentlemen have something you haven't picked up yet. With that said, Tom took out a pamphlet from the bar and handed it to Felix. Linda glanced at it and saw it read, "What you need to do if your child is a little wizard." Tom continued, "This is for the parents of new muggle-born wizards to read. How do you put it?" Tom thought for a moment. Promotional brochure. Yes, that's what those guys from the Ministry of Magic said. The above are some common sense that every muggle parent should know because of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. As he spoke, Tom leaned out of the bar, leaned forward with his rickety body and whispered to them, "You know, not every professor is as good as Dumbledore, and they often don't teach you these things. Just like that Professor Snape, he certainly didn't tell you this." Although Felix didn't know who Dumbledore was, he still nodded hesitantly. Yes, he doesn't seem to be easy to get along with. That's for sure. After all, Tom hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say the words. After all, he is usually very busy, so I took over this job a few years ago. Linda did have a guess about what he was going to say. It should have been said that Snape once served Voldemort, but he didn't say it in the end. Maybe it's because there are so many people here. After thanking Tom, the two walked out of the Leaky Cauldron and embarked on the road back to Knot Town. On the train, Felix opened the brochure with great interest. Then he fell asleep unexpectedly. August 30th. Linda came to the town cemetery holding white chrysanthemums. He walked in silence to a tombstone in the cemetery. This tombstone does not look old, it should have been erected within a year. There are countless flowers placed in front of the tombstone, some have dried up and some have corollas still in full bloom. Apparently, the flowers here have never stopped blooming. Linda also placed the flowers he was holding in front of the tombstone. I wanted to clean it up and found that the area around the tombstone was clean. He just sat in front of the tombstone, not knowing what he was thinking in his head. The next day, Lind packed his luggage early and had breakfast with Felix, who rarely got up early. "You really don't need me to send you off." Felix wiped away the non-existent tears, while Xiong the Xiong heir was sobbing and reluctantly rubbing Lin's trousers. "Don't give it away. Do you think I don't know what you want? You hope I leave early and go back to sleep. If you don't hurry up and get in the car, you brat, I'm going to be sleepy to death." Felix laughed and helped him lift the box and put it in the trunk of the car. The original plan was for Felix to send Linda to London. Although he was reassured about his brother, it did not mean that he would be reassured about the social environment. But it happened that Romano was also going to London. He was the guy with half of his front teeth missing and said he was attracted to women. And the other party was very willing to take Linda for a ride. Although he didn't know where Linda was going to study. Moreover, Romano was relatively reliable in doing things, so he simply asked Linda to go with Romano. Lynn smiled, raised his head and motioned to Anderson, who was standing on the chimney, to follow him in the car. He said goodbye to Felix, got in the car and embarked on the journey to London. In the evening, Romano dropped Linda off at a record shop on Charing Cross Road. "Are you there tonight?" Romano gestured to a small hotel opposite the record store. "Well, our school should have booked this hotel for freshmen from far away. You don't have to send me off anymore, go get busy." This was the rhetoric that Linda had thought of before. Romano was famously warm-hearted in town, and if he hadn't said so, he would have carried her luggage all the way to the hotel room. But he was thinking of staying at the Leaky Cauldron tonight, not the hotel. "Okay. After the semester, tell me that you picked up some girls in London." Seeing Romano and his car turn out of sight, and Anderson flying obediently onto his shoulder, Linda pushed his luggage into the Leaky Cauldron bar next to the record store and invisible to ordinary people. Linda didn't expect that Gringotts was still in business. Maybe the Goblin's work schedule and working hours can't be completely copied from the Muggle society. After exchanging gold bars for some galleons, Linda stayed in the Leaky Cauldron for one night and set off for King's Cross Station early the next day. Old Tom had already told him the specific location, although he just described it verbally. Linda, pushing the luggage cart, walked slowly along the platform. He just saw a man rushing into the platform pillar. He was about to rush in, but found that the pillar was between the 7th and 8th platforms. He didn't know where the wizard train was going. It should be a train that didn't appear in the original book. After all, the magic train technology should not be used only by Hogwarts. Coming to the middle of platform 9 and 10, he followed a wizard to platform 9 3/4. The thick smoke of the crimson steam train filled the sky above the chaotic crowd, and cats of various colors ran around under people's feet. Amid the buzz of people talking and the noise of dragging heavy luggage, owls also hooted harshly, one calling and the other responding. He looked back at the place where he came from. The wall turned into a wrought iron archway with 9 3/4 written on it. He could see someone outside trying to rush in, and then he quickly pushed the luggage cart forward. Anderson stood in front of the luggage cart and quacked. Unlike most people who stayed on the platform, Lind was alone and only needed to squeeze forward. After a while, he boarded the train called Hogwarts Express. Finding an empty carriage, Lind walked in, closed the door, and pulled out his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. This was one of the simple spells he tried at home during the holiday. Because from his experience of reading the original book in his previous life, the Ministry of Magic would not care even if the young wizard who had not yet entered school cast a simple spell. Only after he officially entered school would the trace take effect. But he didn't dare to try too much skillful spells. It's better for Simo to be called a genius of blasting. So he spent most of his time reading, soaking in water, and reading. The suitcase floated up tremblingly. He was not some extraordinary genius. What he could do now was his limit. He glared at Anderson. Anderson was startled by his look and quickly grabbed the grip on the suitcase to help him put the luggage away. Chapter 9. Perhaps Lind was lucky today. Until 11 o'clock, when the train was about to depart, no little wizard sat in this compartment. Of course, it also had something to do with his own efforts. The scarf, books and a copy of the Daily Prophet on the table were placed separately. Whenever someone asked, Lind could only helplessly tell the other party, sorry, they went to the toilet, they went in a group. The wheels of Hogwarts rolled slowly, and a faint sense of pushing back acted on him. With the sound of the whistle of woo-woo and the farewell voices of wizard parents mixed together, the door of Lind's compartment was creaked open, and a little head got in first. Hello, is there any vacancy here? Goodbye. Before Lind could see the person clearly, the door was closed with a click. Lind walked over, opened the door and looked at the person outside. It was Jane Devo, whom he met in the magical animal store last time. Why are you here so late? There's still room inside, do you want to go in? Forget it, I might as well just sit in the corridor. Jane looked disdainful, not even looking at Linda. Oh, all right. After saying that, Linda closed the door. Is this the gentlemanly manners of the British? Jane thought angrily, and then she heard the sound of the door being opened again. Do you want to invite me in again now? By the way, if someone comes looking for you later, just tell them that the place is full, and you have nothing to do here anyway. Also, if someone says that something is lost, just tell them that the door is always closed here, and tell them not to bother me. Bang! The door closed again. I became a doorman. Jane cursed Linda silently in her heart, and then stubbornly pushed the luggage and continued to walk deeper into the carriage. After returning to the carriage, Linda took out Magic Theory, and started reading it. In terms of magic, Linda was most interested in spells and transfiguration. Both of these are extremely powerful and the most direct means to increase strength. Among the first-year course books, there are 3 books for these 2 subjects, namely, Standard Spells, Elementary Magic Theory, and Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Obviously, a person who does not know much about the magic system is not suitable for private practice, such as himself. So Linda has been repeatedly reading Magic Theory and Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration during this period. He only roughly flipped through other books such as books on potions and herbology, and regarded them purely as an expansion of knowledge in the magic world. Of course, this is because he bought the books too late, so he could only pick and choose. Who doesn't want to keep learning about the magical world? A few days ago, Linda was thinking at home, it would be great if people could stay awake. Linda reads very slowly, and often turns to a previous page to compare and sort out when he reads halfway. But he was interrupted by a knock on the door after reading for a while. Linda was about to open the door, and the other party obviously knew some etiquette and did not push the door in directly. As a result, he just stood up and the door was pulled open. Then he saw Jane and a girl with thick brown hair and big front teeth standing outside the door. Behind them stood a round-faced boy with red eyes and a timid look. Jane raised her little head, giving Lind a feeling that she was coming with a group of sisters to deal with him. Lind sat in the box leisurely. Did you see a toad? Neville lost a toad. Hearing this, he had confirmed the identity of the visitor, the arrogant Miss Hermione Granger described in the original text. I think I have told a lady that there is nothing in this room except a boy and his crow. Nothing. Anderson imitated Lind hoarsely. What if your friends see it? Jane looked at Lind with a teasing look. She knew very well that these little boys would definitely not admit that they had done the bad thing of occupying a box alone. Yes, I think we should ask your friends if they have seen it, because Neville is really anxious. Hermione's tone is still very impolite. Although she is a warm-hearted girl, she is not really likable. I don't have many friends, these things are all mine, I am the only one in this box. I am the only one. How can you do this? Do you know how long Diwa has been looking for a seat by himself? Jane's mind was also a little confused. Isn't it said that these little boys like to show their good side in front of girls? Just like the stubborn Ron Weasley I saw just now. It's not that Linda really only cares about himself and ignores others, but the entire Hogwarts Express is completely enough to sit, and there are even many vacancies. The standard seat in a box is 4 people. If some friends want to be together, then 5 or 6 people can also sit. In his previous life, Harry and Ron occupied the entire box and no one came to disturb them. Moreover, he had seen when he boarded the train that the entire train was more than enough to accommodate these students. If conditions allowed, Lind would rather have a quieter journey. Think about it, some people opened the door for a small matter but still disturbed me for a long time. If they were in the same compartment with me, it would be too noisy. Lind meant something. It's not a small matter, Neville's beloved toad is lost. Hearing this, Neville was about to cry again. Linda had an expression of disbelief on his face and said, "Why don't you go find it quickly? Go find it quickly. Go find it quickly. You don't have friends." Hermione was very angry. She took Jane's hand and closed the door and walked out. "He really looks like a Slytherin," Neville, who was following them, whispered. Slytherin? What's wrong with Slytherin? So she cared more about the Slytherin that Neville said. Don't you know? Neville asked in confusion, because from some previous conversations, she knew that Jane was also from a wizard family. I'm from Germany. I came here to study because of my grandmother. I only know that Slytherin is one of the colleges of Hogwarts, named after Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders. But what does this have to do with what you said about that guy being like Slytherin? After hearing Jane's answer, Neville finally understood, and then he continued. Many evil dark wizards come from Slytherin. Many pureblood wizards are sorted into Slytherin. And many of them are arrogant. If I were sorted there, I would rather drop out. Well, I hope I'm not Slytherin. By the way, do you know how they sort the houses? Jane asked again. If what Neville said is true, then that guy must be a Slytherin. Hermione, what do you think? That stinky bird. She didn't hear Neville and Jane's conversation at all. She was still thinking about the crow that kept interrupting her when she was talking just now. After they left, Lynn sat in the box with a book in his hand, but his mind was not on the book at all. He gathered his shoulder-length hair and thought about what happened just now. Although he had no problem just now, he just had a playful attitude to confront the two young wizards. But honestly, when did he do this? Could it be because he was infected by Felix's complaining spirit? And he felt that he had a mentality that he had not had before. He did not like or even allow others to communicate with him in a condescending manner. Just like in Gringotts. He asked Anderson, have I always been like this? Anderson did not dare to reply, and could only pretend not to understand. Please vote, babies. Chapter 10. Linda would not waste too much time on such a small matter. After thinking for a while, he had some inferences in his mind. It should be because he claimed to be a time traveler who knew the future and whose mental age was much higher than his peers. This idea was normal, but not correct. After reminding himself in his mind, he picked up the book again and started reading. After a while, he entered the state. Until the evening, no one came to disturb him again, except for the snack lady who passed by. Looking out the window, the sky had darkened, and there were countless mountains and forests under the blue-purple sky. Calculating the time, he took out his robe and began to change clothes. After changing his clothes, he put away the things on the table, and threw the Daily Prophet with the front page printed with Gringotts stolen into the trash can. He also put away Magic Theory and Elementary Transfiguration Guide and took out Thousands of Herbs and Mushrooms to read. I don't know how long it will take to arrive, so I read some interest books to pass the time. After watching for a while, the train began to slow down and slowly stopped. Linda stood up and tidied his clothes. He didn't rush to squeeze with other little wizards at the door. He walked out of the carriage slowly until the crowd was a little loose. Anderson stood on his shoulder obediently. You know, I don't object to you standing on my shoulders, it's really handsome, but if you dare to shit on my clothes, you're done. Linda turned his head and said gently to Anderson. It seems that he has been taught a lesson. Anderson looked innocent, and roared in his heart, I don't have X-door. I can't control myself. And are you really assured that I will wait in the carriage like other poor, helpless little owls and don't know what will take me away? First-year students come here. Harry, come here, how are you? In the crowd, a deep voice came from a pillar of the station. Oh, it's not a pillar, it's Hagrid. He also carried a small lantern. Lind hurried over there. Fortunately, because he got off the bus late, it was not crowded. He had already seen several wizards' robes with distinct footprints. Then Lind took the book and followed Hagrid with the main group, slipping and stumbling, as if walking down a steep and narrow path. Lumos. Lind stood at the back and waved his wand. The sudden sound and light seemed to remind some young wizards who already knew this spell. Lumos. Lumos. The path was no longer dark. Except for the sound of feet stepping on the mud, only Neville occasionally sniffed once or twice. If you look down from above, you can see that this place is like a transparent night sky. The light emitted by Lind is much brighter than the others, just like the moon, and the others are like stars around him. Turn this corner, and you will see Hogwarts for the first time. Lind, who was standing at the end of the crowd, could clearly hear Hagrid's voice. Then, various shouts began to appear in front of the crowd. After walking 2 more steps, Linda couldn't help but crow like other little wizards. At the end of the narrow path, a black lake suddenly opened up. On the high hillside on the other side of the lake stood a towering castle, with spires and windows flickering under the starry sky. Seeing it with your own eyes and seeing it through words are completely different things. It's so beautiful, that's all Linda could think of. Then, Linda got on a boat with other little wizards. Wow, your pet is so beautiful. A little witch on the same boat exclaimed. Because of the light problem, the black color in Anderson's feathers was hidden, and the blue-purple color and the sparkling water in the lake complemented each other, which really looked much better. Oh, indeed, I bought it because it looked like a bird. Linda put one hand in the black lake and answered her as the boat rolled up ripples. He likes anything as long as it's water, and now he is thinking about whether he can swim in the black lake. It is said that there seem to be giant octopuses and fishmen in the black lake. Thinking of this, Linda pulled his hand up again. Others didn't know how to respond after hearing Linda's answer. Bird-like? What is bird-like? Then there was a long silence, which formed a sharp contrast with the chirping on the other boats. Then, Linda followed the large group and lowered his head, went ashore, and came to the huge oak door of Hogwarts. Then he was taken to a small empty house by Professor McGonagall. During this period, Anderson felt that he had something to deal with and flew out to deal with it, and then flew back and landed on his shoulder. After a round of knocking by Professor McGonagall, the ghost's little jokes, of course, they deliberately avoided Linda, because Linda's eyes were really a little wrong. Like a pervert. Now, follow me in a single line. Professor McGonagall returned to the hut again, and the ghosts disappeared through the wall. Follow the large group through a large double door to the bustling auditorium. Most of the 4 long wooden tables were occupied by wizards. Thousands of candles floated above the hall, and the fire points they emitted shone with the stars on the ceiling. Professor McGonagall led the freshmen to the center of the hall, and then placed a square stool, and on top of the stool was a dirty, patched pointed wizard hat. Then, the hall fell silent, and the wizard hat spun for a while, split a mouth, and then sang hoarsely. You may think I'm not pretty. Make Gryffindor outstanding. Because I am a thinking magic hat. After singing the song, everyone clapped their hands and bowed to everyone around them. Then Professor McGonagall also took a few steps forward, holding a roll of parchment in her hand. Whoever's name I call now will put on his hat, sit on the stool, and wait for the sorting, she said. Hannah Abbott. The protagonist of Lu Shui, the ironclad Hannah. Linda poked his head. He wanted to see what this girl looked like. A little girl with a rosy complexion and 2 golden braids stumbled out of the queue and put on a hat that just covered her eyes. She sat down. A moment's pause. Hufflepuff. The hat yelled loudly enough to be heard throughout the great hall. The Hufflepuff table also cheered, and the fat monk raised his ghostly goblet to Hannah. Coupled with the ghost's silver-white body, it looks like a fatter version of Gatsby. Linda Gustus. Because the initial letter of Linda's surname is also A, he is a member of the second branch. He walked out of the queue and walked up, facing the looks of the people around him and the inexplicable looks of expectation from Jane, Hermione and others. One more section. One more section. This sentence was shouted by the 2 little wizards at the Gryffindor table just now, and now it was shouted out by Anderson. A burst of laughter broke out around him, and he could hear Jane's voice behind him laughing the loudest and most unabashedly. Linda quickly pinched Anderson's mouth and looked threateningly. another one? Of course. Ahem. Professor McGonagall, whose mouth twitched, coughed twice and looked like she wanted to laugh too. Linda also noticed that many teachers on the teacher's bench, including Dumbledore, laughed quietly. Although Hagrid tried his best to laugh quietly, he still made a louder noise than anyone else. Okay, let's get down to business first and wait until next year. I'll give you a full ear blessing, the Sorting Hat said with a smile. Linda hurriedly sat on the chair, and the hall gradually became quiet again. Well, he is a very good little wizard, very courageous. Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff. Well, I am also very thirsty for knowledge. Well, don't worry, I won't take your advice at all. I'm very selfish, but I also have a bottom line in my heart. I don't like to be too ostentatious. Well, he is a very contradictory little wizard. The Sorting Hat thought again for a long time. Then the decision is yours, go ahead. Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat shouted loudly. After hearing the answer given by the Sorting Hat, Snape looked at Dumbledore in confusion. Dumbledore also smiled and nodded, which meant clearly, only in Gryffindor is the best choice. Black box operation. However, Lynn didn't know this. He took off his hat and walked to the Gryffindor table amidst the excitement with a look of despair on his face. Two red-haired boys with very similar looks gathered around him. Fred and George. The good work that Lynn and his little pet did in the Great Hall just now has completely made the two Weasleys regard them as one of their own. Hey friend, what's up? What just happened will not make you a joke. We also like to make some jokes, to put it humbly, another one said. We are quite popular, the two said in unison. The classmates around also laughed softly. However, they didn't know that Lynn didn't care about this at all now. What he was thinking about was why this branch didn't follow the script at all. What does? Don't worry, I won't take your advice at all. It is clear that Hufflepuff will be safer in the future. The plan was messed up. Chapter 11. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Jane DeVoe. Gryffindor. Hermione Granger. Harry Potter. The violent cheers that broke out around him made Lynn's ears almost explode. People stood up, and other Muggle wizards also shouted. He could only put down his book and stand up to pretend to be enthusiastic. Harry Pitt. It's Potter, you fake fan. As the last child, Blaise Sabine, was sorted into Slytherin, Professor McGonagall finally rolled up the parchment, picked up the Sorting Hat and left. Albus Dumbledore stood up. He looked at the students with a smile on his face and stretched out his arms to them. Nothing seemed to make him happier than to see the students gathered together. Welcome. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start the new school year. Before the banquet begins, I want to say a few words. That is, idiot. Crying. Residue. Screw it. Thank you all. He sat down again and everyone clapped and cheered. Linda looked at the expressions of the people around him. Hufflepuff and Gryffindor didn't care what Dumbledore said. They thought they were cheering because Dumbledore could eat after he said this. Especially Gryffindor, no matter what the content is, as long as it is what Dumbledore said, he will support it. The Ravenclaws had expressions of curiosity or confusion, probably because quite a few of them were thinking about the meaning of Dumbledore's words, so their applause was weak. Slytherin is very unique. Most of them tilted their mouths, raised their eyebrows, and sneered. He also saw a short blonde boy who was shorter than him talking to the fat man next to him who looked like a younger brother. He also recognized his face just now, it was Draco Malfoy. Don't talk about him, even Anderson could guess with his buttocks that Malfoy was probably saying something like, my father has long said that he is crazy. After a cursory glance around, let go of Jane sitting opposite him. Steaming hot meals suddenly appeared on the golden dinner plate. Linda took a look and took some fried fish, baked shrimp and other foods. Jane watched for a long time and still couldn't help but ask, do you only eat fish? Aren't there still shrimps here? Linda slowly peeled the shrimps. No, I mean you only eat food from the water. Jane quickly corrected. Well, I occasionally eat other things, but if I have a choice, I will choose to eat fish. Linda gestured to Anderson to turn the page. Linda's current state is just like when he was a child in his previous life. He wanted to hold a comic book while eating and read at the same time. But now it's replaced by a textbook. I feel like a college bully. Oh my good friend, Fred suddenly leaned over. How did you end up on the Gryffindor table? George continued. If only our stupid brother was half as good as you. Fred, don't mention him when you're so happy, okay? George said standing next to Ron. Ron, on the other hand, was gnawing on a chicken drumstick in his left and right hands. He was listening to Harry and didn't hear what George said at all. The two of them laughed secretly, and then they calmed down a little when they saw Percy glaring over. Our prefect heard it. Damn it, he won't put us in Azkaban. Lind looked up at George and Fred with a confused expression. These two people are so mean-mouthed. After a while, the food on the table disappeared. Linda knew that he would have to speak later, so he put away the book. When he looked up, he saw Dumbledore looking towards him. Linda smiled harmlessly and nodded as a greeting. Then Dumbledore stood up and gathered everyone's attention. Next comes the cliché stuff. Forbidden Forest, Filch, if you don't want to die miserably, go ahead. Sing the school song. Then, led by Percy, Lind finally arrived at the Gryffindor lounge. The other little wizards surrounded Harry Potter in the lounge, chattering with questions. Linda, on the other hand, started looking for his bedroom with his book in his arms. He found the bedroom and took a look at his roommate's nameplate. Fortunately, we are not in the same dormitory as Harry Potter. After sorting out his luggage, Linda went to the bathroom to tidy up, then lay tiredly on the bed and read a book. Anderson was lying on the window next to him, squinting. In the quiet cabin, only Linda's occasional surprised sounds could be heard. He's watching Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. After a while, Linda heard the sound of the bedroom door being opened, accompanied by conversations. Did you see it? That scar is really like lightning. Is he really as exaggerated as you say? That Harry Potter. Of course, the mysterious man is more powerful than you imagine. A boy in the lead also saw Lind lying on the bed. Linda closed the book and looked at the visitor. Hello, I'm Beverly Bane, the little wizard greeted him first. Hello, before Linda finished speaking, the little wizard who just asked Harry Potter called out. I remember you are Lind Augustus, you were really amazing just now, you taught it, right? Lind was full of black lines and turned to look at Anderson. Then several people introduced themselves. Beverly Bane, wizard family. Jackson King, half and half, his father is a muggle, and his family lives in a wizard environment, so from the perspective of worldview, he is also a purebred. David Medina and Ronald Sugar are both little wizards from the muggle world, just like Lind. Hearing that 3 roommates are from the muggle world, Bever and Jackson began to introduce them to the magic world, Quidditch, flying brooms, etc. It was not until almost 11 o'clock in the evening that the little wizard's vigorous energy was almost exhausted, and they all went to bed. The next day, Lind got up early. He washed up and looked at today's class schedule. Then he patted Anderson and let him out of the Gryffindor lounge first. Go, your purpose is at this moment, go and find out the rules of the passages and stairs of Hogwarts. Anderson reluctantly spread his wings and flew out. He then returned to the dormitory again, took the books for today's class, and came to the lounge to wait for Anderson to come back. While waiting, he also met Hermione and Jane who were walking out of the common room. The reason why the two came out so early was that after reading Hogwarts, A History of the School, Hermione knew that the stairs of the castle would keep changing, the doors were real and fake, and the armor and murals were often changed. So under Hermione's lobbying, the two agreed to set out from the lounge early to find the Transfiguration classroom, and they even had the intention of not eating breakfast. They didn't expect to see Lind sitting cross-legged outside the fat lady's mural, holding the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration in his hand. Jane blew when she passed by Lind, and then the two walked down hand in hand. Not long after they left, Anderson flew back. Ha ha ha. Linda stood up, patted his butt, and then followed Anderson to the auditorium. While reading the book, wizards began to pour into the auditorium one after another. When breakfast was almost over, he saw Believer and others rushing in. My God, Linda, how long did you get up? Believer said, and the others quickly picked up 2 pieces of bread, potato cubes, etc. So as not to disappear in a moment. Get up a little earlier than you. Linda said calmly. But I think Believer and others didn't believe it when they saw the debris on the plate in front of Linda. By the way, do you know how to get to the Transfiguration classroom? Ronald asked vaguely while stuffing something into his mouth. After eating, Linda opened the book again. I should know, you can follow me later. The few people ate some breakfast casually and came to the Transfiguration classroom. After taking Linda and others to their destination, Anderson flew away. The reason why Lind bought it was because Jane told him at the time that crows were the smartest animals domesticated by wizards, followed by cats, and then owls. And it doesn't need to deliver letters in most cases. More often, it serves Lind in life. Just like Dumbledore's Phoenix, a super low-profile version. It also needs to continue to familiarize itself with various places in Hogwarts, which is one of its tasks. After the Transfiguration get out of class, it has to wait for Lind at the door of the classroom. What hope is there for a bird's life like this? Now it only wants to eat and wait for death with the group of idiots in the owl shed. I have come to the station to send a short message. It's a good time to invest, my family. Please invest, please recommend, please read, I love you all. Chapter 12. After watching Anderson fly away, Linda and Belliver stepped into the Transfiguration classroom. Ignoring the brown calico cat on the podium, Lind found a seat in the first row, sat down, opened the book and continued reading. Isn't it normal for me, an ordinary little wizard, to not even know about animagus? Linda flipped through the pages for a while, then closed the book. He has read the book, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, many times. Its content is just a basic explanation of GAMP's 5 principles of transformation and techniques for performing transformation. Among them are the way the wand is waved, the inner desire to achieve the transformation goal, and the inner understanding of the envisioned transformation goal. The 5 principles of GAMP's deformation are: 1. Cannot use polymorph to produce food. 2. Permanent conversion between living and dead objects cannot be achieved. 3. Cannot transform into magic items. 4. The quantity cannot be changed. 5. Transfiguration cannot be created out of nothing. Of course, judging from Linda's scientific worldview, there are still many doubts. For example, using air as a medium to achieve transformation. How the transformed food will react with the digestive system during the magic maintenance time, etc. Of course, this book only prints these 5 principles as the preface of the book to warn young wizards who are new to transfiguration. Then there is the technical aspect of transfiguration. If Linda wants to turn a certain watch into a green water ghost, if he does not understand the precise structure inside the green water ghost, it is more likely to turn into a green water turtle. Of course, this is just a metaphor. When deforming, you need to have a certain understanding of the object you want to deform. It is, to a certain extent, and there is no requirement to learn biology to transform animals. To a certain extent, the desire to transform is more important. Just like the entire magic world spellcasting system, it is a somewhat idealistic thing but not completely idealistic. Call. Linda breathed a sigh of relief. The more I learn about this magic, the more curious and eager I become. In the past, Linda could not understand what others said, the more you see, the more you want to know. But now he understands. Little wizards came in one after another, and Lind also saw Jane and Hermione. It looked like the 2 of them hadn't eaten yet. As expected, most of the little wizards breathed a sigh of relief after entering. The words that come and go are roughly the same. Fortunately, it seems that Professor McGonagall hasn't come yet. Regardless of whether it is class time or not, it is not a good behavior for students to arrive in the classroom later than the teacher. The old-fashioned wall clock in the classroom dinged. It's time for class. Linda saw the cat on the podium stretching its body and was about to jump down when he heard a burst of eager footsteps. Harry and Ron arrived late. Fortunately, it looks like Professor McGonagall hasn't arrived yet. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I think you can arrive earlier next time. The sound of the air being stirred at extremely high speeds echoed in the classroom along with Professor McGonagall's stern words. The little wizards only saw that the tabby cat that was on the podium just now suddenly turned into a stern witch wearing an emerald green robe and a pointed hat. This caused a lot of exclamations from the audience, including Linda. Ron and Harry nodded stiffly and sat in the back row. Oh my God, I'm lucky to have you, Lind, Belliver and the others said. They didn't dare to think whether they would be as late as Ron if they didn't go with Lind. After all, they spent a long time looking for the auditorium before following Linda. It's animagus. My grandmother told me that there are only a few people in the UK who know this magic. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she said. Anyone who causes mischief in my class will be asked to leave and will never be allowed to do so again. Come in. I warned you. She then transformed her desk into a pig and back again. The little wizards exclaimed in surprise, and Lind also looked hot and couldn't wait to try his hand. Of course, this is not what you need to do. In this lesson, you only need to turn a match into a needle. Looking at the disappointed and indifferent expressions of the little wizards, Professor McGonagall continued. Don't think this is easy. After that, Professor McGonagall began to explain the theory first, and then started practical training after they took down a lot of complicated and difficult notes. She waved her magic wand, and the matches on the desk flew out, and then separated one by one and landed in front of each little wizard. Linda himself had tried some transfiguration at home, but to no avail. But now he has some new insights. He didn't rush to take the wand and start waving it randomly like other little wizards. He first put his wand aside and thought about the difference between a match and a needle. First, in appearance, the needle is thinner than a match, and then there is a needle hole at the end of the match. Then the wood is converted into metal. If the requirements are higher, the lines of the needle tip should be modified to be smoother, and the needle tail should be more rounded. Take these transformation needs step by step. Then he picked up the wand and pointed the tip of the wand at the match. A feeling of connectedness came to his heart, and he slowly output magic power to the tip of the wand. Desire, need, my current desire is to turn the toothpick in front of me into a match. The match began to become thinner. Lind tried his best to control his magic power and output it in a stable effect. It was visible to the naked eye that the match in front of Lind gradually became thinner. Professor McGonagall stood beside Lind at some point and looked at him quietly. Lind's mind was completely focused on one point, and an irregular hole gradually appeared at the end of the match. The wood color of the match began to reflect a little light, which was a symbol of the change in texture. However, Lind only went so far. Later, he felt very clearly that he could no longer continue. It's like singing a high note. If you don't have enough air, no matter how hard you try, it's useless. Very good transfiguration, Mr. Augustus, it seems that you have learned something from the book. Professor McGonagall chuckled and waved her wand, and Lind's half-match and half-needle flew up and slowly passed by the eyes of a group of little wizards. Give Gryffindor 3 points for Mr. Augustus's excellent transfiguration. Hermione and Jane also saw Lind's results, but it has only been a short time since he achieved this effect. Jane looked at her match, which only had a slight silver light at the tip, which was nothing compared to Lind's. She also heard what Professor McGonagall said, and he also saw that Lind would hold a book wherever he went, just like this morning outside the common room. Hermione was not to be outdone, and stared at the match in front of her more vigorously. But Lind didn't think so much, his own goal was never to compare with these little wizards, and of course there was no need to compare with the so-called seniors. He just wanted to achieve the goal he set for himself. And his goal for this class was to be able to conjure a real needle and maintain it for a period of time. It lasted until the end of the get out of class, and Lind finally managed to conjure a complete needle. Professor McGonagall didn't expect Lind to be able to turn a needle into a whole class, so she gave him 3 points before, which resulted in Lind only getting 2 points for turning a needle into a needle. When the get out of class was about to end, except for Lind, only Hermione and Jane's matches had the appearance of needles. Then Professor McGonagall demonstrated to the whole class how she turned a match into a needle. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and Lind slowly put away his things and walked at the back. Just like when he got off the Hogwarts Express, he didn't want to squeeze in with the crowd. As he walked out of the classroom door, Anderson also flew over and landed on Lind's shoulder. Chapter 13. The teacher of the afternoon spells class was Professor Flitwick. He was a very short spell master, and he did not hide his goblin bloodline at all, but said it openly, which won the favor of many young wizards. Professor Flitwick called the roll in the first half of the whole spells class, and when he called Harry Potter, he almost fell off the book he was standing on. The second half was basically answering the questions of the young wizards, just like chatting. Then he answered a series of questions such as why we should learn spells, what we are learning in spells, and why we should learn it. Professor Sprout of the herbology class was the same. He met the students for the first time, and then explained to the students the basic functions and basic conditions of each greenhouse. In addition to Professor Quirrel, he boasted in front of the garlic-smelling professor that he bravely fought against the vampires in Romania. But when Seamus Finnegan asked him impatiently how he defeated the vampires, Quirrell's face turned red, and he was vague and talked about the weather. And Professor Binns of the history of magic, a 1,000-year-old ghost, for him, teaching anyone is the same, he just walks into the classroom and asks the children to open their books and then teaches. Lind deliberately entered the classroom for defense against the dark arts and scholastic, and then sat in the back row pretending to listen. Not long after. He was watching with other books in the back, holding a small branch picked up at random under the desk, using it as a wand to simulate casting a spell. He would pick up his wand and try to cast a spell only after he felt that there was no problem. On Wednesday night, Lind finished dinner and followed Anderson to the Hogwarts Observatory. Wednesday night is Gryffindor's astronomy class. This course, which is basically not covered in the original book, requires observing the starry sky with a telescope at night, learning the names of different stars and the orbits of planets. So it is taught by Gryffindor and Ravenclaw together. And the older the children are, the later the class time will be. It is the privilege of children to attend classes earlier. The first grade course is from 8 p.m. to 8:50 p.m. Linda came to the astronomy tower panting and met Professor Aurora Shinesta, an old black female professor of astronomy. After calling the roll, each child was assigned an old telescope, and then she asked the children to find Mars, which was the task she assigned to the children tonight. When the class was about to end, she called all the children to gather in front of her. Children. She clapped her hands. Now I will assign you a final exam. Professor Shinesta said mysteriously. Final exam? Including Linda, a group of little wizards looked at each other. In June and July next year. A group of stars will be closely combined. And I will tell you the position of one of the stars in each of the next classes and let you observe it. And the answer sheet you have to give me at the end of the term is the star map formed after the stars return to their positions. This is a big project. I will give all the extra points I can to the best student at the end of the term. Good guy. I haven't seen this in my previous life. Whether in the novel or the movie, Linda is also a little interested. It's like a long-term copy, which makes people want to attack. With the discussion of the little wizards, the first astronomy class officially ended. As time passed, the people of Gryffindor gradually realized that there was a spy in their college. A first-year student named Linda Augustus lowered his head wherever he went, holding a book while walking and reading. What the people of Gryffindor couldn't understand the most was that he was actually reading standard spells, elementary. Even the people of Ravenclaw were a little strange. How could such a person be assigned to Gryffindor? Moreover, this strange little wizard basically didn't talk at ordinary times. Every time he was about to hit the wall, turn or meet someone on the road, a crow on his shoulder would cry to remind him to read. Even his roommate David said in the common room that Linda never discussed Quidditch and wizard chess with them. When he wanted to continue, he was stopped by Belle-Liv. But Lynn didn't care about these. He didn't want to be a conspicuous person from the beginning, including the Sorting Hat said that he was more selfish. But he didn't expect that his style would have the opposite effect in the environment of Gryffindor. Goo Anderson called softly. Lynn looked up and saw Ron and Harry walking towards him. Lynn stepped aside to avoid bumping into the two. Then the three of them passed by. Goo. Seeing Lynn turn the corner, Ron said, "He is really a weirdo, you know. I met him before school started, and he had a fight with Jane Devore at that time." Ron completely ignored what he said that day. "Well, he's quite weird, but there are good things about him." "What's good about him?" "He doesn't talk to us all day. At least he doesn't stare at me like others do," Harry said uncertainly. He felt like a monkey in the zoo these days since he came to school. People stared at him wherever he went. At least Lind made him feel good about this matter. "Okay. But there's nothing we can do about it. Who made you defeat the god? By the way, do we have to turn right to go to the potions classroom?" Ron's sudden question interrupted the two's thoughts. "Wait, we have to go back and follow Lind, he never gets lost." Harry shouted, and hurriedly turned around and ran back. Ron also reacted. In the cold underground classroom, Lind walked in slowly, followed by two panting little wizards, Harry and Ron. At this time, there were already quite a few people in the classroom, but they were abnormally not noisy, even though Professor Snape hadn't come yet. Because this classroom was really not comfortable, there were glass jars along the wall, and the animal specimens soaked in them were even more trembling. Lind didn't care. He sat down at a table. Potions class usually worked in pairs. However, no one would come to sit next to him in a short time. It was estimated that it would depend on who came later and then leave the empty seat next to Lind for the lucky guy. Lind didn't care who was next to him. Except Seamus. He added in his heart. Until the bell rang, no one came to Lind's side. Then he heard footsteps coming from behind. Snape. Not only that, there was another sound with a faster frequency but lighter. Just as he was thinking, he saw a figure suddenly rushing to sit next to him. Long golden hair, with a carrot hairpin on her head. Fine cold sweat on her fair face. Jane Devo did not expect that the stairs leading to the potions classroom changed direction when she went to the toilet, so she had to take a detour to get here. Although she ran as hard as she could, she still arrived at the classroom a step late. It was not embarrassing to be late, but it was embarrassing to bump into the teacher who was about to enter the classroom. She could only hurriedly find an empty seat and rush in to sit, and then when she turned her head, she happened to see the face she hated the most. It seemed to be back to the day when she first came to England and saw the weird face in the magical animal shop in Diagon Alley. Twitching up and down, weird and stinky face. Chapter 14. She turned her head and Hermione could only spread her hands helplessly. Lavender Brown stood next to her. Professor Snape walked in quickly. Jane had to roll her eyes at Lind and then sat upright. "Gryffindor deducts 5 points, one of you is late," Snape said as he walked. Like Professor Flitwick, Snape first picked up the list when he read Lind. Snape glanced at him. Then he continued to call the roll. This made him a little confused. "Oh, yes," he whispered. "Harry Potter, this is our new one, a famous person." The Draco Malfoy trio turned their heads to look at Harry, covering their mouths with their hands and chuckling. After Snape finished calling the roll, he looked up at the whole class. "You are here to learn the precise science and strict craft of potion making." He began, speaking in a voice barely above a whisper, but everyone heard every word he said. Like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape also had the power of deterrence that could effortlessly keep the classroom in order. Since there is no foolish waving of wands here, many of you will not believe that this is magic. I don't expect you to truly appreciate the beauty of the simmering crucible with white smoke and bursts of fragrance. You will not really understand the magical power of the liquid flowing into people's veins. Making people excited and confused, I can teach you how to improve your reputation, brew glory, and even prevent death, but there must be one thing, that is. You are not the kind of fools I often encounter. After Snape finished his short opening speech, the whole class was silent. Harry and Ron raised their eyebrows and exchanged glances. Lind also heard the creaking sound of a chair being moved behind him. It was Hermione. She couldn't wait to prove that she was not a fool. As expected, Harry was suddenly called by Snape to answer a question. "What can I get if I add narcissus root powder to wormwood infusion?" Lind quickly turned his head to look in Harry's direction, and Snape also leaned towards Harry. Classic scene, it's a pity not to watch it, Lind thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. Hermione raised her hand high, but Snape didn't even look at it. After Harry looked around in confusion, he found that no one could help him, and finally he could only stammer, "I don't know, sir." TSK, it seems that fame can't represent everything, Snape said in a contemptuous tone. "Let's try again, Potter. If I ask you to find me a piece of fecal stone, where would you find it?" Snape asked again. Hermione tried her best to hold her hand high without leaving her seat, but Harry had no idea what a bezoar was. He tried not to look at Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle, the three of them were shaking with laughter. "I don't know, sir." "I don't think you've ever read a book before the start of the semester, have you?" "No need to answer, your performance is the answer, Augustus, you're laughing so happily. What's wrong? Are you happy to see the famous Mr. Potter in trouble?" Lind was stunned, and Hermione's raised hand loosened. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Snape was deliberately making things difficult for Harry, so what was Lind, a Gryffindor classmate, doing by laughing at Harry with the Slytherin guys at this time? Lind could swear to heaven that although he did go there with a mentality of watching a show, he was not as laughing happily, as Snape said. Just now, everyone's attention was on Harry, and Snape's words directly made many people equate his laugh with the ridicule of Malfoy and others. Lind stood up, "Professor Snape, I didn't laugh at Harry, I just thought of some fun things." "What fun things? Maybe you can share them with everyone." "Well, I dreamed that I became a handsome knight riding a horse in the middle of the Black Lake." Lind made up a mess of things at random. "Anyway, it was a dream, so it didn't matter how you said it." Snape's face twitched. Hearing this, he was actually quite relieved. Only children in a warm family environment could have such a dream. After all, he himself would not be like Lind when he was a child. "Do you think this is humorous?" "Augustus. I think it's quite interesting," Linda replied indifferently. "Enough, answer the question just now." Snape shouted. "Daffodil root powder and wormwood can be combined to make a very effective sleeping pill, which is a dose of life and death water. Fecal stone is a kind of stone taken from the stomach of goats, which has a strong detoxification effect." Linda said the answer directly in one breath. Hearing Linda's words, Snape's face looked better. "It seems that you have read books, which is much better than some guys who are only famous," Snape said lightly, and then returned to the podium. Then, Snape asked them to prepare a simple potion to treat boils. Until the end of the get out of class, Seamus and Neville's combination unexpectedly prepared a high-damage blasting potion, and Gryffindor was also deducted points for their excellent performance. Snape stayed at Harry and Lind's desk the longest. Until the class was over peacefully, Lind and his roommates walked out of the classroom. "Ha! The week's class is finally over, how about we go back and play wizard chess?" Lind thought about it and nodded in agreement. "It's really time to have some entertainment activities besides reading." "I feel that Snape is targeting Lind and Harry," Jane said to Hermione. "No way, as a teacher, how could he target two young wizards for no reason? If you say he hates Gryffindor, I can accept it a little bit." "No, you didn't see it before. I was next to Lind and I saw it clearly." When Snape asked Harry questions, Lind didn't smile at all. At most, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. And he kept staring at Lind when he was preparing the potion just now. He was just looking for an opportunity to deduct his points. I think it might be that Lind answered his questions very easily just now, which made him feel uncomfortable. Jane told Hermione everything she saw in class just now. But he didn't really deduct Lynn's points. What you said is just your own guess. By the way, didn't you hate him very much before? Why are you speaking for him now? Hermione suddenly changed the subject and looked at Jane with a teasing look on her face. Jane didn't care about Hermione's funny tone at all, and raised her head openly. I'm just stating the facts. Snape was targeting them just now. Although I hate him, I won't let my personal preferences affect my evaluation of this matter. Just like my grandmother told me, when evaluating wizards in history, you can't use your own preferences to evaluate him, because this will never lead to objective results. Just like when we talk about Salazar Slytherin? Hermione asked. Yes, although Salazar rejected muggles, that was in the social environment at the time. Then, the topic of the two little witches turned into a discussion of the history of magic, and then extended to the founding of Hogwarts and so on. Chapter 15. At night, in the Gryffindor common room. Linda walked down slowly from the boys' dormitory in a black robe. It must be said that he underestimated Belev's love for wizard chess. After teaching Linda how to play wizard chess, they played from noon to afternoon. After dinner, he went to find Ron Weasley, the only one who could fight with him, and then returned to the dormitory and started to play in turns. It was not until an hour ago that the little wizards went to bed. Linda waited for a long time and made sure that they were all asleep before getting dressed and going downstairs. He planned to visit Hogwarts at night tonight. This is a traditional project. After a period of familiarity, Linda will also carry out his own plan. And he was almost impatient. He wanted to swim in the sea from morning to night like he did in Knot Town. He wanted to soak in the water and spend time in the water. The Room of Requirement can do this. If the Room of Requirement doesn't have it, then he will find a way to get close to Percy and get the password to the prefect's bathroom from him. The prefect's bathroom has a big sink. But he didn't expect that there was someone in the common room now. Jane Devo sat at the long table. In front of her was a long roll of parchment with a lot of content written on it. Jane kept flipping through the books on the table, and then she would revise the parchment after finding something. Hearing the voice, she looked up and saw that the person who came was Lind, and he was dressed neatly, and he didn't look like he was going to do anything good. She was about to ask Lind where he was going. What are you doing? Lind asked before her. Hearing Lind's question, she also became interested. She said proudly, I wrote an article and want to publish it. Awesome, I'm only 11 years old and I want to publish an article. Thinking that she had finally flirted with Lind, she felt her nose was about to rise to the sky. Publish an article? Sing a different tune. Everyone knows that the style of singing a different tune is completely anti-mainstream speech. I wrote a very serious historical review article. Her face flushed. Seeing Jane's cheeks bulge, Lind also became interested. He walked over and picked up the parchment and started reading. A brief discussion on the reasons for the split between Salazar Slytherin and the other three founders of Hogwarts. The title is quite impressive. Lind continued to read down and couldn't help frowning. There is basically no unique point of view in the content. It is basically a cliché. You should be able to find 100 similar articles in the Hogwarts library. Maybe you can also find it in the hidden object room of the Room of Requirement, the garbage station. The above revisions are more like changing the wording of the sentence than changing the content. I was wrong. You can't even sing the opposite tune. You have to know that Salazar Slytherin is a wizard with a very high status in the history of magic and has an influence to this day. There are countless articles about him. If your article has a little bit of unique views or some points that no one has written before, it may be published in professional magazines. Unfortunately, there is not even that little bit. After reading the whole article, it is just a piece of information from various materials. Linda looked at the book spread out on the table, The Rise and Fall of Black Magic. Ancient Magic Masters. King of the Century, and Major Developments in the Ancient Magic World, The Founding of Hogwarts. I don't know if Linda's expression is too serious or the content of his words is too convincing. Jane picked up the parchment and read it again and again. Her doubtful eyes wandered back and forth between the parchment and the books on the table. When she came to her senses, Linda was gone. While Jane was still in a daze, Linda had already walked out of the lounge, and Anderson had been waiting outside for a long time. As for why he knew Anderson had been waiting for a long time. Because it was the first time he saw a crow snoring. Lind poked Anderson with his wand to wake him up, and then signaled him not to make any sound. After Anderson was awakened, he stretched his wings to wake up his sleeping body. Then Lind stopped where he was, and it flew around. Its mission was to alert Lind to the administrator Filch, his cat, and Peeves. After quickly confirming that the surroundings were safe, it led the way in front. After a while, the man and the bird either hid or took a detour, and finally arrived at the 8th floor of the castle. He had already stepped on the point in advance and knew where the tapestry of "troll beating stupid Barnabas with a stick" was. When he came here, Lynn drove Anderson aside to be on guard. He was worried that Anderson's IQ was too high, and the two desires intertwined here might not appear in the room of requirement. "I need a big room where I can swim." Linda walked around here 3 times, and then he looked up at the opposite side of the tapestry. A small handle suddenly appeared on the originally smooth wall. Linda pushed open the door, and saw a stream of cold air coming out of the door. A super large swimming pool appeared in front of him, as big as 2 basketball courts. Linda was a little surprised at first, but he was relieved when he thought that the garbage room was much larger than this. There was nothing except pools of varying depths. In one word, simple. But this is exactly what he wants. This way he can swim however he wants. Linda looked at the back of the door, and there was a lock. This was exactly what Linda wanted. What if someone outside suddenly wanted to break in? Linda didn't rush in, but called Anderson first. Then, 1 man and 1 bird walked into the huge house. After entering the house and locking the door, he signaled Anderson to move freely, and then took off his robe, clothes, etc., revealing his lean body. Because he was only 11 years old, there was no muscle outline on his body, but compared to his peers, he could be considered a good figure. Then, Linda took a happy run and dived into the pool. As his whole body sank into the water, Linda only felt a soft wrapping feeling all over his body. His skin and his body were getting the best care. He only felt warm in the cold pool. His skin was breathing and his muscles were trembling. Lynn felt like he had received a full buff. Even after swimming for a long time, he didn't feel tired, but felt more and more energetic. A feeling of enlightenment came over him, and he suddenly had an idea. Would it be better if I practiced casting in the water? Then, he rushed out of the water, and this was the first time he breathed air since he dived into the water. However, as soon as he came out of the water, he saw Anderson shouting at him in fear. For Anderson, he saw Lynn dive into the water and never got up again. He was so anxious that he flew around on the water, and his eyesight could only vaguely see a black shadow swimming at a high speed under the water. Conspiracy. There is a monster here, he must have hurt my boss. Maybe my boss is dead now. Thinking of this, a complex emotion of regret and happiness emerged in his heart. Then, he saw the swimming monster suddenly jump out of the water. Ah! Don't eat me, eh? Boss, no, it's still a monster. Linda looked at Anderson's strange appearance. His talent for animal communication told him that Anderson's thoughts were constantly switching between himself and the monster. Linda hurriedly went ashore, picked up his wand and came to the shore. The water surface gradually calmed down, and Linda looked at his reflection in the water. Then he reached out and touched his jaw with an unbelievable look on his face. 3 long strips on each side that slowly opened and closed with his breathing. Is this, gills? Chapter 16. Linda stood blankly by the water, watching the gills on his cheeks slowly disappear after leaving the water. I'm not really a half-blood. Linda's mind was full of random thoughts. There really is a race of Murlocs in the world of Harry Potter. Because of Linda's guess that he was different from ordinary people, he learned about the race of Murlocs when he bought the book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Although he was good at water and loved water. But he didn't think he had anything to do with Murlocs. At that time, he thought that even half-bloods would have very clear appearance characteristics. For example, Professor Flitwick, a goblin half-blood, was abnormally short and had pointed ears. Needless to say, Hagrid, a giant half-blood, even his inner aesthetics were influenced by his giant bloodline. Any hideous and terrifying monster was cued in his eyes. Linda touched his lower jaw, where the gills had disappeared, and he pinched it again to make sure he was not dreaming. There was only one possibility. I have reached puberty for half-blood Murlocs and will start to develop. That must be the case. But why do my gills become invisible when I leave the water? Does Dumbledore know? And a series of questions. Forget it for now. Lynn thought again, if someone discovers this ability in the future, should I say that this is Mercemagus, a natural ability like Disguisemagus? After thinking for a while, Lynn decided to reveal his identity and mixed blood ability step by step. Only by learning magic well in Hogwarts first is the most practical. Lynn jumped into the water again, and soon after entering the water, the gills on his cheeks appeared again. He looked around his body, and only the gills appeared, and the expected flippers, scales, etc. did not appear. He put his hand on the gills and clearly felt the water being swallowed and spit out by the 2 gills. Should flippers grow in the future? I wonder if there is a Bikini Bottom school of magic. After a while of random thoughts, he stayed underwater, and never came up to breathe. Puff! Linda jumped out of the water, leaped high in the air, and then landed at the edge of the pool. After wiping his body casually, Linda took out his pocket watch and took a look. It was a little after 2 in the morning. Linda took Anderson out of the room of requirement again, and then thought about his needs again in his heart. When he was in the water, his condition was only good, not bad. Now he had no need to sleep at all. Even the dark circles under his eyes, which had been a little depressed due to the high-intensity study this week, recovered a lot this night. If I had such a rest time every day, I could completely master the time converter in the 3rd grade. I wouldn't be exhausted like Hermione. So he was not in a hurry to go back now, the night was still long. I want a house where I can practice magic safely. 3. A door handle appeared on the smooth wall again. Linda pushed it and saw the layout inside. First, there were several puppets without facial features. Linda touched them. He didn't know what the puppets were made of. They felt like flesh. He could feel something like bones in his ankles, shoulder blades, and other places. I guess these were his practice objects. In another corner, there was a table with a set of practical spells too on it. The paper of the book had turned yellow. Linda walked over and flipped through it. Most of the spells recorded in the book were either powerful or had only been seen in movies. Looking at the effects of these spells, they were all powerful spells that were outside the scope of black magic stipulated by the Ministry of Magic. Among them were the advanced spells he was familiar with, such as blazing fire, shattering, and opening the whole of Allaho, open quickly. There were also misty clouds, whirlwinds, and so on. Moreover, this was not a new book. Many of the spells in it had the original owner's own insights, summarized techniques, etc. Which greatly reduced the difficulty of his learning. Linda flipped through it and exclaimed in his heart that he was lucky. It was like picking up a treasure. But there was no rush now, so he had to take it one step at a time. Lind put the book away and took out his wand. He had spent the whole week summarizing the key points of spellcasting, and now he felt that he had a certain grasp of the safety of magic practice. Whenever he had time, he would swing the wooden stick around, and now it was time to test these results. He held the wand and faced one of the puppets. The dragon is out. A black snake came out of his wand and flew quickly towards the puppet. In Lin's mind, the enemy in front of him should now focus on the snake. Stand still. The puppet lost its balance and fell to the ground. Get bigger quickly. He wanted to make the black snake bigger, but unfortunately the black snake didn't react at all. No, I was a little anxious just now. It should be. Get bigger quickly. This time, Lin's movements were not much different from before, but his tone had an ascending tone. The body of the black snake began to swell, and Lind continued to output magic power until he felt that the black snake could no longer grow bigger. It bit the puppet's neck, then wrapped its body around it and exerted force. With a sour crunching sound, the puppet quickly lost its human form. If it was really an enemy, it might have been twisted into a ball of rotten meat. No wonder you look down on muggles. Looking at the puppet that was slowly recovering, Lind smiled. Then he began to practice various spells over and over again, occasionally failing and sending himself flying, or the wand releasing a burst of super smelly smoke. When he was tired, he would read a book, do a practice summary, take a break, and then continue. After an unknown amount of time, Lind lay on the floor, panting, and took out his pocket watch to check. 5:36 in the morning. It was about time. If he stayed any longer, it would be troublesome if he encountered any professors. Lind woke Anderson up, took the book, Practical Spells, too, and tiptoed into the common room with the fat lady's disgust. Another little guy who likes to go out at night, she muttered behind him. When Lind entered the common room, he saw a figure lying on the long table and sleeping. There was a small pile of torn parchment beside him, and his eyes were red, looking like he had cried. Maybe I said too much. He thought about it, and then denied his idea. Although I don't know why Jane wants to submit such a professional article in the first grade, and it can be said that many senior wizards may not understand what she said in her article. For example, social background, the church's control of muggles' thoughts, and other aspects, many other young wizards don't understand at all. The reason why Lind can understand her article is only because of other knowledge reserves. If you want to find a guy who can understand her article now, it may only be her good friend, Hermione Granger. But it's not possible, there's nothing to say. The only way for a young wizard of this age to publish an article in a professional academic journal is to find a potion book signed by the half-blood prince in the potions classroom. Only the things on it are qualified to be published. I have to say that Snape is a genius. Lind passed Jane and returned to the dormitory. After a while, he changed his clothes, holding the practical spell in his left hand and a blanket in his right hand. While recalling the method of covering the deceased with a white cloth in the movie, he covered her with a blanket. Then he walked to her side and sat down, took out a book and a notebook and started reading. He waved the small wooden stick he used to simulate a magic wand in his hand again and again, without stopping. After a while, Lind heard a loud sound of footsteps coming from the girls' dormitory. Anyone who could walk down from the girls' dormitory so early on a weekend, Anderson's ass would know who it was. It must be Hermione. Jane was also awakened by Hermione's footsteps, climbed up from the table, and rubbed her eyes. Lind looked at himself and Jane, who were at least 2 steps apart, so there shouldn't be any misunderstanding. Indeed, Hermione didn't think that her friend, Miss Dewa, who had attracted the attention of many young wizards since she entered school, would have any secrets with this taciturn person who just held a book and read it every day. "You didn't stay in the lounge all night, did you?" Hermione asked anxiously. Jane also found the blanket covering her, and didn't know what she thought of. When she heard Hermione's words, she just stammered and hummed. "You are only 11 years old, how can you do this? This is very bad for your physical development." Jane quickly stopped Hermione's gaze while Lind was not paying attention. "I have to go back and sleep for a while, you can only go to the library by yourself later." As she said that, she began to fold the blanket. "Okay," Hermione was a little disappointed. Jane folded the blanket and walked over timidly to hand it to Lind, said thank you and ran away in a hurry. "Oh my God, Neville, think about whether you have forgotten something again," Harry's concerned voice sounded in the Great Hall in the morning. Neville, who was sitting opposite Lind, was holding a small ball with a strong red light in his hand and crying. This is the memory ball his grandmother sent him. Ah! What is this? Do children of this age still use memory balls? Draco passed by the Gryffindor dining table and snatched the memory ball from Neville's hand. Lind looked at the overturned glass beside his desk. The pumpkin juice in it had spilled out and spilled on his book. The pumpkin juice belonged to Ron next to him, and was just knocked over by Malfoy. "Clean it up." Lind quickly took out his wand and waved it. The stained pages and the ink of the notes on it quickly returned to their original state. After saving the book, Lind put the book away, stood up and looked at Malfoy. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Professor McGonagall's voice. "What's going on?" "Malfoy stole my memory ball, Professor." Malfoy's face was gloomy, and he quickly threw the memory ball back on the table. "Why, do you want to stand up for Neville too?" Little Muggle, Malfoy also noticed Lind, then glanced at Professor McGonagall, and left angrily, with Crabbe and Goyle following behind him. Before leaving, he muttered to them, "We'll see." Professor McGonagall looked at Malfoy and the others helplessly, sighed, and then said to the young wizards. "I think your potions class is about to start. Oh, by the way, don't forget the flying class later, I know you are all looking forward to it." Then, Professor McGonagall left. It was another restless potions class, and Gryffindor was deducted 7 points again. There were Harry's, Neville's, and Lind's. The reason was that after Lind finished brewing the potion, he was looking through the other potions. Snape said that the quality of his potion was obviously average and he was too ambitious. He was deducted 1 point. But he didn't care. Although he didn't perform well like Miss Know-It-All and raised his hand to answer questions during this period. He always gave priority to completing the tasks given by the teacher in Transfiguration and Charms, so he also earned a lot of points. After class, a group of young wizards walked out of the potions classroom. Memory ball, why is the memory ball of the little fool red again? On the way back, Malfoy got Neville's memory ball again, raised it high, and looked at Neville who was knocked down with a mocking face. Harry and Ron rushed up and knocked him down, and the memory ball fell to the side. Several people wrestled together, but how could Harry and Ron beat Crabbe and Goyle, 2 little fat boys? After a while, he was pinned to the ground. "Huh, Potter, I told you, let's go." "See." Malfoy stood up with a smug look on his face and straightened his clothes. Then he walked to the side and was about to reach out to pick up the memory ball. He grabbed it with his hand, but unexpectedly a foot appeared and kicked the memory ball to Neville's side. His hand also grabbed the foot. Malfoy looked up and saw a head sticking out from behind the book. "What's wrong? Did the little pureblood change his career to shine shoes?" Chapter 17. Good craftsmanship. It must be a family heirloom. After saying that, he reached into his pocket and took out a gold galleon. Malfoy just stood up and looked at Linda angrily. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a galleon flying towards him. Ding! The galleon hit his head and then bounced on the ground and spun around. Before he could react, he saw Linda pass him and walk away. "Stop right there," Malfoy rushed towards Linda like crazy. Crabbe and Goyle saw Malfoy's movements and wanted to help, but they didn't expect that as soon as they let go, Harry and Ron held their feet tightly and they couldn't run away. Neville had just stood up, and he also ran towards Malfoy, trying to stop Malfoy's movements. There were still tears in the corners of his eyes, but he knew very well that Linda was helping him just now, and now it was his turn to help Linda. Let go. You bastard. When Lind heard the noise behind him, he flicked his sleeves and the wand hidden in them fell steadily into his hand. Stop. Malfoy's legs were suddenly held together by an invisible force while he was running. His balance was broken in an instant and his body fell forward. He had to try to cover his face with both hands to avoid his first intimate contact on the floor of Hogwarts. But it was still a step too late. Bang! His body hit the floor hard. When he raised his head, he could only see that his nose was bleeding and his face was red. A burst of intense laughter broke out around him, among which Harry and Ron laughed the loudest. They finally let go of Crabbe and Goyle's legs. And several Slytherin guys rushed over to help Malfoy up. Neville stopped and stared at this scene blankly. Obviously, this was a result he did not expect. Linda didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. He glanced at Malfoy, chuckled, and then turned around and left. You guy, I'm going to write a letter to my dad, just wait, you'll be expelled. Malfoy covered his nose, crying in his voice. Go, tell your dad that you were beaten and cried by a little muggle, and see if your dad will deal with you or me. Linda's voice came out lightly. Hearing Linda's words, he really didn't dare to write a letter to his dad about it. Stop right there, Malfoy roared. He shook off the person who supported him and walked towards Linda. Linda turned around and looked at Malfoy. He was a little impatient. Anderson saw Lynn's eyes, and hurriedly flew to Malfoy's face, saying in a hoarse voice, Shut up, go back, don't make trouble for yourself. Go back quickly, don't make trouble for yourself. Get out of here. Malfoy slapped Anderson and walked towards Lynn aggressively. It's hard to persuade the damned ghost with good words. Anderson saw that Malfoy was so ungrateful, and flew back to Lynn's shoulder. In a low voice. Gaga, I'm angry, let's teach him a lesson. Hee. It's none of your business. What are you pretending to be next to me? Gaga, don't you think it's cooler this way, hee. Malfoy walked up to Linda and said in a low and vicious voice, I want to duel with you. Tonight. Hee, sure. Anywhere is fine. But I have to warn you, when I see you pick up the wand, our duel will officially begin. The wind blowing from somewhere blew Linda's long hair. In Malfoy's field of vision, Linda stared at him intently, with a hint of mockery on his face. He was a little scared by the stare. After saying this, Linda turned and left. After lunch, Linda did not return to the lounge, but stayed in the hall reading until the afternoon. After being familiar with the terrain of the castle for so long, he rarely needs Anderson to lead the way for him, but he is still used to carrying it. Turning left and right, they soon arrived at the first floor of Hogwarts. Today they have a flying class, and many little wizards can't wait to run directly to the lawn. Turning a corner, Linda just saw Jane and Hermione walking in front of him arm in arm. You did the little spell for blowing the wind this morning? Hermione asked excitedly. Ah. Really? It's not me, but he was really a little handsome when his hair was blown up just now. But I seemed to see his hair piercing his eyes at that time. Really? Maybe he was holding on. What are you talking about? Tell me. Anderson flew between the two little witches. Then, the two looked back and saw that Linda had been following them for who knows how long. Ah! The two screamed and ran quickly to the lawn outside. Anderson flew back to Lynn's shoulder, looking very proud. You dare to say bad things about me behind my back, I will scare you to death, it thought proudly. Lynn could only hold his forehead and walk out of the castle helplessly. When he came to the grass, he could see that many little wizards were already surrounding a woman with neat short hair. She was Mrs. Hooch, the teacher of Hogwarts' flying class. Sir, you don't need to bring a book to the flying lesson, just find a place to put it, Mrs. Hooch said to him with a smile. Oh, okay, Professor. Linda's attitude towards this kind of class that he was not interested in was average. He felt that if he had to choose between going to heaven or going to the sea, he would definitely choose to go to the sea. He just stepped in. There was no time to read now, so he gave the book to Anderson. Anderson flew up, grabbed the book Lind handed it, and flew to the side of the castle. In fact, its work is not that tiring. It can rest when Linda is in class, studying, or sleeping. The main hassle is the need to be on call. Alas, it's a lot of work. It sighed, then put the book down, lay down on the book and fell asleep. Okay, what are you all waiting for? She said sharply. Everyone stand next to a broomstick, quick, quick, hurry up." After a while, there was a little wizard standing next to each broom on the ground. The Slytherin and Gryffindor students stood opposite each other, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that both sides were competing with each other. Linda glanced at the broom next to him. It was very old and worn out. There were a few burrs sticking out of the handle of the broom. If he suddenly braked while riding this broom, the burrs would pierce his flesh. Linda didn't dare to think anymore and could only look ahead. "Stretch out your right hand and place it on the broom handle," Ms. Hooch shouted from the front. "And then say, 'Get up.'" "Get up," Linda shouted. As expected, the broom made no move at all. The other little wizards at least rolled their brooms, but this one didn't move at all. Harry's broom jumped into his hand. Mrs. Huichi also explained to them how to make the broom jump to their hands obediently. "First of all, you have to be sure in your heart that you want to ride on it and want it to take you flying. It's an affirmation of it and an affirmation of yourself. As long as you do these two things, the broom will be willing to listen to you and fall into your hands. Then, get up," was heard again on the lawn. After Lynn shouted twice, the broom reluctantly jumped into his hand. Then Ms. Hooch showed them how to ride on a broom without falling off their heads. She walked around the group correcting their hand grips. By the way, Linda also saw Malfoy with his nose stuffed with paper being corrected by Mrs. Hooch. Linda had not heard him brag about being a broomstick master in the auditorium once or twice. Chapter 18. "Okay, as soon as I whistle, you kick your legs off the ground and push hard," Ms. Huichi said. "Hold the broom steadily, rise a few feet, then lean forward slightly and fall vertically back to the ground, listen to my whistle threetwell." However, Neville was too nervous and was afraid of being left on the ground, so before the whistle touched Ms. Hooch's lips, he kicked hard and flew up. "Come back, kid," Mrs. Hooch hurriedly called to Neville. There were some snickers on the Slytherin side, especially Malfoy and the others. Seeing Neville like this seemed to wash away the humiliation of being beaten in the morning. Lind looked at Neville, who flew out like a rocket and could only sigh helplessly. The description in the original book is that Neville flew up to an altitude of 20 feet, about 6 to 7 meters, and then fell down and broke his hand. Then in the movie, Neville even flew up to the Gryffindor Tower. Fortunately, his clothes were caught, the awning was buffered, and other good luck, so he only broke his hand. But now it was really like what was shown in the movie. Neville had already hit the outer wall of the castle. The boy was injured, and it couldn't be said that Mrs. Hooch didn't do anything because he was flying quite fast and far. Anderson. Jane, who was standing next to Lind, was startled by the loud voice. A black shadow flew over like an arrow. "Get bigger quickly." Anderson's enlargement is much more difficult than the animal shadows generated by spells such as Dulong and Flock of Birds. So Linda could only try his best to make it bigger, but to a certain extent, he ignored the stability of the spell output, so his spell could only last for 2 or 3 minutes. Anderson quickly grew in size during flight, and soon its wingspan exceeded 2 meters and soon reached 3 meters. Its already thick claws became extremely powerful and looked like iron claws. It quickly adapted to its body, and then flew towards Neville in the air under Lind's command. Linda had thought about a question before, whether he could help when things were within his ability. He still remembers a line from Spider-Man that he used to watch: "If you have the ability but don't act, then you will be responsible for the bad things that happen next." Although Linda did not fully agree with this kind of heroism, as a boy who grew up under the red flag, he was indeed unable to witness the tragedy that he could clearly prevent. At this time, Neville's entire body was thrown out, leaving only his hands tightly grasping the broom handle. The broom was twitching wildly in the air, looking as if it was struggling to break away from Neville. Of course, Neville didn't know that a big bird would come to save him. He only saw a large black shadow crashing towards him, as if he was determined to spill blood on Hogwarts today. In desperation, Neville had no choice but to let go, even though he couldn't hold on anymore. But Anderson wasn't there yet. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Neville. "Harry dash!" Ron yelled. It turns out that when Neville lost control, Harry got on his broomstick in desperation. Harry grabbed Neville tightly, but Neville's hands were too slippery, all due to cold sweat from fear. Finally, Harry failed to catch Neville. But by this time Anderson had also arrived. The fallen Neville was calling his grandma, his round face was bloodless, and the feeling of being stuck in the air and falling had already caused some of his brain to shut down. Then in the whistling wind, he heard the sound of the fabric of his robe tearing, and at the same time, the momentum of his body's fall slowed down. Anderson was also helpless. He wanted to grab the child's arms and lift him up, but his hands and legs were flailing around too fast. Fortunately, due to the wind, the hem of the child's clothes was blown above his body. Tear. It grabbed Neville's clothes, flapped its wings at high speed, and took Neville to fly toward Linda in a manner similar to gliding. Harry, on the other hand, followed Anderson with his right hand hanging. His hand may have been pulled and dislocated just now. Seeing Neville flying safely, the playground suddenly burst into cheers. Malfoy's face darkened again, with a "good luck to you" sneer on his lips. Neville also knew that he should be saved, so he didn't dare to move, and just let his clothes hang on his body, and the collar squeezed the flesh on his chin, making him look like a bun. With Neville landing, Anderson has completed his work. Mrs. Hooch and all the young Gryffindor wizards gathered around Neville to care about him. Harry and Lind also paid a lot of attention to him. The curse stops. Lind waved his wand at Anderson. Yet Anderson's massive size remained unchanged. Stop the curse. Linda tried again. Still no effect. He could hear Malfoy laughing again in the background. It's so embarrassing, did you see it? Let me do it, Mr. Augustus, you are already very good, this is not a spell you can master now, you can look at my actions. After Mrs. Hooch comforted Neville, she found that there was no serious injury, so he came to Linda's side. Stop the curse. Mrs. Hooch waved her wand at the slowest speed while maintaining a steady output of magic power, so that Lind could see its trajectory clearly. Anderson's body quickly shrank like a deflated rubber ball, quickly returning to its original appearance. After the spell was completed, Mrs. Hooch looked at Lind and Harry and said, "You have shown the excellent qualities of Gryffindor, and you have also won 10 points for Gryffindor." Then he looked around again, and his tone became serious. "I'm taking Harry and the child to the hospital. No one of you is allowed to move. Put the broom back to its original place, otherwise, you will be kicked out of the Hogwarts gate before you can say, Quidditch. Let's go, dear." Then, she took Neville and Harry to the school infirmary. "Huh, did you see it? That little tearful Longbottom." "Malfoy, you are really enough," Patil said, "she is a little witch in Gryffindor." "What's wrong, do you want to?" Linda didn't care about their quarrel and walked aside by himself. Seeing a branch on the ground, he picked it up. He put the branch on a big stone to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Flames are blazing. A fierce flame burst out of the branch. Linda aimed his wand at the flame, first scratched it twice in the air, and muttered something in his mouth, as if he was looking for the state when Madame Hooch cast the spell. The curse stops immediately. The flame flickered and became much smaller, but it did not go out. It would be enough if it happened twice more. The flames are raging. He once again restored the burning flame to its original burning state. The curse stops immediately. The tip of Linda's staff emitted a dazzling light, and the burning flame suddenly went out as if the air around it had been sucked out. Success. Lind wiped his sweat, released the flame again, extinguished the flame, released the flame, extinguished the flame. Over there, Ron was already tussling with Malfoy, and Seamus Bellifer and his other roommates were also involved in the war. The solo between Harry and Malfoy in the original plot has now become a gang fight between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Lind thought for a while, but gave up the idea of going up to stop the fight and beat Malfoy secretly. There's no need, it's just a bunch of kids fighting. They were all punching and kicking each other, and as long as they didn't use magic, nothing big would go wrong. As for Malfoy, there are plenty of opportunities to play with him. Thinking of this, Linda stood aside, asked Anderson to bring the book to him, and then he read it by himself. Chapter 19. After a while, Madame Hooch came back. Looking at the messy lawn and the bruised little wizards, and thinking about the grievances between the two colleges, she immediately understood what happened. Gathering to fight, Gryffindor and Slytherin will each be deducted 40 points, and I will report it to the dean of your college, you wait for the punishment. What happened at the beginning was something she had to bear. Who knew that these little wizards would teach her a good lesson just when she sent Neville and Harry to the infirmary? The group led by Malfoy didn't care much. Everyone knew that their dean, Professor Snape, was most partial to his own students, not to mention that the one who was beaten was Gryffindor. Ron and Seamus were completely different. Professor McGonagall's furious face suddenly appeared in front of them. Even Lind's roommate David thought about what would happen if he was expelled. Hogwarts doesn't need such disobedient little guys who fight not long after school starts. His face turned pale, and he trembled as he finished the next flying class. Once the flying class was over, there were no more classes for the day. On his way back to the common room, Lind saw Harry and Professor McGonagall. Harry had an indelible smile on his face, and even with Professor McGonagall next to him, he still felt like he couldn't hold back his laughter. Others might think that Harry didn't have to be expelled, or that he was laughing because he didn't receive any serious punishment. But Lind thought that he was so happy because he had shown off his skills in the flying class before, and then Professor McGonagall took a fancy to him and made him into the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Lynn nodded to Harry and was about to say hello to Professor McGonagall, but he didn't expect Professor McGonagall to speak before him. Her usual serious expression in class was gone, on the contrary, she looked very happy now. Linda, I've heard about the flying class, it was a great performance, very Gryffindor-like. Professor McGonagall, I just did what I should do, Linda smiled at Professor McGonagall, and then his expression became the same as Jane's in the magical animal store that day. There was a kind of pride that was tried hard to hide. Professor McGonagall saw Linda's expression and couldn't help but laughed with her mouth covered. Then, as if she remembered something, she said to Linda. By the way, Professor Flitwick was looking for you just now, I wonder if there are other little wizards who have notified you, if you don't know yet, go quickly. Linda really didn't know about this, and hurriedly thanked Professor McGonagall, then turned and walked in another direction. On the way to Professor Flitwick's office, he also met Jane. She told Linda that Professor Flitwick was looking for him. After thanking Jane, Linda came to a room on the 7th floor of the castle, which was Professor Flitwick's office. Just as Linda was about to knock on the door opened by itself, as if it already knew who was coming. Once inside, most of the furnishings in the room are relatively short, which should be convenient for the professor's daily life. The reception chairs are of normal size. There are many medals and trophies on the right side of the room. Linda looked carefully and found that they were basically medals of wizard duels of varying sizes. The golden belt in the middle was the most eye-catching. There was another photo frame next to the medals. The photos on it were either Flitwick dodging spells or casting some unknown powerful spells with a fierce look on his face. Professor Flitwick was writing something at the table. He seemed to have known who was coming. When Linda stepped in, he had just finished writing the last stroke. Putting the feather pen into the ink bottle, Professor Flitwick looked up at Linda with a satisfied look on his face. Mr. Augustus, you did a great job. Excuse me, Professor, what are you talking about? Lind looked puzzled. Oh, I was just taking a spell class, and a little wizard happened to be slightly injured. You know, improper spellcasting can easily cause serious consequences to yourself, Professor Flitwick said. Lind also nodded. He has changed his schedule in the past few days. Every night, he would go to the room of requirement to practice spells after his roommates fell asleep. He would usually make himself covered with wounds, and then he would dive into the water in the middle of the night. When he is in the water, his injuries will heal much faster. But there are also serious mistakes. If Lin takes off his clothes, you can see his bruised chest and back. That was the accident when he tried to practice the spell in Practical Spells 2, Wind Whirl. The Wind Whirl spell will send out a strong wind that only affects an individual. The person attacked by this spell will only feel a very violent wind blowing in a certain direction, but the person next to him will not be affected at all. He can't even feel any wind. After repeated attempts with wooden sticks, he decided to use a magic wand to try to release this magic. After many attempts, he successfully released this spell, but after success, he could not control the power of this spell at all. The power of the wind whirlwind acting on the puppet was beyond his imagination. The violent wind blew towards the puppet, blowing it directly against the wall behind it, and then the whole puppet suddenly exploded. Fragments splashed out. Even though he used armor to protect himself as quickly as possible, he was still seriously injured. After that, he temporarily gave up the idea of practicing such advanced magic spells. It was not something he should be exposed to now. Some spells are so powerful that they can easily cause immeasurable harm to yourself and others. At least not until 2nd grade. Professor Flitwick continued. Then I met Mrs. Hooch, Neville, and Potter there, they told me the ins and outs of the incident. Mr. Augustus, no, Linda, it's okay for me to call you that. Of course, it's my honor, although Linda doesn't know what will happen yet, looking at the current situation. Is a good thing. Lind, I met Professor McGonagall, we have been teachers at Hogwarts for decades, I know her very well, and their house is currently short of a talented Quidditch player, but you know, first-year students are not allowed to join Quidditch. Flitwick paused for a moment before continuing. I have a club of my own, called the Charms Club. The basic requirement for joining this club is to get an O in Charms in the OWL's exam. These children will learn from each other and exchange a lot of magic knowledge. Now I'm thinking, maybe be a rule breaker if you want. Of course, there is a prerequisite for this, otherwise the senior guys will not recognize you. So, I don't know if you have any ideas. Flitwick looked at Lind with a smile on his face. Chapter 20. Filius Flivi. Because he has goblin blood, his talent for magic is extraordinary and his lifespan is extremely long. It is rumored that he may be older than Dumbledore, whose beard has almost grown to his waist. When he was young, he was a frequent participant in major wizard duel competitions. He was one of the top people in the world in terms of spell casting speed, spell casting level and understanding of spells. Currently the headmaster of Ravenclaw College, he is short and mild-tempered, and teaches charms. His class is one of the students' favorite subjects because Professor Flitwick is not strict with the students and everyone can move freely in class and even joke with him. Now, he looked at the little wizard in front of him, Lind Green Augustus, with a gentle expression. Judging from his current performance, a young man whose talent is not inferior to him at all, and who works extremely hard. When Lind heard Flitwick's words, his face turned red and his heart beat faster. He felt that he had never been so excited when a girl confessed to him in his previous life. Yes, of course I do, Linda said eagerly. Professor Flitwick was very satisfied when he heard his answer, with an undisguised smile of appreciation for Lind on his face. Come and sit here, you have to know that it's not that easy to get the approval of the little wizards in the club. Lind also knew that people in the Charms Club would not recognize this first-year kid just because Professor Flitwick spoke. Linda must show that he can communicate with them. No, he should be able to listen to their communication. Of course, it won't be too difficult for you. I heard Mrs. Huichi say that you tried to use the spell stop on your crow. So all I ask of you is, 1 week from now, show me this spell. It's Thursday, and the Charms Club's weekly meeting is Friday. So, Professor Flitwick made a, expression. When Lind heard Professor Flitwick's words, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Professor, I think I've mastered the mantra, he gasped. Professor Flitwick looked surprised, his mouth opened wide in disbelief. He still remembered what Huichi said to him. I also showed him the terminating spell. To be honest, he had already grasped some of the skills of this spell. I think he can master it in a few days. You must know that this is a third-grade course, and other little wizards may not know the existence of this curse. This is why he only gave Linda 1 week. But unexpectedly, Linda told him that he had mastered the curse. Surprise followed by joy. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the photo cabinet that Lind had just seen, and a photo frame flew over. A silent, wandless flying spell. Professor Flitwick took the flying photo frame and stretched out his hand to touch the photo. The photo frame was covered with a layer of white mist, making it difficult to see the photo inside. See No One Else is an unknown and very practical spell that allows people except the caster to not see the contents of the spelled item. In terms of the history of spells, it has some similarities with the disillusionment curse. With that said, Professor Flitwick handed the photo frame to Lind. Try to lift this curse, use the terminating spell. He looked at Linda expectantly. Lind adjusted his mood and pulled out his wand. The curse stops immediately. The spell had not yet taken effect. Professor Flitwick just listened to Lind's pronunciation and the trajectory of the wand's waving and nodded, showing a satisfied smile. Just as Professor Flitwick thought, the white fog above slowly disappeared, and Lind also saw Professor Flitwick moving in the photo. Seeing Lind's performance, Professor Flitwick was even more happy. In that case, are you willing to accept a challenge? Linda showed a puzzled expression. In the Spells Club, there is a rather special reward system. If a young wizard makes a very outstanding speech or learns a relatively difficult spell, then he will be able to draw a photo from my photo wall as a reward. Lind looked at the photo in his hand. Professor Flitwick on it did not have a thick beard or deep wrinkles, but his black mustache was trimmed very delicately. There was an indelible anger on his face, and an arrogant smile on his lips. This is not Professor Flitwick of Charms, this is Flitwick, the king of charms in the dueling arena. He waved the wand in his hand in a standard manner and muttered something. Expelliarmus. Linda took one look at this photo, and he understood the biggest role of these photos. These photos are the most standard magic spell instructional videos. Professor Flitwick said quite proudly, there are all kinds of spells in these photos, including extremely difficult weather spells and extremely powerful blasting spells. And your challenge is to show me this spell at the Charms Club in 2 months. If you do, you can continue to draw enchantments from above. Since the inception of my club, the highest record has been a child completing this challenge 3 times in a row. On the 4th time, he drew the Patronus charm, and the challenge ended. Learning the disarming spell in 2 months was extremely difficult for him, a first-year wizard. It was indeed a challenge. Professor Flitwick expected that Lind might look frustrated, embarrassed, confident, or completely indifferent. But he didn't expect Linda to have this expression, fanaticism. After a final conversation, Flitwick sent Lind off. Before leaving, the professor also reminded Linda to attend the first club meeting tomorrow night. Shortly after Lind left, Professor Flitwick's door was pushed open again, and another little wizard came in. Hello Professor Flitwick, I heard you were looking for me. Welcome, Cedric. Linda held the photo frame and looked at it while walking, trying to remember every action in this magical photo. It took 2 months to learn such a magic spell, which was extremely difficult. The most difficult magic he knows so far is to quickly grow in size. Then there are several basic spells such as fluorescent flashes, oolong coming out of the hole, blazing flames, and unlocking spells. And after he overestimated his capabilities and tried the wind whirlwind last time, he still focused on the basic magic spell. The difficulty of the charms class can be said to be the most difficult. George and Fred once said when Harry was in 6th grade, most of the guys in the Ministry of Magic can't even cast a decent iron armor charm. When Harry was in 5th grade, when they formed the DA army, the spells Harry taught were the disarming curse, the petrification curse, the iron armor curse, etc. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Lind continued reading and studying until the evening. He has read several books for this semester many times. But he has been practicing various spells. If it were not for this difficult challenge given by Professor Flitwick, he is confident that he can master the 1st grade in 2 months. Of charms and transfiguration. Linda knew he had talent, but it wasn't that outstanding. Compared with other little wizards, his advantage is a more mature learning style and a calmer mentality. Also, he was reading books all the time, and was sorting out the magic system in his mind. And now he basically doesn't sleep in the dormitory every night. I went to the room of requirement every night to practice on my own and then got into the water to recover. In addition to the charms and transfiguration classes, he would only preview and review the rest of the potions and herbal medicine classes. He didn't even look at history of magic, defense against the dark arts, etc. Let alone preview and review, he didn't even bother to listen to them in class. Chapter 21. At night, after his roommates went to sleep, Lynn sat at the window of the dormitory with a note in his hand, and a shadow was flying back from outside. In the moonlight, you can see the words on the note, "Remember to bring your assistant, Draco Malfoy." His signature and the previous text don't look like they were written by the same person, which shows that he has practiced his signature. For a noble, a beautiful signature is very necessary. Lynn still remembered that in the original plot, Malfoy and Harry made an appointment to duel, and then he stood up Harry's pigeon and deliberately asked Filch to catch Harry and Ron who were deceived. So he deliberately asked Anderson to wait at the door of the Slytherin lounge to see if Malfoy would come out. Anderson slowly landed on the window, and Lynn leaned over to his ear. "Cuckoo dash," it called in a low voice. Malfoy really came out, with Crabbe and Goyle. It seems that Lynn's words, "Write a letter to your father," poked his noble dignity. Thinking of this, he supported his head helplessly and cursed himself loudly as a fool. He might as well tell Malfoy with a righteous face, "As a Gryffindor, I will never do such a thing as a night tour of Hogwarts. After all, if I really duel with Malfoy, I will be famous tomorrow." So he still thinks it is best to let Malfoy down. Thinking of this, he is actually looking forward to Malfoy's bad face tomorrow. I think he should say that he is a softie in the group of young wizards. Linda told Anderson to avoid Malfoy and his group when exploring the way, and then he slowly walked out of the dormitory and walked down the spiral staircase. Then he saw a familiar figure standing below, as if waiting for someone. "Miss Jane, what are you doing outside tonight? Seeing you like this, as a Gryffindor, I will never allow any classmates to go out for a night tour." Jane was relieved when she saw the person coming. She ignored what Linda said and directly stated her purpose. "I heard what you said today, you are going out to duel, right? You don't know, wizards need an assistant for a duel. I want to go with you and be your assistant. I have wanted to beat up that Draco for a long time." "Yes, but I think I have an assistant, so I don't need your help." Linda had a black line on his face. He really didn't expect that this girl would be so excited about beating people. Jane looked like she had seen through Linda a long time ago, and waved her hand. "Okay, don't be stubborn, you don't have any friends here, and you still need an assistant. I'm afraid you wouldn't know if I hadn't told you just now that you need an assistant for a duel." "Indeed, I don't have many friends, but I think it's much more powerful than you as my assistant." Linda pointed at Anderson with a disdainful smile on his face. This is the expression he learned from Malfoy. "You, go. Go by yourself, wherever Malfoy is, there will definitely be those 2 followers, I'll wait to see you being beaten to the school infirmary by the 3 of them." Then, she walked back to the girls' dormitory with a thump, her face flushed and she cursed. Linda shook his head and smiled. Not to mention that he didn't intend to fight with Malfoy and his group. Even if he wanted to fight, could he not beat them? If he really couldn't beat them, he would have lived in vain for most of his life. Linda slowly walked out of the Gryffindor common room. As usual, Anderson flew in front and Linda followed slowly behind. Step by step, he finally came to the 8th floor of the castle. During the period, he avoided Malfoy and his group on the 4th floor, and was almost discovered by Mrs. Norris, the stinky cat. Fortunately, Anderson was smart and led it away. Linda walked into the magic practice room as usual. Then he started today's transfiguration practice. Every time he practiced magic, he would get hurt to some extent. Although he had a recovery bonus when in the water, he often couldn't heal completely overnight. So whenever he was injured, he would practice Transfiguration. After all, if Transfiguration failed, it would hurt something else. It was almost 3 o'clock when he practiced. Linda picked up a dark green wand on the practice table. Then he spread out the wand in his hand and compared the difference between the two. There was not much difference. This was the best one. After comparing for a long time, Linda exclaimed at himself. 2 identical wands, one of which he transformed with a branch through Transfiguration. In order to make it easier for him to simulate the casting process of the spell with branches, he had already begun to try to transform different branches into the appearance of his own wand. And today was his most successful one. He felt the magic covered on the fake wand, which should last for 1 or 2 hours. Then, Linda put away the 2 wands, one real and one fake, and walked out of the room of requirement again, and then turned it into a swimming house and walked in again. Lind took off his robe, revealing shocking scars on his chest and back. Many of the fragments from the puppet explosion were picked out, but sometimes he couldn't take care of them all because of the great pain. So he basically cut open different wounds every night and took the goods from the flesh. Most of the wounds were scabbed, but a few began to fester. Lind first touched his left rib, where there were 3 small wounds and a huge wound over 3 centimeters. 2 of the small wounds had scabbed, and the big wound began to fester. But these were not his goals. He placed his finger on a small wound at the bottom and pressed it gently. Hiss. As his hand pressed, the wound also felt a stinging pain under the skin. Lind first treated the pus and blood at the wound, then used a knife to reopen some of the granulation tissue that had grown and adhered, and then took out a small pair of tweezers to try to pick out the fragments inside. After repeating this many times, in waves of severe pain, he finally picked out the thing inside. A small thorn of only 2 or 3 millimeters. After picking it out, Lind finally couldn't hold the nerve, and threw the tweezers aside with trembling hands, and then took out a bag of white fresh from his robe. He bought this at the pharmacy in Diagon Alley, and it just arrived today. Like owls and ravens, this white fresh is actually a variety cultivated by wizards for generations with magic. Compared with the white fresh bought in the Muggle world, it is much more effective. In the 7th part of the original book, Ron used this medicine when he was accidentally injured by apparition. After treating the wound, he felt the state of his body again. There should be no other fragments inside, he thought with some relief. But he was still not sure, because he had this thought almost every night. Every day after processing, he thought, there should be no other fragments. As a result, he would find abnormal pain coming from a wound during his daily life. Lind sighed, and began to clean other festering wounds and disinfect them. Then he rushed into the water. The cold water to others gave him a warm feeling. He didn't come out of the water until dawn, and then disinfected the wound again, applied white water, and walked out of the room. Chapter 22. Time always flies so fast. After that night, Draco did humiliate Lind as a softie during the day, which caused some trouble for Lind. But Lind did not expect that when Draco walked to the Gryffindor table and said something sarcastic, Neville rushed over. Then followed Harry and Ron. This also caused Lind to stop the fight that happened at breakfast in the Great Hall, under the watchful eyes of the teachers. After the incident, Neville also apologized to Lind stupidly and told him that he had misunderstood him on the Hogwarts Express before, and he was crying. After that, Lind also had his first friend in this school, the stupid Neville Longbottom. Lind also began to try to teach Neville Transfiguration and charms. This also made him understand charms and transfiguration more deeply, compared to the lower grades. At the same time, Professor Flitwick's Charms Club also benefited him a lot. At the last gathering, Professor Flitwick informed that there would be another student who would be an auditor of the club next time. Lind felt that it should be Hermione, who was the best in any subject. Except for Charms, Transfiguration and History of Magic. In Charms and Transfiguration, although Lind did not speak, unless the teacher called his name, he was basically like an invisible man. But every time in practical exercises, he was always the first to finish. History of Magic was because of the existence of Jane Devo, whose family background was learned, and she could always say a lot of sharp words. This person had no hobbies. And held books related to history of magic every day, especially after Lind talked about it last time. His enthusiasm for history of magic was even higher. Lind did not remember that there was this name in the original book, and he became friends with Hermione. But now he also understood that he could not follow his previous plot. This was not only the fact he saw with his own eyes, but also a reminder to himself all the time. On Friday, after the next class, Lind returned to the dormitory and took Professor Flitwick's photo frame to the Charms Club. Today, a new auditor will come to the club. Lind pushed open the door and saw Professor Flitwick. "Welcome, Lind, you always come so early." Professor Flitwick had a smile on his face and a high voice. He was very satisfied with Lind's performance during this period, just like a dry sponge meeting water, and he was madly improving himself. Lind handed the photo to Professor Flitwick. "Professor, I think I can prepare to draw the photo for the next challenge." As he said, Lind deliberately showed the small four-leaf clover badge on the collar of his shirt, with absolute confidence on his face. Professor Flitwick was also a little incredible when he saw Lind's appearance, but more of it was joy. "Really? Come and try it." The people who entered the club room one after another and the senior wizards who were discussing in groups also focused their attention on Lind to show this spell, which can be regarded as quite difficult. Lind was a little bit constrained by Professor Flitwick's appearance, but he was not afraid to do it when he should show it. He adjusted his mood and recalled his movements and pronunciation when he successfully released this spell in the room of requirement. After repeating it twice silently, Lind suddenly exerted his strength and faced Flitwick. "Sorry, Professor. Come on. Disarm you." Lind suddenly exerted his strength, and a red light emanated from the tip of Lind's wand, locking onto the short figure opposite him. Professor Flitwick's hands opened uncontrollably, and the wand in his hand flew towards Lind as if the metal was attracted by a strong magnet. Lind jumped up and reached out to take Flitwick's wand, then handed it over with both hands. Flitwick shook his sore wrist, took the wand, and then praised. "Very good, you have mastered this magic in just over a month. Although the power is slightly inferior, it has already reached the basic level of the disarming spell." He nodded in approval. Then, warm applause rang out around him, and the senior wizards also cheered for him. Linda thanked everyone around him one by one, and then saw Professor Flitwick throw the disarming spell photo in his hand to the wall. The picture frame seemed to have wings, and slowly flew to a vacant space on the entire wall. On other parts of the wall, there were densely packed photo frames of various sizes. But the contents of their photos were covered with a layer of flowing white mist, making it difficult to see the contents inside. It was exactly the "don't look" that Professor Flitwick showed him last time. And after the picture frame of the disarming spell was hung on the wall, it was automatically covered with a layer of white mist. A puzzled voice sounded, "Won't people know which picture frames are which spells?" A new face that was more immature than the other senior wizards walked out of the crowd. Although he was much younger, he was undoubtedly the most handsome person present except Linda. Although Cedric was younger, his figure was not worse than those seniors. "Cedric, the new member the professor was talking about is you?" A senior Hufflepuff witch at the back suddenly shouted happily. "Oh, yes, I received the professor's invitation and challenge a month ago, and then I completed it last week." Cedric greeted everyone he knew one by one. This is why Professor Flitwick is so popular. He was always willing to give the children some time, whether it was when Lind was bathing in applause just now or when Cedric was saying hello to everyone around him now. It looked like everyone around him had gotten to know Cedric. Then he spoke slowly. "Of course this won't happen." As he said that, Professor Flitwick took out the disarming curse photo frame that had just flown up and used the flying curse again. Linda took a look and found that the photo in the frame was no longer a disarming spell, but split into four, a highly powerful combat spell. When Cedric saw it, he couldn't help but be shocked. The fifth-year girl who initially called him when they greeted her had told him, "How could Professor Flitwick have such an obvious loophole for you?" But what others say is what others say, and seeing it with your own eyes is different. Linda was also so surprised that he was speechless. This disarming spell photo had been with him for more than a month, and he could clearly see the texture, details, and wear and tear on it. He was sure that the torn-apart picture frame and the disarming spell picture frame were not the same at all. But they are extremely similar. When did it change? Linda couldn't help but look at the wall, trying to see the doorway inside. Okay, let's go and choose a challenge." Professor Flitwick put the torn photo frame back again, then patted Lind on the back, indicating that he could choose a new spell. Lind looked at it for a while but didn't see anything, so he had to cast a spell first before getting down to business. But these photo frames were big and small. The small one was like a pocketbook, and the big one was almost as tall as him. Seemingly sensing Linda's hesitation, he added, "Don't worry about choosing. The difficulty is completely random, and the type is completely random. It doesn't matter the size of the photo frame or the placement of the photo frame. When you get it, it will be the right size for you." After listening to Professor Flitwick's explanation, he felt relieved and pointed to a larger picture frame on the lower left side of the wall. Without knowing the content, he could only look at the style of the photo frame to get a feel for it. The photo frame he chose was an ordinary wooden photo frame, even its rivets were exposed. Professor Flitwick waved his hand, and the picture frame flew over. Professor Flitwick handed him to Lind, who knew what was in the frame before he even looked at it. "This is a very powerful but difficult spell. But there is a shortcut to learning it. Just like the quickly open spell is an advanced spell of the Allaho Cave unlocking spell. It is also an advanced enchantment for common enchantments. Professor Flitwick pointed at the photo frame and smiled mysteriously. Chapter 23. Linda picked up the picture frame that had shrunk to the size of a book, and the white mist on it slowly dissipated. The picture in the frame was also revealed. In the photo, Professor Flitwick and a wizard were standing in a place like a coliseum. He was wearing a short robe, with a sweatshirt tucked into his dirty dark green military pants. His messy hair hung in front of his eyes, his beard was half burned, and his face was extremely manic. With a wave of the magic wand, the magic power drew a complex and tricky trajectory. Raging water gushed out. A thick stream of water burst out from the tip of the wand at a high speed like a high-pressure water gun, hitting the wizard opposite him directly against the wall. The wall behind him was cracked, and the man directly sprayed a large amount of blood with some internal organs. Then the picture stopped. And then began to repeat the scene. This kind of magic photo can only repeatedly replay the scene that happened at the time of taking the photo, just like the wizard card in the chocolate frog and the characters in the newspaper. On the contrary, the portraits on Dumbledore's headmaster's office and the portrait of the fat lady are another more advanced technology. Of course, we will talk about these later. After reading the content of the photo, Lind put it into the lining of his robe. He didn't say anything more, but thanked the professor and started the timer. The professor will not give any hints for this challenge of the Spells Club if he was not a first year. Professor Flitwick would not have reminded him that this is an advanced spell of a commonly used spell. Afterwards, everyone sat down one after another. The gathering of the Spells Club is a round table meeting. Professor Flitwick sat in the middle of the circular long table, facing the main door of the room, and then the other formal members sat together. In the middle of the round table, there is a puppet doll, which is convenient for club members to use when showing spells. Lind once saw a 7th-year wizard come up with his new idea at a gathering. He tried to cast a miniature fire spell in the human body, but the puppet suddenly exploded because of the unstable magic structure. At that time, a semicircular protective shield appeared in front of the round table, directly blocking the puppet fragments and shock waves to prevent any malicious incidents. Then the 7th-year wizard was beaten by Professor Flitwick, and he apologized to everyone around him one by one. In the subsequent discussions, the puppet kept repairing itself. When the party was over, the puppet in the middle became as good as new. After the party, Lind also went up to observe the puppet closely, which was obviously much more advanced than the one he used in the room of requirement. Professor Flitwick also said at the time that if the whole room was quantified in gold galleons, the most valuable thing was this puppet. There was another longer and higher round table outside the round table surrounding the puppet. This table was the audience seat, which was set up some time ago. Lind sat here for a while before, and now he has a new desk mate, Cedric. Lind also spoke here several times, but basically answered questions raised by others. As for participating in the discussion, don't make a fuss. The things that students can discuss here are difficult for many guys who have already graduated, not to mention him. After Lind and Cedric sat down, the discussion began. There was also a bustling discussion on the table. Lind took out his notebook silently. And like a recorder of a meeting, he wrote down the content of the discussion. Of course, it was limited to knowledge points. After all, the content of their discussion was varied. Someone learned a new spell and then shared the difficulties and points of attention in learning. Or they discussed the magic articles they saw in a certain publication, and there were also various discussions about some of their own strange ideas. He would record what he felt was useful, such as the details of casting various spells, pronunciation points, emotional control, etc. He would sort out the doubtful questions or opinions and ask Professor Flitwick. Although Lind couldn't get a word in on the issues they discussed, he couldn't deny that he learned a lot here. Cedric was obviously well prepared. He took out a shorthand quill and then spread out his notebook. The shorthand quill started writing automatically. But after a while, the whole discussion changed from greeting each other at the beginning to a serious and profound discussion of spells. He listened to the discussion below with full concentration, and occasionally they would answer questions thrown by others. In the tense discussion, time passed quickly, and soon, this party was coming to an end. Linda cast a puzzled look at a corner. The 7th-year wizard was Ansinika, the guy who tried to release the fire spell in his body before. Since the last failure, he seemed to have suffered a great blow and did not participate in the discussion in these gatherings. After the party, Cedric asked Linda if he could show him the professor's photo, maybe he could provide some help. After taking a look, Cedric said to him, "This should be an advanced spell like clear water, but I'm not sure, you can go to the library to have a look." Then Cedric also kindly told Linda which books in the library might help him find the details of this spell. After the two separated, Linda could only sigh at Cedric's personality charm. He gives people a feeling of, it must be comfortable to be friends with this person. Who would have thought that the most outstanding wizard in Hogwarts came from Hufflepuff, a house that is generally considered mediocre? Then Lynn turned his attention to what Cedric had just said. Indeed, this spell with the spell, turbulent flow, is very similar to clear water like a spring. Clear water into a spring is also called the water spraying spell, and this spell is also the penultimate spell that Lynn has to learn in the first grade. The last spell they have to learn in the first grade is the dancing spell, which is often used as a first-year final exam question. If it weren't for the need to learn the disarming spell, he should have mastered these two spells and entered the self-study of the second-year content. The effect of the water spraying spell is like a stream of water spraying out of the wand. But the main point of this spell is water, so it cannot be considered an offensive spell in the spell classification. The one in the photo is completely different. In addition to water, its focus is also on spraying. The water stream is launched from the wand at super high speed to attack the enemy. Judging from the scene in the photo, it is very powerful. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Lind began to organize his notes. Jane came over and handed him a cup of lemon tea. This is what Hermione made, but I'm a little sleepy, and I just came back, so I'll give it to you. Linda felt that she was just here to disgust him. After all, the tone she used when she said this was exactly the same as the tone he used to talk to Felix's two dogs. Linda didn't know what to say to her. After all, she at least brought him a glass of water. So he could only wave his hand, signaling her to go to bed if she was sleepy, and not to hang around here. Chapter 24. After finishing his notes, Lind returned to the dormitory and pretended to rest. He planned to wait until his roommates went to bed before going to the room of requirement. Unexpectedly, he fell asleep while waiting. Lind himself had never thought that he would sleep so comfortably. He woke up on time in the morning, stretched his body and was no longer sleepy. He just felt that everything today was beautiful. It must be because he hadn't had a good sleep for too long. Lind thought that he hadn't slept for about a month, but he had been using water to soothe and restore his spirit. Lind took the photo of Professor Flitwick and started to look at it. After a while, a gust of wind blew. Lind turned the photo frame over and covered it on the cabinet. What should I do today? He suddenly didn't want to read books very much. He always felt that there must be more interesting things in the world than simply reading books. Although he already had a mature soul, the hormones secreted by his body over 10 years old always made him have some second-year thoughts. He also called this situation, abnormal adolescence. I didn't feel it at other times, but now Halloween is coming, and the whole castle is filled with a happy atmosphere. Lind looked at Ronald's bedside table, which was a half-made ghost mask. Although Belliver had told him that the wizarding world didn't do this, he still felt that Halloween should be like Halloween. He even pulled Ron from the next dormitory to make ghost cosplay props together. After Lind went to the bathroom to wash up, he walked down the spiral staircase of the dormitory and happened to see Jane writing something again. Jane G. Devo. Lind just saw her signature. Ah. Jane was frightened by her voice and grabbed the parchment. Don't you make any sound when you walk. After seeing who was coming, she said angrily. Then she rolled up the parchment and put it in the envelope. Sorry, I thought I was the only one who left my middle name when signing, so I was a little surprised. Lind smiled embarrassedly and made an excuse casually. Middle name? You have something like this? Ha. Linda chuckled. At this time, she also wrote down the specific address and recipient of the letter. This time, Linda didn't look at it randomly. After all, it was not polite. After sealing the letter with wax, she skillfully handed the letter to Anderson on Linda's shoulder. Go, take it to the owl in the owl shed. Anderson was combing his feathers, and when he heard her words, the bird was stunned. Stupid. This is the word that Anderson pronounced most clearly, but it's a swear word. After saying that, it continued to comb its own feathers. You two are really of the same lineage. Jane gritted her teeth and said. No, its cultivation is not enough, Linda said with a nonchalant look, but there was a little pride on his face. He was also thinking about waiting for an opportunity to let Anderson go to Sirius's house elf creature to study yin and yang. Jane grabbed the envelope angrily and left the common room alone. Linda thought for a while and also walked out of the common room. He planned to take a walk on the lawn outside after breakfast. As soon as he walked out of the common room, he saw Jane coming towards him. Her expression looked very twisted and she walked in front of Linda. Please, help me deliver it, I really don't want to go there, she begged reluctantly, deliberately making a delicate expression. Oh, okay, don't face me first, as he said, he lifted Jane's head and turned to the other side. Linda could also clearly see the blood vessels bursting on her neck and her trembling hands. Linda didn't care, but gestured to Anderson, and then it flew up and took the letter from Jane's hand and flew out of the window. Seeing that the letter was finally delivered, Jane finally breathed a sigh of relief and her expression became much more normal. She pulled Linda's hand away. She hurriedly said thank you, and then went back to the Gryffindor common room. "She is pretty, isn't she?" said a portrait next to her. Lynn turned his head and looked. The painting depicted an incident in the Middle Ages when wizards were persecuted by muggles. The protagonist in the painting was a missionary of the church. He often used magic to heal people. But in the end he was gouged out of his eyes and burned at the stake. In the picture, he was tied to a cross, wearing a white robe of the church, and the flames were burning under his feet. "You are quite accurate in judging people," Lynn said helplessly. "That's for sure, my eyes are particularly accurate," the blind monk said complacently. Lynn didn't want to talk to him much, so he sighed and walked away. He had some breakfast casually. He came to the playground and strolled around. He still remembered that when he first came, a group of little wizards often came to the playground or the Forbidden Forest, talking about how good and beautiful the scenery here was. And today was the first time he had a good look at this place. It was indeed beautiful, but that was all. With this idea in mind, Lind walked to the library unconsciously. Standard Spells, 6th grade. Book of Spells. Selected spells of the 18th century. Defense and deterrent spells. Lind picked up these books and began to look for relevant information about the Riptide spell. It was not until the evening that Lind put the books back. He had actually found out about the Riptide spell a long time ago, and he had actually been looking at other things to expand his knowledge. The water gun curse, also known as the water gun curse, was invented very early. The gun refers to the long spear of a melee weapon, which describes the sprayed water as penetrating the enemy like a spear. Although this spell was once called a powerful spell, in the 19th century, various powerful spells emerged one after another, and it seemed less dangerous. Lind estimated that this water gun curse should be one of the top dangerous spells in the non-forbidden book area. When he walked out of the library, it was already dark. When he came to the hall, dinner was almost over, and Lind took some food first, so as not to disappear suddenly in the middle of eating. Wayne and Ron were chatting excitedly next to him about the differences between muggles and wizards celebrating Halloween. When he finished eating slowly, there were not many people left. When he returned to the Gryffindor common room, he met an unexpected person. "Hello, Madame Pomfrey." Lind greeted the visitor. "Hello, little friend." Obviously, Madame Pomfrey only remembered the names of people who had been to her infirmary. "Where are you from?" Lind asked out of curiosity and politeness. "You know, this witch with superb medical skills in the Hogwarts school infirmary usually does not leave the infirmary. She believes that these little wizards may need her at any time, and her departure is extremely irresponsible. There is a joke that goes like this. Dumbledore can control everything except the school infirmary. So she is also a person that Lind respected very much when he read the original book. Oh, recently a little wizard came to me to ask for some water of life and death. Because of her sleep problem. But I don't usually have too much of this kind of thing. So I went to Professor Snape to ask for some." Madame Pomfrey shook the small bottle in her hand, and the brown liquid inside swayed. "You are always so responsible." Then Lind said goodbye to Madame Pomfrey. Looking at the back of Madame Pomfrey leaving, Lind suddenly had some strange thoughts. Water of life and death, why does it feel so wrong? Chapter 25. That night, Linda opened the door of the room of requirement again. Now he's going to practice the water spraying spell. To practice the water spraying spell, you don't need a puppet to help. He just needs to stand by the pool and release it. After practicing so far, he also understood the various elements in the practice stage to successfully release the spell. The three main points are wand waving, spell pronunciation, and desire to cast spells. Wand waving and spell pronunciation are used as auxiliary functions to make the use of magic more convenient and powerful. Therefore, advanced skills such as silent spellcasting and wandless spellcasting will also be derived in the upper grades. Desire is the most important thing. If you want to release a good spell, this is absolutely indispensable. When desire is strong, even a young wizard like Harry can cast some small spells silently and without a wand. One of the most famous scenes is when Harry Potter blows up Aunt Marge into a balloon. The balloon curse is a small spell learned in the 1st grade. It is classified as a joke spell. In fact, this spell is easy to break. Unfortunately, the caster is an extremely angry little wizard who cannot control his own magic well, and the cursed person is an ordinary person with absolutely no magic power. At the same time, the accuracy of desire is also a very important issue. In the fifth battle of the Ministry of Magic, Harry unleashed Cruciatus on Bellatrix for the first time due to the death of Sirius, but Bella was not greatly affected by this curse at all. The reason is that Harry's emotions are not in line with the emotions of the Cruciatus curse. Cutting out bones requires a deep desire to see pain, to enjoy the moment of causing pain to others, to listen to the wailing and rejoice in it. At that time, Harry was simply venting his anger, so even if Bella was hit by this curse, it would only feel no pain. Of course, if a spell is mastered deeply enough, emotions will no longer be so important when casting the spell. Lind adjusted his condition and took out his wand and pointed it at the pool below. Clear water like a spring. With a fierce wave of the wand, the magic power flowed into the wand like a rushing river, and then erupted from the tip of the wand. Something's wrong. The huge recoil pushed Lind directly backwards. The water flowing from the tip of the stick rushed to the other side of the swimming pool. Anderson was also frightened and flew up. How is that possible? Linda sat on the ground and stared at this scene blankly. The water spray spell was indeed successfully cast, but it was too powerful. There is a salty smell in the air, the smell of sea water. Just now. His magic power surged out like a flood from a sluice gate. It was completely out of his control. The magic power turned into a huge stream of water and spewed out from the tip of the staff. And this is not clear water at all, but salty sea water. Judging from the visual effect alone, the power is no less powerful than the water gun curse in Professor Flitwick's photo. And less than half of the magic power in his body was consumed. This was because he was pushed down by the sudden recoil and interrupted the spell casting. It's just a high-pressure water cannon. Why is it sea water? In the magic world in the past, there was also the theory of 5 elements. Air, earth, water, fire and the 5th element. There are different opinions about the 5th element in different myths and legends. Japan believes that the 5th element is empty space, while some people think it is kindness and so on. As for what the 5th element is, there has never been a unified argument in the magic world. Some people think it is magic power, and some people think it is bloodline. Of course, with the endless emergence of various magics, few people care about the so-called the theory of elements. But Linda now had to think about elemental theory. This is the first time I have used the spell of clear water like a spring, and its power is far beyond my expectation. My wand is the nerve of a horse-shaped water monster, and I am a half-fish man I think. He still remembered the magic he followed his heart to release when he got the wand, a person's heavy rain. In other words, I have more affinity for the water element. Linda was confused. Feeling the remaining magic in his body, he thought back to the first day he got the wand. Lind waved the wand unconsciously, raising one hand to the sky, without any desire to cast a certain spell. He tried his best to control his thoughts, cast. That's all, there is no fixed casting content or casting target. Of course, deep in his subconscious, there is another layer of desire for safety. The wand was waving in the sky unconsciously. He raised it once when he wanted to, and made half a circle when he wanted to. As the magic power was activated, layers of thick smoke appeared from the tip of his staff. An idea suddenly occurred to him. As if blessed to the core, he recalled a spell he had seen in Practical Spells 2 before. Misty and Misty. Dumbledore once used this spell to instantly shroud the entire London in thick fog. In an instant, a large amount of white mist was sprayed out from the tip of Linda's staff, and in other corners of the room, mist slowly poured out from some places. After a while, the entire swimming pool was shrouded in white mist, and visibility was less than 1 meter. Linda felt that his magic power was about to bottom out and withdrew his wand. Looking at the scene in front of me. Practical Charms 2 is an old book, and one of the descriptions of this spell is, it is a water element spell. Ha! Linda breathed a long sigh of relief, groped to the edge of the pool, signaled to Anderson that he was okay, and then slowly got into the pool. He needs to think about the elemental theory, even though this theory was denied a long time ago. In addition to these, he was also puzzled by the fact that the water jetted out of his clear water like a spring was sea water. In the water, his field of vision was much higher than in the fog. Such short fingers, the food has been too good recently. Lind looked at his hands. No. This is webbed. It's not that his fingers have become shorter, but a thin membrane has grown between his fingers. Lind sighed and must not be exposed to water in crowded places in the future. What if some blind boy wants to use the clear water like a spring to play a joke on him? And he grows gills in front of everyone because of the bathing water, it will be very troublesome. These wizards are very exclusive, and fish people are a lower-level creature in their eyes. This is also the reason why Madame Maxime is unwilling to admit that she is a half-blood giant. Perhaps she herself hates the giant blood flowing in her body because she grew up in an era where wizards are supreme. Lind himself lived in a diverse social environment in his previous life, so he naturally did not have much species discrimination, but others might not be the same. Tomorrow is Sunday, and he plans to go to the library to look up information about elementalism. And he did not simply think that this must be related to elementalism. After all, his clear water was released from seawater. There must be something different in him. Now he is not so sure about his half-fishman bloodline at the beginning. Unless the fishman world also has freshwater and seawater race classification. Chapter 26. It was getting close to morning, and with the hoarse cries of crows, Lind in the water woke up from his deep sleep. The fog above the swimming pool had almost dissipated. He stretched his body in the water, and then shot out of the water like an arrow. Some of the previous injuries were left with scars like bullet holes due to untimely treatment. He put on his clothes and walked out of the room of requirement. Back to the Gryffindor common room, he went back to the dormitory to tidy up, and then, like he usually did, like a little wizard who went to bed early and got up early, he changed into casual clothes and went to the rest area below. He spread open the long parchment, on which was a little star map. Astronomy is undoubtedly a relatively easy subject. Basically, the whole semester is to draw a star map under the guidance of the professor. The professor told them with some regret last week that the stars would return to their positions a little after the final exam. But this is big news for many little wizards, which means that their final exam has changed from accurately drawing a star map to drawing a half-finished product. After finishing his astronomy homework casually, Lind took out other homework and started to do it. After breakfast, Lind went to the library and tried to check the abnormality on his body. Unfortunately, he searched for an entire afternoon and found nothing. He had a hunch that his answer might be in the forbidden books section. But it would be better for him to go to Dumbledore face to face. This is a real magic world. He will touch the things in the forbidden books section, but not now. Putting the doubts in his heart and warning himself not to forget, Lind then started his daily study again. He wrote to Flourish and Blott's bookstore and ordered the second-grade spell textbook, Standard Spells, Level 2, and then borrowed these books from the library for transition. The last spell of the first grade, the dancing spell, is relatively simple, and he mastered it in just one night. At the same time, he tried the water spray spell twice again. Since he was well prepared this time, he tried to forcibly control the speed of the water spray and tried to make it spray fresh water. The water jet can indeed be controlled by him to become smaller, although it is still very scary, but at least it means that he can practice slowly. But he failed to make the water jet normal in these 2 attempts. His tongue can clearly distinguish it. This is also the reason why he stopped continuing Professor Flitwick's challenge. He can try, but he will not spend too much time on this challenge. Tuesday breakfast, in the bustling auditorium, Lind was eating breakfast, and Jane sat opposite him, stuffing food into her mouth from time to time, making her mouth full of oil. Owls poured into the auditorium, and these owls held different things in their claws and threw them at various young wizards. Anderson also flew up, turning his head above, not knowing what he was looking for. An owl threw a package to Lind, and Anderson hurriedly caught it, and then slowly put it next to Lind. He still remembered that a week ago, Malfoy's mother sent him some candy again, which was still thrown down by the owl from high above, and ended up hitting the cup and splashing all over the people around. At that time, Lind said lightly, "Stupid." Which made Harry and Ron laugh for a long time. But everyone heard different things. For those little wizards, this was Lind mocking Malfoy. But for it, it was obviously his boss reminding himself. Remind himself not to be like those stupid owls, who threw things down from high above. Lind opened the package and it was the Standard Spells, Level 2, bought at Flourish and Blott's. It was a book for the second-year spells class at Hogwarts. But he quickly put the book away to prevent others from seeing it and gossiping. After that, Lind wrapped the cover of the book, and then dared to take it out to read it on weekdays. Thursday, Halloween Eve. The troll will enter the school tonight, but it has nothing to do with him. With Dumbledore there, nothing will happen. Lind smelled pumpkin pie when he woke up in the morning. Several little wizards, such as Ron and Wayne, announced that they would wear homemade Halloween costumes to go out at night to scare Filch. In today's charms class, Professor Flitwick announced that he thought they could start making objects fly. Ever since the students saw Professor Flitwick make Neville's toad fly all over the classroom, they have been eager to try this skill. He divided the students into 2 groups, Lind and Jane were in one group, and Neville was on his other side. Professor Flitwick naturally knew Lind's strength, so he planned to let him take care of the 2 children. Neville doesn't need to say much, and Jane's condition has not been very good these days. Although Lind had already learned this spell. But he believes that the saying, "knowledge is eternal," is not applicable to individuals. If you don't review it and don't use it often, even the most profound knowledge will gradually be forgotten. So for Transfiguration and Charms, he never said that he would learn other content by himself, but seriously followed the teacher's rhythm to have a high-quality knowledge review. In the practical stage, Lind was still the first person to successfully cast the levitation spell. Professor Flitwick gave him 5 points. Jane repeated the spell over and over again beside him. Her pronunciation was standard and her wand waving was also standard, but the feathers just couldn't fly. It seemed that she didn't want to cast this spell at all. Then he turned his head to the other side and began to try to guide Neville. "You're wrong," Hermione's voice came from behind Lind, and she said bluntly. "It's Wingardium Leviosa, and the word Ga should be pronounced long and clearly. Since you are so smart, you should try it, don't just talk like Lind," Ron roared. Hermione rolled up her sleeves, waved her wand, and said, "Wingardium Leviosa." Their feather rose from the table and floated 4 feet above their heads. Lind looked at the wand in Ron's hand, which had small thorns, and sighed. The biggest problem of Neville and Ron has never been themselves, but the wands in their hands. "I'm serious, you should change your wand." Lind sighed and said to Neville. "I can feel that this wand is rejecting you," Lind said lightly. "But, I only have it." Neville was also very clear about his problem, and his face flushed. But he still didn't want to give it up. He felt that this was what his father had left him, and it was full of important things. Lind took out another wand. "No one said that we can't use 2 wands. Never, it's just that when we need it, we should use the one that is convenient." In fact, the other one was not a wand, but a branch that he used to practice spells and transformed into a wand. But Neville probably didn't care about the details of why the 2 wands were the same. Neville thought about it, but still didn't say anything, and continued to poke the feather. Lind also knew that Neville's situation could not be solved with just 1 or 2 words. After class, Lind still walked behind, but his mind was not on the book. He listened quietly to the conversation in front. "No wonder everyone can't stand her," Ron said to Harry, as they were struggling to walk through the crowded corridor. "To be honest, she's just like a nightmare. I don't know how that guy gets along with her." Someone bumped into Harry and hurried past them. It was Hermione. Harry caught a glimpse of her face. He was surprised to find that she was crying. "I think she heard you." "So what?" "Ronald." Jane, who had been absent-minded, suddenly reacted and yelled at Ron. Then she hurried to Hermione. "Wait for me." "Who does she think she is?" looking down on the duo. Ron said angrily. Lind raised his eyebrows behind him. Where did this Jane Devo come from? It was a huge variable. Chapter 27. Neither Hermione nor Jane showed up for the next class, and were nowhere to be seen all afternoon. Lind walked downstairs to the auditorium for the Halloween party. He overheard Parvati Patil saying to her friend Lavender that Hermione seemed to be in the dormitory with Jane, who had been comforting Hermione. Because it was a holiday, it was not as serious as the opening party. 1,000 bats fluttered on the walls and ceiling, and 1,000 more circled like low dark clouds over the dining table, making the candle flames flicker in the pumpkin's belly. Delicious meals suddenly appeared on golden plates. The little wizards walked around the table carrying drinks to each other. Among the figures, he also saw Hermione. Although her eyes were red, she looked much more stable. When Linda saw her appearance, he always felt that something was missing, but he didn't care. Sitting alone and reading a book, holding a fried fish in his hand. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall didn't know what they were talking about, but they just looked at Lind frequently. Professor Flitwick looked very excited, and Professor McGonagall seemed to be thinking about something. Dumbledore and Snape always looked towards Lind and Harry intentionally or unintentionally. Suddenly, a figure rushed into the auditorium. Lind looked up and saw it was Quirrell. Professor Quirrell suddenly rushed into the auditorium, his big scarf hanging crookedly on his head, his face full of horror. Everyone stared at him, and saw him walking to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning on the table, and gasping. "Troll, in the underground classroom, I thought you should know." After saying that, he fell to the floor and passed out. The auditorium suddenly became chaotic. Professor Dumbledore had to make the tip of his wand explode with purple fireworks several times before everyone fell silent. "Prefect," he said in a low voice. "Lead the students from each college to the dormitories immediately. Of course Percy is very familiar with it. Follow me. Don't get separated, first-year students. As long as you listen to my instructions, you don't have to be afraid of any trolls. Okay, follow me closely, give way, the first-year students have to pass. Please forgive me, I'm a prefect." Linda followed slowly as usual. Anderson flew up and landed on his shoulders again after a while. "Guggathir are missing people. What's going on? Goo Goo Lightning Boy, Little Red Hair, Little Rabbit Tooth and Little Golden Hair are all gone. Linda cursed secretly and backed away slowly. When the others didn't notice, he left the team. Apparently I saw Hermione in the auditorium just now. Grass. Just now, I was only paying attention to see if Hermione was there, and didn't notice the other person. Jane was not in the auditorium during the banquet. He did not find where those people were and grasp the main contradiction. And the contradiction is, the troll. In the original book, the troll appeared from the underground classroom, and then fought with Harry and his group in the women's bathroom. Linda hurried to the women's restroom. He was panting and kicked open the door of the women's restroom, like a pervert. No. Anderson flew in from the window. Ga West Side, 3rd floor, it is chasing the little golden retriever, the others did not see it. The little golden retriever in its mouth is Jane. Time goes back to 1 hour ago. Jane finally comforted Hermione and promised to beat the guy named Ron tonight. Right in his bedroom. Cover his head while he sleeps. Then a bunch of punches. Anyway, girls can enter the boys' dormitory, but boys cannot enter the girls' dormitory. Hermione heard what she said and quickly refused. She just felt like Ron was stupid. It's not that he doesn't have friends, she is standing in front of him. Hermione looked at the blonde little witch in front of her with an owl hairpin on her head. It's beautiful. Hermione thought, she had a very good friend. Later, the two planned to go to the auditorium together, but at this time, a letter came from Jane, and Jane immediately decided to reply to the letter first, and then go to the auditorium to attend the banquet. Then Hermione came to the Great Hall, but Jane didn't reply. After reading it, she didn't know what she thought of, so she burned the letter in the fireplace. Her grandmother is too old and is dying. Thinking about it, she wrote a holiday greeting letter. It's a pity that because she was in a daze just now, the owl has left. She had no choice but to run to the Ollery to mail the letter. It's on the topmost floor of the West Tower. It wasn't until she sent the letter that she realized that someone should be in the auditorium now and could help her send the letter here. Thinking about it, she walked quickly towards the auditorium. Halfway through, she smelled a foul stench. It was the smell of smelly socks mixed with public toilets that were never cleaned. Then she heard a low grunt and the sound of huge feet dragging on the ground. Under the stairs, a huge creature was walking up. Although she didn't know what it was, she instinctively planned to walk back. As a result, the stairs happened to be in a different position. She hurriedly ran towards the corridor to the side. The sudden sound of footsteps in the deserted corridor seemed to excite the monster. The sound of heavy footsteps became rapid, and the sound of wood hitting the ground also sounded rhythmically. Boom! 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 Before Jane could run far away, the figure climbed up the stairs. It was 12 feet tall, with dull skin, gray like granite, and a huge and clumsy body like a pile of gravel, with a small head like a cocoa bean on top. Its short legs were as thick as tree stumps, and below them were flat, rough, calloused feet. The smell emanating from it was disgusting. It held a thick wooden stick in its hand, and because its arms were very long, the stick was dragging on the ground. Troll. Jane recognized this creature, with low intelligence and extremely cruel. It ran towards Jane with a thump, and she was also scared and just ran forward. Who can't speed up in a straight line? Just running straight like this, Jane was about to be caught up in a short while. The sound behind her was getting closer and closer, and her feet began to tremble. Death was following her closely. This way, a blonde figure suddenly ran out from the left front. Jane hurriedly followed it as if she saw a life-saving straw. As a result, her feet softened and she fell to the ground. The troll was close at hand. It saw its prey fall, howled happily, raised the huge stick in its hand high, and was determined to beat the little thing into a pulp so that it could eat it. The stick knocked down countless lamps. Clank, clank. Wingardium Leviosa. Lind hurriedly cast a levitation spell on Jane, then rushed forward to grab her hand and dragged her to run. Lind changed direction and ran to the other side. The troll saw its prey running away, and became more fierce. It followed directly. After a while, it followed to the astronomical tower. The 3rd floor is also the 1st floor of the astronomical tower. The troll followed in, and the huge wooden stick hit the surroundings frantically. Lind threw Jane behind the wall, and then faced the troll. Let go. Chapter 28. Except for the various staircases, the entire astronomical tower is connected from top to bottom. The little wizard standing on the top floor can see the bottom floor directly from the stairs. What are you doing? Do you want to die? How dare you, a guy with such strong limbs, wander around in front of me? Lind ignored Jane and pushed her back behind the wall. Go back, it will be dangerous in a while. He glanced up. At this time, the giant monster was running straight towards him. The huge body stepped on the ground and made a thumping sound. Lind could even feel the floor shaking. The giant monster came faster than he thought. Lind calculated the time and pulled out his wand. Clear water like a spring. The thick water stream spurted out from the tip of the wand, and Lind released all the magic power in his body unscrupulously. This was the maximum power he could achieve without deliberately suppressing it. Even a 12-foot-tall giant could only be pushed back by Lind's water flow. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lind stopped casting the spell, the water flow disappeared, and then rushed behind the wall. The giant, who was originally pushed back by the water flow, did not react for a while to what happened. However, these were not within its consideration. It only knew that it could go forward and find the two little guys again. Then smash them into pieces. Bang! A stone giant sword pierced its right shoulder from top to bottom, and the right half of its body was smashed into meat paste. The stone sword could not withstand such a great impact and broke into pieces. The stone pieces shot into its broken left body like bullets. It didn't figure out what happened until it died. For a while, smoke and dust rose everywhere. After a while, Lind stood out from behind the wall. Pa, pa. Lind stepped into the water, covering his nose and looking inside. The salty seawater and the troll's flesh and blood mixed together, accompanied by a strong smell of dust, blood, and the troll's original body odor. The entire right half of the troll's body was smashed, and its internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The head seemed intact. The huge Anderson flew down from above. Goo goo. I don't blame you, it's not that easy to hit the head accurately, and this thing's head is not big to begin with. Linda fanned his nose. The smell was really too strong. It's a pity that one of the statues has lost its weapon, it can be regarded as an ancient craft after all. Linda felt a little regretful. I don't know if the professor's spell level can repair it, after all, it was too broken, and he certainly couldn't do it, but he didn't know if the professor could do it. The difficulty of dealing with a troll is that its magic resistance is too high, so many direct damage magics are not very effective against it. So Lind enlarged Anderson in advance, and then let it fly to the top of the tower with weapons, and threw the giant sword from a high place when the time was right. A heavy giant sword falling freely from a height of dozens of meters, let alone the troll, even the three-headed dog could not bear it. The enlargement spell on Anderson gradually expired, and its size began to shrink slowly. Jane also came out. She looked at this scene and vomited directly on the ground. After vomiting, she looked at the blood on her hands and clothes and vomited again. You killed him. Jane's face was pale. You use heat for this kind of stuff. Lind waved his hand with disgust. The dense footsteps sounded, and Lind could only sigh that they came at the right time. What the hell are you doing? Professor McGonagall saw the two people and the corpse of the troll, and was first startled by the bloody scene in front of her, and then hurriedly questioned. Although her tone was so fierce, Lind could still see the worry on her face. Professor Flitwick also came out from behind with a worried look on his face. Dumbledore followed behind him unhurriedly. Excuse me, Filch, I think I should go to the front. Dumbledore's tall body tried his best to move forward. He walked forward and was obviously stunned when he saw the mess on the ground, but the next second he waved his hand and fanned his nose, then smiled at Lind. Minerva, Lind and Jane's appearance here is definitely a problem we need to know, but I think we should change places. Dumbledore smiled. Professor McGonagall could only nod her head. She couldn't stand the smell. She was worried before, but now she saw that the two children were fine, and her heart was relieved. Ta-ta. It seems that there are more than one or two unruly guys. Snape walked out slowly from the side. Behind him stood Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Lind standing on the side could see that Professor McGonagall's hair was about to burn. The 5 young wizards who did not follow the rules and returned to the common room were all Gryffindors. She was not feeling ashamed, but felt that she had failed in her duty, so she was so angry. Dumbledore also frowned. Filius, can you help Filch clean up here? It may be troublesome for him to handle it alone. Oh, okay, Professor Flitwick smiled. Severus, can I borrow your office? Dumbledore asked again. Come on. Snape said with a low voice and a smile, and then began to lead the way. Several people followed behind. Do you know how smelly you are? Lind pinched his nose and complained in a low voice. Clean it up. He waved his wand and cleaned the blood on Jane's body. Jane glared at her angrily, and Lind interrupted her, so she was not so nervous. Several people came to Snape's office and closed the door. Some pungent smell of potion penetrated into the nose. Lind felt that for his nose, today was definitely a qualified Halloween Eve. 5 little wizards stood in a row. Okay, relax, kids, just tell me what you did tonight. Dumbledore signaled them not to be so nervous. Lind glanced at Hermione and saw that she was about to cry, and Harry was pale and his lips were shaking. Ron's face was red and he looked particularly ashamed. Linda and Jane seemed like normal people. Linda was also a little confused. What on earth did they go to? He had always thought that as long as he didn't interfere with Harry and the others, there would be no deviation in the story. So he never cared about what the Savior had done recently. He saw that no one else was talking, so he spoke up. I was looking for classmate Diwa, and then I ran into the troll. In the end, we killed the troll together. Linda seemed to be pretending to be calm. How dare you? What if something goes wrong? Dumbledore blinked and asked curiously. You knew there was a troll in the school, why did you go to Jane? Linda cursed the old bee in his heart. Isn't this looking for trouble? Why? Because I am a Gryffindor, Linda said it loudly with a righteous look on his face. Ah. Gryffindor, a symbol of friendship and courage. Lind saw Jane roll her eyes from the corner of her eye. Snape even sneered. Although it was very quiet, Lind could still tell from the shape of her lips. Professor McGonagall's expression improved a little. Chapter 29. Indeed, Gryffindor likes heroes, Snape smiled, and then he added. But they don't like dead people, you are really lucky. You. Lind noticed his wording, so what on earth did Harry and the 3 of them do? At this time, Jane said it loudly because someone in front of her started. 2 went to the Ollery to post a letter, and then I met the troll on the 3rd floor. Then I met Linda, and then, she didn't know what to say. Linda said that the 2 of them worked together to kill the troll, but that was not the case. The backside is just like what we saw when we went there, right? Dumbledore added her words. Yes, Professor, Jane blushed. After hearing the 2 people talking about their own affairs, they then turned their attention to the 3 Harrys. I found them in the right corridor of the 4th floor. Snape said, gouging out Harry. 4th floor. Professor McGonagall became even more angry. Didn't you take Professor Dumbledore's words to heart at all? Professor, it's Malfoy, he said he would duel us there. Harry finally summoned the courage. Duel. Professor McGonagall covered her mouth. Then where is the Malfoy you are talking about? Potter. Snape said sullenly. He didn't come at all, he had stage fright, Ron said immediately. You must know that Malfoy's family education will not allow him to do that. Snape retorted. Harry was about to continue when he was patted down by Lind. The point of this matter was not at all whether there was a duel or not, but why they were there. Even if Malfoy was really called for a confrontation, he could still say that he heard Dumbledore in the Great Hall asking them to go back to their respective lounges before they had time to attend the appointment, so the duel was delayed. Harry was speechless. What about you, Miss Granger? Dumbledore asked the last person, not knowing what he was thinking. Hermione burst into tears, looking extremely aggrieved. She sobbed and said, I saw Harry and the others were gone on the way back, and then I thought that I had to inform them that a troll had appeared in Hogwarts. I once overheard their conversation at a dinner party and heard them talking about going to the 4th floor. So I went to find them. Why do you care about their life and death? Jane yelled out immediately, startling Linda. This little grumpy guy has teachers around him. Linda patted his chest. Jane suddenly realized that the situation was not right and apologized quickly. But I can't just watch them get into danger just because they don't like me. Just as Professor McGonagall was about to say something, Hermione spoke, and after she finished speaking, she burst into tears. Indeed, I feel aggrieved. It was obvious that these 2 people had only spoken ill of him behind his back in the morning. And then when something happened at the dinner party, he reminded them to return to the break room quickly. As a result, he was caught in the office and questioned. This also drew the teacher's attention back, saving Jane from being criticized. Professor McGonagall rushed up and hugged Hermione tightly, stroking her hair to comfort her. It's okay, kid, you did a great job. Dumbledore looked at Harry solemnly. Harry, are you sure it was Malfoy who asked you to go to the 4th floor? Yes, he said that if either of us lost the duel, no one would care where we died, because you said you would die miserably there. Harry nodded cringingly. Dumbledore and Snape looked at each other solemnly. Okay, children, you have been frightened enough today, Dumbledore comforted everyone. But, Harry, Ron, Gryffindor was deducted 20 points because of you, you violated the rules. He looked at the 2 of them seriously again. Lind, Hermione, you did a great job, remembering classmates and friends even in critical moments, earned 10 points for Gryffindor. After hearing this, Hermione seemed to feel a little better. Professor McGonagall also heard Dumbledore's decision on rewards and punishments. She patted Hermione on the back and said, "If you're not hurt at all, you'd better get back to Gryffindor Tower, the students are all having Halloween dinner in their houses." "But Professor, Harry suddenly became anxious and wanted to say something. "It's okay Harry, we will send it away when it is safe there in the future," Dumbledore interrupted Harry. His voice was calm and magnetic, as if everything was under his control. He couldn't help but feel Harry also fell silent. Afterwards, Linda took the lead in saying goodbye to the professors and then walked out, followed by the other little wizards. Bang! The office door slowly closed. "They broke in and were almost torn to pieces by that stupid dog," Snape said bitterly. It must have been the child from the Malfoy family who accidentally discovered Lu Wei, so he deliberately asked Harry to go there. Dumbledore scratched his beard and took out a piece of candy from his pocket. "Change its position," Dumbledore said calmly. "It's too dangerous to continue there, it won't be long before word spreads." Snape nodded and left the office to find Hagrid outside the castle. "If you want to transfer it, it's better to find its owner, that stupid big guy." After working until midnight, they finally found a place to hide Fluffy. Snape came to the bottom of the astronomical tower on the 3rd floor again. The astronomical tower was no longer as messy as before. The corpses, flesh and blood, and rubble were all cleared away. He picked up the wand. Trace flash. Snape blew at the tip of the wand, and a large amount of golden mist emerged from it. As he rotated, soon, this small space was filled with this golden mist. The golden mist slowly turned into a short human figure, with a bird standing on his shoulder, and a sword longer than him in his left hand. Obviously, it was attached with a floating spell. It was Lind. I saw that Lind quickly enlarged Anderson on his shoulder, and then Anderson grabbed the ring on the tail of the sword and flew high. Then Lind ran out. After a while, 2 figures ran out of the golden mist again, Lind and the girl who was dragged up like a balloon. He put the girl behind the wall and faced the troll that rushed in. Because the spell was not very clear, Snape could not judge what spell Lind chanted by the shape of his mouth. He only saw a thick and rapid stream of water gushing out from the tip of Lind's staff, hitting the troll back step by step. Suddenly, the giant sword that was brought up before smashed down, raising a large piece of golden mist. Snape was obviously also startled by the sudden golden mist. Finally, the spell ended and the golden mist slowly dissipated. He smiled with satisfaction and then left. Chapter 30. As soon as Ron came out, he yelled, "Oh my God, you killed a troll." Harry also looked over. Although he had never seen a troll, it did not prevent him from basically understanding this creature from its name. Must be a huge, dangerous guy. Jane walked up to Hermione and comforted her in a low voice, ignoring these 2 people. "Well, I can't be considered the one who killed it, something suddenly fell from the sky and killed it," Linda said. Something fell from the sky? Ron couldn't believe it. This was inside the castle, how could something fall from the sky? "I don't know, maybe it's a certain professor's magic, after all, there are many spells we don't know about." Linda spread his hands, looking like I didn't know anything. Jane didn't say much at the side. Killing the troll was done by Linda independently. She wouldn't say anything afterward. Whatever Linda said was what it was. "Okay, then you are really lucky." "We are not so lucky." "Are we unlucky? If we hadn't met Professor Snape, we might all." Did you also see the 3-headed dog?" Jane whispered. "Did you see it too?" Harry asked in surprise, and Lind also looked at her doubtfully. "I knew about it last month, on the night of the duel between Lind and Malfoy." "I don't waste time on such trivial matters," Linda said lightly. "I know, of course I know, you are very smart, you look down on idiots like Malfoy." Jane became anxious and stared at Lind. "Then why do you still go out at night every day?" "I have never seen you without going out, every time I see you, you are fully dressed." Hearing this, Hermione opened her mouth in disbelief, and Harry and Ron also had expressions of admiration on their faces. Isn't he afraid of Filch and Peeves? This is what they have in mind. It's just a coincidence, whoever said that you should dress neatly is going out. Besides, you've only seen me a few times. If I go out every day, how could I not be caught by Filch? How did I know about you? Anyway, if you say you don't, then you won't. Didn't you drive me back to the dormitory that day? Then I wanted to come out to see how you were beaten into a pig's head by Malfoy. As a result, I searched for a long time and couldn't find you. Instead, I met Malfoy. He was very upset that you didn't keep the appointment, and then he used me as a punching bag and ordered me to find you. Then we started fighting. Hit you? Linda frowned. Jane rolled her eyes at him. Of course not, it's just Malfoy and I, those two followers are on sentry duty. Malfoy won't be able to bully a girl by taking advantage of the crowd, but you might be able to do it. In some cases, I can indeed do it, Linda did not refute. After all, everything depends on the situation. Come on, tell me, Ron urged. What Jane said was like listening to a novel. Harry also had an interested expression on his face, but Hermione looked a little angry. His best friend actually violated the school rules. And he didn't know it at all. TSK. As a result, we were fighting and attracted Filch, and the two guys were still asleep. Then we hid in the room where the three-headed dog was kept in desperation. Malfoy can also pick locks. Ron couldn't believe it, but he could understand that Hermione could pick locks. Although he didn't like this girl, she had to admit that this girl was very talented. It's him. I opened the lock. I originally wanted to lock him out and let Filch catch him, but I'm not as strong as him. Then we saw the big dog. So you often have nightmares? Hermione asked worriedly. Her sleep was relatively light, and she was woken up by Jane's screams several times. No, it wasn't the dog I dreamed about, it was just other nightmares, Jane said with a smile, looking very cheerful, and it seemed that the so-called nightmare did not affect her. Linda also noticed that Jane often looked sleepy and listless during this period. Speaking of this, Jane suddenly pointed at Harry. Malfoy didn't want to fight you at all, he just wanted the big dog to eat you. How dare he, if Harry is really dead, Hermione said loudly again. As they walked on the stairs, the portraits around them looked at him frequently. Lynn didn't have so many ideas. Malfoy probably just wanted to scare Harry. After all, as long as you ran out of the room, you would be safe, and the big dog couldn't squeeze out. I must teach him a lesson tomorrow. Ron's face was as red as his hair with anger. As he spoke, he began to wave his fists in front of him and made a sizzling sound from his mouth. Maybe in his head he must be thinking about giving Malfoy a sliding tackle in the Great Hall tomorrow, and then hitting him with a left hook and a right hook that will make him cry out for his mother. Jane looked at Ron with a retarded look, and then asked Harry, "What about you?" Harry thought for a moment and said, "I had an argument with Malfoy again this morning. He was really like a mosquito, he kept fussing, and then I couldn't help but punch him. There was going to be a fight, but Filch came, and then Malfoy told me that the duel would be on the 4th floor during the banquet today. Then in the middle of the banquet, Malfoy suddenly came over and asked me to get ready, and then walked out of the hall. I thought he had left early, so Ron and I followed him out after a while. He didn't go at all, after a while he came back smiling," Hermione said. "Yes, we waited there for most of the day and he didn't come," Ron also answered. Then Hermione suddenly came out and said there was a troll in Hogwarts. Before we had time to think about it, we saw Snape walking up from the corner, so Hermione used the unlocking spell to open the room where the big dog was kept. And we didn't notice the big dog inside at first, it was so dark inside, and we were all wondering what Snape was going to do. Then our door was suddenly opened. Fortunately, there was a professor who pulled us out as soon as he opened the door, otherwise we would have been bitten in half by the big dog. But how did Snape know we were there? He was shocked when he opened the door and saw us. And I saw there was a trapdoor in that room, Harry added. Are you shocked? I don't think he must have known we were there, so he ran over quickly and rescued us in one go. Lind and Jane looked at each other. He looked at Jane's confused expression and said, "It has nothing to do with us." "That's not what I'm talking about, what I want to say is, aren't you shocked? A huge three-headed dog is right where you are studying. What's the shock? It's just a dog. But it's bigger and more ferocious than the giant monster today. Aren't you shocked and scared?" Okay, I'm scared to death," Linda rubbed his temples. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the door of the Gryffindor common room. "Tisk, I'm too lazy to tell you, it will be interesting to wait until you are bitten to death by it when you go out at night, pig nose." Jane said the password, and then got into the tunnel opened by the fat lady. "I never go out at night, by the way, I think it's better for us to keep today's matter a secret." As he said that, Linda turned to look at the three people who were still having the debate. Apparently, their relationship got better. Hermione looked at Jane and Lind, she had the same thought. Chapter 31. As expected, Ron was bombarded by Wayne when he returned to the lounge. Wayne loudly asked him where he had gone, since they had agreed to play ghosts together. As a result, Ron was anxious for a moment and said that he had gone to do something important. Then, under the flattering eyes of the little wizards and the questioning of his two brothers, he still told Harry that he and Harry had encountered a three-headed dog on the 4th floor. But fortunately, he didn't say much about Lind. After hearing what Ron said, Fred and George decided to go and see immediately, but were stopped by the angry Percy. Fortunately, Percy was there, otherwise they might have run into Snape and Hagrid. But when they asked about Lynn just said that he went to the toilet and did not encounter a troll, but met a teacher instead, and was caught. Jane also used the same excuse. So tonight's banquet began to revolve around the topics of Harry, Ron and Hermione until very late, and Percy took a lot of effort to drive the little wizards back to their respective dormitories. Linda was lying on the bed. He planned to have a good sleep today. He often slept in the water, and it was not bad to sleep in the bed occasionally. As a result, it was estimated that it was already midnight, and he was still not asleep. He just stared at the bed with lifeless eyes. Suddenly, a scream came from the dormitory next door. Anderson, who was sleeping at the window, was awakened. "Go and take a look." Linda got up and signaled Anderson with his eyes. After a while, the screams disappeared. Linda's dormitory was okay and was not disturbed much. He heard a series of shouting from the next door. At this time, Anderson also flew back. Goo-goo, little golden retriever pressed little red hair on the bed and beat him. "Are you sure it's little golden retriever?" "Jane." Anderson nodded, and Linda fell on the soft bed again, saying lightly, "Awesome." After this noise, Linda felt a little sleepy, and fell asleep after a while. Early the next morning, the little wizards around were already talking about where the troll had gone yesterday, and about the Gryffindor wizards encountering the three-headed dog. Lind had just taken over the transfiguration of the day, dropped by Anderson from the owl when he saw Ron walking down with his left eye covered. Hermione glanced at Jane and didn't say anything. Although she refused the idea of beating him up yesterday, it was possible that Jane would still go alone. Lind was very sure that it was Jane who beat him up, but he could only sigh at the temper of this little witch. He spread out Transfiguration of the Day and read it. To be honest, the content on it was still obscure and difficult for him to understand, but he could still barely read it and learn a lot. "I must find this guy." Ron sat down and said viciously. He was even more angry when he saw Fred and George's laughing expressions. "Fred, George, did you beat me up?" Ron roared. "We did think so, because we didn't see the three-headed dog you mentioned when we went out at midnight yesterday," Fred said. "But we were planning to beat you today, but looking at you, maybe this plan has to be postponed. After all, you're not very smart. If we beat you again and hurt your brain, Mom will definitely beat us to death," the two said in unison. "How could it be?" "I saw it with my own eyes." Ron is not bragging. "Who knows? Maybe it felt embarrassed to be seen by little Luo, so it moved overnight. It may be someone from other colleges, they may have got the password of Gryffindor and came in." Harry quickly changed the subject. His face was flushed, but to be honest, it was still difficult to hold back his laughter at Fred and George's teasing. "What are you doing here, just to beat me up?" Ron slammed the table. And on the other side, Malfoy came over again, as if it was his daily task to make Harry unhappy. He walked over and looked at Harry. "Did you pee your pants yesterday, little Potter?" "I don't know if he peed his pants, but I remember you seemed to have peed your pants that day," Jane said while holding a piece of fried potato. "Did I talk to you, Miss Devo?" Malfoy glared at Jane with a red face. Then he looked at her again. "I have written to my father. The people in the Ministry of Magic will never allow such things that endanger our lives to exist in a school. Don't worry. You can sleep well in the future, don't be afraid." As he said that, he patted Harry's shoulder with a condescending attitude. "I am thinking about you. I didn't see anything that endangers life's safety, but there is a disgusting thing in front of me." Jane didn't even look at Malfoy, as if she was not talking about him. "Huh, I don't care what a girl says." Malfoy forced a smile, pretended to be very graceful and turned away. My God, is Malfoy crazy? The current Minister of Magic, Fudge, has long disliked Dumbledore. Fudge? Harry asked doubtfully. Yes, the current Minister of Magic. He used to be the minister with the support of Dumbledore, but now he really wants to pull Dumbledore down because he thinks Dumbledore's prestige is too high. In the end, in order to increase the credibility, he added, "My father said that he works in the Ministry of Magic." Linda rubbed his temples, lamenting Ron's brain, actually putting such words directly on his father in the system. If there are people around who are interested and write letters to report, then the Weasley family, which is not rich, will be even worse. But it's okay, there are not many people around, and they speak in a low voice, probably only a few people can hear it. He continued, if the guys from the Ministry of Magic really find out that there is a three-headed dog hidden in the school, Fudge will definitely use this as an excuse to make trouble for Dumbledore. Then we should tell Dumbledore, Harry said. As they said that, the two stood up, and then they came to Hermione's side and whispered what they had just said to Hermione. After struggling for a while, Hermione still stood up, signaled to Jane that she might go to the classroom later, and asked her not to wait for her, and then the three of them ran away panting. What's wrong with them? Do they think Dumbledore is an idiot? I don't know, maybe Dumbledore just needs this reminder. Besides, it's good that they have this intention, on the contrary, I'm more curious whether they know where the principal's office is. Linda turned another page of Transfiguration today and read it with great interest. This question also stumped Jane, she didn't know where the principal's office was. Maybe Hermione knows. She has already read through a history of the school. A long time ago. After that, the two of them didn't communicate much. After a while, Linda put down the magazine. The things on it can only enrich knowledge at most. If you really want to study in depth, you have to read the textbooks. Think about it, the magic world has not developed for a long time. How advanced articles can be published in such a daily magazine? No wonder one of Professor McGonagall's interests is to criticize Transfiguration today, every day. And Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration is their first and second grade textbooks. Linda doesn't know how many times he has turned it over. Anyway, the pages are almost off, even if it is reinforced with magic glue. So what he lacks more now is practice. Thinking about it, Lynn took out his wand and waved it at the magazine with only a few pages. The flattened magazine began to change like a fluid. And the square paper gradually became round. After a while, a golden dinner plate appeared on the table. Its edge had faint concave and convex patterns. It can be seen that Lind was deforming it with the Hogwarts dinner plate as the target. Lind wanted to continue carving the details on the dinner plate, but he didn't dare to use too much force on the table to avoid accidents, so he had to give up. When the weather entered November, it became cold, and Harry's first Quidditch game would start next Saturday. But he didn't plan to watch it. After all, he really couldn't be interested in a multiplayer sport where the right to win was basically in the hands of the seeker. What do you want to do in the future? Jane asked boredly. Me? Lind thought about it. What do I want to do in the future? If I can live until Voldemort's fall, what will I do? Undoubtedly, unless the magic world suddenly starts to explode with magic innovations comparable to the Industrial Revolution. It will definitely be more comfortable to live in the Muggle world in the future. But he really didn't think about the future. He was more interested in magic than in reality. He didn't have anything chasing him behind. At most, he could count Voldemort. But he planned to run away to other countries in the future, so Voldemort didn't count. I don't know, you can talk about yours first, Linda said. It's exciting to talk about this. Jane stood up and said heroically. In the future, I will let all the little wizards use the magic history textbooks I compiled when they study. I will explore various hidden places, discover the buried truths and make them public. I want to write a complete history of magic, not a history of wizards. She smashed it on the table, scaring Neville next to her. I don't understand what you mean. Linda played with the wand. Is this difficult to understand? Although what we are learning now is called the history of magic, it is actually just the history of wizards. The real history of magic is not only about wizards. Just like the Roman Empire, Ottoman Turkey, and the British Empire. Every era has a prosperous country. The same is true for the magic world. The fishmen once had the glorious Atlantis, and the fairies also had their own glorious era. Even dragons were extremely powerful in ancient times, but now they have degenerated. Do you understand? I want to write the history of magic, not the history of wizards. I understand, but you just said that Atlantis is related to the Fishmen civilization. Linda suddenly had some ideas in his mind. You can go to the library to look for it yourself. I don't know it very well. Jane shook her head. She actually only knew a rough idea of these. Chapter 32. Until the night at the Curse Club, things about the Fishmen and Atlantis had been lingering in his mind, and from time to time the idea of wanting to know about them suddenly popped up. Linda, what's wrong with you? You seem to be absent-minded today. Lynn turned his head and looked at Cedric. Yes, why didn't you think about this guy, the perfect man from Hogwarts? Cedric, do you know anything about the Fishmen? Lind asked. Murloc? Let me think about it. I know that there is a tribe of Murlocs in the Black Lake, but I don't know the rest. It is said that this race also had a very powerful culture, like the preface of. There is, I am very proud to be translated into the language of the fish people. Therefore, fishmen should have a relatively independent magic system like goblins. They seem to have been classified as the rarest demi-human species. Cedric thought for a while and added, there seems to be a book called Magical Creatures, Demi-Humans. In the history category of the library that contains some records of fish people and their history, you can check it out. After speaking, he looked at Linda doubtfully. Why are you acting like this because of something like this? It's just a sudden curiosity, Lind thought about Cedric's words. Unexpectedly, Cedric patted him on the shoulder. If you have anything, you can come to me, we are friends, aren't we? Then he looked at him with an encouraging look. Then he turned the corner and walked away. Is this? Do you think I was bullied at school? But the fact is that he was really thinking about the fishmen, so he was absent-minded. Because fishmen are not irrelevant to him. Thinking of this, Linda could only smile bitterly, but had no idea of going up to explain. There should be no need to explain such a trivial matter. At night, he climbed to the 8th floor of the castle as usual, and as soon as he went up, he saw a big bird. Because of the light, its feathers looked dark red. When Anderson saw it, it started to tremble and it became unsteady to fly. It's Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes. Before he could react, the bird landed on the armrest next to him, and Lind could feel that it meant no harm. It made 2 sharp cooing sounds. Dumbledore asked me to find him. Linda confirmed, but the phoenix did not reply to him. Instead, he nodded, glanced at Anderson, and then flew forward. Are we going back to the 3rd floor again? Lind said a little desperately, but what he was thinking about was why Dumbledore was looking for him. Do you want him to drop out of school? No, Dumbledore was a typical moderate. Werewolves and half-goblins were teachers. And half-giants were allowed to attend school. There was no reason why he, a half-murloc, would cause trouble for him. What else could it be? I didn't do anything. Except for daily night tours that don't disturb anyone. Fawkes, who looked like a big turkey, flew in front, with Lind chasing after him. Soon he was walking along the 8th floor to the 3rd floor, where the gargoyle was in the principal's office. Just when Linda was thinking that he didn't have the password yet, the stone beast seemed to recognize Fawkes and slowly moved away to make way for a passable hole. Behind the wall was a spiral staircase that was moving slowly upward, like an escalator. Fawkes walked up with Linda, and heard a roar from behind. And the wall closed again. They spun higher and higher, higher and higher, and finally Lind saw a shining oak door in front of him, with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. The wooden door slowly opened, and Linda slowly walked in. It was a large, beautiful round room filled with all kinds of funny little sounds. On the table with slender legs, there were many strange silverwares placed, spinning and spraying small streams of silver smoke at each other. The walls are covered with old male and female principals snoring gently in their respective frames. Lind also saw the damn sorting hat and a cross sword inlaid with this big ruby. After Fawkes brought Lind in, he flew to a gilded perch and stopped on it. Anderson finally raised his timid head a little. I don't know if it bothers you to call you so late, Dumbledore's voice suddenly came out from behind the curtain outside. He was wearing a purple robe and pajamas. Not at all, Professor, Linda bowed to him. Yes, it's not too late for you. Dumbledore glanced at Lind, smiled slyly, and then sat down. Linda looked at his expression and felt a little thump in his heart. He now spends most of his evenings in the room of requirement and rarely stays in his dormitory. Although he had already imagined the scene before him, he really didn't expect it to come so early. Just as he was thinking about it, Dumbledore called him to sit down too. Excuse me, Professor, why do you want to see me? Linda sat down and decided to ask directly what Dumbledore's intention was in calling him here. As for the rest, he wasn't too worried. It is true that Dumbledore is a master of legilimency, but as a moderate white wizard, although he likes to set up traps, he should not be able to use legilimency against a young wizard. As for his night tour every night, it is indeed against the rules, but he himself did not do anything to harm others, so at most he would be deducted points or confinement, which would not be a big deal. Would you like to drink something? Dumbledore said slowly. Butterbeer, please, Lind said. Although butterbeer is called beer, it is actually just a carbonated drink, and it is a drink that is very suitable for chatting. Dumbledore took out 2 large beer cups, one of which was placed in front of Lind, and then butterbeer began to flow out of the cup automatically, and milk foam automatically flowed out when it reached the top. Dumbledore first took a big sip of the cup, and the milk foam was stained on his beard. Actually, it's nothing, you know, I'm old and I can't sleep. Then I found that there was a little wizard who didn't sleep, so I asked Fawkes to invite you over. I hope it didn't scare you. Dumbledore's words always make people relax involuntarily and make people feel comfortable inexplicably. Lind glanced at the phoenix that buried its head in its wings. When it heard Dumbledore mention its name, it also raised its head and blinked its long eyelashes. Fawkes. Is it a phoenix? Yes, it is the only one in the world that is close to humans. No one knows where its kind is. I think your little raven should be able to become a good friend of it, Dumbledore said. Hearing this, Anderson shuddered. It seems unlikely at the moment, Lind said helplessly. Stop it, the gap between high-level magical creatures and ordinary creatures cultivated by wizards is as big as the gap between humans and mermen. Chapter 33. Lindo lived in a peaceful era in China in his previous life. He stepped on the tail end of the 1990s and kept up with the trends of the 2000s. In addition, his family was relatively wealthy, which also led to him having one thing in common with most young people of that era. That is to have a generous attitude towards many things. In other words, kill me if you can. In addition, he has already died once and has turned away from many things, so he maintains an indifferent attitude in most situations, but for other things, he is more insistent than so-called adults. To put it simply, he is unafraid of many people in this world, even when facing Dumbledore. The only thing he needs to be wary of is that he cannot act like Tom Riddle, who is as interested in strength and immortality. An obsession with things like lineage. Dumbledore will definitely be on guard against the emergence of another Voldemort. He intends to keep the rest as it is and not do anything like the 300 Tales of Silver here. Men should be generous in doing things. This is what he has always thought. Just be a young muggle-born wizard who is deeply attracted by magic. Dumbledore looked at the child in front of him and couldn't help but admire him in his heart. When other children come here for the first time, they may be worried, scared, curious, excited, etc. But there are very few children like him. His eyes are not shrinking. He sits in front of him generously, without any feeling of restraint at all. Seeing that he was silent, he looked at his phoenix again, wondering what was going on in his head. He watched the child in front of him pick up the butterbeer, and the milk foam on it stuck to his lips, making him look like a little old man with a white beard. Not like a child. There are not many people in the UK who can be so generous in front of him, and Fudge has to be careful in front of him. He also remembered that when he visited Tom Riddle's home, Tom was doing the same thing. He does things calmly and elegantly, maintaining a certain level in many places. But his eyes are not that aggressive or have strong desires. Even when he is looking at the only phoenix in the world, the emotion in his eyes is more like admiring a painting. Not like Tom, but reminded him of another person. Himself. He was the same when he was young, ignoring rules and despising dogma. He has a passionate interest in everything in the world and knows what he wants to do and what he wants to do. Lind, can I call you that? Dumbledore looked at him kindly and asked softly. Isn't that what you called me yesterday? Linda felt like a row of dots had formed in his mind. Of course, Professor. Linda looked away from Fox. I thought it would be more affectionate to call me this, he smiled. So Linda, what do you think I was thinking about when I stayed up so late? Dumbledore pulled out a small drawer on the table. There are various kinds of candies inside. If you're not going to bed yet, you could have some candy. What do you want? Lind waved his hand. He had no desire to eat sweets at night. I don't understand what you mean, Professor. Lind took another sip of butterbeer, feeling a little confused as to what Dumbledore wanted to do. I want to ask you, what do you think a dying person would think about, or what do you think about death? Dumbledore smiled. I want to hear the thoughts of young people, maybe this can give some inspiration to an old man like me. He blinked and looked at Linda expectantly. The professor is so energetic, he will definitely live a long life. How can he be said to be a dying person? Linda laughed. I'm already over 100 years old, Dumbledore laughed. Forehead. Hearing this, Linda wanted to slap himself twice, saying what he said was not good, and he said this. Linda was a little helpless. He probably made up his mind to listen to what Linda had to say. Why did Dumbledore ask this question? Was he worried that I would turn into a guy like Tom Riddle? He is so afraid of death that he turns himself into a human being and a ghost. He is indifferent to life but is afraid of death. Just tell me, it's okay. Dumbledore's voice was always so magical, and Lind unknowingly let down his guard. What do you think? Linda thought for a while and made some choices. Perhaps, Professor, you are looking back on your past, and occasionally you will secretly laugh at your achievements, and sometimes you will regret the wrong things you have done. Or maybe you're thinking about what else you want to do in your life but haven't done yet. Lind said slowly, looking at Dumbledore's wrinkled face. Apparently Lind's answer also frightened Dumbledore. He was stunned for several seconds before continuing. I'm surprised by the answer. I'm curious what gave you these thoughts. These are what my mother, Ms. Evelyn Augustus, told me before she left. She was a kind-hearted person who adopted many children, including me, throughout her life, and gave many homeless people a home. Last year she closed her eyes forever in the hospital in our small town. She told me that while she was lying in bed, she often thought about whether there was anything she had not done, and recalled the good and bad things she had done. Then, Linda rubbed his temple uncomfortably halfway through his speech. So I guess you should be looking back and recalling the past like her, Linda did not continue. Although this environment makes people want to continue talking, this is all he is willing to say. Dumbledore nodded contentedly when he saw Linda said this. You are right, every time I think about my achievements in magic, I feel very proud, and I will laugh secretly when I think of my adventures when I was young. Dumbledore took a big sip of butterbeer, and laughed as if he was really chatting with an old friend after drinking. Linda, if there is such a wizard, he has a strange disease and will not live long, so he frantically seeks a way to save his life, and even commits heinous crimes and slaughters lives wantonly. Then what do you think of his behavior? Dumbledore asked again. As soon as he asked this question, Lind basically determined Dumbledore's purpose. There is no doubt that he was asking about his attitude towards life and death. He was guarding against the emergence of the next Tom Riddle. How to give an answer to the wizard in front of him. It is unrealistic to say some glorious and righteous words. Even if Dumbledore does not use legitimacy on him, there are other ways to know whether he is lying. I want to give an answer that I agree with and that the white wizard in front of me also agrees with. To be honest, it is not difficult. I just need to work hard on the wording, and then add my external identity of being 11 years old. Lynn's brain began to work at high speed, and the wine glass in front of him began to refill automatically, while Dumbledore leisurely peeled a piece of sizzling honey candy. I can't accept the behavior of this wizard, Lynn said sternly. Chapter 34. Add some children's wild imagination, add some incomprehensible philosophical tones and then deeply deny the wizard's actions. This is Lynn's idea. My mother said that death is not terrible, when we are alive, death has nothing to do with us, when we die, we no longer exist. Very good, very meaningful, this sentence is the same as not saying it. It has that philosophical flavor. Lind continued, no one is not afraid of death, but he deprives and harms the lives of others in order to avoid his own death. This behavior is really bad, if it were me, I would definitely not do it, Lind said again. Oh, then what would you do? Dumbledore showed an interested look. I don't know the world after death. What if a person enters a new and better world after death? I think death is not that terrible. So before death, we should try our best to live a more meaningful life, right? He said a lot of words in a row, and when he talked about the world after death, he deliberately spoke with a little doubt and longing tone, which seemed like a child's wild imagination. Yes, death may be a new journey. Dumbledore laughed. Then their topic began to turn to Lynn's experience and daily life after coming to school. It became like a leader caring about his employees. What puzzled him during the period was that Dumbledore never said anything about his night wandering, which made Lind a little uncertain and uncomfortable. If you want to punish him, just do it directly. He roared in his heart, but Dumbledore seemed to be unaware that it was midnight, but he was talking to a little wizard normally during the day. After chatting for a while, Dumbledore began to send him away. I think you should go to rest, and I hope you won't be disturbed by my chatting with you in your daily life. When talking about daily life, Dumbledore deliberately prolonged the tone and looked at him with a half-smile. By the way, don't let other professors say that you only care about sleeping in class, otherwise I will tell Professor McGonagall about your night wandering, he added. Then Lind hurriedly said goodbye to Dumbledore, grabbed Anderson who was sleeping soundly on his lap and left. After watching him leave, Dumbledore sat alone in the office, his bony fingers stroking the old wand, wondering what he was thinking. It is estimated that people from the Ministry of Magic will come tomorrow. In addition to Fudge, there will be people from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. A photo on the wall suddenly spoke, and although his voice was old and hoarse, his breath was very strong. Thank you, Evra, Dumbledore thanked him, and then thought that according to Fudge's temperament, he might come early tomorrow morning. It's better to go to bed early. On Lynn's side, after walking out of the spiral staircase, he decided to go back to the lounge. Although it seemed that Dumbledore should have acquiesced to his behavior, Lynn still planned to play it safe. So it's better to go back to the lounge and rest for a night. The next day, Saturday, when most of the little wizards hadn't gotten up yet, Fudge came to Hogwarts early. They came to the room where the three-headed dog was reported to be imprisoned. There was only dog hair on the ground in the empty room. There was nothing else, no three-headed dog, no big iron chain, no trap door. Fudge and the people from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures smelled the dog smell, but heard Dumbledore say in their ears, there will be no such dangerous animals in the school. However, they had no way to do it. If they didn't see the three-headed dog, it meant there was no three-headed dog. They could only blame themselves for being late. Now no one knew where the three-headed dog was, and they had no way to do it even if the room was full of dog smell. He was so angry that he could only pretend to be the Minister of Magic and give Dumbledore a few words and then leave here quickly. Because he really couldn't stand the way some people around him laughed at him. However, Lynn didn't know these things. He woke up early and started his daily homework in the lounge. After breakfast, he planned to go to the library to check the relevant information about the Fishman culture and Atlantis. Dumbledore's night talk with him yesterday still made him a little confused, but he also roughly understood why he was noticed by Dumbledore. One is because he killed the troll that Quirrel brought to Hogwarts in a direct, brutal, and neat way. The second is that he is too restless. He goes to the room of requirement almost every night, and his charms and transfiguration classes are extremely good, which makes people have to pay attention to him. Although he has never been caught by anyone, as the master of this castle, Dumbledore has some of his own methods of monitoring the castle, which is not surprising at all. After all, even 4 students can make artifacts like the Marauder's Map. As for whether he can monitor the room of requirement, he is a little unsure, and he thinks it should not be possible. After eating a casual breakfast, he heard Harry worrying about his Quidditch debut. His first game is next Saturday, exactly 1 week from now. Wood originally decided to keep Harry's participation in the game a secret and use him as a secret weapon for their team. But the news that Harry would be the Seeker was leaked. After all, the flying broom that was suddenly sent that day was really eye-catching. As a result, some people told him that he would fight well, and some people told him that they would hold the mattress and run with him to prevent him from falling. Linda had breakfast in this atmosphere, and then went to the library alone. Jane touched Hermione's hand and motioned him to look at Linda's back as he left. I don't know when Hermione started to compete with Linda. The little wizard's thoughts were simple and plain: why am I slower than him? And Jane was more of a spectator. After Hermione and Harry said goodbye, she hurriedly followed behind Linda with Jane. Jane didn't forget to stuff a piece of bread into her mouth before leaving. Linda came to the library. Linda found Mrs. Pants, who was repairing the cover of a book, The Journey of the Centaur Knight, and asked if there were any books about fishmen. Mrs. Pants looked up, and the serious look made him almost think that the book was damaged by himself. Linda had a feeling that if the books in the library did not belong to her, she would definitely not allow these violent book-reading guys to look through her little treasures. No one could come in before the opening time, and she would never leave her children here after the closing time. There is a book called A Brief History of Fishmen. In the 5th book of the 4th row of the 32nd row, and Magical Creatures, Demi-Humans. In the 9th row of the 33rd row. After that, Madame Pants named several books in succession, among which Demi-Humans was exactly the one Cedric mentioned. It has to be said that Madame Pants is professional. Hogwarts Library is the library with the most complete and largest collection of books in the entire British wizarding world, and she can accurately remember the location of each book. This means that she takes good care of every book here, and remembers it day after day, year after year. If this were in Japan, it would definitely be called the Spirit of Craftsmanship, and then she would be called the God of Library Management. Chapter 35. Linda sat at a long table in the library, with several large and small books placed in front of him. He first picked up a book as big as a novel published in his previous life. The feel of the cover is nothing special, it feels like thick animal leather, and the paper inside is also thick parchment. The main color of the cover is sea blue, with rows of huts vaguely painted on it. There seem to be some invisible majestic buildings behind these houses, which also makes this book look a bit mysterious. The title, Mysterious Atlantis, is written in a barely standard handwritten Gothic script. The name gives Lynn the feeling of a marketing article, but this book is something he can see. Books mainly about Atlantis. And it doesn't have much content. Due to technical reasons, this book looks thick, but in fact there isn't much content in it. So Linda decided to start with this book. When you open the book, you can see the preface written by the author. I know that no one will necessarily read this book, and it will be difficult to even distribute it, but I still want to write down this story for future reference, or joke, Basil Elton. Is this an unreleased book? Linda frowned. No wonder even the title of the book is handwritten. Maybe you can only find this kind of book in Hogwarts. To be honest, he wanted to put the book back. But now that it's open, let's take a quick look. He had no confidence in the contents of this book anyway. He turned directly to the text and started reading. However, I couldn't stop looking at it. There is always a layer of mystery surrounding Atlantis in the Muggle world, and Lynn thought that perhaps its mystery could be revealed in the Wizarding world. However, it turned out that he thought too much. It was not until evening that Lynn slowly closed the book, squinting his eyes and rubbing his temples. He has been sitting here all day long. Except for occasionally standing up and pacing around for a while after sitting for a long time, he has been immersed in this book the rest of the time. This book details the emergence of Atlantis and its glory. The author also tells some conjectures about its decline. Apart from the frequently misspelled words and the occasional words and sentences with unclear meanings, this book is worthy of being used as an advanced history of magic textbook. The content of the book is detailed. The context is clear, and the language is plain but very contagious. When Linda was reading, he often felt as if he was standing in that mysterious and grand city. The people around him wore flowing white robes and red leather sandals. If it weren't for the fact that the book was filled with nouns specific to the magical world, he would have felt like he was reading an ancient Greek history book. Holding book. Yes, Atlantis, also known as Atlantis. It started in ancient Greece. It's as if the British magical world is now hidden in the world of ordinary people. In ancient Greece, there was also such a magical gathering place hidden among the city-states in the Aegean Sea. This is different from the current decentralized hiding in the British wizarding world. The ancient Greek wizards at that time directly built a safe house based on the city. And this city is Atlantis. It first appeared in the cognition of ordinary people when the ancient Greek wizard Solon first began to speak it in the world of ordinary people. Later, it became popular because of Plato, one of the three great wizards. Suddenly, a hand handed a lunchbox to Linda. As soon as he looked up, he saw Jane standing next to him at some point, holding a lunchbox in her hand. Goo goo. Linda's stomach rumbled unsatisfactorily at this time. For me. Lind pointed to himself and asked in disbelief. Jane nodded. You are really capable. I couldn't bear to eat at noon, and you can actually forget. Jane looked helpless. Then she put her things down and glanced at the other side of the library. She is just like you. I didn't see you at dinner, so I brought you some. Lind turned around and looked over, only to see Hermione sitting over there, with the tall book covering most of her face. It could be seen that like Lind, her eyes were red and her hair was messy, looking like a tramp. What's wrong with her? So, crazy. Fried shrimps, fried fish steaks and a small amount of chicken are all Linda's favorite things. Competing with you, she always feels that she lost to you because she didn't work hard enough. Jane sat opposite him and whispered. Lose to me? What do you mean? It's the charms class and the transfiguration class, you finish them first every time. Then why doesn't she want to think about other classes, such as potions, herbal medicine, history of magic? Well, this doesn't count. After understanding what Jane meant, Lynn didn't care. There is nothing so perfect in the world. I just focused most of my energy on these two subjects, and I just read this book all day today and didn't study at all. I want to compete in every subject, and I don't know if she understands what she wants to learn. This is really tiring. Linda stuffed a whole fried shrimp into his mouth and said with a smile. Jane felt uncomfortable when she heard Lynn speak bluntly about her friend, but she couldn't think of anything she could refute, because she also felt that what Lynn said made sense. She shook her head and threw these thoughts out of her mind, reminding herself not to think about these things. Then she looked at the book in front of Lynn. Mysterious Atlantis? Why do you read this kind of book? If you really want to understand the relevant history, you shouldn't read this kind of nonsense. Have you read it? Lind bit a piece of chicken. I read it a few weeks ago. The whole article is just some stories. I almost wanted to help this author submit it to the Wizard Novel Publishing House. In this way, there should still be a chance to publish it. Jane smiled. How do you know that what he wrote is all nonsense? Didn't you say yesterday that you didn't know much about this period of history? Yes, but this book is definitely full of nonsense. You read it yourself. There are either typos or some unclear sentences or symbols. When you ask me about knowledge points, can I still tell you that I read a novel and it said something like this? And why am I so sure? Because what is written here violates the theory of development. We are human beings. Our most powerful weapon is our brain. Then you tell me that a city that has existed for thousands of years has better magic development than it does now. Is this possible? Reality is not a novel. The wheel of history rolls forward, and we are always developing. How can the plot in the novel that the older the stronger is possible appear? She spoke louder and louder. What are you arguing about? This is a library. Why are you yelling so loudly? Lind could only look at Jane helplessly and said in a low voice. Chapter 36. Jane was also startled by the sudden appearance of Madame Pants, and then she realized that she was still in the library. Hermione looked at this side with a worried look. Jane couldn't say a word for a long time, her face flushed. I think you have disturbed a lot of people. Madame Pants's words were squeezed out from her teeth. Sorry, Madame Pants, we will leave now. As she said that, Linda pulled Jane's sleeve. By the way, Madam, I want to borrow this book. He put away the lunchbox that Jane brought for him. Then he picked up the book. Mysterious Atlantis. Then Linda stuffed the lunchbox to Jane, who was a little confused, and put the books back in place one by one. He put the books next to their respective bookcases, and then these books would automatically return to their original positions as if they were attracted. In less than a minute, he put all the books back. At this time, Madame Pants had returned to the door of the library again. She continued to stare at the little wizards in the library. When she saw Hermione, her eyes became softer. Then she would become very alert when she saw some little wizards who looked restless, fearing that they would dirty or damage her books. However, her eyes would often stay on Lind and Jane. She didn't really intend to drive the two little wizards out. They might just suddenly discuss a certain issue and then suddenly quarrel. This kind of scene was not the first time she encountered it. Just remind them. She was also worried about Lind. She had noticed this little wizard for a long time. He had come to her in the morning to ask about relevant books and he had not left here until now. She liked the little wizard who loved reading. But it was not advisable to read for such a long time. She just walked over and looked at Lind's bloodshot eyes and pale face. She suddenly had the idea of driving this little guy out. Since this little wizard said she wanted to go out, let her go out. Then she looked at Hermione again, thinking about how to persuade this little witch gently. Lind took the book, and then came here to handle the borrowing procedures, and then they walked out. Before leaving, Madame Pants gently reminded him that although the stories in the book were beautiful, he should also take care of his health, as too much is as bad as too little. Lind nodded quickly, and he could see the worry under Madame Pants's stern face. On the contrary, Jane thought she was kicked out because she was too noisy until she walked out of the library. But she didn't feel sorry for Lind, she just felt that she was too embarrassed to be kicked out in such a public place. But after they walked out of a short corridor, her mentality had been adjusted and she continued the previous topic. If I remember correctly, some conjectures about Atlantis were not proven until the end of the last century. And you can see that this book is a product of the 18th century, and even some of the words in it are only used in this century. Jane said, and something was wrong. Lind seemed to have heard a question. No, this looks like an old book from the 18th century. How can there be so many relatively trendy remarks? You mean, this looks like an old book, but it's actually a new book? Linda asked tentatively. Yes, many books at that time were written with rat skin and twigs of the western iron tree for easy preservation. Books made in this way can be preserved for hundreds or thousands of years. But at the beginning of the 20th century, there was a new magic book printing technology that was easier to preserve and copy. So this technology has been used for a long time. Jane turned the page again and looked at the content on it. Rat and western iron tree? Linda asked in confusion. Yes, this is a very old technology, the skin of the rat is very thick, and with the infiltration of the western iron tree branches, the content written will never fall off like a tattoo, Jane explained. But this technology has been innovated in this century, and because this technology seriously endangers the production of rats in western iron trees, it has been used for a long time, Jane continued to explain. These touched Linda's knowledge blind spot, so he simply didn't bother Jane, but let her continue thinking. The two stood at the corner of the corridor, maintaining a state of silence. Jane picked up a page with 2 fingers and rubbed it gently with her fingertips. This is not the kind of rat skin I have seen, it is the skin of other animals, Jane whispered. As she rubbed it, a small crack gradually appeared in the middle of the page. Give me some light. Jane squinted her eyes as much as she could, but most of the light in Hogwarts came from the ubiquitous candles, so she still couldn't see clearly in many places, so she could only call out to Linda. Lumos. Linda pulled out his wand and quietly released a fluorescent spell. With the arrival of the light, he also saw the small crack. Jane saw the small crack and increased the intensity of rubbing her hands, and the crack gradually became larger. 1 page gradually turned into 2. In the hidden page, there was content scribbled in an unknown blue ink. It can be seen that there are a lot of corrections on it, and there are also long strings of undivided sentences. There's actually a mezzanine here. The two said this in unison. Keep going. Lind urged hurriedly, he was eager to see if the other pages of the book could also be split into 2. Jane picked up other pages and repeated the trick, and then she sat directly on the stairs. Lind maintained the fluorescent spell, and white light spread from the tip of his wand. The two sat on the stairs of the castle, and people who passed by just walked away quickly. After a while, the two divided the whole book into 2 parts. Unlike what Lind thought at the beginning, only some pages of this whole book could be separated into 2 parts. The separated interlayer content was full of things written in blue ink, and it looked like a manuscript. In this way, there was an extra manuscript of about 3 or 4 pages in the original, Mysterious Atlantis. Jane was also very curious about the content. She turned over the first page of the manuscript, pushed the book towards Lind, and then read it in the corridor. My name is Bashir Elton. I inherited the work of my father and grandfather and worked as a lightkeeper at the North Cape Lighthouse. I must write down this story that I personally experienced. Since I came back, I have gradually forgotten that incident. My head is in a daze. Every night, I listen to the sound of the waves rolling and hitting outside. These sounds gradually turn into unknown mumblings and reach my ears. It says, "Forget it, forget it." Bashir, the author of this book, Jane whispered softly. Although the letters on the manuscript are extremely difficult to recognize, and the author's cultural literacy is not high, it is particularly difficult for them to read. And his mental state when he wrote this manuscript should also be problematic. Linda added another item in his mind. My grandfather told me, in the past, a large fleet with white sails would sail from the distant coastline, and the ship still retained the warmth of the sunshine on the eastern coast and the sweet fragrance from the exotic gardens and magnificent temples. One day, when the full moon was shining in the sky, I boarded a strange ship with white sails flying high. A man on the ship invited me to sail with him to the beautiful unknown coast. Chapter 37. I didn't agree to his request, and the next day, he disappeared. Later, I saw him under countless full moons, but he didn't invite me again. He just stood on the deck, as if he was guarding the full moon. On a bright moonlit night, I accepted the invitation I had made long ago, and walked onto the white ship along the moonlight bridge built on the sea. The man who invited me greeted me, and his words were pleasant and familiar. He had a thick beard and wore a white robe like canvas. He said his name was Theseus. Afterwards, we rowed to the mysterious south under the white light of the beautiful full moon and the song of the waves and tides. This was undoubtedly a dreamlike journey. During the voyage, we passed a city surrounded by thick black fog. Theseus told me that it was voodoo, it is a paradise for the dead and a tomb for the living. There the dead live a happy life. We also went to Crossed Out, and I can no longer remember what the place was called. But it was undoubtedly a strange garden. We went there in the morning sun, under a sky as bright as rose gold. It was bright and beautiful, and I had never known it. A magnificent terrace was built from the sea, with trees and strange temples everywhere, with white roofs and pillars shining. Theseus said that this land retains all the beautiful dreams and thoughts that humans have created and forgotten. When I looked back at the terrace, I immediately knew that he was right. Many of the scenes that spread out before my eyes were what I had seen beyond the misty horizon or in the depths of the phosphorescent ocean. In addition, there was something more beautiful than what I knew. The more magnificent forms and fantasies of all things, these are the imaginations of young poets who died before the world understood what they saw and dreamed. We set foot there and stayed there for countless days and nights. After that, we boarded the white ship again and continued our journey. I once asked him where we were going. But he sang loudly. Let's go, to the unknown distance. Follow the waves. Follow the sun. He sang poems that I didn't understand at all, and its tune was so similar to the ballads beaten by the waves and tides on the day we set sail. I don't know how long it took, we came to the Aegean Sea. We came to Athens, where everyone seemed to know Theseus. I talked to them about my views on art, I said talking about philosophy that I didn't know what it was. We met a big white bird. Theseus told me that it was the bird of the sky, and according to legend it would take people to the city of 1,000 secrets, Atlantis. Under my strong pleading, we ended our journey in Athens and began to chase the bird of the sky. During this period, Theseus always hoped that I would return, because Atlantis was a place that no one had ever been to. On the 31st day of our journey following the bird of the sky, we saw the basalt columns in the west. They were wrapped in thick fog, and we couldn't see the scenery behind the columns or their tops. Some people even said that they reached the sky. Theseus began to plead with me to turn back again. But I completely ignored him, just imagining that the joy of the singers and organists coming from the other side of the basalt columns was far better than the sweetest melody in Athens. It sounded like praising me for being able to sail a long way under the full moon and come here. The white ship sailed in the direction of the melody and past the basalt columns. When the music stopped and the fog dissipated, I saw it. It was more magnificent than any city I had ever known or dreamed of. The spires of the temples pierced the sky and stretched to the horizon. And the cold gray walls stretched to the end of the horizon. Only a few spots of light could be seen from outside the walls, which turned into gorgeous friezes and charming sculptures on the roof. But in my ecstasy, the calm sea suddenly turned into a raging sea. Our sailboat was helpless in the irresistible torrent and was swept to an unknown destination. Soon, our ears were filled with the roar of falling waters, and on the horizon far ahead, a terrifying waterfall raised foam, where all the water in the world fell into the abyss of nothingness. Then tears ran down Theseus's cheeks. He covered his eyes tightly with his hands, as if he wanted to dig them out of the turbulence, and said, "We have abandoned beautiful Athens and will never see it again. The gods are far greater than humans, and victory will always belong to them." I closed my eyes before the violent collision came, because I didn't want to see the birds in the sky flapping their blue wings mockingly above the rapids. After the collision, there was darkness, and I heard the wailing of humans and non-humans. A big storm blew from the east, and I crouched on the wet rocks rising from my feet, shivering with cold. I heard the collision again, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself on the lighthouse's lookout, which had spent almost eternity since I set sail. In the darkness below, I vaguely saw a dark shadow crashing on the roofless reef. When I turned my eyes away from the wreckage, I suddenly realized that the light of the lighthouse had gone out for the first time since my grandfather began to keep the light. When the night got darker, I boarded the lighthouse and found that the calendar on the wall was still stuck on the day when I boarded the white ship. After dawn, I went down from the tower to look for wreckage on the rocks. But I only found the body of a bird I had never seen before, the color of which was like the clear sky, and a fragment of a mast that was whiter than the waves and the snow on the top of the mountain. After that, the sea never told me its secrets again. Countless nights have passed in which the full moon gleamed in wine and glory high in the sky, but the shadow of the white ship's sails has never appeared in the south again. Snap. The snapping sound of the book closing suddenly awakened Linda, who had been restless for a long time, from the dreamlike story. There was silence all around, and they didn't know how long it had been since they sat on the stage. "Tisk, it's boring. I thought I could write something that could stand up to the test, but it took me a long time to write a novel." Jane sighed with disdain, stood up from the stairs, and patted her butt. Gray, with a disappointed look on his face. Her view is completely different from Linda's. Anderson stood on the windowsill, the moonlight shining on his body dyeing his feathers a strange purple. Linda couldn't help but shuddered. He felt his chin was itchy. The new turtleneck sweater he bought was scratching his head, he thought. This was the first time he had worn it. He stretched out his hand to scratch, but felt 3 soft cracks. "What's going on? I don't know when my gills came out. Why didn't I feel it at all?" Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Jane stood up and looked at Linda, who was still sitting with a puzzled look on her face, a little strange. "What are you doing? You're not going to be frightened by such a little story, are you?" Lind put the turtleneck back together, stood up with his shoulders hunched, trying to cover his entire head. He put the hood of his robe back on and put his hands in his pockets. "It's just that my legs were a little stiff from the cold after sitting for too long." Linda stood up. "Huh, who told you not to wear more clothes?" Jane smiled happily, then walked ahead holding the book. Linda followed quietly, fully wrapped up. Chapter 38. Linda huddled himself in his robes and walked quietly behind Jane. Whenever Jane stood a little closer to him, she could hear Linda's thumping heartbeat. "Jane!" Hermione's voice suddenly came from behind them. Then Linda heard hurried footsteps from behind. He turned his head and saw Hermione jogging over, which frightened him so much that he quickly dodged to the side. "Where have you been? I've been looking for you." She turned her head and glanced at Linda in confusion. Then she ran straight to Jane. "Where have you been?" Hermione took Jane's hand freely. "I've been looking for you for a long time. Madame Pants persuaded me to come out of the library a few minutes after you left. As soon as I came out, you disappeared. I thought you went back to the lounge directly, but I didn't see you in the lounge," Hermione said naggingly. Jane was about to reply, but Linda also spoke up. "Jane. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. You go back first. Oh, by the way, give me the book." Linda was about to stretch out his hand in his pocket, and suddenly thought of something, and gestured with his fingers in his pocket. Sure enough, the paw pad also came out. "Give it to it." Linda gestured to Anderson. Anderson rolled his purple eyes on the side. Although it didn't know what happened, it was what its boss said. It flapped its wings and flew in front of Jane, motioning Jane to give it the book. Linda looked at Anderson and suddenly thought of the sky bird in the story. To be honest, the plot of this story is really not good, but every time Linda thought of it, he would have an unexplained palpitation and fear. Jane looked at Linda in confusion, making sure he was not joking. "I really have something to do." Linda looked at her puzzled expression and could only emphasize it again. "Curfew is coming soon, what else can you do?" Hermione looked at Linda. Lind looked at Hermione, thinking, what does this have to do with you? Are you going to say, you will lose points for Gryffindor if you do this? Okay. He admitted that this was what Hermione would say in the first grade. After all, Harry and Ron's several night outings after getting the invisible cloak were strongly opposed by Hermione. But what does this have to do with me? I'm very annoyed now. Lind felt the sweater rubbing against his gills, and he couldn't just show it off. But he was not the kind of person who would lose his temper at others. I just have some. Lind was interrupted by Hermione before he finished speaking. If you have anything, we can help. Hermione looked at him seriously. Lind was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Hermione to say such a thing. His words were also blocked at the corner of his mouth. Hermione's words made him lose his temper. He could only shake his head and refuse her. Then he looked at the book in Jane's chest. Jane handed the book over, and Anderson's claws grabbed the spine of the book and flew back to Linda. He pulled his hand out and hid the book back in his sleeves. I'm leaving first. After saying that, he hurried to the other side. He wore a hood and hid himself in the darkness along the way. He's so weird. What did you do before? I don't know why he is like this. We just read the same book together. Jane recalled what happened just now. She remembered that Linda was a little weird since she closed the book. Read a book together? The one just now. How can you read such a small book together? Read it face to face. What? No, Jane blushed, but when she thought about the fact that there seemed to be only a wand between the two of them just now, it was Linda who released the fluorescent spell. My face seemed to be leaning against his hand all the time, and it seemed that I almost put my head on it later. Thinking of this, she suddenly blushed. But I can't blame her. That novel is full of typos, scars, and large-scale corrections. It's tiring to read it. She couldn't understand how Lind could read it with relish. As soon as he turned the corner, Lind hurriedly found an empty classroom and walked in, then leaned against the door to hold it. Only then could he feel a little relaxed. Before, he only felt that people passing by looked at him strangely outside. Lind took off his hood, threw the book on the table casually, and pulled down the collar of his sweater to feel a little more comfortable. Fortunately, I have a lot of long hair, he murmured in a low voice, touching his ears with his right hand. His ears were completely different from normal ones. There were sharp bone spurs growing on the outer ear helix, and a thin membrane was connected in the middle of the bone spurs. Lind locked the classroom door and searched on the podium. Luckily, he found a mirror. Fluorescent flash. The tip of the stick lit up white light, and he picked up the mirror with his other hand to look at his ears. He saw that his ears were no longer human ears, but had turned into fish fins. Alas! Fortunately, it's long hair, otherwise Jane would have noticed it just now. Linda sighed helplessly, then put the mirror down and looked at the book he had just thrown on the table. Is it just reading a story and then uncontrollably transformed? Or is there another reason? Stop the spell. Linda waved his wand at the book to release the spell, but nothing strange appeared. Is there no magic attached to it, or is it because my spell is not powerful enough? Linda looked solemnly at the little blue book lying quietly on the table. And why is it that only I have this unconscious change, but Jane doesn't? The reason why he took the book from Jane was that he was afraid that the book would be borrowed and some tragedies that no one wanted to see would happen. Is it targeting any non-human? Or maybe it's just targeting fishmen. On the other hand, I just grew gills and other things uncontrollably, which is not a bad thing. Or is it because it is only useful for fishmen? Lind was thinking about various possibilities in his mind. Finally, as he focused his attention in his mind, his gills, webbed feet, and fin ears gradually returned to the form of a normal person. During the period when his body was gradually recovering, he thought of many blind spots. Maybe his changes have nothing to do with this book. It may be a manifestation of adolescence of hybrid fishmen, just like he grew ear fins again this time. Or maybe his transformation is related to emotions. He was shocked after reading that article, so he unconsciously became a half fishman. Or maybe he became more sensitive, which may be related to the humidity of the air. He sorted out all the possibilities of his transformation into a half merman. Seeing that he returned to his normal human state, he carefully picked up the book again and pushed open the door of the classroom. I have to go to the room of requirement tonight to test my body. Along the way, he always felt that there was something he hadn't noticed, but he couldn't remember it no matter how hard he tried. I guess I'm just overthinking it, Lind could only comfort himself in the end. After all, as a half fishman, it's normal for me to have many strange things on my body. He was inexplicably certain that he was a mixed-blood orphan of human and fishman. Chapter 39. When Lind arrived at the Gryffindor common room, it was curfew time. Filch stared at him outside the fat lady's portrait as he walked into the tunnel, as if he was regretting why Lind didn't arrive a few minutes later. That way he could catch him. Compared to the darkness and coldness outside the common room was hot inside. The little wizards of Gryffindor were more energetic than those of other colleges. The dancing flames in the fireplace dispelled the cold of November, but such an environment seemed a bit too hot and noisy to him. How can you learn anything like this? It's impossible, forget it, you have to do your homework yourself. She sat at the table, and opposite her were two embarrassed little wizards. They had parchment in front of them but didn't know where to start. They were Ron and Harry. Tomorrow is another new week. And both of them still have a lot of homework to do. The most difficult one is the Transfiguration homework. Professor McGonagall asked them to turn a matchbox into a cup last week, which simply stumped all the little wizards. And after class, they were required to write at least 3 parchment articles to explain their feelings and difficulties when they were transformed, which made Harry, Ron and most of the others miserable. Ron, who was embarrassed by Hermione's scolding, glanced at Lind who came in, and he didn't know what was going on in his mind. Maybe he wanted to copy Lind's homework. To be honest, if they hadn't had a common secret on Halloween last time, he wouldn't dare to have such an idea. After all, Lind really made people feel difficult to get along with. But it was different after that time. After all, they had some friendship, didn't they? Just when Lind passed by them, Ron hurriedly came up to Lind and asked for his Transfiguration article. Of course, Lind said. Hearing this, Ron was so happy that he almost laughed, and looked at Hermione provocatively. Lind, how could you do this? Hermione was a little angry. Why not? He wanted to copy, didn't he? Whether he copied my paper or not has nothing to do with whether I learned anything or not. Since he chose to copy homework, he must be prepared to learn nothing. But what does it matter? Anyway, he can graduate by coming to Hogwarts and studying for 7 years every year. Right, you too. Since you chose to copy homework, you must be prepared to learn nothing. After all, how can you not pay a price for such an easy thing as copying homework? Linda smiled and looked at Ron and Harry. We just forgot to do the homework, and now it's too late, and we are worried that we can't hand it in on time tomorrow. I understand. Linda looked at them calmly with a blank expression. Okay, I give up, you are right. Ron raised his hands in surrender. At worst, I won't sleep tonight. I don't believe such an assignment can stump us, right, Harry? He turned his head to look at Harry, hoping that he could fight with him. Harry was also stimulated by what Lind said. He slapped the table and stood up and said, yes, we are not stupid. However, when they looked back, they found that Lind had walked up the spiral staircase leading to the dormitory without knowing when. At this time, Jane came over with a glass of lemonade, looked at the two people who were excited, and asked in confusion, what happened to them? Then Hermione repeated what Lind said as much as possible. After listening to the cause and effect, Jane chuckled a few times, and then took out 2 black things from her bag and handed them to the 2 people who were excited. Strong coffee candy, you will definitely use it tonight, I have no doubt about it. Do you still carry this kind of candy with you? Hermione asked curiously. I only carry it occasionally, in fact, it tastes good when you get used to it, Jane laughed, and then she also started reading. Although the title of King of the Century is very childish, it is actually a book that records the lives of several of the most powerful wizards in each century and gives these wizards the title of King of the Century. This is the 1899 version, and the latest version was not published until 199. The new version will update the most famous and powerful wizards of this century. However, contemporary wizards have a basic understanding of the King of the Century of this century. Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore must be on the list. Now the British wizarding community generally believes that Voldemort can also get the title of King of the Century, but wizards from other countries do not agree. When Jane was reading the content about Salazar Slytherin, Hermione suddenly asked her, do you still have nightmares recently? Of course not, who has nightmares every night? Jane smiled helplessly and indicated to Hermione that she was normal recently. That's good. It sounded like Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Harry, who was full of enthusiasm, suddenly let out a wail. He looked at the parchment in front of him. He just felt like a literary giant. He summarized everything in his entire class in just a short paragraph. Then he looked at Ron. Wow, this is a great writer. He summarized everything in just 2 short sentences. Then he and Ron looked at Hermione pitifully. Don't even think about it. You misunderstood, I am still passionate about my homework, but I need some help, Harry said quickly. Help from the best, most beautiful, and kindest little witch in the 1st grade, Ron answered quickly. I won't help you, don't even think about it, Jane said, and she naturally accepted adjectives such as the best, the most beautiful, and the kindest. Then a few people continued to fool around for a while before starting to do their homework under Hermione's guidance. By the time they went back to bed, they were already the last people to leave. Not long after they left, there were unhurried footsteps on the spiral staircase. Linda put on his black robe and walked out of the lounge again. Arriving at the room of requirement with ease, Linda walked directly into the swimming pool room. This time he wanted to test the threshold of changes in his body. He took off his robe and set it aside, then he began the test. One arm was immersed in the water, the palm of the hand that entered the water became webbed and it was difficult to control it independently. There was no change in the immersed arm, there was no change in the parts that were not in the water. Only the head is immersed in the water, and the fins, ears, and gills appear. It is difficult to control independently. There are no changes in the other parts, and there are no changes in the parts that have not entered the water. One foot was immersed in the water, and webbing appeared on the sole of the foot, but the rest of the body remained unchanged. The lower body is immersed in the water, and the whole body changes. The water automatically flows up the skin and covers the whole body. Then he climbed to the edge of the pool, hooked his hands on the small steps on the edge, and in turn soaked his entire upper body in the water. The upper body is immersed in the water, and the whole body changes. The water flows along the skin. After this experiment, he also learned a little more about his body. If a small part of the body is in the water, then only the body soaked in the water will change. It takes 15s30s. If half the body or more is immersed in water, the water will slowly and automatically cover the whole body, and then the whole body will change. The water-immersed parts also complete the change in 15s30s. The rest of the parts will start to change after being wrapped by the water flow. Probably within a minute and a half. Then he began to test how long it would take for him to change from the fishman state to the human state. This is quite simple. Linda tested it with different body moisture levels. If you come out of the water directly, it will take 3 to 5 minutes to return to human form. If you wipe off the water droplets on your body with a towel, it only takes 1 to 3 minutes to become a human again. After that, he used a quick drying spell to dry himself directly, and it took less than half a minute to transform back into a human being. In other words, whether he can become a fishman or a human depends largely on the contact area between his body and the water body. However, it may also be because this is an experiment and he is not able to control his emotions very accurately. Or maybe it's because I'm still too young and so on. But this doesn't explain why he suddenly turned into a fishman in the corridor today, so he still needs more diverse experiments. Air humidity, simulated rain and most importantly emotional desire control, etc. Chapter 40. Although he has not learned the weather spell now, it is not difficult to cast a spell to make it rain. Lin still remembers that he released a rain when he first got this wand. Waving the wand, recalling the feeling at that time, after many attempts, Lin finally succeeded in releasing a rain cloud. I saw a thick black and gray smoke appeared above the swimming pool, which condensed into a ball and dripped water. As the speed of the water dripping down became faster and faster, it soon turned into a drizzle. That's it, go in and see the effect. Lind closed his eyes and walked under the rain cloud. Dense raindrops continued to hit him, and soon he was wet. No change, he spread his palm and watched the raindrops hit his palm. Raise the wand and release the rain spell again. If repeated casting can't increase the density of the rain, then other methods can only be used. He made many preparations before doing the experiment. Fortunately, the black mist pouring out of his staff tip and the rain cloud above gathered together, and then the raindrops dripping on him became larger and more. He stopped releasing the black mist and continued to feel if there were any changes in his body. Still no. Continue. Finally, when he could only hear the sound of rain, his body began to slowly change into a fishman state. It is probably equivalent to the change of a heavy rain under normal circumstances. Since only heavy rain can transform, there is no need to test in a high humidity environment. Linda crossed out the scheduled test in his mind. Then the next test is, personal state. It's a pity, if there is a boggart. That thing is very good at scaring people, and fear is one of the easiest extreme emotions to achieve. After using the spell to dissipate the rain cloud that had been raining on the ceiling, Linda stood on the shore where a lot of rain had accumulated and began to try to control himself to change back to human form. Although he couldn't control it yet, it was his own body after all. He felt that as long as he practiced often, he would be able to control himself to become a fishman or a human one day. So every time he changed, in addition to experimenting physically, he would also try to control the change in his heart. After a while, he became an ordinary 11-year-old wizard again, without gills, webbed feet and other strange things. Then he began to try to mobilize his emotions. He recalled the moment before his death in his previous life, when he was lying on the hospital bed. His face was haggard and his body was like a stick of wood. His throat was pierced and connected to the ventilator, and there were a bunch of machines next to him, with various needles in his hands connected to various liquid medicines on it. My mother was still peeling apples by her bed, mumbling something in her mouth, and it was difficult to hear the sound at that time. My father was sitting outside the door, restless, thinking that his illness must have dragged down the whole family. Then he closed his eyes tiredly, and could only hear the sound of something falling to the ground and a scream. It should be that apple that fell to the ground. Then, a feeling of weightlessness enveloped the whole body, and he vaguely remembered seeing something. Then he only had the memory after his rebirth. Time has eliminated the damage caused by Lin's experience to a certain extent. But this is the experience that can cause his emotional fluctuations the most. After all, this is a real death experience. He raised his hand and looked at it, no change. Emotions within the range of self-control cannot affect physical changes. Whether changes can be made under extreme emotions remains to be verified. Then I can think of two more possibilities. First, there is a spell in the book that I don't know about. Second, I just developed naturally and then turned into a fishman state uncontrollably. Then he looked at the neatly folded clothes he had placed aside. There was a book on top of these clothes. The blue cover, the title of the book is handwritten in large Gothic font, Mysterious Atlantis. Lind walked over and hesitated for many times before picking up the book. Then he turned to the biography of White Ship. Although Jane thought it was a low-quality story written by an uneducated person, he still felt that it was a biography that recorded a true story. My name is Bashir Elton. I inherited the work of my father and grandfather and worked as a lighthouse keeper at the North Cape Lighthouse. At first, he read it with the mentality of reading review materials, but before he knew it, he was immersed in this story again. And he felt that the story became more exciting, which was different from the feeling when he read it for the first time. When he read it for the first time, those typos and those incomprehensible sentences and words in it were obstacles when reading, which made people feel very uncomfortable. And this time, these obstacles in reading before seemed to become helpers, and those scars and lines of correction seemed to be reorganized and replaced in front of him. It was as if they came alive, and then turned into little people standing on the book to interpret everything that happened in the story for him, which made Lind unable to extricate himself and ignored everything outside. I don't know how long it took. When he finished reading the story again, Lind closed the book. Wow! It's absolutely amazing. Does this white ship really exist? Why does the owner of the ship want Theseus? Is it a metaphor for the ship of Theseus? No, this author is obviously not the kind of person who understands metaphors. The two of them were sailing on a sailboat on the sea. This ship is definitely not simple. Moreover, the full moon appears many times in the text, and Theseus and his white ship only appear during the full moon. Lind put on his clothes and looked at the book with a smile on his face, as if he was looking at some treasure. Let's think about it when we go back. He straightened his collar, walked to the door of the room of requirement with the book in his arms with a drunken look on his face, put his hand on the door handle and walked out. Meow. A cat meow suddenly sounded in the silent castle. Also awakened Linda. No, he suddenly came back to his senses. What am I doing? Quickly run to the opposite side of the tapestry where the troll beats Barnabas silly. I was thinking hurriedly. I want a spacious house where I can swim. An inconspicuous door handle appeared on the smooth wall. He hurriedly opened the door. Before anyone could get in, the book was thrown in by him. The book hit the water and woke up Anderson, who was sleeping on the roof beam. He looked at Linda, who was roaring alone there in confusion. Damn it, when did you fall for this thing? Linda stared at the book soaked in the water. Recalling the sight of those lines dancing in front of his eyes when he was reading the story just now. And how intoxicated he looked after reading the story, he naturally put on his clothes and walked out of the room of requirement alone. At that time, he said, let's go back and think about it. What he was thinking about was not going back to the Gryffindor common room, but going back to the sea. The flames are blazing. A burst of flames suddenly exploded on the paper. However, after a while, those flames began to extinguish, while the book was completely unaffected. I don't even understand how Harry and the others dare to enter the restricted book area and read randomly. This book is outrageous enough. He casually pulled out of his pocket the wooden stick he used as a practice wand. The tip of the stick flashed with light, and the wooden stick gradually turned into a bright silver dagger. Chapter 41. The dagger plunged hard, making a crunching sound. The tip of the knife pierced the cover of the book but did not cause any damage to it. Instead, it deformed the body of the book. This is definitely not an ordinary animal leather. After poking several times with no effect, Linda calmed down. The magic power was lost. And the dagger turned back into a stick again. Lind took off his robe, wrapped it around the book and picked it up. He will never touch this book directly again this time or even in the future. This is an evil thing. He actually wanted to lead me into the deep sea. Lind cast a drying spell on the wet robes and placed them in a relatively clean place. Then he walked to the edge of the pool and looked at the film between his fingers. I don't know how long ago, he unconsciously turned into a fishman state. Well. He frowned and looked at the book wrapped in the robe that was put aside with a complicated expression. Guide me into the deep sea. This book should contain a curse spell for fishmen, maybe a curse. The method of the curse is most likely to be reading the hidden article, The White Ship. The effect of the curse is to guide me to become a fishman and cause me to have cognitive confusion and do some incredible things. Lynn thought about what had just happened and mentally summarized the information about this book. At the same time, he did not forget to remind himself. The above conclusions are all based on my own personal experience and have only reference value, they cannot be dealt with based on the information I know. This is why he used words such as, should, and. Probably, many times in his summary of this item. He does not have an all-knowing eye and will not draw firm conclusions about anything, but maintains a questioning mind. What's more, he has only come across this book twice. You should be more vigilant about it. If you don't handle this book properly, it will be troublesome if it causes any big trouble in the future. If I read this book in a crowded place today, it would be very troublesome. When the time comes that I transform into a fishman in public, in less than a day, maybe in 1 or 2 classes, the whole school will know that I am not a pure human. Most people in this school have blood theory in their hearts. If his identity is exposed, then he will never be able to be clean in the future. It is highly unlikely that he will drop out of school, but it will definitely be uncomfortable to be looked at like a cherished animal like Harry Potter every day. If I were in a fantasy world, I would definitely try to drip blood on it. After all, the fantasy setting is to shed blood to identify the master, but it's a pity that this is a wizarding world. He complained in his heart, you never know whether there will be wizards do something to you with your blood. Lynn jumped into the water. Even in the November weather, the cold water only made him feel inexplicably warm. Gradually sinking to the bottom of the water, silently feeling the water flowing through his gills, he thought about how he could let the professors discover the abnormality in this book. The Hogwarts Library is the wizarding library with the largest collection of books in the UK. It is completely understandable that such dangerous fish would slip through the net and not be screened out by the professors and enter the restricted book area. He believed that as a normal person at this time, he would not think of independently researching the secrets in this dangerous book. He and Harry had the same attitude on this matter, find a teacher. But don't go looking for it yourself, that would be very troublesome. The best way is to let professors know about the unusual condition of the book through someone else. Of course, if there is no other way, he will choose to hide the book. After all, it's easier this way. It's a pity that if this happens, I won't be able to enter the library in the future. Linda had already made plans to let others bring books out for him in the future. Keeping immersed in the water, Linda gradually fell asleep while thinking. It wasn't until morning that he woke up and jumped out of the water. Throw the robe and wrapped book into an inconspicuous corner of the room. He woke Anderson and returned to the Gryffindor common room. That night, he still couldn't think of any good way for professors to discover the secrets of this book relatively naturally. The problem with this book comes from the fact that he only revealed its problem to himself. Jane didn't notice anything unusual when she read the book. So if you want to hand it in, you can only hand it in yourself. But that would be troublesome. Linda scratched his head, feeling a little irritated. What bothered him most was that he was focusing his brain cells on these things. He didn't understand how the protagonists in the previous TV series were thinking about how to scheming every day. To play tricks. Since you can't think of it, just don't think about it. At worst, I'd just throw it away in the hidden item room of the Room of Requirement and burn it down in a few years. As for the secret of Atlantis, to hell with it. After returning to the dormitory, Lynn tidied up, took out a new robe and put it on, then took Standard Spells, Level 2, to the lounge and started a new round of study. If you only follow what's in the book and don't have your own understanding, you won't be able to learn this course well in the future, Snape's deep voice sounded in the underground potions classroom. When you mix advanced potions, you can never achieve exactly the same situation as in the book. The preliminary preparation of the drug, the environmental impact of the potion, and other factors, you have to make your own adjustments. Can't you understand such a small matter yourself? Snape's voice roared out. He held a spoon with Linda's potion in it. He looked very dissatisfied, and Linda stood opposite him with his head down and said nothing. Gryffindor deducted 5 points, you can do better, but you didn't put your heart into it. After saying that, he glanced at Harry and Neville and Seamus at the table behind him and said, "This is more hateful than not doing it well at all." Harry was stunned. He was just standing aside and was criticized. Then he took another look at the potion he had mixed. The thick liquid slowly bubbled in the crucible, and the bubbles burst with a pungent smell. Well, it was indeed not as good as Linda's. "Professor, it was actually me." Jane stood beside him and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Snape as soon as she opened her mouth. "I think I have said more than once that you have to raise your hand before you want to speak." Gryffindor deducted 2 points. Snape turned around and said lightly. "And it is indeed your fault. Why didn't you raise Augustus' question? Is it because he said it is what it is? Don't you have your own thoughts?" Jane looked calm. In fact, the reason why the potion was not good this time was entirely because of her. At that time, Linda was squeezing the juice of sage seeds, and then instructed her to put 2 sage leaves, and if there were no large leaves, put 4 small leaves. As a result, she had a brain twitch and put 4 large ones. If someone else came to make the potion, it would probably be ruined. Now this pot of potion can be made because of Linda's later remedy. Potions class has always been a group of 2, but Snape only targeted Linda, and it was because of her fault, which made her a little embarrassed. She wanted to say something but was interrupted by him for no reason. Snap! Snap! She stabbed the chopping board with a knife, as if it was Snape. Chapter 42. The Quidditch match was about to start this Saturday. Harry was getting more and more nervous, which made the training effect of the past 2 days not as good as before. Wood was so anxious that he had been giving Harry psychological counseling. Lind had not taken care of the book since he threw it in the corner of the swimming pool. His recent focus was on Harry. Because Fluffy, the 3-headed dog, was transferred and the trapdoor didn't know where it went, so he was still a little curious about how the story would go next. On Saturday, Harry felt that today was his day of judgment. Lind declined all those who invited him to watch the Quidditch match, although only 2 or 3 people asked him if he wanted to go. Lind stayed in the room of requirement until the evening. When he returned to the lounge, as expected, they were discussing the problem of Harry's flying broom this morning. Just like the original book, when Harry was about to catch the golden snitch, his broom suddenly lost control. They found Snape chanting a spell on the stands. Finally, Hermione went to burn Snape's robes and his broom to restore it to normal. Harry quietly complained about Snape's behavior, and then thought of Snape's appearance in the house where the 3-headed dog was imprisoned on Halloween Eve. At the same time, he also thought of the trapdoor and the Philosopher's Stone as expected. Of course, these were not told to Lind by him, but by Jane, who heard them talking to Hermione, and then Lind began to ask Jane for information. Christmas is coming. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts School woke up from a dream and found that the surroundings were covered with several feet of snow, and the lake was covered with hard ice. The Weasley twins were punished because they cast a spell on several snowballs, making them chase Quirrell around and finally hit the back of his turban. Seeing this, Lind smacked his lips, and he wanted to do something. Several owls flew across the snowy sky to deliver mail. After going through a lot of hardships, they had to recover their strength under Hagrid's care before they could take off again. On Friday night, the 20th, Lind officially returned the photo of the water gun spell to Professor Flitwick and declared the challenge failed. He still remembered the disappointed expression on Professor Flitwick's face at the time, but there was nothing he could do. He had successfully learned the water gun spell a week before, but he still remembered the scene that day, standing in the room of requirement where he practiced spells. Opposite him stood a puppet. Riptide. The spell was about to be finished, and the waving of the wand was also coming to an end, but he didn't dare to continue. He could feel his magic boiling and rioting wildly in his body. The previous spells and the waving of the wand had completely detonated the magic in his body, all the magic. If this spell was cast, not to mention the power, his own body couldn't hold it. If his body is compared to a dam, then when he usually releases spells, it is the dam that is draining water normally. It can be controlled. But when he released the water gun curse, it was like an unbearable dam. As long as he opened a small hole, the violent water flow would suddenly destroy the entire dam, bringing an unmanageable disaster. He abruptly stopped releasing the spell and used all his desire to try to suppress the violent magic. This was also the biggest magic accident he had ever experienced. I know this spell, but not completely. This was the result of his 2 months of practice. After returning the photo, Lind began to prepare for the 1-week Christmas vacation. As early as a week ago, Professor McGonagall began to register the list of people who stayed at school and went home, and Lind was the one who was going home. Harry still didn't plan to go back to Privet Drive. Ron's family was going to Romania to visit Charlie. So he had to stay at school. Jane and Hermione also wanted to go home. Everything seemed to be the same as the original plot, except that there was an extra Jane. Lind was not a person without a home, he had to go back to sea. Besides, after hanging out in the swimming pool for half a year, he really missed the sea and not town. On the morning of the 23rd, Lind walked out of the castle for the first time and came to Hogsmeade Village to board the train to London. It was not until the evening that he arrived in London. After walking out of platform 9 and 34, and saying goodbye to Jane and Hermione, Lynn dragged his small suitcase and walked out of London Station. As soon as he came out, he saw a guy with a beer belly and sunglasses walking towards him. "Aha, why are you so late, you little brat? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Duong. Felix's belly bounced up like a ball. Lynn hurriedly broke free. He was still wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants. His beard had been tied into a braid, just like a punk old man, but the fact is that he is only in his early 40s this year. Alas. Lynn sighed. "What's wrong? Were you bullied at school?" "No, I'm just worried that you'll never find a wife." He shook his head again. "You stinky boy. This has nothing to do with you." To be honest, although Felix's income is not high, he is a typical person who lives a carefree life, as many people said on the internet in his previous life. One person eats enough, the whole family is not hungry. Linda followed him into the car, and the two drove directly to Charing Cross. They first booked 2 rooms at the hotel opposite the Leaky Cauldron, and then went to Diagon Alley to buy a lot of fun things. Although Felix was nominally his guardian, he respected Linda in his heart, and Linda himself had lived 2 lives, so he was not as difficult to discipline as a child, so the relationship between the two was more like friends. This time, the two agreed to have a good time in London tomorrow, which was Christmas Eve, and then return to Knot Town at night. Felix was responsible for all expenses represented by pounds, while Linda was responsible for all expenses of wizard currency. He basically didn't use the large amount of gold galleons he exchanged in Gringotts last time. Except for occasionally ordering some cheap medicines. Magic items and books, the biggest consumption might be the galleon that bounced on Draco's forehead at that time. Linda also bought an owl for Felix so that he could contact him in the future. The next day, the two played around in various places in London and ate and drank a lot. It was not until the afternoon that the two set out back to Knot Town. Chapter 43. Linda got up early in the morning. The first thing he did after returning to Knot on Christmas Eve was to visit Mrs. Evelyn at the cemetery, where he stayed until very late. Although he slept late, Linda got up in the morning. He used his feet to pry open the gifts beside him. They were gifts from people he knew in the magic world, although he didn't know who would give him gifts. Due to his Chinese habits in his previous life, he was not the kind of person who would open gifts in a hurry. Although this house was very old, it still had basic heating, so Linda went downstairs directly in his relatively thin pajamas. Opening the door, cold air rushed in. Linda hurried out and then closed the door. He exhaled a breath of mist from his mouth. There was much less snow in the garden than in Hogwarts, and the sound of waves could be vaguely heard here. Boom boom boom. Felix's car drove over from a distance and stopped under this building. Felix came down in a deerskin coat and patted the pine tree tied to the roof of the car. Because they were playing in London yesterday, he asked someone to help him get a pine tree, and he would pick it up today. This pine tree is about the same height as Felix, and it is very suitable to be placed indoors. Linda hurried over, and Felix was not surprised that Linda got up so early. After the two chatted, Linda hurriedly urged him to move the tree. After all, he was cold outside all the time. Felix didn't say. "Can't you use your magic?" At first, Linda was worried that he would ask such a question, but later he learned that after he left, Felix studied the brochure of the Wizarding Statute of Secrecy that he got from the Leaky Cauldron several times. Linda said he was helping, but in fact he just helped Felix take out a bunch of things to decorate the Christmas tree in the back of the car. Felix was alone, so of course they spent Christmas in Linda's house. As soon as the two of them finished putting up the Christmas tree, someone knocked on the door. They knew who was coming. They heard the choir members visiting from a distance. Then more people began to visit them. Compared with other Augustus family members, Lind and Felix, who were not adopted, were undoubtedly direct descendants, and Lind still lived in Mrs. Evelyn's former residence. So at this time of year, basically many people would come here to visit them, and many of them had worked hard in other places and came back to Knot Town. This also made the two of them have to stay in the house and wait for waves of guests. But this was still good for Lind, at least most people would bring him Christmas gifts. At this time, Lind could only open the gifts in front of him according to the local customs. These things included game consoles, books, various interesting small ornaments, etc. Lind thanked these brothers and sisters one by one and put them aside. Until the evening, Felix and Lind ran to the best restaurant in town for dinner. It was not until he returned to the house at night that he looked at the gifts from the magic world. Lind himself only sent gifts to 3 professors this time, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Dumbledore. As for his classmates, there were only Cedric, Jane, and a senior wizard. He felt that it was unnecessary to send gifts to others. Similarly, Cedric and Jane also sent him gifts, and 2 senior wizards also sent him gifts. One of them was a witch who liked children very much. Especially those who looked good like Lind. Lind didn't expect that the other party would send gifts, so he didn't send a gift at first, but just wrote a greeting card. The other one was the top card of the club, and now Professor Flitwick's favorite student in Hogwarts. A boy obsessed with magic research, who has published many papers in many professional journals, and the response was good. He admired Lind's talent and answered Lind's questions many times. Lind sent a gift to this person. No other wizard sent him gifts. Most of the people who had a moderate or good relationship with him sent him greeting cards, which was a token of their appreciation. For example, the Harry Potter trio, his roommate, and some other senior wizards in the Charms Club. Professor Flitwick and Dumbledore also sent gifts, and there was also an unsigned gift. He thought about it and didn't know who sent it. He first opened 2 gifts from the Charms Club, one of which contained various snacks, which was sent by the witch who liked children. Then there was the other one, in which there were several books tied together, and some of the papers had fallen off. Lind opened it and saw that it was all the Charms class notes from the 1st to 6th grade of the 7th grade Magic Madman. This was a great gift for him. This should not be underestimated for his future development. After carefully putting these notes away, he opened the gift from Jane. A small blue-ringed octopus pendant. I don't know what it is made of, but it should be some kind of mineral. There is nothing special about it. There is also a greeting card inside, which reads, "Do you dare to eat octopus?" Maybe she thinks octopus is a disgusting and scary creature, Linda thought. However, he didn't have the habit of hanging things on his body, so he put it aside, although this pendant was quite nice. Cedric sent him a very new copy of Practical Spells I. Lind now knew that the Practical Magic series of books had stopped printing and publishing a long time ago. It was rare for private individuals to have such a new book except for those in various libraries. So Cedric's gift was very thoughtful. Together with the Practical Spells 2 he got in the Room of Requirement, he now had 2 copies of this series. Professor Flitwick sent him a small package. The professor himself cast a traceless extension spell and a solidification spell on it. The function of the solidification spell is to stabilize a certain spell. It is a spell engraved on many magical items, including flying brooms, self-cleaning robes, etc. Here it is used to stabilize the traceless extension spell for a long time. He has not learned these 2 spells yet. Lind took a look and found that the space inside was about the size of 3 suitcases. It is really a good thing for home travel, murder and looting, and throwing corpses in the wilderness. Then he opened the gift given to him by Professor Dumbledore. From the appearance, it should be a book, so he was a little looking forward to it. But when he opened it, it was not a book, but a flat rectangular box like a book. It looked like a book from the outside. There was a note on it, saying, "There is a good thing inside. But you have to find a way to open it yourself." This old bee likes to do this kind of thing. Linda cursed inwardly. Then he put the thing aside. Now is the time to open the gifts. He has to open all the gifts before studying this box. Then he reached out and took the unsigned box. Chapter 44. Linda picked it up and shook it for a while, listening to the clanging sound inside. "Who sent this from?" Linda complained. Generally, when sending gifts, a note is left outside. This person would not put a note inside. Linda carefully unpacked the package. He thought that the things inside were probably very tricky joke props, and he didn't know who sent them. He leaned his head and upper body back, squinting his eyes, just like watching a horror movie. To be honest, he was ready for something to pop out and hit him in the face. He opened it carefully, but only saw a small medicine bottle in the box, which looked like the Fenjiojing bottle in his previous life. The thick bottle was filled with transparent and thick potion. Obviously, the clanging sound just now came from here. He picked up the small medicine bottle and looked at the liquid inside through the desk lamp. Unfortunately, he didn't know much about potion science. This was a potion he didn't recognize. Then he looked inside the gift box. There was nothing inside except this bottle. There's no signature on the box. Who sent it? Since there was no information about this thing, Linda decided not to touch it for now. He would ask people around him who sent it to him after he got to school. After putting away the medicine bottle, he picked up the box that Dumbledore gave him and looked at it. The box was brown in color, with golden lace inlaid on the 8 corners. On the box, there was a round badge with a phoenix totem inlaid with silver wire. If he remembered correctly, this should be the symbol of the Dumbledore family. Why did Dumbledore give me something? I don't know him well. He had no reason to doubt the authenticity of the gift. When he opened the gift, a fiery red feather fell out. It was Fawkes' feather. This was a token of Dumbledore to a certain extent, and it was absolutely unique. And when he confirmed that it was Fawkes' feather, the feather spontaneously combusted and burned to ashes in a short while, which scared him. I think there should be some kind of spell or something on it to ensure that the recipient will automatically destroy it after confirming its authenticity, so as to avoid being collected and reused by someone with ulterior motives. After weighing it, there was no sound coming from it, so it was impossible to preliminarily determine the size and material of the object inside. In terms of weight, it is heavier than a normal-sized book. In addition, the box must have a lot of weight, so we can only know that the object inside should not be too heavy. Then most metals are excluded, and as for the others, they cannot be weighed. The box has no lock, but the entire surface of the box flashes green light from time to time. It is obviously protected by some kind of spell, and no matter how hard he tries, he can't pry it open. Well, give up on this one. He did try the effect of the spell to stop, but unfortunately he is still outside the school and can't use magic rashly. This trace is very troublesome. Putting the box and the potion together, he picked up the book, Practical Spells I, again. After getting Practical Spells 2, he looked up the relevant information of this series of books. The Practical Spells series is the same as the current Hogwarts Spells textbook Standard Spells series, which are gradually progressive in difficulty. It is said that this Practical Spells series is the previous textbook. As soon as Lind opened the catalogue of this book, he saw many spells he learned in Standard Spells 1 and 2. In addition, there were many spells he had never heard of. This is a typical issue involving the publication period. In simple terms, the Ministry of Magic is becoming more and more strict about what is taught in magic academies. Some spells and practical spells are relatively dangerous. So when the author compiled the Standard Spells series, he specifically catered to the requirements of the Ministry of Magic. This also brought him huge rewards. As soon as the Standard Spells series came out, it was supported by the then Minister of Magic and many prestigious people. Later, it was selected as the new Hogwarts Spells coursebook, and its author also received a huge amount of gold galleons. That is to say, many spells in Practical Spells I are particularly suitable for young wizards of his age to master, but it is difficult to find resources. He originally planned to go to the Hogwarts library to read it, but that was time limited, and what was more troublesome was that the book, Mysterious Atlantis, he borrowed before was still thrown in the corner of the swimming pool in the room of requirement. He never dared to go to the library again since then. And even almost bumped into Madame Pants twice on the corridor stairs, which almost scared him to death. He thought that he could only ask Jane to borrow this book from the library again and again in the future. And now that he has the spell class notes from the 1st to 6th grades, he is sure that he will finish Standard Spells, Level 2, faster. Quick Turn, Grease the Foot, Smoke Spell, these spells are absolutely amazing. Lind looked at the catalogue with fiery eyes and praised repeatedly. Thank Cedric, there is no better Christmas gift than these. He thought so in his heart. Linda reached into his sleeve and pulled out a branch. One end of the branch had already become round and reflective. This branch was the one he had been using to practice magic spells. He held the branch and continued to simulate until after 12 o'clock. Only then did Linda feel that he had really enjoyed his magic trick. Then, Lind sorted all these things out and put them all in the small bag that Professor Flitwick gave him. After working for a while, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. In the morning, he took a look inside the house. Anderson was still not in the house. Lind was on vacation now, and there was nothing to do. In addition, it knew that it could not stay by Lind's side in a Muggle world all the time, but it was best to keep a little distance, otherwise it would look too weird. So when he got off the Hogwarts Express, Lind gave Anderson a vacation. Of course, there was still one requirement: don't be too far away from him, so that it wouldn't be there in an emergency. Lind got dressed. He came to the table and left some words for Felix, which said what he was going to do today, so that Felix would not worry. Then he tied a small bag around his waist from today on. He had arranged the next time, going to the sea during the day and reading at night. When he came to the reef beach, he saw that there were still many people waiting here. Maybe it was because they had nothing to do on Christmas. So these people came to the beach early in the morning. As for what they came for, it had nothing to do with him. This was where Lind used to go in and out of the sea. Unfortunately, he came at a wrong time today. No, it should be said that it was not very suitable for him now. Now he would turn into a fishman uncontrollably when he touched the water. If he was really seen by others, he would be in trouble. After saying hello to a few people he barely knew, Lind walked along the beach. After a long time, he found a place where no one was, took off his clothes and stuffed them into the small bag on his waist, and then dived into the water. Chapter 45. Linda never thought that he would be so happy just because he was in the sea. The corals with different postures and the colorful offshore fish seemed to be greeting him. The crabs on the reefs on the seabed waved their huge claws at him. He always wanted to swim farther, deeper, and darker. 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. In the future year of 2006, explorer Guillaume Neri broke the record of the deepest freehand diving at that time, 106 meters. In 2014, the record of the deepest equipment diving was broken, raising this data to 332 meters. Before the challenge, the challengers of these two records made preparations for several months or even years in advance in order to succeed. Even the time of the challenge had to be carefully selected to avoid storms, currents, etc. On the day of the challenge, these challengers jumped into the sea with the determination to die and stepped on the bones to successfully achieve these records. Now, Linda has easily broken these records. Seabed pressure, light obstruction, scuba, ear pressure, blood oxygen, all these are things he doesn't have to worry about. Lynn didn't know how deep or how far he swam. He only knew that this was a depth he had never reached before. And all these changes came from changes in his body. In this lightless place, he can still receive the most brilliant colors. If he had a mirror now, he could see that his eyes had turned into blue square pupils. He just floated in the water. Then he saw an interesting scene. A squid slightly larger than Lynn saw him. Perhaps in its mind, this unknown creature couldn't see anything here, and its thin limbs had no strength at all. Prey, no, food. Not even qualified to be called prey. Thinking of this, its limbs groped in the dark and wrapped around him until it floated above him. When the tentacles were about to wrap around him, he hadn't reacted to his crisis. The squid was more certain that its decision was correct. It can have a good meal. Lind looked at the big squid floating above his head. It has been a long time since the sea creature dared to do anything to him. Is it because it thinks it is big? Because it has never seen itself? Linda didn't know, this was his first time to come to this depth. But it doesn't matter. The larger the water environment, the greater his body size will be. He just looked weak. His biggest record was fighting a 6-gill shark of nearly 2 meters in the near sea last year. The fight in the sea was so fierce at that time. He was really not afraid of a squid that was a little bigger than him. Just when he was about to do it, he sensed through the water flow that there was a very fast guy rushing over from his left, and at the same time, there was a strong sense of goodwill on the person who came. In the blink of an eye, the creature rushed to Linda's eyes. Puff! The high-speed collision even formed a vacuum chamber, which made an explosion under the deep sea. The squid was smashed to pieces, and his 2 tentacles slipped away from Linda's eyes. Even Linda was pushed away by the water flow for several meters. Only then did he see clearly what it was. Blue-gray skin color and thick dorsal fin, with several light blue lines on both sides of the body. Their mouths are thin and long, and their appearance resembles a slender sword. A sailfish. Lind had seen sailfish before, but the one in front of him was different from any he had ever seen. It should be said that this was a huge sailfish. Even if you put aside its slender mouth, its body still reached more than 5 meters. At the same time, Lind could sense some of its refined thoughts, that is, this was a sailfish he could communicate with normally. You know, although he can communicate with some creatures without obstacles, it is based on the other party's certain intelligence. It is different from Tom Riddle's command to the small animals. Watching the blood and ink sac of the squid gradually faint in the sea, the sailfish smashed the squid into pieces and began to circle around Lind to slow down. Lind felt his kindness and did not act rashly. But looking at this sailfish was still a little scary. Sure enough, I am not a real sea king, so I should be cautious in the deep sea in the future. Soon, the swordfish circled more than 3 times, then returned to its normal swimming speed and slowly swam towards Lind. When it arrived in front of Lind, the swordfish opened its long mouth and nudged him intimately, just like a puppy. Lind felt its thoughts and touched it. No wonder. No wonder the swordfish hit it directly. You know, its speed just now must have exceeded 130 km/h, but it didn't hesitate at all and hit the squid directly. Lind touched its pointed mouth along its head. Its mouth is extremely hard, and its head is also covered with a layer of hard skin. Such skin is not afraid of hitting a squid, let alone directly confronting some big guys. What's even more peculiar is its dorsal fin. Normal swordfish have a huge dorsal fin, but its dorsal fin is divided into 2 parts. The dorsal fin is split in the middle of its body, leaving a gap of about half a meter. This is definitely a magical creature raised by the fishmen. The back of the missing fin has soft skin. This is obviously for people to ride. Hi. A short cry sounded in the sea, but it was still clearly heard by Lind. You want me to ride on it? Lind asked doubtfully. The sailfish shook its huge body happily to show its affirmativeness. But Lind hesitated. Where was it going to take him? He could barely remember the way he came here, but if he let the sailfish take him around, he must not go deeper. His body could only adapt to the water pressure and move freely here. But he did not feel any malice from the sailfish, so he was a little hesitant. Lind confirmed again whether it knew the way here, and then got a positive answer. Let's do it. He was really curious about where this creature, which was obviously cultivated by magic, wanted to take him. This was the first time he came into contact with something related to magic in the sea he was familiar with. This curiosity and thirst for knowledge kept teasing his nerves. Lind sat on its back, and the dorsal fin, which was divided into two parts, guarded him in front and behind, just like riding a motorcycle. Lind grabbed its fin, and after making sure he was seated properly, the sailfish began to gradually speed up and headed towards a place he had never been to. When a whole dorsal fin is divided into two parts, its integrity will be much worse, but with two fins that can be controlled separately, its flexibility will be greatly increased. Just like when racing on the ground, the sound of bubbles whistled in his ears continuously, and his gills began to be unable to keep up with the water flow. I wonder if Bikini Beach sells helmets for racing fish. Chapter 46. Fortunately, this guy didn't go deeper, but stayed relatively horizontal, at least that's what the pressure he felt in his body told him. In this blue world, he sometimes saw the reefs below, beautiful animals and plants of various colors, and sometimes crossed a long canyon, which was a bottomless abyss. Sometimes he flew over the underwater mountains, and sometimes he seemed to fall into chaos, with nothing in sight. It may have been only half an hour, and the swordfish under Lind began to slow down. The bubbles in his ears gradually became smaller, and Lind listened to the chirping coming from nowhere and looked at the front. They stopped on an underwater mountain. The mountain has been leveled, and you can see traces of chiseling and axe carving in many places. On this flat land stood many spiral houses built of stones, most of which had collapsed into piles of rocks, and various shrimps, crabs, insects and lice were wandering in them. On the hillside facing Lind, there are also many large holes. Some of the holes are sealed with nets made of unknown plants, but most of the nets have been broken. These holes are like animal pens. Is this a village? Fishman. Lind floated up and got off the back of the swordfish, and suddenly this thought came to his mind. The swordfish swam behind him, carefully avoiding its kiss, and then gently arched his head to signal him to go in. After Lind felt the swordfish's thoughts, before it could react, he swiped his hands and shot straight into the village like an arrow. When in the water, his speed was faster than some fish. Seeing this, the swordfish also gathered all its strength, flicked its tail, and flew in front of Lind and led the way for him. When Lind walked into the village, he felt the exotic aesthetics of this dilapidated village. Because the concept of up and down is not affected in the water, most houses have a door facing up like a chimney, and there are almost no streets in the village, because they only need to swim above the village to avoid most buildings and go to where they want to go. So most of the yards are next to each other, and you can see that corals, anemones, etc. were once cultivated in them, or strange and beautiful rocks, sculptures, etc. were placed. The sailfish led the way in front, and Lind and it walked through one stone house after another and came to the center of the village. That place seemed to be the square of this small village, surrounded by some houses, and in the center of this square stood two rough tall statues, which were also the most intact things Lind saw in this village. One of them was a large female mermaid carved from a huge stone, which looked about 7 to 8 meters long. She was wearing a robe in the style of ancient Greek Athens, holding a 7-string lyre in her left hand, with scale patterns and a fish head totem on the body of the lyre, and her right hand was plucking the strings. Around her feet were a water monster with horns on its head, which was a grindalo. The other statue standing with her is a male mermaid, who is half a head taller than the female fishman statue. His majestic body stands upright, holding a trident, looking straight ahead majestically, and wearing Spartan-style armor with ancient Greek characteristics. Under the base of this statue, there are also a bunch of tentacles carved, some of which are stretched out next to this statue, just like his weapons. When Lind saw these two sculptures, he seemed to see a large group of mermaids floating in front of this square. Some of them were carrying children, and some were holding their own grindalo. Above them were various water monsters that they had conquered, such as killer whales, hammerhead sharks, great white sharks, and giant swordfish. The mermaids sang in unison, surrounding the two statues as if they were worshipping. Then why was this village abandoned? Whether it is for humans, fishmen, or any other race, abandoning their hometown is unacceptable. Moreover, he saw that this village had no signs of being attacked all the way. Most of the collapsed and dilapidated houses were caused by the erosion of years and water. Sigh. The sound of the sailfish came from one side. It had already swam behind the statue, signaling Linda to follow it quickly. It also floated and turned around twice to look at it in confusion. Linda put aside his doubts and planned to see where the sailfish was going to take him, and then come back to see. Maybe there would be more interesting things in the intact house. Linda also passed the two statues and followed the sailfish again. Passing the statue, Linda saw the only street in the village. The street looked about 4 to 5 meters wide, enough for many people to drive side by side. The sailfish swam to the street and lowered its body, as if walking on the street. It seemed that swimming too high here was disrespectful. Seeing this, Linda also lowered his body and walked on it with his feet touching the ground. Because of the buoyancy and his own control, he could walk a long distance in one step, so he was not left behind by the huge sailfish. This rather serious atmosphere made Lind curious. He looked forward and saw a street leading to a spiral 3-story building, which was much taller than the surrounding houses. However, its third floor had collapsed, and half of the second floor had also collapsed. At first glance, only the first floor was intact. After a while, Lind and Sailfish arrived at the gate of the building. When they got closer, Lind could still see the dense reliefs on the building. Even after a while, he could still see some patterns. There was an unknown fish head on the door. The swordfish stopped moving forward when it came here. It retreated to the back and nudged Lind, signaling him to go in. Lind took out the wand from his waist pocket. The nerves of the horse-shaped water monster were the core of the wand. It shook uncontrollably in this environment, and it looked very excited. Lind wanted to cast a spell in this environment, but unfortunately he still remembered the trace silk thing in his heart. He took out the wand just in case. He would definitely not use it if he could. Lind walked into the door and came to an empty hall, surrounded by different fishman statues and pillars. At the other end of the hall, there were several steps with 2 square stone pillars on them. There were 2 stone objects on top of the stone pillars, one of which was a 7-string lyre and the other was a trident. Seeing that there was nothing else around, Lind saw a staircase on the left, and then he walked up with his wand. The second floor was empty. The third floor couldn't go up. Then only the thing on the first floor is worth studying. Linda walked back and approached the 2 stone pillars carefully. A 7-string lyre and a trident, exactly the same as the 2 statues Linda saw in the square. Chapter 47. Linda looked at the 2 things and walked up the steps. Green, let's go, today we will start the magic. A fishman flexibly drilled in from the chimney-like top door, and his mouth made a harsh and sharp sound, because living in the sea, only this way of pronunciation is convenient for communication. He pushed open a door and saw that the room was empty, with only a huge and fat anemone bud in the center of the room. All its tentacles were rolled inward into its own cavity. At its mouth, a head was sleepy, as if it was woken up by the visitor. This is the bed of their tribe, a huge anemone. The fishman and the tentacles of the anemone were taken into its cavity together. The body and tentacles that entered the cavity were in close contact, which was particularly suitable for falling asleep. Still sleeping. Still sleeping. The fishman who came in was furious when he saw this, and swam over directly. Put his hands on the soft and thick body of the anemone and began to scratch it. The anemone seemed unable to bear the tickling, and it vomited out the tentacles that were put into the cavity and the little fishman inside who didn't understand what was happening. The fishman called Green stretched and yawned. Well, let's go, he wiped his face with his webbed hands, said tiredly, and then swam out of the room. The fishman who came in was helpless to see him like this, and had to follow him. Green swam out of the room and swam over the village. The neighbor's Grindylow showed his sharp teeth to Green, and it rushed up suddenly, and then was pulled hard by the straw rope around its neck. Green ignored him and continued to swim higher until he could overlook the small village. This is a beautiful sea village in the dark. Most people's houses are only 1 or 2 stories high. The only 3-story building is located on the west side of the village. But no one lives in it. Instead, it serves as a meeting hall for major events in the village and a place for young fishmen in the village to start their magic. The name of this small building is very simple, just called 3-story building. There are also 2 huge statues in the square in the center of the village, 1 male and 1 female. The female statue is the legendary Ocean Singer and the male statue is the legendary Sea Beast Priest. However, Green has never understood what these 2 represent. It's just that the old fishmen in the village told them that they are 2 particularly powerful professions. Profession? In his cognition, there is no such thing as a profession. Most families in the village live a lifestyle based on the domestication of sea beasts, with men training and women raising them. What are you looking at? The fishman behind also swam up and looked at Green in confusion. Green turned his head and looked at his fishman friend. His name is Sea Dog. With iron blue skin and thick and hard scales all over his body. Huge eyes and sharp teeth. At the same time, fins are on multiple joints. All 4 fingers are webbed. And there are huge frog paws. This is very different from the beautiful creature on the statue. This is the image of almost all the fishmen in this village. Why almost all? Because Green is not like this. He has pale skin, and his thick golden hair floats and sways with the water. He has pale skin, and fine scales shining with blue and purple light can be vaguely seen under his skin, big thin ears, fins on many parts of his body, strong limbs, and webbed hands and feet. His image is exactly what the statue looks like. Green shook his head and looked at the Sea Dog. Nothing, let's go. After that, he took the lead and swam to the 3rd floor. At this time of year, they have to go there to start the magic. Starting the magic is something that every little fishman has to experience when he is 8 years old. It is more like a ceremony and a gathering. All fishmen of the right age face the statues of 2 so-called legendary objects in front of the hall. And then the village chief crowns them with seaweed rings one by one, which means that they are already big children and can start trying to tame their own sea beasts. According to the village chief, the magic of the awakening could once allow the fishmen to inherit the ancient and powerful magic of their ancestors. But since Green was born, he had never seen or heard of a fishman who had inherited the magic. The 2 of them passed through stone houses one after another, and gathered with the rest of the group of little fishmen. Soon, the team had more than 10 people. That was about it. There were only a dozen or 20 people of the right age in this small village every year. Several people crossed the center of the square and came to the street, then slowly landed and started walking. This was the rule of the village: no matter where you are, as long as you want to go there, you have to land here and walk over. Green walked in the crowd, listening to the little fishmen around him chattering non-stop. Because of his strange appearance, these little fishmen were unwilling to play with him, and he only had one friend, the Sea Dog, who came to wake him up. When he walked to the 3rd floor, an old fishman stood in front of the door. Around them, on both sides of the street, there were already many fishmen swimming high above and watching them. Some of them were adults. While others, though not yet adults, had already undergone the initiation of magic. They chatted and talked about family matters. For them, today was a rare festival. As for whether to initiate the magic or not, they had no such concept in their minds. For them, they just had to walk in and pray to the statues of the 2 legendary objects, and then the village chief would put seaweed rings on them. As for the ancient and powerful spell inheritance, who would believe it? For decades, no fishman has seen it. Green looked at the old fishman in front of him in the crowd. He was the village chief of this village and one of the few people in this village who treated the orphan Green with sincerity. The old fishman had a majestic face. He glanced around and frightened the little fishmen so much that they dared not speak. Seeing them quiet down, the old fishman slowly spoke, and his voice was transmitted through the water. As the survivors of Atlantis, we have noble blood flowing in our bodies, we have wisdom that other creatures can hardly reach, and we are born with powerful magic in our bodies. And today, you will meet the legendary things. If you are lucky, you will get the legendary power. Although I don't expect it. At the end, his voice became lower and lower, and even revealed disappointment. He looked at the children in front of him, and their eyes showed casualness and indifference. They didn't believe what he said, but what could he do? This situation has not only happened in recent years. What power of ancestors, what remnants of Atlantis. They should be thankful that they know what Atlantis is. Their inheritance is like a candle in the wind. He has a premonition that as long as he dies, there will be no fishman who will remember his origin, his bloodline, and his inheritance. Thinking of this, he could only sigh and his body became more hunched. "Come in," he said, turning around and pushing open the door of the 3rd floor. He took the lead to lead the children in. Chapter 48. After entering the hall, the little fishmen quieted down and stood in 2 teams. Although this room was not as magical as the village chief said, they knew the solemnity of this place from what they had seen and heard since childhood. Green did not like to be crowded together, so he naturally stood at the end. The door closed heavily. There was nothing on the 1st floor of the house, only various fishmen carved pillars, and on the other side of the hall were 2 tall square stone piers with a 7-string lyre and a trident stone sculpture on them. The village chief turned his head and looked at these quiet and solemn children, and a trace of relief finally rose in his lonely heart. Then they began to start the magic, but for them this might just be a simple and strange ceremony. The little fishmen walked to the middle of the two stone sculptures one by one, closed their eyes for a while, and then opened their eyes and were put on the seaweed ring by him in the disappointed eyes of the village chief. It was that simple. The sea dog was one in front of Green, and he was seen standing between the two stone piers with his eyes closed. Then he opened his eyes again after a while. Then he walked to the village chief and put on the seaweed ring, then walked out. He made a quick expression to Green, and then hurried out. Now there were no people in the whole hall, which made him a little nervous. He pushed the door open with all his strength, and then rushed out. Creak. The door seemed to be stuck, and then closed again. Just as Green wanted to step forward and start the magic, the village chief suddenly raised his hand with difficulty to stop his steps, and then sighed. Before he could react, he heard a voice in the hall. "Sorry, I wanted to wait for you all to finish before sneaking in," an old voice sounding older than the village chief. The transparent water in front of him squirmed, revealing two figures, one big and one small. This sentence was obviously said by the bigger figure. Their upper body is like a human, and their lower body has a fish tail, but because they are too old, their tail can only lie on the ground weakly. Siren, also known as Siren. Green remembered that the village chief had told him about these races, and that the tribes mainly lived in the Aegean Sea. He also remembered that the village chief said at the time that these were all compatriots. They all belonged to Atlantis. "You-san, since you decided to do this at the beginning, why did you come out to disgust my eyes?" The village chief spoke slowly, and his soft tone was not polite at all. The old man You-san didn't care about what the village chief said at all, but laughed. "Jialu, your mouth is still as stinky as shark meat. I want to ask you why there isn't." Among the survivors, as he said that, he pointed at Green seriously. "Remnants? Ancestors? Tell me, Jialu, tell me how you made this guy." The old man You-san looked at Green excitedly. "I have never done the so-called cultivation, he is a gift from God to us." When mentioning Green, the village chief also laughed happily. Green looked hesitant. "What survivors, ancestors? What cultivation, gifts, etc.? What does it mean?" It seems that this child has some questions. Then let me tell him, how about it? No problem. Jiaoyo. The village chief saw Green's expression, thought for a while, and nodded solemnly. It doesn't matter whether it is said now or later. Seeing the village chief nod, You-san also smiled and sat down immediately. The little mermaid who followed him before just lay on the ground and acted as a stool for him without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Jiaoyo's eyes twitched. And he especially wanted to go up and beat the guy. Although it seems that everyone is chatting well now, people like You-san will not come here for no reason. I guess there will be a confrontation of strength in a while. They, the mere folk, are sirens, and the Nagas living in the Eritrean Sea are all compatriots. You should know this. After all, you were not surprised to see me just now, You-san said slowly, like an old scholar. Green nodded, he knew this. The Eritrean Sea is the Indian Ocean in today's terms, where the Nagas live. It is said that the land has already started a series of colonial wars. Merfolk, sirens, and Nagas are all survivors from Atlantis. As the name suggests, survivors means that we are the ones who stayed, and now Atlantis has been destroyed. And from the people of Atlantis to the survivors today, there have been 3 stages. You-san said this, glanced at Green, and made sure he understood everything before continuing. It is said that Atlantis was once a human city on the sea, that is to say, as Atlantis, we were humans at the beginning. Human. Green screamed in fear, how could it be humans, that kind of greedy, stupid creatures? Yes, at that time, our ancestors' magical attainments were the best in the world, but due to unknown and unmatched reasons, Atlantis sank into the sea. It sounds a bit contradictory, but it is true. Atlantis, the most powerful city in the world at that time, sank into the sea for unknown reasons. But at that time, our ancestors were not powerless. After we were sunk into the sea, some people chose to leave Atlantis. But some people were reluctant to give up those advanced magic research, and chose to transform their own bodies, becoming what you are now. As he said, You-san looked at Green with joy, as if he had seen some treasure. Is this called not powerless to fight back? Green didn't know what to say. It was obvious that he couldn't resist and could only accept it. Do you understand? People in that period chose the most advanced physical transformation at that time. If you have seen humans, you will know that most parts of your body are more like humans. This is the ancestors. As he said, he was a little lonely. We, the survivors, have gradually split, evolved, and degenerated in these thousands of years. And it's not just our bodies that have degenerated, but also the great civilization we have built. No one has been able to get those two things for many years. And to open them, the most basic requirement is to have the blood of the ancestors. This is also the sign that we are called survivors. Since no one could successfully initiate the demon 300 years ago, the concept of the remnants has been created. Do you understand? He asked Green gently. I understand. After the Atlanteans sank into the sea, some of them chose to return to the sea and turn themselves into half-human, half-fish creatures, that is, people like me. You call them ancestors. Then the ancestors evolved and split into three races after time: Siren, Fishman, and Naga. These three races are collectively called remnants. The initiation ritual contains ancient and powerful knowledge. But now the remnants cannot successfully perform the initiation ritual, so this ritual has become a formality like today, right? Green sorted out what Yusan said and repeated it again. Except for the last sentence, the rest is completely correct. What I want to tell you is that the initiation ritual is not a formality, at least not today, Yusan said with some pride. As he spoke, he pointed to the two stone pillars on the steps, as if he remembered the purpose of this visit, and stood up. The little mermaid behind him also stood up again. Then, he looked at the two stone pillars with fiery eyes. Jialu, I almost forgot my purpose. Although I am very curious about the method you cultivated this ancestor, compared with my purpose, this kind of trivial matter is not worth paying attention to. As he said, he put his hand on the shoulder of the little mermaid next to him. The little mermaid had dull eyes, just like one of his puppets. After all, I also cultivated the blood of the ancestors, although there were some small sacrifices in the process, but it was all worth it. It seems that the blood of the ancestors, he said, is the little mermaid next to him. However, his appearance is different from that of ancestors like Linda, so it can be associated with the cultivation he mentioned. If there was no ancestor, I would definitely not come out to disgust your eyes, and I would wait until you were all done before I came out. But now it's not possible. I must have both of those things in my own hands. I have already obtained the ocean current ceremony kept by the Naga clan. My purpose this time is to obtain the ocean singer's tide calling revelation and the sea beast sacrifices abyss stone manuscript. Chapter 49. Sea Current Ceremony. Have you been to the Eritrean Sea? He moved closer to Green, trying to stand between him and Yusan. Yes, I have been there. They have turned into irrational beasts, Yusan said slowly, and Green felt there was a hint of unwillingness in his tone. Jia Lu, let's work together again. Now we can finally get these books that record ancient magic. Why do we have to be obsessed with the so-called Atlantis? The reluctance in Yusan's mouth gradually became high-spirited and changed into gotta be fanatical. The village chief finally stood in front of Green. He protected Green behind him and looked at Yusan with a disappointed look on his face. You have forgotten the blood flowing in your body. Yusan, let me tell you, even without the blood of Green's ancestors, I would not be able to hand over. And abyss stone manuscript. To you, I would rather they are corroded by time. Hearing Jia Lu's answer, Yusan was not surprised. They had known each other for decades. They had conducted crazy research together and adventured in the depths of the sea in order to successfully enlighten the devil and obtain the secret book inside. Maybe you haven't seen the nearest Eritrean sea. If you could see with your own eyes what the Naga clan looks like now, you would definitely make the same decision as me. Do you know what the humans on land call them? They say they are sea snakes, the nightmare of the sea. We now claim to be the remnants of Atlantis, but what about the Nagas? Abandon the people. Don't you understand yet? Atlantis is gone, and if we continue to focus on the past, we will end up like them. Yusan's tone became more urgent, and the water waves shook around him. Green could feel the powerful negative emotions in him. Jia Lu ignored Yusan's words and said calmly and unquestionably. You don't have to worry about it now that Green is here, he can become the future of Atlantis. As he said that, he turned his head. He came over and gave Green an encouraging look. Future. Green was a little confused. He had not been very popular in the village since he was a child. There were only two people who were good to him, one was his friend Sea Dog, and the other was the village chief in front of him. Then now the village suddenly says that they are some kind of ancestors and the future of Atlantis. Although he was a little confused now, it didn't stop him from feeling a little excited. I used to be ostracized by children because I didn't look like a normal fishman. Some adults didn't want their children to be friends with me. Fortunately, the village chief comforted him and said, look, you look the same as those on the statue. This made him no longer have appearance anxiety. Now they are suddenly said to be the ancestors who are older than the survivors. Wow, that sounds awesome. Green looked excited and kept looking at the two stone pillars on the steps. The man known as Yusan just now also said that he has the ability to successfully initiate demons. Now he is particularly curious about the true face of demon enlightenment, which has been regarded as an ordinary sacrificial ritual in the village since childhood. Is it the tide calling revelation and abyss stone manuscript mentioned by Yusan? Do they represent the harp and the trident respectively? There are more and more questions, and today Green feels like he has opened the door to a new world. But unfortunately now was not the time for him to ask questions. Jia Lu and Yusan were finally chatting. You still don't understand? We are hopeless. In nearly 100 years, our race has only had 2 spellcasters. Hope. Don't disgust me, I don't feel hopeful when I hear the word Atlantis. Don't you understand about Naga? We are abandoned, we are all abandoned. I don't want any nonsense like recreating the glory of Atlantis. I want to rebuild a sea city greater than Atlantis. I don't want to be the second fucking Poseidon, I want to be the first fish 3. As he spoke, the water flow stirred and collapsed inward, and Yusan's figure disappeared, leaving only the sound of a series of bubbles. The same was true for the village chief. He seemed to be passively pulled by some kind of space. The water in front of Green also stirred violently, and then his figure reduced to a point and turned into nothingness. Before Green could figure out what was happening, he saw the little sea monster next to Yusan swinging his tail and swimming quickly towards the 2 stone piers. Green was not a fool. Although he did not understand the conversation between Yusan and the village chief. But he also understood that this little sea monster and himself were on opposite sides, and the goals of both parties were the inheritance in the magic stone pier. Don't even think about it, Green slid his hands as if he were equipped with propellers, and the water flow naturally pushed him to fly towards the little sea monster. Puff. The two collided and then rolled continuously in the air. As people from a fishman village, their children's entertainment activities were either duels or fights. Green grabbed the guy's hand and punched him in the face. But the little siren, who was as dull as a puppet before, seemed to turn on some switch after Yusan left. He stared at Green and let out a meaningless roar. His right hand firmly grasped Green's fin ears and tore them outwards. He didn't care even if his hand was dug deeply into his flesh by the fin thorns. Green had never seen such a method in his fights with other little fishmen before. He was a little panicked for a moment. He hit him randomly with his hands. Although he had some strength, he didn't hit any important parts. Ah! A sharp scream came out. Green let go of his hand, pushed the little mermaid away, and covered his left ear, where a large amount of blood was spreading to the surrounding seawater. The little mermaid directly stuffed a fan-shaped fin ear on his right hand into his mouth. Then, while chewing his ear, he looked at Green with an evil smile. Even though his mouth was pierced by the bone spurs on the fin ear, he still smiled, looking like a lunatic and a madman. Seeing his appearance, Green was also fierce and rushed up again. The two fought again in this hall. Green began to fight with his head, teeth, claws, and everything he could use. Gradually, the whole room was stained with a layer of blood. Ho-ho dash, the sound of broken air intake sounded in the water. The two separated, only to see Green covered in blood, his nose missing, and only one eye open. He was looking at his opponent with a smug look on his face. The little mermaid opposite him was even worse. He looked at Green in disbelief, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. One of his ears had fallen off. And his body was covered with open wounds and blood holes. His blood was so thick that it was difficult to be diluted by the sea water around him. He held his left and right jaws tightly with both hands, where bubbles of blood were gurgling out. Although the mermaids were human in the upper body and fish in the lower body, they also had their own gills. This was also discovered by Green. The gills under the human body were different from his gills with scales and thick skin. In comparison, the gills of the mermaids were much more fragile. Green's left and right hands were now pinching a piece of skin and many gills. The gill filaments on the gills drooped weakly and could only drift with the current. This was torn off by him from the little mermaid. That's it. And it's still being transformed, Green laughed happily when he saw the other party's hands fall down weakly and slowly float to the ground like a corpse. Chapter 50. Just when Green relaxed his vigilance, the little mermaid's tail flicked violently, and the whole body flew up the steps and landed between 2 stone piers. Green didn't react immediately, and just as he was about to rush in, he saw the corpse suddenly twitching violently. The overflowing blood seemed to be inspired, and a tentacle suddenly broke out of the mermaid's abdomen and waved wantonly. In panic, Green suddenly stood up, and his trembling body calmed down. What a poor physical transformation. A deep and hoarse voice roared from Green's mouth. Then, the tentacle that was still alive and well just now exploded into pieces as if it had encountered some unknown disaster. The moment this voice sounded, a large number of memories and consciousness suddenly emerged in Green's mind, and in just an instant, the personality of the fishman Green was suppressed in a corner of the sea of consciousness. The surroundings disappeared like a broken mirror. Linda opened his eyes, his square pupils glowing brightly. At this moment, he was on the first floor of a 3-story building, where the magic initiation ceremony was held. He was kneeling between 2 stone piers, and opposite him there was an old fishman made of flowing water. It was the village chief Gad. "What did you do?" Linda's voice trembled slightly. "He lost consciousness the moment he stepped onto this staircase. And only woke up just now." He actually knelt between the 2 stone piers without realizing it, and in his mind there was a memory of a fishman named Green from his birth to the magic initiation ceremony for 8 years. The illusory fishman figure heard Linda's question, slowly opened his mouth, and the fishman's sharp language vibrated out. I don't accept it. I want to know, if I had the blood of the ancestors by my side that time, would I not have lost?" "Let's talk about this later, you know that's not what I'm asking," Linda roared. He was naturally curious about what he said, but what he was most worried about now was not this. "Did you put another person's memory into my mind or use other means?" This is the question that Linda is most concerned about. When his own memory poured out the 8-year memory of a stranger, he was not sure whether his personality, behavior, and cognition would be affected by it. When Linda was 10 years old, he thought about a question. If his crossing was a soul crossing, like a halfway takeover, then would his personality, behavior, and cognition be affected by the memory of the original body? His answer was, yes. At that time, he also sighed that fortunately he was a baby when he crossed over, without any memory, and there was no such thing as personality, otherwise he would definitely be polluted. As a result, this kind of thing happened to him now. The complete memory of a fishman named Green suddenly poured into his consciousness, which could affect him as a latent personality at any time. Hearing Lin's question, he was like a machine stuck, and he was motionless for a long time before he seemed to understand what Lin said. "I sealed a trigger spell on the magic stone. When the stone is summoned, the spell automatically starts, and the memory and personality of the coma are all blocked. Then take this clean soul into that period of history. In other words, you let me experience another life. So did I go back to the past, or was your spell fabricating a memory? No, it doesn't exist, it's just an illusory memory. The facts are a foregone conclusion. I am not a god, and I can't change it. I just can't accept it. You Sen defeated me back then and took away the Abyss Stone manuscript of the Sea Beast sacrifice. I kept the tide calling when I was dying. Then what should I do with this memory of Green?" Lind was still in no mood to pay attention to what he said, and he only focused on his most important problem now. "You just need to accept it, or block it, or withdraw it. It's your choice. I suggest you absorb it directly, just like a big fish eats a small fish. Your soul is very strong, and digesting the memory of a carefree fishman for 8 years will have almost no effect on you. Block, withdraw." Linda rubbed his temples. After Jialyo said this, he understood a lot. His memory problem can be solved by using brain occlusion and forgetfulness spell. As for Jialyo's digestion of this memory, he must not allow himself to have 2 lives in his mind. Thinking of this, he was relieved, but the magic wand was still pointing at Gad's phantom. "Now I'm interested in listening to your story." Linda smiled. But he was not really curious about this story. What he cared about was that Gad said just now that he had guarded the tide-calling revelation, and that he had the blood of the ancestors in his body. Does this mean that he may be able to get the tide-calling revelation? It was with this purpose that Linda decided to listen to his story. Hearing Lin say this, the shadow seemed to be more alert. After all, Lin's words should mean that he would not interrupt him again. The true story, that is, the fact that you are not involved. Yu Sen sneaked in with the little mermaid transformed by his body after the magic initiation ceremony. Then I found him, and we had the same arguments you saw. I wanted to rebuild Atlantis, but he thought the so-called Atlantis had been destroyed, and he didn't want our people to become like the Naga. He wanted to use the power of those secret books to build a city belonging to the fishmen, and to reforge the glory of the fishmen civilization, rather than reviving. Then we fought, and I lost. I operated back to the Hall of Initiation, sealed one of the stone pillars with all my power, and attached this triggering spell to it. Then I ordered my sea beasts to find the blood of the ancestors in the sea and bring him here. He became more and more excited, and his illusory figure seemed to be disintegrating. His behavior of physical transformation, plundering, and stealing secret books violated the ancient doctrines of our various races at the beginning. Even if I die, I will not let him take away all the secret books. So the spell I left on the stone pillar was to see if I would still lose if I also had the blood of the ancestors. Did you lose? Linda asked, with a look of concern and eagerness on his face. I won. He looked at Linda kindly. With Green here, I was very sure of what I did in the final battle, and I won very easily. After saying this, he doubted himself again, with a lonely tone. Tell me, who is right and who is wrong among us? Linda thought about the whole story. In the fantasy event, because of Linda's existence, Jalyo was very sure of his decision, so he won. In the original history, Jalyo did not have the blood of the ancestors around him, which made him doubt himself and made him a little shaken. Because from another perspective, although what Yusen wanted to do was different from what he wanted to do, their purpose was the same. They all wanted to get the 3 tribes of fishmen, sirens, and Naga out of the bad situation of continuous degeneration. This also made him doubt himself, so he asked Linda this question. Who is right and who is wrong? Linda thought about it and gave his answer. As far as I see it, you are both right. You all care about the Atlantis family, don't you? It's just that you want to rebuild Atlantis, and Yusen thinks that Atlantis has abandoned you, so he wants to get rid of the name of Atlantis and establish a new, powerful civilization. Hearing this answer, Gad's shadow seemed to have fulfilled a wish. You are right. In fact, I knew this answer a long time ago. It's just that I have never dared to admit it. You are still okay. If you only know how to say nice things, you can't take away that tide-calling revelation. As he said, he looked at the opposite side of the stone pier, which was the door of the hall. His eyes seemed to see through the living world outside the door. Aren't you curious about what state I am in now? Jia Lu asked. Soul fragment? Lin said uncertainly. He felt that Gad's current state was somewhat like the state of Voldemort's Horcrux. I didn't expect you to know this. I am indeed a soul fragment that was preserved when I was about to die. Linda sorted out what he had just said in his mind, and suddenly remembered something. I have to ask you a few questions. Of course, Green, Jalyo seemed to be waiting for Linda to ask. Do you know everything that happened in that spell? Linda asked seriously. He remembered an extremely terrifying thing. When the tentacles broke out of the little mermaid's belly. He blurted out uncontrollably. What a poor physical transformation. That sentence was not said by him. Chapter 51. No, I'm just the caster of this spell, not the manager of this spell. Jia Lu shook his head and continued to look around. He didn't care at all what was going on in this little fish man's mind. Can't. Linda still had some doubts about what he said uncontrollably. You can leave. Seeing that Linda didn't speak for a long time, Jia Lu issued an order to expel the guest at the same time. There was a rustling sound on the stone pier on the right. As soon as Lin turned his head, he saw a book being thrown towards him. Linda grabbed the book and took it into his own hand. The cover of the book is made of some kind of brown biological skin. It should feel like some kind of fish skin, but there are no scales on it. The word Tidecaller Apocalypse is written on it in crooked fishman characters. If he hadn't had Green's memory, he wouldn't have been able to understand the words written on it. Trouble. This was Lin's first thought. The emotions contained in Green's memory may affect his behavior and cognition. This is what he doesn't like. But at the same time, Green's memory is filled with a relatively complete knowledge of the Murloc civilization, which is what he wants. If you successfully study the first chapter, you can be called the Ocean Singer. Take it and study hard. Before Linda could react, he was suddenly ordered to be expelled from the house. He only felt a huge blast coming from behind him. The thrust threw him directly out. Bang! The door closed again. Linda, who was thrown out, hurriedly stabilized his body in the water. The swordfish had been waiting outside for who knows how long, and happily came up to him. There were obviously many questions I wanted to ask, but I didn't expect them to be thrown out like this. As a soul fragment, I don't know what you will do in the future. Forget it, I will come back again. Linda sighed. At the end of the conversation, Jia Lu had no intention of talking to him anymore. He just kept looking at other places in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Afterwards, Linda looked at the book in his hand eagerly. Finally got it, this powerful magic book of Atlantis. Linda sat on the back of the swordfish and motioned for it to send him back. But he didn't know that not long after he left here, a figure rode the current and visited here again. Along the way, Linda forced himself to remember every place he passed and some distinctive terrains in his mind. Because he was in the sea, the swordfish would not keep turning, so he only needed to remember the distinctive terrains. Good. Almost half an hour later, Linda looked at the familiar underwater rocks. A large lobster on the reef is tearing apart a broken squid tentacle. Linda swam out of the swordfish's body and grabbed the prawn. Sailfish wanted to continue sending him offshore, but Lind refused. There are too many fishing boats, fishing nets and other things offshore, and this 5-meter-long swordfish is really conspicuous. It's better to swim back to safety yourself. After saying goodbye to the swordfish, Lind grabbed the big lobster and swam back. He had put Tide Collar Revelation into the small pocket bag given to him by Professor Flitwick. The moon hangs high in the sky, and the tide has risen to the beach. There are no tourists at this time, and only the light of the distant lighthouse occasionally shines on the beach. Puff. The sound of water coming out of the water seemed a bit abrupt amidst the crashing of the waves, but the next second it was buried by the continuous sound. A figure jumped out and looked at the moon. The moon hangs high in the western sky. It's the Christmas holidays, the end of the month. Linda thought for a while using his junior high school knowledge. Fortunately it's just dark. Linda, who was out of the water, was suddenly staggered by a gust of sea breeze, which made him shiver. Without the protection of the water body, he couldn't withstand the cold winter wind. Hey, you are the boss in the water, and I am the second child. Once you get out of the water, you are nothing, Linda complained, hurriedly crawled to a place without water, and then took out the clothes from his pocket and put them on. Stand up. 1 piece, 2 pieces, he wished he could wrap himself up like a Michelin tire man. Linda put his pocket bag into the lining of his clothes, checked if there was anything abnormal on his body, then shook his wet hair and hurried home. Lind. Felix's voice sounded along with a loud knock on the door. Today is the first day of school for you, are you up? Felix knocked on Linda's bedroom door before dawn. Click. Linda opened the door and came out. His hair was in a mess, his eyes were red and swollen with thick dark circles, which was even more conspicuous on his pale skin. Pack up quickly, I'll take you to London, Felix wanted to say something, but still couldn't say it. Oh, I'm too lazy to do it, let's wait until we get to the station and use magic to do it, by the way, you haven't been to platform 9 3/4 yet. Linda yawned and said weakly. Don't you guys not be able to use magic until you get to Hogwarts? Felix asked in confusion. That platform belongs to Hogwarts, so it doesn't matter where you use it, Lind waved his hand, then walked back to the house and started to get dressed. After a while, Linda packed up, and then the two of them set off for London. Anderson lay next to him and continued to squint his eyes, and soon began to snore. All the way, Felix kept saying that reading is good, but it should be done in moderation. He should be like a child, hang out with friends more often, etc. He had witnessed Lind's obsession with magic during this period. Every day when he went out to open the tavern, he would basically meet Lind who came back from the beach. When he closed the shop and went home in the middle of the night, Lind's house was still lit. At first, he kindly reminded Lind to turn off the lights before going to bed, but then he found that Lind didn't sleep at all and would study until very late. But what he didn't know was that Lind didn't study until very late, but never slept. After returning home, he kept reading all kinds of books, and went to the sea to refresh himself and practice the Tide Collar Revelation during the day. In the past, Atlantis did not set up various subjects like today and extended to Transfiguration and spell learning. Conventional low-level magic is well known in Atlantis, but different forces or nobles will have some more advanced unique spells. Only those who belong to these families or forces can practice these unique spells. After Atlantis sank, in order to face the new life under the sea, the remaining family forces merged together to form a new council on the Ares Mountain, stipulating that everyone must take out the secret arts without reservation and divide them into different professions according to the people who learn different secret arts. People who practice the secret art of the revelation of the tide calling are called sea singers. Giallo told him that if he successfully practiced the first chapter, he would be considered a sea singer. Chapter 52. He had never heard this song, but he had seen it. In the book Mysterious Atlantis, that he threw in the corner of the swimming pool, after Bashir Elton boarded the white ship, Theseus once sang this ballad on the ship. Linda still roughly remembers the original text in the book. He sang a poem that I didn't understand at all, its tune was so similar to the song that the waves and tides beat on the day we set sail. That ballad turned out to be the practice content of the first chapter of Tide Collar Revelation. This was something Linda didn't expect. In fact, he not only read it, but even listened to it. When he read this book for the second time, he was completely immersed in it. The messy lines on it interpreted different scenes in the book for him. During that reading, he vaguely heard that melody. But he didn't remember it. That memory was like an ordinary passerby on the street. He only knew that he had met him, but he couldn't remember anything about his appearance or height. The same goes for this ballad, even if he just wants to hum the melody it is so difficult. However, Tidecaller Apocalypse. Which is written entirely in fish-human characters, has nothing else besides lyrics and pictures, no musical notation, no dormy. But this is actually not the most difficult thing. He already has some ideas on how to learn this song. The real trouble is that he needs to be qualified to sing the ballad. Just like learning the animagus, learning this song also requires some rituals. He had also seen the specific rituals for learning animagus in the book, Practical Charms 2, which were roughly as follows. First, hold a mandrake leaf in your mouth for an entire month from one full moon to the next. Under no circumstances should the leaves be swallowed or spit out. As soon as the leaf leaves the mouth, the whole process starts over again. On the second full moon, put the leaf soaked in your own saliva into a small transparent bottle and let it receive pure moonlight. If it happens to be cloudy that night, you must find another mandrake leaf and start over. Pass. To the vial that is exposed to moonlight, add a strand of your own hair. A silver teaspoon of dew which must be collected from a place that has not been exposed to sunlight or human contact for 7 full days, and the pupa of a ghost-faced hawk moth. Let this mixture sit in a quiet, dark place, protected from prying eyes and disturbance, until the next storm. While waiting for the storm to come, you should perform the following actions at sunrise and sunset. Point the tip of the wand to your heart and recite the incantation, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. The wait for a storm can last weeks, months or even years. During this time, the clear bottle must remain completely undisturbed and protected from sunlight. Sunlight pollution will cause the worst mutations. If you insist on chanting the mantra repeatedly at sunrise and sunset every day, you will feel another heartbeat at the moment when the tip of the wand touches your chest. Sometimes this heartbeat is stronger than my own original heartbeat, and sometimes it is relatively weak. When lightning appears in the sky, immediately head to where you hid the clear vial. If you complete all the above steps correctly, you will find some blood-red potion in the bottle, about enough to drink in one gulp. At this time, you must immediately leave for a spacious and safe place to ensure that the transformation process does not cause a disturbance or put yourself in danger. Point the tip of the wand to your heart, say the incantation. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. And drink the potion. If all goes well, you will feel a sharp pain and a pounding double heartbeat. You will have an image in your mind of the animal shape you will transform into. You must be fearless. It is too late to change your focus and escape the transformation you have promised. The first metamorphosis is often quite uncomfortable and frightening. Clothes and accessories such as glasses or jewelry will blend into the skin, turning into fur, scales, or claws and spikes. Don't resist, don't panic, otherwise you may be dominated by your animal instincts and drive yourself to do something stupid, such as jumping out of a window or rushing into a wall. It is not until the true first transformation is completed that one has learned the animagus. Of course, after practice, it won't be as troublesome as the first time. And the ocean singer's ritual is much more difficult than becoming an animagus. To be honest, when Lin saw the ritual recorded above, he really hesitated whether he should learn this spell now. The ritual process is very cumbersome, delicate, and extremely demanding. Any wrong step may cause irreparable consequences. Just like a rocket, it is extremely precise, including every part, splicing, purity of the fuel, etc. As well as the weather, trajectory, time of the rocket launch, etc. Any wrong step will cost you dearly. But if all this goes well, humans can go to space with successfully launched rockets. The same goes for this ritual of the ocean singer. If every step is completed accurately, the benefits will be huge. How big is it? The preface to Tidecaller Apocalypse describes the sea singer in this way. We have graceful and clear singing voices and angelic faces. Our strings stir the waves, and our songs carry the wind. We manipulate the tides and create waves. Ocean currents are our friends and sea breezes are our helpers. What we perform is not magic, it is art. It is indeed very powerful and awesome. And Linda looked up some spells recorded in the subsequent chapters, and it is true. They are all extremely powerful spells. This also made Linda feel itchy all the time. Of course, it has nothing to do with the phrase, angelic face. So after thinking it over again and again, he decided to complete the ritual of the ocean singer as soon as possible. As long as he successfully completes the ritual of the first chapter, he can successfully learn and cast various powerful sea magics in the future. Speaking of which, Linda is still a little curious about what spells are recorded in the Abyss Stone Draft of the Sea Beast Priest and the Sea Current Ceremony of the Naga Clan's Sea Current Singer mentioned by Yusan. Most of the spells of the ocean singer are various spells related to shallow seas, tides, sea breezes, etc. So what about the Sea Current Singer and the Sea Beast Priest? Where did Yusan go after defeating Gelio? He should not have established a new Fishman dynasty, otherwise the human magic world would definitely know. And that Jalio's soul fragment is not curious about the current development of the outside world at all. Could it be that he knows? It's not that Lin didn't notice these problems, but he didn't have the ability to do so now. So he could only keep them in his heart. He believed that according to his current development, he would definitely be inseparable from the sea in the future, and he had plenty of time to find out the truth of these problems. However, his current focus was to continue to learn the magic of Hogwarts, and in addition, he had to learn to hum the song. Humming the song was also part of the ceremony. At the same time, he had to prepare for the preliminary work of the ceremony. First, he had to make a musical instrument. Lyre was the best choice, and musical instruments were also one of the requirements for the subsequent spells of the Sea Singer. He had some general ideas about the ballad. In fact, it wasn't that troublesome, but it might be a bit risky. Go take the book to Dumbledore, Lind whispered. What Labrador? Labrador? Can your school keep dogs? Chapter 53. 2 days have passed since the Christmas holiday. After returning to school, the young wizards are extremely uncomfortable with the high-intensity study life. In addition, they still have a lot of homework to do, which makes them complain. After dinner, most of the young wizards return to the lounge. Of course, there are also many young wizards who are still wandering around Hogwarts. Some of them are dating, and some are playing. But there are also people like Lind. He walked down the stairs on the 8th floor holding a book wrapped in black cloth, and the crow stood on his shoulder to rest. If you want to learn the ballad, the best way is to read the book again. Then there are 2 methods. The first method is to read the book in front of a main professor of Hogwarts Quirrel, Trelawney, etc. Are not counted. In this way, you can read the book and ensure your safety to a certain extent. The second situation is to go directly to Dumbledore, and then explain the situation to him in a true and false way and read the book under his supervision. The problem with the first method is that there may be a big accident, so big that the professors may not have time to react, or it may have caused a serious impact after they react. The second method is that Dumbledore may refuse him and take the book away. Keeping a steady heart, Lin decided to give the book directly to Dumbledore, because according to Dumbledore's character, even if he is not allowed to read the book now, he will allow it in the future. As the strongest wizard in the magic world, he does not need to restrict the development of a small wizard. He went straight to the gargoyle on the 3rd floor. Although he did not know the password, it was still easy to guess. And based on the last conversation with Dumbledore, he was sure that Dumbledore had some way to monitor the basic situation of the school. Then as long as Dumbledore knew that he was coming for an important matter, there was no reason not to let him in. The password was never important, but it could filter out some people he didn't want to see. Sure enough, before Lind opened his mouth, the stone beast automatically made way for him, revealing the spiral staircase inside. I just don't know if it was the same last time Harry came. Lind didn't know if the stone beast had intelligence, but he still thanked it before climbing the spiral staircase. The heavy friction between the stones sounded, and soon, Lind arrived on the 8th floor. Welcome. Have you eaten, Lind? I hope I didn't disturb your meal. I have eaten in the Great Hall, Professor. Lind greeted him and came to the opposite side of Dumbledore under the gaze of the portraits of the headmasters. I don't know why they didn't pretend to sleep today. Of course not, it's good that you have eaten. I remember that when I was your age, I often forgot to eat because magic was so attractive. Dumbledore smiled, opened the drawer and took out some candy as a dessert after dinner. Would you like some? Dumbledore asked. Then Lind shook his head to refuse. Only sugar can make me feel sweeter, so I like to eat sugar very much. I am surprised that a child of your age does not like to eat these, Dumbledore said with a smile without any surprise. It feels boring if you eat too much. By the way, Professor, the reason I came this time is because of it. Linda planned to get straight to the point and put the book on the table. Dumbledore used his wand to slowly open the black cloth wrapped around the book, revealing the blue cover inside. Mysterious Atlantis, I have read this book. It turns out that you are one of the people who borrowed books and did not return them, that Madame Pants said. Dumbledore said with a tone that caught Linda's pigtail. Although Linda felt a little embarrassed, he still said calmly, Professor, because I think this book is not suitable to be placed in the library anymore. Oh. Why is that? Then, Linda told how he and Jane found that there were multiple interlayers in this book. Then what? Dumbledore continued to ask. Then I became a half-merman. Lind hesitated to tell his change. Another reason for saying this was to see if the professor who allowed him to enroll knew his identity. And after the Christmas incident, he was also a little confused. Was he the so-called Atlantis ancestors, or a hybrid of humans and mermen? Half-merman. Is it like eating gillyweed? Yes, it's very similar. But not exactly the same. What about Miss Devo, who read this book with you? Dumbledore asked. She should not have any changes, and because I was wearing thicker clothes, she didn't notice my changes. That is to say, this book, no, this story called The White Ship, has only had this effect on you so far. Lind nodded. Dumbledore's wand repeatedly tapped the book, and the book opened, became moist, then dry, and then was wrapped in golden light. There is no trace of magic on it. Dumbledore said playfully, and he also became somewhat interested in this book. No. It's impossible. Don't worry, Linda, of course I believe you, it's entirely possible that there is some kind of strange magic in this book that I don't know about, after all, magic is a very profound thing, what I said is not always correct. Dumbledore comforted Lind, and as he spoke, he took out the book, opened The White Ship, and started reading. He read extremely quickly and seemed completely unaffected by the messy lines. Lind had been looking at Fawkes all this time, or at the cheerful silverware in the room. I heard that a few years ago when the principal of Hogwarts was about to change. The principal at that time would draw a portrait of himself in advance and put it under the table. Then he would let the portrait learn his smile, speech and behavior. I don't know, not true. Linda thought, looking at the table inside. I don't know if Dumbledore's portrait is hidden inside now. Just as he was thinking, Dumbledore's voice interrupted him. Lind, I don't think anything happened to me. When Lind raised his head, he saw Dumbledore looking at him seriously. Linda thought for a moment and then spoke. Professor, I think I can read that book again, you can observe the changes in me. Dumbledore almost blurted out, sorry, I can't. Then he seemed to remember something. Lind, are you sure you want to watch it again? Rather than something tempting you in your ears? Dumbledore did not ask Lind at all why. Wanted to read the book again, but confirmed with him directly. Tell me what you really think. Dumbledore's voice seemed to contain some kind of magic. Especially when I say the word yourself, it seems like the air is rippled. Linda felt a refreshing sensation in his mind. Many of his inappropriate thoughts were swept away. And his mind was extremely clear and rational. He felt that if he was given 50 intertwined headphone cables at this time, he could peel them off and separate them all. Yes, Professor. I had the idea to watch it again. Moreover, aren't you still next to me? Since this book only affected me, the problem may not be one-sided only with the book. Chapter 54. Dumbledore's blue eyes stared at Lind's face. He didn't want to read his mind, but judged the state of his words from the breath. You are right, since the situation you described has not happened to others so far, then we should indeed go try it. Dumbledore spoke very slowly this time. Obviously, he was thinking over and over again in his mind while speaking. But there is another question, Lind, do you think this change is good or bad? Dumbledore was making the final confirmation. I can feel that becoming a half-fish man has no harm to me, but the benefits are not clear. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Lind was relieved. According to the current communication, he can not only read the book again, but also have the most powerful wizard guardian in the world. In that case, come on. Dumbledore also pushed the book in front of Lind. He is the pinnacle of existing wizards. Even if he is kind and gentle on weekdays, he will not be timid when encountering such things. Lind smiled in his heart, and without saying much, he picked up Mysterious Atlantis and turned to the beginning of The White Ship. My name is Bashir Elton, Inheritor. Before he finished reading the first sentence, Lind felt that the wall in his peripheral vision disappeared, the table disappeared, and the ink on the book turned into a vortex and sucked him in. His vision became completely black, and the sense of gravity given to him by the earth was completely lost. When he felt the light again, the full moon was hanging high, and the white moonlight sprinkled down like a veil. The waves beat on the reefs. He stood under the lighthouse, and a white sailboat was docked on the pier next to him. On the sailboat stood a big bearded man in a white robe. He asked, I want to take a trip, do you want to come? Lind became the protagonist of the story Bashir Elton. Lind boarded the ship just like that. In the office, Dumbledore looked at Lind quietly. His wand drew in front of Lind's eyes, but Lind's eyes did not change at all. Linda. Dumbledore called softly. No response, Dumbledore. A portrait of a Hogwarts headmaster spoke. He had a red nose and was a little fat. Shut up, Fordsk, don't disturb them, another headmaster in the portrait, Delise Devante, yelled directly at the red-nosed headmaster. Her voice immediately made the portrait, which was originally a little noisy, quiet down. Dumbledore also waved his hand to signal the headmaster portraits to stop arguing, picked up the wand and began to observe Linda's changes. Linda's body began to get wet, and he had been reading the page of the book for a long time without turning the page. Fish gills began to appear on both sides of his chin. The hands holding the book also slowly grew webbed. Fawkes, please ask Severus to come. Dumbledore looked at the phoenix and signaled it to find Professor Snape. The phoenix made a cry and flew out of the window reluctantly. And the changes in Linda's body have not stopped. And Dumbledore also observed Linda's eyes. The pupils became square, and the corners of the eyes were a little elongated. The spiral staircase began to make noises, but Dumbledore couldn't wait any longer, so he said directly, Linda. His voice carried many spells, which woke Linda up directly. Don't make noises, I have an appointment with Aristotle for dinner tomorrow. Linda rubbed his eyes, as if he was suddenly woken up from his sleep. Linda opened his eyes and looked around hurriedly, and saw a man who looked very similar to Theseus standing in front of him. Behind him, a bunch of people in the photos were whispering. Who are you? Linda patted his head, and he felt that he still remembered this person. Principal Dumbledore, is that you? The memory from who knows how long ago gradually became clear, and the memory of the white ship began to blur. At the same time, a man in a black robe, with a sallow face and a hooked nose, walked in from the office door. Are you, Professor Severus Snape? Linda also gradually recalled why he was here. I don't understand why you are so hesitant to ask such a stupid question, which makes me wonder if you still remember what you look like. Maybe you should find a mirror to look at yourself now. Snape saw who was in front of him at a glance and said in a low voice. Mirror? Linda quickly raised his hand to look. As expected, the webbed palm grew out again, and Linda sighed. Then the goal of his trip. Since Linda turned into Bashir Elton, he has been reminding himself to learn the ballad hummed by Theseus. Even during the trip, he had sung the ballad by heart. But the memory of this trip in his mind has begun to gradually blur, and he is a little worried that he will forget the melody of the ballad. After opening his mouth and humming a few sentences, Linda was sure that he had not forgotten the ballad. It's a pity that he hasn't seen Atlantis yet. Linda is a little regretful. According to the development of the story, after enjoying Athens for a while, he met the Sky Bird and followed the Sky Bird to Atlantis. Unfortunately, he was awakened by Dumbledore while he was still in Athens. There, he also learned the more standard Poem of the Tides from the local bard. It was the ballad that Theseus sang, and it was also the song he had to sing when he became the singer of the sea. Fortunately, he had not forgotten it. How do you feel now? Snape's voice interrupted Lynn's question. He looked up and found that Snape had grabbed his hand at some point and touched Lynn's paw with his fingers. No discomfort at all, Lynn quickly answered Snape's words. Then Snape pulled open his eyelids again, and a beam of light came out of his wand. How is your perception of light? No problem. Snape retracted his hand, and at this time Dumbledore stepped forward again. Is your thinking affected? Do you have any extra thoughts? Is there anything abnormal in your memory? His voice was full of magic again, which made Lynn's head refreshed. Not at all, Professor. Lynn said calmly, and at this time the fishman characteristics on him had begun to hide. But he didn't expect Snape to take out a bunch of potions from his pocket and stuff them into his mouth. If Dumbledore hadn't said that he could use a spell to test it first. When he thought he had escaped, he didn't expect these unknown detection spells to be so special. Snape and Dumbledore exchanged glances. In front of them lay a boy rolling on the ground and shouting. He's itching to death. Snape reminded in a low voice. Chapter 55. Dumbledore lifted the spell for him, and then sat back at his desk leisurely, with Professor Snape standing by. The itching on Lynn's body finally stopped, and he lay on the ground gasping for breath. Huff, Dumbledore, huff, intentional. He got up from the ground tremblingly, tidied his clothes, and heard Dumbledore speak before he had a good rest. Lynn, what did you see when you read this article? These few times. Snape picked up the book, Mysterious Atlantis, and scanned it. It seems that he was not affected by the book. Dumbledore had already introduced him to the current situation. I have read this book 3 times in total. Lynn thought about it and decided to tell the truth. The first time, I was fascinated by it, but at that time I just felt like I was reading, and then I turned into a half-fish man uncontrollably. The second time, I felt that those chaotic lines seemed to come alive, some of them turned into human shapes, some formed waves or buildings. At this time, I felt like I was watching. The third time, which was this time, I completely entered the world of the book, became the protagonist of the story, Bashir Elton, and, personally experienced, that adventure. Linda became more and more scared as he spoke. According to this progressive level, if he read this book twice more, would he fall directly into the story of the White Ship and completely forget his original identity? Dumbledore and Snape also heard the seriousness of the matter and frowned. Have you ever tried to change the direction of the story yourself? Snape asked. Yes, but every time I have that idea, I suddenly forget it the next second. After I sank into this book, my identity of Linda began to become uncontrollably blurred. Linda looked at the book with some fear. Fortunately, he had achieved his goal. Learn, Poem of Tides. Thinking of this, he hummed it again in his heart to make sure that the memories belonging to this part were still remembered. But fortunately, after I was awakened by the professor, the story of Bashir Elton's adventure was a little vague, Lind added, and suddenly thought of something in his mind. After listening to Lind's words, Dumbledore stroked the old wand, and didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. But it seemed that he should need more time to think, or he needed to discuss it with others. Anyway, no matter what the situation is, Lind should leave now. Professor, I want to learn brain occlusion. I think Bashir Elton's experience may have a negative impact on me. Lind quickly put forward his idea. This is what he just thought of. Since he was affected by the memory in front of Dumbledore, he can make this request openly. But what Dumbledore didn't know was that most of Bashir Elton's memories began to blur, and he wanted to learn brain occlusion mainly for the 8-year memory of the Fishman Green. He initially planned to use the Oblivion Charm to deal with this memory, but later found that if the Oblivion Charm was used, then the knowledge about the Green's Fishman language and Fishman culture, which were relatively rare to humans and integrated into daily life, would be forgotten together. So after thinking about it, he decided to learn the brain block technique to organize this memory into a folder that can be used at any time. This is also what he saw in the library. The practice methods of these advanced spells will not be released casually, but their effects are recorded in many books. Dumbledore looked at him with interest. He now felt that Lind was more and more like himself when he was young. For this book that he knew was problematic, he just read it and made decisions based on various situations afterwards. This is a good idea. I am indeed very proficient in this spell, but I think I may be a little busy in the next few days, being the principal. So I don't know if the other teachers have time. As he said, Dumbledore looked at Snape with a smile. That's a good idea indeed. Occlumency does have some effect. If you want to learn it, it's better for me to teach you in the whole school. Snape smiled and looked at Lind. But it's not that easy to learn it. If you're just impulsive, I allow you to regret it now. I know I want to learn occlumency. Professor. Lind looked at him fearlessly. It was not surprising that Snape came to teach him occlumency. Unless he was the illegitimate son of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, how could a busy man like Dumbledore teach him? As for whether Snape would target him, deliberately make things difficult for him and deduct points from the school, he didn't care. It's good to learn real skills. This is the same as the master and apprentice in a previous life in China. Then you should be prepared. Snape said bluntly. After saying this, Dumbledore indicated that enough things had happened today and signaled him to go back and rest quickly. Until he walked out of the office, Snape did not clearly say when the class would start. It seemed that he would be notified later. After he left, Snape and Dumbledore talked about something, and soon after, Snape also walked out of the headmaster's office. After they all left, Dumbledore put away the book Mysterious Atlantis. This book will not appear in the library for the time being. At the same time, with Lind's reminder, Lind can enter the library again in the future. After doing all this, Dumbledore took out a piece of letter paper from the drawer and started writing a letter. Finally, he called Fawkes. Go and send the letter to Scamander. The Scamander mentioned by Dumbledore can only be Newt Scamander, the person who knows the most about magical animals in the world today. Although he had asked before, this time Lind had more obvious characteristics of blood curse changes, and he thought he could ask again. Dumbledore sorted out what happened during this period. The three-headed dog was moved to a different place for Harry to find on Christmas, and then some tests were almost set. But what he didn't expect was that Harry also happened to find the Mirror of Erist, which he didn't expect. He was thinking about using the Mirror of Erist to make some adjustments to those levels. Then there is the blood-cursed Orc Lind. He seems to be unaware of the blood curse he carries, but that's normal. It's amazing that a first-grade kid knows about occlumency. It would be strange if he knew about forbidden spells like the blood curse. When should I tell him about this? Dumbledore stood up and walked to the window-sill to look at Hagrid's hut. The window of the hut was emitting flickering flames. I don't know what Hagrid is doing in there now. Alas! Dumbledore is not a god. He can't guarantee that everything he does is certain, and he doesn't know how things will develop in the future. Just like this time when Harry discovered the Mirror of Erist. These are some small things he can do without breaking his oath. Chapter 56. In fact, it didn't take much time in Dumbledore's office. It was still a while before curfew when Lind returned to the Gryffindor common room. After returning to the dormitory, he went to the bathroom to wash up as usual, and then he sat on the bed with the book, The Call of the Tide, in his hand. The lyre, also known as the lyre, is said to have been invented by Hermes of Greece, one day. Hermes accidentally stepped on something that could make sounds while walking in the wild. When he picked it up, he found that it was a tortoise shell with a tendon on it, which made sounds due to vibration. Hermes got inspiration from this, and later he used the tortoise shell as the base and covered it with cowhide as a resonance box. 2 ox horns were supported on it. And there was a crossbeam between the upper parts, on which 4 strings tendons were placed, thus making the world's earliest lyre. In the subsequent development, Tulpan, known as the father of Greek music, increased the 4 strings of the lyre to 5 and 7 strings. The lyre recorded in the book is the most commonly used 7-stringed lyre, which also echoes the statues seen in the Fishman village. Although the lyre was invented by Hermes in legend, people prefer to connect it with Apollo, the god of light and literature. Its sound is melodious, civilized and quiet, which also echoes the Apollo described in Greek mythology. The description of Apollo in mythology is, versatile, upright and kind, the most beautiful and handsome god. The first step of the ceremony is to make a musical instrument. Lynn chose to make a lyre, not because of anything else, but simply because there are notes on making lyres in this book. The first is to make the most important resonance box of the instrument. You need to kill a magical animal with your own hands and soak its skull with your own blood and sea water for a month. This is in line with the legend of Hermes making a lyre, and also reflects the ancient simple magic theory and the animal worship thought at that time. And at that time, Greek mythology often had heroic legends of hunting magical animals, the most famous of which was Hercules hunting the 9-headed monster Hydra. Although Lynn still didn't know what absolute connection there was between these ancient myths and legends and the history of magic, he thought of them as soon as he thought about it. Lynn stroked the book with his hands, recalling the information he had found about Apollo and the lyre. The sound of the lyre is melodious, civilized and demure. Civilized and demure. If I remember correctly, it seems that there is such a creature that is about to die. As long as I appear at the right time, drive away the guy who hunted it at the beginning, and then end its life in the name of reducing pain. Then it will be considered killed by my own hands. But as an animal representing light, that is to say, I can't have any hypocritical performance in front of it, otherwise it will be aware of my bad intentions and curse me after death unless I learn the brain closure technique. To achieve the mentality of, I really want to save it, and the behavior of, I will kill it myself at the same time. Linda stood up and looked at the forbidden forest outside the window, thinking of countermeasures in his mind. He didn't know how long he stood there. This was a very contradictory thing. There was a lot of room for operation but a small success rate. Until his roommates walked back to the dormitory shouting, he came back to his senses a little, and then lay on the bed and pretended to be going to sleep. Forget it, I still have to prioritize saving. First, if I can really save it, I won't kill it, and I have to pay attention to Quirrel. Linda patted his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. His idea is not that of a Gryffindor. Forget not getting the head of the unicorn, Linda also has some other backup plans in his mind. The unicorn is relatively easy for him now. If he doesn't get it, he will choose something more convenient and powerful. The double horns of some creatures are naturally suitable for making lyres. For example, a certain underage dragon. Of course, he was not going to plot against Hagrid's dragon, but Hagrid's incident did remind him. In the plot, Hagrid's dragon Norbert grew very fast, and Lind might also be able to get a creature with a very short growth cycle to commit suicide. He had fed pigs and released sheep in his previous life. But he had never raised cats or dogs. He understood other people's feelings for pets, so he would not plot against Hagrid's dragon. But he could raise one himself and then kill it like a pig. Thinking of this, Lind really felt like a Slytherin. He didn't really care about life or death. Then, Lind gave Anderson a new task. Monitor Hagrid's hut and Harry Potter and his party. The plan for the resonance box had a rough outline, and then he began to think about the strings. The strings must be some linear objects with strong toughness. For example, the tendons of creatures, or the nerves of some creatures with extremely thick nerves. Although dragon tendons and nerves can be bought at the drugstore in Diagon Alley, they are all processed in various ways for the convenience of sale and preservation. I wonder if there is any way to contact the drugstore owner and ask for some fresh goods. If I send a letter directly, I guess the other party will ignore me. Or some metals or plant materials with high-strength magic conductivity. Thinking about it, Linda couldn't help but sigh. Making a lyre is only the first step to becoming a sea singer. The subsequent rituals are much more complicated, and the road is long and difficult. Thinking about it, Linda decided to start with the first step. Looking at the communication between Dumbledore and himself today, he did give himself a lot of freedom. But this does not mean that he can do whatever he wants. So for some details, he decided to be more cautious. At this time, the roommates were almost asleep. It was not that they fell asleep too fast, but that Linda himself thought too much. After waiting for a while, he got up and put on a black robe. With the help of Anderson, he came to the room of requirement with ease. Then he instructed Anderson to go back and monitor Harry Potter. This kid often went out at night, and he couldn't remember the specific time of the fire dragon incident, so it was best to start doing it now. After telling Anderson to remember to pick him up when the time was about right, he walked into the room where he practiced spells. He not only instructed Anderson to start doing it now when you think of it, but he also did it himself. He drafted a letter, which he planned to send to Felix tomorrow morning, and enclosed a sufficient amount of gold galleons. Then Felix would contact Diagon Alley to buy things, and then he would send those things over. In this way, the things sent over would not have serious traces of commodities, but family items. Just like you bought an inflatable. As a result, it was sent directly to the company's front desk, and the receptionist saw it. In short, safety first. He really didn't know to what extent Dumbledore controlled the school. And the characteristics of the things he wanted to buy were still very obvious. A polymath like Dumbledore could see the whole picture of most things from a small part. At that time, he would ask Felix to buy a traceless retractable bag in Diagon Alley and stuff all those things into it. This was also the safest way he could think of at this stage, although it was a bit troublesome. Chapter 57. It had been 3 days since he sent the letter to Felix, and Linda was leisurely waiting for the things he bought to be mailed. At the end of potions class this morning, Snape called him to go to his office to study potions class in the evening. It seemed that this was the time to learn occlumency in the future. During this period of time, Linda restrained his initial obsession with Tidecaller Revelation and returned to self-study of spells and Transfiguration, but his progress was much slower than before. He felt that he would be able to complete the second-year courses on his own 1 or 2 months before the end of the semester. To be honest, this progress looked impressive. But in fact it was not enough compared to the previous one, but more than the previous one. Those who competed were Hermione, Snape and others. Snape didn't need to say more. If Hermione's words were correct, the Transfiguration spell she performed during her LS examination was evaluated as being at the level of NWS. And Hermione basically took the exam in all subjects. That's not right. There seems to be something, a divination class or something that she didn't take the test, it seems because she doesn't like the teacher very much. He couldn't remember exactly what it was, but anyway, he felt a little frightened when he thought about Hermione's achievements in the future. After dinner in the Great Hall, Lind packed up and went to Snape's office. Standing in front of Snape's office door, he took a deep breath and straightened his clothes. I really want to forget something important. An idea suddenly came to Linda's mind, but he couldn't remember what it was about. It was like an animal's instinct for danger. After gently knocking on the door, Linda slowly opened the door and walked in. Came to this deep and dark room again. The disgusting and pungent smell of various drugs penetrated Lind's nose. There were hundreds of glass bottles on the wall shelves, containing different animal and plant specimens. Close the door behind you, Augustus. I remember I said that some herbs are not suitable for exposure to light. Snape's voice sounded sinisterly from the darkness. Linda quickly closed the door behind him. When he turned around again, Snape was sitting at his desk, where there were several small floating candles. That was rare light in the room, and those lights only served this range of things. Lind walked over and said hello to Professor Snape first, but was interrupted by him again mid-sentence, as if it was their first meeting. There is no need to say more polite words. You are indeed very polite and well-educated. This is not suitable for an 11-year-old person. As he said that, the wrinkles on Snape's face seemed to get deeper. It's like putting on a mask, which makes me a little curious. Snape's face seemed to be closer. At this time, Linda finally remembered what he had not thought of at first. In the original book, Snape directly invaded Harry's brain when he taught Harry Potter how to learn occlumency. If he did the same to himself. How could I forget this? Oh my God. Thinking about this, Linda remained calm on his face, but in his heart he began to think of some way to directly abort this course. To contradict Snape and make him lose the idea of teaching him. Or think of a way to turn today's course into theory, and then find a way to stop it. Linda was thinking in his mind, sweat sliding down his temples. Snape, on the other hand, continued talking. To be honest, if Dumbledore hadn't allowed you to learn this magic and asked me to teach you, you would never have had the chance to learn from me until you died, Snape said insultingly as usual. Augustus, although your performance in potions class is mediocre, judging from my interactions with other professors, you are not an idiot, so I hope you won't ask repeated questions about what I said. Do you understand? Snape looked at Lind. Oh, okay. Linda reacted and replied with emotion. However, Snape was not very satisfied with his slow response, and his speech became even deeper after that. You offered to learn this spell, so it seems that you have some understanding of it. But I think it's just something one-sided. Snape gave him a mocking look. Occlumency, as the name suggests, this magic can prevent the mind from being invaded and affected by magic. This also explains the most significant effect of occlumency. It can build a wall in your brain to allow outsiders to can't break in. Of course, this is relatively shallow. In addition to being external, occlumency can also be internal. Learning occlumency means that you can control your own memory. This means that if you have something that cannot be forgotten, you can use this spell to remember it firmly. Likewise, if you have any unpleasant memories, you can delete them. Of course, this is a taboo of occlumency. Because deleting memories violates the original purpose of occlumency. Occlumency was created to help wizards maintain their self during their magical journey in life. Having said this, Snape glanced at Lind and said, "Do you understand what self means?" Lind nodded hurriedly. This was basically the same as what he learned. One of the reasons why occlumency can prevent the mind from being invaded and affected is the control and organization of memory. Of course, this is one of them. This is also based on the reverse cracking of the legilimency spell. Seeing that Lind really understood, Snape nodded in satisfaction. Then he asked Lind, "How do you think you should practice this spell?" "Eliminate distractions, restrain desires, and concentrate," Lind said as he thought. "You have a lot of theoretical knowledge, but you haven't mentioned the most important point. The most important thing is to let go of emotions." Snape said. "No happiness, no anger, no disappointment, no greed, no jealousy. When you abandon these emotions, it will be difficult for others to invade your mind." "But Professor, no one should be able to completely abandon their emotions, right? And you and Dumbledore don't seem to be completely emotionless." Hearing his question, Snape smiled disdainfully. "For your first question, it is true that no one can completely block emotions, but the more you can be objective and calm. The fewer flaws you have. If you have a little brain, you will hear that I said very difficult instead of impossible. For the second question, to be honest, I didn't expect you to ask such a stupid question at first. Do you think Professor McGonagall needs to keep thinking about turning a toothpick into a needle? Do you think Professor Flitwick needs to chant slowly like you guys to release a clear spring? Most of the spellcasting standards are designed to facilitate beginners to learn. It seems that you are just like that." Snape did not hide his contempt for Lind, but Lind really couldn't refute it. Who let him be the half-blood prince? Remember, Augustus. Standards only apply to weak beginners. Chapter 58. Snape was right. The more proficient you are in a spell, the lower the standard for casting it. This is also the reason why there is the technique of silent casting in advanced magic. At that time, the so-called standard pronunciation and the trajectory of the wand swinging would limit the fluency of a person's casting. He even suspected that wizards of Dumbledore's level could already do most of the spells. Lind knew this theorem. But the reason why he asked was to delay time. It would be best to finish this class. He now felt like sitting on pins and needles, uncomfortable all over. "Augustus, you are very interesting. You haven't looked at me from the beginning to now." Snape looked at Lind, and his words scared Lind a lot. But he may have underestimated Snape a little, and he didn't expect him to say the following words. "It seems that you have some understanding of how to practice occlumency, but you can rest assured that I will not use legilimency on you. I respect everyone," Snape said awkwardly. Lind was a little bit unbelievable when he heard this, and then he saw Snape's awkward expression. It seemed that this was not what he should say. Was it because he got Dumbledore's instructions? However, he didn't know that if it was Harry Potter in front of Snape, he would definitely use legilimency to force Harry to learn occlumency quickly, but Lind couldn't do that. Lind must have buried the accident a year ago in his heart and didn't want to show it to others. He told Dumbledore a few months ago that Lind might be the first blood-cursed orc whose soul was devoured in history, so naturally he couldn't use the Imperio's curse to stimulate him again. But teaching him occlumency was an attempt by him and Dumbledore to resist the blood-cursed soul in Lind. There has been no attempt to use occlumency to restrain the blood curse in history. He couldn't be overstimulated, and he had to learn the brain block technique as much as possible, so Snape had to use other methods to guide Linda. I think I have explained the theoretical knowledge clearly. Snape didn't care what Linda was thinking. You can get out next, but from the moment you walk out of this door, I don't want to see joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness on your face. At the same time, you have to hand me a diary next week. The diary should write down some of the big and small things you encountered in Hogwarts, write down the events, and then objectively evaluate them from an outsider's perspective. Snape gave Linda a task and then drove him out. Linda was a little confused. The thing he was worried about for a long time didn't happen, and Snape actually said the word respect. He said goodbye to Snape in a daze and then left. When he pushed open the door, Snape added coldly. Of course, you can choose not to write about things that are too private, but I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer next time. My God, this Snape is fake. He turned back to confirm that it was Snape's office. Linda sighed in his heart, and he felt that he was getting more and more confused about this magical world. Why did Dumbledore give me such face? Even Snape treated me like this? Linda buried these two questions in his heart, and then began to think about the task that Snape gave him. In simple terms, it is, don't be happy with things, don't be sad with yourself, always be an outsider. It's not very difficult. At least in the environment of Hogwarts where he is now. There is no separation of life and death. Most of the things are just fights between little wizards from various colleges. It is naturally impossible to have no emotional fluctuations, but it is relatively objective. Back in the lounge, Harry and the other four surrounded Neville and didn't know what they were talking about. When Linda walked over, he heard Neville crying. Malfoy, Neville said in a trembling voice. I met him outside the library, he said he was looking for someone to practice the leg-locking curse. As he was talking, he saw Linda coming over and hurriedly said to him, Linda, Malfoy said he would use this spell to teach you a lesson. Hearing this, Linda felt a little disdainful in his heart, and the corners of his mouth rose. Then he thought of what Snape said to him, and then he returned to his expressionless face. Okay, thank you for telling me, Neville. Go find Professor McGonagall. Hermione urged Neville. Sue him. Neville shook his head. Harry and Ron looked at Linda with some expectation at first, hoping that he could teach Malfoy a lesson, and then saw Linda's eyes that seemed to have nothing to do with them, and they were a little disappointed. I don't want to cause trouble again, Neville muttered vaguely. You must be brave to face him, Neville. Ron said. He is always domineering, we have no reason to be in front of him. Where is he? Tell me, the last thing is not over yet. Last time? Jane, have you been bullied by him? Last time, he was obviously looking for death, that day, anyway, it doesn't matter, the important thing is that I wanted to beat him up a long time ago. Jane blurted out directly, but fortunately she realized that the last thing happened when she was out at night, and it involved the three-headed dog, so she quickly stopped talking. That's right, say it. We will stand up for you, we Gryffindors are not afraid of anything. I'm too timid to be in Gryffindor, Neville choked up, Ron's words seemed to irritate him. How could you have such an idea? Hermione asked in disbelief, she pressed Jane down and covered her mouth with both hands to prevent her from saying anything like fighting. She asked Neville and glared at Ron. Neville sobbed and said, Malfoy said so, I think he is right. Harry reached into the pocket of his robe and took out a chocolate frog, which was the last one in the box that Hermione gave him at Christmas. Harry handed it to Neville. Neville looked like he was about to cry. You are better than 12 Malfoys, Harry said. The Sorting Hat chose you into Gryffindor, didn't it? You must have the qualities that Gryffindor needs, where is Malfoy? In the annoying Slytherin. Hearing this, Linda touched his nose and was a little speechless. I don't have the qualities that Gryffindor needs. Then he quickly stabilized his emotions. Why didn't I realize that I have so many little thoughts before? Lynn suddenly felt that the task Snape gave him was not that simple. Neville unwrapped the chocolate frog, his lips twitching, revealing a weak smile. Thank you, I want to go to bed, Harry, do you want a picture? You collect pictures, right? After Neville left, Harry looked at the picture of the famous wizard, Dumbledore again, he said. My first time was. He gasped and stared at the back of the picture. What's wrong? Ron asked. Nothing, let's talk about it later. As he said that, he turned sideways and winked at Ron. Chapter 59. But obviously, Ron didn't have that comprehension. He looked at Lind with a puzzled look, not knowing what Harry was going to say. Instead, Lind walked away by himself. He knew what Harry was going to say. He must have seen that Nicolome on Dumbledore's card. At that time, Lind went to see it himself. The three-headed dog was moved overnight. It was thought that it had not left the school. In addition, Harry did not go home during the Christmas holiday. It was reasonable for him to find Fluffy again under Dumbledore's guidance. Then he would think of the trapdoor, the break-in incident of Gringotts' vault, etc. I just don't know if Harry is now suspicious of Snape. Seeing that Harry deliberately avoided him, Lind didn't make trouble for himself and walked away directly. On Saturday, Lind rarely walked out of the castle. He crossed the Black Lake and came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Not far from him was Hagrid's hut. At the same time, he blocked the way back to Hagrid's hut from Hogsmeade. Anderson rarely stayed with Lynn during this period, but kept jumping back and forth outside Hagrid's hut and Harry's bedroom window. Not long ago, Anderson brought him a message. Hagrid went to the bar in Hogsmeade to drink. This also gave Lynn some ideas. So he deliberately came here at the right time to wait for Hagrid's arrival. But he felt that he might have underestimated the alcohol consumption of the half-giant. It was not until the sky gradually darkened that he vaguely saw a tall figure appear in his field of vision. The moment he saw him, Lynn went straight into the performance state. When Hagrid came over drunkenly, he saw a small figure wandering on the edge of the forbidden forest. He gathered his coat a little unnaturally, and then saw the little wizard touching the leaves and kicking the soil from time to time. "Hey, what are you doing here, kid?" As the guard of the forbidden forest, he still remembered his duties even at this time. The little wizard looked startled by him and said nervously, "Oh, I'm just here to take a look. I heard that there will be Bowtruckles here. I'm very interested in them." "It's them. Bowtruckles are very smart little guys. How did you think of coming here to see Bowtruckles? They rarely appear on the edge of the forbidden forest because there are always little wizards who bully them." Hagrid burped. A smile appeared on his face. The topic the little wizard talked about happened to be in his area of expertise, and he was in a good mood today. "Oh, okay. I just heard that Hogwarts is one of the few places in the UK where magical animals gather in a rich variety of species. I heard from seniors that there are tamed nightshades here. This is really amazing. I don't know which great wizard did it. I also want to see it, but unfortunately I can't see them." He added immediately, "It seems that this little wizard is very interested in many magical animals." "Ahaha, that's right. Hogwarts is the only place in the world where you can tame nightmares, and there are indeed many rare magical animals here." Hagrid laughed. The little wizard said the great wizard who tamed nightmares, isn't that talking about him? Thinking of this, Hagrid's good mood doubled, and he said to the little wizard in front of him with great interest, "Child, if you are so interested in magical animals, I can take you to see them in the future." As he said that, he patted the little wizard's shoulder with his huge palm. "Really? Can you see unicorns? I also heard that there are unicorns in the Forbidden Forest." "Of course, they often stay in the northwest of the Forbidden Forest." "Just say it like that." Linda originally thought that he would have to talk for a long time. Unexpectedly, Hagrid didn't hide it at all. Linda didn't change his expression because he got the information he wanted, but continued to talk with Hagrid. During this time, he also learned a lot about the Forbidden Forest. The two chatted like this, and Linda had to say that people like Hagrid always have good intentions for most of the world. In addition, he is a bit nervous. Linda and Hagrid sat outside the Forbidden Forest. He could see the egg in Hagrid's arms through the folds of his coat. This also means that Linda did it too early. Wait until Hagrid's dragon hatches, grows for a while, and is found wandering at night on the night he was sent to Romania, and then there is a trip to the Forbidden Forest. Linda rubbed his temples. He really couldn't remember this vague timeline. But this is not a bad thing, it means that he still has a lot of time to prepare. It was getting dark, and Hagrid was almost awake. He suddenly came to his senses and realized that he still had a dragon egg hidden in his arms, but judging from the appearance of the little wizard next to him, he should not have seen it. Okay, it's getting dark, you should go back. I'll take you to see the Bowtruckle when the weather warms up." Lynn stood up, patted the dirt on his body, and looked up at the weather. "It's going to rain. I can't stand the rain," thinking, he hurried back to the castle. Lynn casually ate 2 mouthfuls of food in the auditorium, and then came to the library. This was his first time to come to the library after borrowing Mystery of Atlantis last time. Although Dumbledore told him not to worry and that he would tell Madame Pants, Lind was still a little scared. Fortunately, Madame Pants was not at the door of the library now. She should be cleaning somewhere in the library. Lind walked in and searched for a long time and finally found 2 books related to fire dragon species in Britain and Ireland, and Guide to Raising Fire Dragons. Lind directly looked up the information about the Norwegian Ridgeback. He wanted to calculate the approximate hatching time of this fire dragon. And then calculate the growth cycle, and finally get the approximate time when Harry and his friends went to the Forbidden Forest. It was actually around May or June, the last month of this semester. Well, it seems that there is still plenty of time. After reading it, Lind walked out of the library and returned to the common room. Then, as usual, he got up after everyone fell asleep. But this time he did not go to the room of requirement, but came to the potions classroom located underground. Although he suffered a great loss in the 2 advanced spells of Wind Twister and Torrent, he still wanted to try this spell. This simple, violent and powerful spell was created by a student. It was recorded in Advanced Magic Potion Making, a second-hand book signed by the Half-Blood Prince. Chapter 60. The Alejo Cave Opens. Linda waved his wand in a low voice, and a faint light emitted from the wand. Click. The lock cylinder was twisted open by an inexplicable force. Linda hurriedly opened the classroom door and rushed into the potions classroom. The pungent smell suddenly penetrated his nose. To be honest, he couldn't get used to this smell no matter how many times he smelled it. He came to the two solid wood cabinets in the corner. These two cabinets were filled with miscellaneous items. If his prediction was correct, the books should be placed in them now. Using the unlocking spell again, Linda first opened a cabinet. Among the cauldrons stacked up and down. One of them still exudes a lingering stench. There is no liquid inside, but is covered with a layer of brown dirt. I don't know what kind of magic potion it originally contained, or what it might be. It's not a magic potion at all. There are also brass scales with some deformed weights. There was everything, but he didn't see the book he wanted. Then he followed the same pattern and looked through other cabinets. Finally he found the book he wanted in a cabinet drawer. Advanced Potion Making, by Labasio Polacci. The book looked extremely worn, with many cracks on the edges of the pages and curled pages at the corners. Linda opened the cover of the book, and underneath it was written in Chuancho's densely packed small characters, "This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince." Linda did not rush to read the content of the book. Instead, he put the book into his robe and carefully put everything back in its place. Then he tiptoed out of the potions classroom and came to the room of requirement. The locked tongue seals the throat. The toes are used against a stick, which looks like a variation of the incisor match against a stick. The silent simplification charm of the golden bell was optimized by Snape, allowing Harry to successfully cast it on the first time, which is awesome. Close your earplugs and listen. Lind was flipping through the pages while praising him again and again. Snape is so awesome. Found it dash. Linda's fingers touched the pages of the book. Shenfeng Wuing. What I want is you. Lind looked at the key points of casting this spell word by word. Snape wrote it in great detail. When he was young, his handwriting was small and neat. No one else, not to mention Harry, would have thought that this half-blood prince could do this. It's Snape. Lind waved the fake wand transformed by Transfiguration while correcting his pronunciation. After practicing for a long time, Linda felt that he should be able to cast this spell successfully. He stood up and walked to the puppet. Shenfeng Wuing. The magic power surged out along the wand, but seemed to be blocked between the wands. Linda didn't care what the hell he was releasing, and directly put an armor on himself with his backhand. The puppet was hit, shook, and then stopped again. Phew. Fortunately nothing happened. The last wave of the wand was a little too hasty. Do it again. This time it was even stranger. A stream of green smoke came out of the tip of his staff. Failed again. But this was also within his expectation. Even if talent factors are put aside, Harry's success in using the Shadowless Edge for the first time is inseparable from the foundation of spellcasting he has acquired over the years, his proficiency in controlling the wand, his control over magic, etc. Which take time to develop. Effort. Linda straightened his posture again and raised his wand again. I should have started revising a long time ago. There are only 8 weeks until finals, Hermione said sitting in the Gryffindor common room. After spending more than half a year together, Hermione, Ron and Harry have already formed a deep friendship, and because Jane has always had a good relationship with Hermione, she also has a good relationship with Harry and Ron. But Ron still doesn't know who the person who punched him that night was. Neither Hermione nor Jane said anything. In the corner of the lounge, Linda sat expressionlessly on the sofa. The sofa faced the corner. Linda had his legs crossed. There was a brand new, standard spell, level 3, on his lap. Of course, his cover was Linda wrapped it with something else. A week ago, Linda officially completed the self-study of Standard Spells, Level 2. To be honest, this was beyond his expectation. It seemed to be because he practiced occlumency according to Professor Snape's requirements. Just like a robot can always do better with standardized things, suppressing his own emotions makes him feel like a god when analyzing spell techniques and summarizing the reasons for failure and success. And the emotions that were usually suppressed would flow out like a torrent when he cast the spell, and his spells were much more powerful. Linda still maintains a confident attitude towards self-study, Standard Spells, Level 3. Although at Level 3, the study of spells begins to deepen and is no longer limited to teaching you how to successfully cast a spell. The magic theories in the book are numerous and difficult to organize into a system. Linda is considering whether to encourage Professor Flitwick to compile a textbook himself. It would definitely be a much better book written by him than the one I am using now. But his confidence comes from the Charms Club, and the meetings every Friday are an eye-opener for him. The improvement of his horizons will be of great help to him in sorting out the theoretical system of third-level magic spells. The book that Lind had spread out had not been opened for a long time, and his ears were shining with a faint fluorescent light that was difficult to detect. This is a spell to increase hearing. During this period, he never stopped exploring the Forbidden Forest, and his relationship with Hagrid became much closer. Hogwarts' management of the Forbidden Forest is not that strict. In the original book, Luna would walk barefoot alone in the Forbidden Forest and make friends with many small animals. And Lind also went into the Forbidden Forest many times under the leadership of Hagrid in the name of understanding magical animals, and learned a lot of terrain. Now he has a map of the Forbidden Forest drawn by himself in his waist bag. After listening for a while, he found that either Hermione was calling Harry and Ron to study or muttering about what he didn't understand enough, so he thought it was meaningless and walked up. When everyone in the dormitory fell asleep, Lind put on his black robe again. Walk out of the dormitory. He was about to go down the spiral staircase, but found that there were two elongated figures in the common room below, and they looked like they were sitting in front of the table. Lind was not surprised by this kind of thing. Even in a place like Gryffindor where rough people gather, there will always be people who don't want to sleep every once in a while. In the middle of the night. They suddenly want to work hard and come to the common room to spread out a book to read, but they fall asleep directly in the common room. Normally, in this situation, he would just go back to sleep as a pastime. Today, just like usual, Lind was about to go back, but he heard a pleasant creaking sound. The hole in the common room was opened. Then Lind heard a familiar voice, from Jane Devo. Stay away from me, you stink. Here, Harry, your invisibility cloak. It bit me. Ron said. I can't hold a pen for a week. Let me tell you, the dragon is the most terrifying animal I have ever seen, but looking at the way Hagrid treats it, you would think it is a furry little rabbit. After it bit me, Hagrid didn't allow me to scare it. When I left, I heard him singing a lullaby to it. This thing is really terrible. It hasn't been out of the shell for a long time, but it has started to eat a whole box of meat, Jane also complained, and it seems that she was not bitten. Lind squatted carefully on the spiral staircase and listened to them talking. There was a slapping sound from the dark window. It's Hedwig, Harry said, and hurried over to put it in. It must have brought Charlie's reply. Charlie. It looks like the dragon will be sent away soon. Lind hadn't seen the dragon yet. Although he and Hagrid had a good relationship now, Hagrid didn't tell him about it. Maybe he thought enough people knew about it. Then, there were some rustling sounds below. They will come to take Norbert away at midnight on Saturday. Let's go and tell Hagrid tomorrow. He still has 3 days to cherish. Although I really want that thing to disappear from Hogwarts now. Jane said bluntly. To be honest, she really doesn't look like a woman sometimes. Chapter 61. In the dark office, Snape sat at the table with a stern face, and Lind sat opposite him. Puff. Snape threw the thick notebook directly on the table. His veins popped up and he suddenly got angry. You useless, mud idiot, get out of my office. You are as stupid as the dog raised by the Forbidden Forest guard. Snape stood up and his face was almost in front of Lind, and his saliva sprayed directly on Lind's face. Lind had a blank expression and casually picked up his robe to wipe his face. Professor Snape, I am sure that I will not have emotional fluctuations due to such ordinary verbal provocation. This is not the first time you have confirmed it in this way, right? Lind said lightly. During this period of time, including in the brain block class, the potion class, and when they met in the corridor, Snape would attack Lind for no reason, even worse than Harry. However, Lind never showed anger, shame, impatience and other emotions. Snape saw Lind's performance and nodded with satisfaction. Then he stepped back. I think we can move on to the next stage, Augustus. Snape asked him, in your mind, is there any memory that you can remember but not remember completely? Lind thought about it and understood what Snape wanted to express. Of course, I remember being bitten by a dog when I was 5 years old, but where was it bitten, why was it bitten? Okay, I don't care, let me ask you again, do you think this memory still exists in your mind? Of course, Professor, I just can't remember it, but it must still be in my mind. Snape was very satisfied with Lind's answer and nodded, yes, memories always exist in our minds, but we may forget some of them. This is the ability of the pensieve. After speaking, Snape put his wand against his temple and inserted it into the greasy hair roots. Memory separation. When he took away the wand, there was a strand of silver attached to the tip of the wand, like a thick spider silk. Snape tore it apart and let it fall gently into the pensieve, where it turned silvery white. Using this spell, we can separate or copy a memory in our mind. We can use the pensieve to reproduce this memory. You can find out what the pensieve is when you have time. Snape took out a small glass bottle and threw the memory into the bottle. Then he put it on the table. It contains a memory. They are like photos, copying everything we have seen in detail. Next, you have to learn the spell of memory extraction. Controlling memory is a basis for controlling brain occlusion. After saying all this, Snape motioned Lynn to repeat it. Snape didn't expect Lynn to repeat what he said exactly. Then Snape began to explain the spell of memory extraction to Lynn. Saturday. On a dark, overcast night. Harry climbed out of bed carefully. He didn't have much time. Malfoy also knew that they were going to send Norbert away today, which would definitely cause trouble for them. He put on his robe and glanced at Ron's empty bed. On the morning of the second day after Ron was bitten, his hand swelled to twice its original size. At that time, they were still wondering if it was inappropriate to go to Ms. Pomfrey. Would she be able to tell that it was a dragon bite? However, in the afternoon, his wound worsened and turned into an ugly green color, so he had to go to the school hospital. Alas! Poor Ron. Harry sighed helplessly, and then took the invisible cloak like gauze. What he didn't know was that outside the dark window, another eye was watching his movements. When Harry walked out of the dormitory, the owner of the eye flew to the window next door. Anderson cooed softly. Lind nodded after hearing what it said. Then he turned over and fell asleep again. According to the plot, Harry will throw the invisibility cloak in the astronomy tower tonight, and then Dumbledore will give it to him after the trip to the Forbidden Forest. To be honest, Lind had the idea of this thing at first, but later he thought about it and gave up, still a little worried that Dumbledore would find it. Sure enough, Lind heard about Gryffindor's big deduction of points the next day. Then, it's time to start your own arrangements. After lunch at noon, Lind carefully came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and while no one was paying attention, he rushed into the Forbidden Forest. If you go to the Forbidden Forest at night, then Dumbledore will most likely find him, so if you walk out of the castle during the day and then rush into the Forbidden Forest, the chance of being discovered will be much smaller. Lind walked into the Forbidden Forest, and the dense canopy covered the light from the sky. The entire Forbidden Forest was not very visible even during the day. It looked like the terrifying Black Forest in fairy tales. Linda walked quickly into the woods, and when he could no longer see the Hogwarts lawn, he stopped behind a big tree. He fumbled in his waist bag and took out a small medicine bottle after a while. It contained a thick dark green medicine liquid. Linda pulled out the stopper, and a pungent smell of grass juice came out. Linda poured out some of the medicine liquid and spread it on his body as much as possible. This is a medicine liquid that masks its own smell. After covering up the smell on his body, Lind put away the medicine bottle, took out his wand and put it on his chest to be alert and headed towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Jumping over the puddle familiarly and climbing over the huge tree trunk that was broken on the ground, Lind soon reached the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Taking out the map, Lind checked his position, then turned around and ran forward again. For this incident, Lind can only get 2 pieces of information now, and it is expected that he will get more in the future. The first point, Harry met Quirrell shortly after entering the Forbidden Forest, and the regular entrance to the Forbidden Forest, that is, the crossing, stepped out by Hagrid, is next to his cabin. Calculate Harry's speed, and then boldly estimate the time from Harry's departure to meeting Quirrell, then this can exclude most of the Forbidden Forest. There should be no Quirrell in those places, and no arrangements are needed. The second point, that is, the settlement of unicorns. This point was confirmed by him and Hagrid early on, and he knew all the drinking water points and living places where unicorns often stay. Combining the two, Lind needs to arrange fewer places in advance. It is only necessary to arrange the intersection of the fan-shaped area radiating from the entrance of the Forbidden Forest outside Hagrid's hut and the circular area where the unicorns live. Another point that may be obtained in the future is, during Harry's Forbidden Forest night, Hagrid once said, such a thing happened not long ago, and this is not the first unicorn to be attacked. In other words, in the near future, Lind can also get the death point of a unicorn, which was the killing caused by Quirrell's first sucking of unicorn blood. A circle is spread out with the death point of a unicorn as the center. And then Lind will strengthen the arrangement within that circle. Most people would think so. But what Lind actually needs to do is, strengthen the arrangement of places outside the circular range. Unicorns are very smart creatures. If their people are hunted in that area, they will definitely stay away from that area as soon as possible. That is to say, during Harry's Forbidden Forest night, the location where Quirrell hunted the unicorn is likely to be far away from his first hunting of the unicorn. Chapter 62. After delineating a rough area, Linda began to lay out the area using point diffusion while strengthening his understanding of the terrain. This work took him 3 weeks. This is not a good time for Harry. The famous Harry Potter, the hero of 2 Quidditch matches, actually caused Gryffindor to lose so many points. He and 3 other stupid first-year students. Neville, Hermione, and Jane. Neville tried to find them on the night of the incident, but was also caught. Harry, who was once one of the most popular and admired people in school, suddenly became a target. Even the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff didn't have a good look on him, because everyone had always wanted to see Slytherin lose the House Cup. Hermione and Jane's life was not easy either. How can I say these two, they were both a bit unlikable. Jane is a little better, but her temper is a bit grumpy. Needless to say, Hermione was also reflected in the original text. She was a relatively self-centered character at the beginning, but was later changed by Harry and Ron. Lind had heard Harry say a week ago that he would never meddle in other people's business again. He no longer stalks around, spying on something. However, now it is said that he has begun to suspect that Snape has some ulterior desire for the Philosopher's Stone. He must be trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone and become immortal. Harry said firmly in his heart. Since setting up the Forbidden Forest, Anderson has a lot more work every day. He only occasionally clears the way for Lind when he goes to the Room of Requirement at night. And not often, because it is almost the end of the term, and many wizards in Gryffindor start working overtime in the break room. Most of the rest of the time it was either spying on Harry or flying into the Forbidden Forest. Once it was almost bitten by a big snake on a tree. After that, Linda would cast armor spells on it frequently every day. On weekends, Linda would spend some time in the Forbidden Forest to check and maintain the hands and feet he made in the Forbidden Forest. Some of them might have been damaged by the surrounding animals. And some might not be in the right position. Anyway, there are all kinds of little accidents will always happen. Linda also thought about bringing in some modern weapons at first, and Felix had a way. Moreover, the Cold War ended some time ago and the Red community announced its disintegration, causing a large backlog of arms to flow into all parts of the world. If Felix was willing, he could even get some high-power items. But it's a pity that Felix was unwilling. He repeatedly denied Linda's school danger theory, magic danger theory, magical legal loophole theory, and so on. Thinking of this, Lind still felt a pity. If there were some firearms, this matter would definitely be much easier to handle. In the Forbidden Forest, Linda pulled apart a leaf and carefully observed its rhizome to ensure that it was growing well. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from behind Linda, and the sound was only a few meters away from him. What is it? Linda turned his head sharply, pulled out his wand, and twitched the corners of his mouth, ready to recite a spell at any time. He saw a tall figure appearing in his field of vision. His upper body was that of a handsome human being. His eyes were the same light blue as Linda's, and his hair was platinum. However, underneath he had a pair of silver hair. The main horse's body is more than 2 meters tall, and its tail naturally swings behind it. He looked Linda up and down and said, "Hello, kid." Hello, are you a centaur?" Linda asked knowingly. He didn't know who was coming. "Yes, I live here." As he said that, he looked at Lind's feet, the blade of grass he had just pulled away. "My name is Firenze. Are you a student at Hogwarts? I've seen you and Hagrid together." "Have you seen it? When?" Anyway, Linda has never seen him. Hearing him say that his name was Firenze, Linda felt relieved a little. This centaur also often appeared in the original work. He was considered to be close to the wizards. He didn't hate wizards so much, so he probably wouldn't cause trouble for him. "Yes, I do often come to the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid, but this time he is not here. Do you have anything to do with me?" Linda and Hagrid were talking about their relationship. Almost all creatures with brains in the Forbidden Forest will give Hagrid face. Firenze said gently. "Child, don't worry, I just want to ask, did you plant some of the extra mandrakes in the forest recently?" "Well, yes, I have planted them in different places, because their planting conditions are a bit harsh, but I don't want to borrow the school's greenhouse. I think I should use a more natural way." Linda he touched his nose and said while thinking. The cultural customs of centaur and horse seem to be much more direct, less convoluted. He asked directly, "It is indeed very harsh. Can I pick 2 of them when they mature? I have some use for them, so I am willing to take care of them for you. You will have a holiday soon, and I can help you by then." "You?" Linda nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Mandrake, also known as magic apple, and poisonous ginseng nightshade. Mature mandrake is a relatively rare herb, but its young plants are relatively cheap. The reason for this is that mandrake has a long growth cycle and a harsh growth environment. It is because of its harsh growth that in the second part of the secret room, Professor Sprout's mandrake has to mature before making a potion to remove petrification and give it to the children. The root of the mandrake is an ugly baby with a shrill cry, which can kill people. Mature mandrakes can be used to make potions to remove the petrification of basilisks. Its roots can grow underground to 3 to 4 inches long. In ancient times, people believed that mandrakes could relieve pain and help sleep, and large doses could relieve symptoms of mental confusion and madness. The Greek myth of Circe once used mandrakes to refine her most effective elixir of life, and this event was collected by the chocolate dolls cards. Not only that, mandrakes also contain a large number of toxic hallucinogenic ingredients, and are also used for divination. It can be used to make spells that make warriors invulnerable, make flying ointments and improve flying ability, and it is also regarded as a strong aphrodisiac. Animagus also needs mandrake leaves. This thing has many functions, a long maturity period, and harsh growing conditions, so its mature plants have always been a priceless thing. This is one of the things Linto Felix bought in Diagon Alley, a total of dozens of young mandrakes. At first, Lin's idea was to use its scream to hit Quirrel. Its scream has strong persistence and strong magic-breaking ability. In the original text, even Professor Sprout would wear earplugs when facing them. And that was only described in the original book. Lind himself also learned that people would die from the scream of mandrake grass every once in a while in history. He himself also experienced how powerful this thing was when he first entered Hogwarts. In addition, in the environment of the Forbidden Forest, the young mandrake grass, which is cheap, easy to use, and also a herb, is definitely the best choice. No matter how strong Quirrel is, he was cursed by the first unicorn he hunted, and then fought with the second unicorn, and then encountered the mandrake grass and other arrangements placed by Lind, and he didn't intend to target Quirrel only. It is definitely unrealistic to kill Quirrel, but there is still some confidence in driving him away. As a result, he did it too early, so he had to maintain the mandrake grass frequently during this period, and sometimes replenish new ones. He didn't know what kind of animals were so stupid to eat it. Fortunately, it was cheap enough and he could barely afford it. Chapter 63. Of course, I don't really need it, but can I ask why you need mandrake? Linda was the first to say. Seeing that he agreed, Firenze nodded, "Thank you for your help," then he looked up through the leaves at the sky. The sun was high, but he still stared at it. The starry sky is very dim during this period. Is this an answer? The starry sky is dim, probably because of the serious pollution. Sure enough, centaurs speak in mysterious ways, and all of this comes from their extremely strong racial talent, astrology. It's like the fortune tellers in the online novels of the previous life, who always say, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed, and then they are tricked by the protagonist and then struck by lightning. Forget it, just treat it as an answer. Linda didn't respond to his words, and Firenze saw that the two had reached a deal, and didn't say anything else, but said goodbye and left. Accompanied by the sound of horse hooves and the rustling of branches and leaves, but in the blink of an eye, Firenze disappeared into the dark woods. Lind ignored him. The appearance of Firenze meant that mandrake had become something that both of them needed. Firenze should help him manage these fragile and picky guys intentionally or unintentionally. This is a good thing. Lind continued to move around in the Forbidden Forest and applied some medicine to 2 mandrakes to prolong their lives. When the sun was about to set, Lind returned to the castle of Hogwarts. This should be his last time in the Forbidden Forest in recent times. After all, it was unknown how long it had been since Quirrel first hunted a unicorn. If the two met, it would be troublesome, including Anderson's visits to the Forbidden Forest would be much less frequent in the future. So he thought it was a good thing to meet Firenze. Lind ate something casually and went to the library. The Gryffindor common room was indeed not a good place to do homework. There were a lot more people in the library during this period, but there were still vacancies. Lind also saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Harry had a book called Common Star Charts and Major Discoveries in Astrology in front of him. It seemed that he wanted to look for the star charts that Professor Aurora Sinister had asked them to draw in advance. If he could find them and copy them down in advance, then his final review workload would be much less. Linda glanced at the 3 people and didn't see Jane. This was a bit rare. Linda ignored them and sat down in a corner. As soon as he sat down, several candles floating in the air around him automatically floated over to provide light for him. It was like an idle technician going to work. He took out Standard Spells, Elementary, from his waist bag. He needed to review some of the theoretical knowledge in it. He didn't care much about grades, but the roll of exams was indeed a good way for him to test what he had learned. Time was still passing. The closer it was to the end of the term, the more nervous Linda became, but he controlled himself not to be nervous. Anderson began to frequently land and fly at the window of the castle, or stay in the public lounge for a whole day. All this was done to keep a close watch on Harry Potter. As for Lind himself, because of his brain-blocking skills, He basically doesn't talk except for daily greetings and intellectual interactions with teachers and senior students. He has a stern face every day, and he has heard some people say that he is a little Snape. Freedom, walking alone. This is how Lind feels. Just 1 week before the final exam, the punishment for Harry and others finally came down. Lind looked at the portraits in the Gryffindor common room and smiled. Filch. My God, I don't know how he will deal with you. Harry looked at the note worriedly. Your detention starts at 11 o'clock tonight. Find Mr. Filch in the hallway. Professor McGonagall. After 10 o'clock in the evening, Lind handed Anderson a small cloth bag at the window. Put it away now and give it to me after the matter is over. Lind came to the window of the bathroom. He suspected that Dumbledore's means of supervising the school had something to do with the portraits. If he wanted to go out, it would be impossible to avoid those portraits perfectly by going inside. But there were some places without portraits, such as the bathroom. And there was a window in the bathroom, which faced the entire castle. This was the point he had chosen before. He took out a dark robe and a black loose-fitting garment from his waist bag. He changed out of his casual clothes. When he came to the window, Anderson had been waiting outside the window for some time, and the small bag had been placed somewhere by him. Wingardium Leviosa, Lind cast a floating spell on himself. Quickly grow bigger, he waved his wand again and cast the spell on Anderson. Lind jumped lightly, feeling the floating state of his body, then he held the window and grabbed Anderson's feet. Lind floated in the air and was taken into the Forbidden Forest by Anderson. As soon as he entered the Forbidden Forest, Lind felt a little dizzy. At this time, the floating spell on him and the enlargement spell on Anderson were almost ineffective. Armor protection - Lind cast a spell on Anderson again. Lind rubbed his temple, but still felt a little dizzy. After rubbing for a while, Lind remembered what he was going to do. Go to the sky and call the signal above any place where you see a battle. Anderson murmured softly and flew directly into the night sky. Lind tidied up the clothes that were blown in the air just now and gathered his hair. Then he walked straight into the Forbidden Forest. The letter Harry received asked him to go to Filch at 11 o'clock at night, and then go to Hagrid, and then find the dead unicorn and Quirrel who was about to suck the unicorn's blood. So the time of death of the unicorn was after 11 o'clock, but not too far away from 11 o'clock. In the original book, there is a plot in which the blood of the unicorn was found by Hagrid on the trail, and the unicorn should not be able to run far after being injured. Every time Lind went to Hagrid, he would ask about the situation of the unicorn. But he had never gained anything until Harry and his friends received the punishment letter this morning, and then he went to Hagrid's hut in the afternoon to ask for information. After combining all these, Lind has screened out the places where the unicorn is most likely to appear. Lind took 2 steps before he remembered something, and then he took out 2 small bottles of liquid medicine from his waist bag. Aging potion and odor eliminating potion. After drinking the aging potion, Lind felt an inexplicable force in his body, his skin was stretched open, and his spine was stretched. A strong tingling sensation swept through his body, and Lind blushed and tried his best not to make any sound. When the abnormality on his body disappeared, Lind only felt that his vision was a whole section higher and his arms were much stronger. The loose clothes just now stick to his body and become tight clothes that are convenient for movement. I don't know if the potion will affect the casting. Lind picked up the wand and whispered, and cast a small spell casually. The leaves of an unknown grass on the ground rolled up. No problem. It won't affect the casting. Then he took out a hockey mask from his waist bag and put it on his face. He rolled on the ground with the wand again, making it dirty. You can't tell what it originally looked like. Chapter 64. Linda made all the preparations and started exploring the Forbidden Forest again. He held a lantern in front of him. The lantern emitted a faint orange-yellow flame, which could only illuminate a short distance around him, but it was enough to walk in this familiar Forbidden Forest. In fact, he still had some uncertain information in his mind. For example, Harry saw the snow-white unicorn corpse and the black-robed man at that time, which means that the forest where Harry was not dense, and there was a large area of moonlight to sprinkle down. But the reason for his uncertainty was that he was not sure whether that was the way the movie showed the plot in order to let the audience see it. After all, movies are movies, and reality is reality. Linda walked in the Forbidden Forest with a lantern. He was always careful along the way. Click. The sound of a branch being stepped on was heard. Linda turned to the direction where the sound came from, and there was no expression on his face under the mask. Then a tree-guarding ox jumped out from there and looked at him cutely. Huh. Linda walked forward. He didn't feel relaxed at all. He stepped over the tree-guarding ox and looked behind it. He was relieved after confirming that there was no danger. He picked up the little guy and put him on the branch again. He thought that he must have accidentally fallen from the tree just now. Has Anderson not found it yet? Linda sighed. The time should be about 10:40 at night. Harry and his friends should reach the outside of the Forbidden Forest between 11:10 and 11:20. It would be troublesome when they got here, although Linda thought he had made a perfect disguise. New clothes that had never been worn, hockey mask, adult figure, black and dirty wand. Linda tightened his robe and continued to explore the surroundings. Ga, 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 Ga. Rhythmic calls suddenly sounded from one side of the Forbidden Forest, and a bunch of nocturnal birds followed suit. Linda designed several secret codes for Anderson. Different rhythms and lengths of calls are used to express various meanings. Among them are, high-speed movement, two sides are fighting, and a unicorn is found, etc. And this short long rhythm of calls means that the two sides are fighting. The calls that come one after another covered Anderson's subsequent voice. Lind barely recognized the direction and then started running in that direction. Running all the way, Lind ran halfway and directly sealed the air hole of the lantern, extinguished the flame and put it in the bag. Then he cast a bubble head spell on himself. A bubble appeared outside his head and completely wrapped his entire head. The conventional bubble head spell is used to contain air in an oxygen-free environment, but Lind's bubble head spell is filled with water. His eyes turned into square pupils, and fine scales appeared around his eyes. The ears turned into fin ears. Fortunately, the ears were blocked by hair and the eyes were blocked by the mask, so there was no change in appearance. The light penetrated the water of the bubble head charm and shot into Lind's eyes, and everything around him became bright. The darkness in the Forbidden Forest was originally relative to the sensitivity of human eyes. When his eyes changed, his vision was also different, and he could see things in the dark. This was also one of the changes he discovered during this period. At the same time, some fine scales reflecting the glow began to appear around his eyes, which were generally invisible unless carefully observed. Lind used the lantern to save magic power at first, because the bubblehead charm is a continuous consumption spell. If it is maintained all the time, it will consume a lot. But now there is no need to save it. Now he still knows which one to choose between keeping himself in the dark and saving magic power. Although Lind's bubblehead charm is only a little bigger than his head, it still feels a little heavy because it is full of water. Fortunately, there is no air in it, but it is filled with it, otherwise it will make noise when running. With a better vision, he jumped and moved, and soon approached the place where Anderson made a sound just now. When he came here, he only saw an empty space with many broken stones scattered around. Judging from the color and stone quality, it was obviously broken directly from one direction by the spell. There were also traces of burning, and there was a faint smell of sulfur in the air. I don't know what the spell is. Obviously, a battle broke out here. But Lind didn't see any blood, nor did he see the kind of path that was forcibly broken. So he didn't know where the two sides of the battle were now. But it doesn't matter, it's expected. Just call Anderson to show yourself the way. But of course it won't be shouted in English. Lind put his hand on the Adam's apple of his jaw, suppressed his throat and made a hoarse creaking sound. The next second, from the sky, a black shadow stopped on his shoulder like a flying arrow, and its claws grabbed into his clothes tightly. There is a leather shoulder pad specially sewn on his left shoulder. Usually, Anderson flies slowly. So it doesn't matter. But when he flies at high speed, he will inevitably use the power of his claws. It will be very troublesome without this shoulder pad. As soon as Anderson came down, he turned his head to one side and whispered in his ear. Linda touched Anderson's head, indicating that he already knew it, and then he pushed his shoulder, indicating that he should keep a distance from him, because Anderson's is still quite distinctive. After that, Linda stepped over the thick tree roots and ran in the direction indicated by Anderson. After running for only a few minutes, Linda heard a low sound and a hissing sound coming from the front. In front of him, a branch that seemed to be broken by a huge force appeared, and there was a large piece of silver-blue blood. Linda's steps gradually slowed down. He walked forward carefully. The bloodstains became more and more dense, and the sound became clearer. At the same time, the sound of gurgling water was heard from the front. This was a small waterway in the Forbidden Forest connecting to the Black Lake. Because there were many creatures coming to use the water, a clearing was trampled out over the years. And above that small clearing, there was now a black-robed figure floating in the air. His lower body turned into thick mist, his figure trembled, and he held a magic wand in his hand. He looked out of breath, as if he had experienced a marathon. Opposite him was a tall snow-white horse with trembling limbs, but the horse still had long pointed horns and long silver-white mane. It was an adult unicorn. Its slender limbs seemed to be unable to stand steadily, and its right leg seemed to be broken, showing a sense of disharmony. There were huge wounds all over its body, and silver-blue blood was constantly flowing out. The unicorn neighed, and then the tip of its horn lit up with silver light, as if interacting with the moon in the sky. The silver light was thick and misty, and then a hazy silver mist light was released at once to hit the black-robed figure. Chapter 65. The light mist shot out quickly. Lind could see that the black mist obviously wanted to dodge, but somehow it stumbled and could only turn sideways when the light mist shot in front of him. His right half of the body was hit hard, and then the whole body shot out backwards, directly breaking a small tree branch, and then smashing on the boulder behind. The unicorn twitched its bleeding nose, shook its violently trembling limbs, turned around and ran back. The skin of its broken right hind leg was pierced by the bones as its body moved, and a large amount of blood gushed out. It made a hoarse sound while running. In order to prevent its cry from attracting other creatures in the forest, Chi Luo had already destroyed its vocal cords. If the unicorn had not reacted too quickly, it would not only have destroyed its vocal cords. "Go after it, you idiot." A hoarse and unpleasant voice came from Quirrel, followed by Quirrel's trembling and timid voice. Okay, master." After saying that, the black mist figure that had just been knocked out flew in the direction of the unicorn's escape. Halfway through the flight, the figure turned unnaturally. And the figure was close to the ground. A hideous face like a skull appeared on the back of his head, greedily licking the warm blood that the unicorn had just sprayed on the stone with its tongue. In the sound of the wind caused by his high-speed flight, Linda also heard a satisfied hum. Seeing them fly over, Linda first raised his head to signal Anderson, who was hiding in the tree canopy, and then took out his pocket watch to take a look. It was exactly 11 o'clock. Harry and the others would be here soon. Thinking of this, Linda also ran in their direction. They moved extremely fast. Even if Lind knew the terrain well, he couldn't catch up with them. He could only rely on Anderson and the dense bloodstains on the ground to barely keep up. He still vaguely remembered the goal of his trip, to save the unicorn. He still remembered standing at the window of the dormitory and looking at the night sky. And the oath he made in his heart to save the unicorn. He also remembered that he said to himself in front of the mirror in the bathroom for countless days and nights, "I must save it. I must save it." Lind pulled his robe and gently released a floating spell for himself, and chased in that direction at a higher speed. After running for a long time, a string of dazzling silver light shot into his eyes through the woods. Lind squinted his eyes, thinking that it was the new battlefield between the unicorn and Quirrel. Thinking of this, he turned his head. The ugly cawing of the crow sounded again in the night sky, and a bunch of stupid birds started to cry again. Taking advantage of the noisy bird calls, Lind released 2 spells outside the battlefield. The white light didn't last long. Almost as soon as Lind finished releasing the 2 spells, a stronger black fog appeared and engulfed the white light. Lind's vision returned to normal and he rushed in directly. With a glance, on the right, the unicorn was lying on the ground, gasping for breath, and might die at any time. And on the left, there was a figure waving a wand, and a red halo emerged from the wand. Flames are blazing. Sparks jumped on the shoulders of the black fog, and when it was about to explode into flames, a wand emitting light blue fluorescence directly flicked on the shoulders and terminated the spell that had not been fully released. This scene made Lind shudder. He understood why those high-level wizards rarely chanted spells when watching movies. Sometimes, just a thought can release a spell. And it is not limited to form. Lind saw that the color of the halo on the wand just now was the same as the color of the spell he released. But there was no spell, no waving of the wand, and no stupid appearance from the tip of the wand. Quirrel turned his head to look at Lind. Black robe, strange mask, as if he had seen this kind of mask in the Muggle world when he was traveling around the world, and this figure. "I don't remember knowing this person at all." Who are you?" Quirrel asked with a trembling voice, his body bent, and he felt like a loser all over. But Lind seemed to feel that the man in front of him was so imposing just now, but the next moment he turned into this timid look, making him a little unsure if he had seen it wrong. Quirrel looked at the guy in front of him and was about to attack, but he saw the other party chanting a spell. Avada. Quirrel heard this voice, although he felt that the other party's pronunciation was a bit awkward, but he didn't have time to think about it. The cost of this spell was unbearable for anyone. Apparition was prohibited in Hogwarts, and even in the Forbidden Forest. Quirrel turned into black mist and stared at the other party's rapidly waving wand. The wand in his own hand also emitted a constantly changing dangerous color. It was just a matter of a moment. When Linda quickly finished the spell, Quirrel instinctively leaned to the side, but he did not see the other party's wand release any spell. It turned out to be a flower stand. Hiss dash, a piercing roar accompanied by a huge body ejected and bit Quirrel's waist. He was directly knocked over and rolled on the ground twice. Ah! Quirrel fell to the ground and looked at his waist, but saw a spotted python with its mouth open biting him tightly, with long teeth piercing his flesh. Quirrel now understood what was going on. The Avada Kedavra curse was simply to attract attention. This snake was the main means of attack. The man opposite is a Parseltongue. The two people in the same body couldn't help but think of this. But in fact, this is a combination of Lin's previous oolong out of the hole and the magnification spell. When biting his waist, the python's thick body wrapped around his body and began to exert force, and thick black mist poured out from the gaps in the snake's body. Hiss, intermittent hissing sounds came from the back of Quirrel's head. When the snake heard the sound, it uncontrollably loosened its mouth on Quirrel, slid out, turned its head, and stared at Lind with its yellow snake pupils. The hissing sound continued, and when the snake was about to rush over, its body shrank uncontrollably, and then turned into a little guy who was only more than 1 meter long. Quirrel covered his abdomen and cast a recovery spell on himself. A roar came from the back of his head. "You idiot, kill him for me." Voldemort knew very well that if this guy in front of him really understood the Avada spell, how could he play such a low-level routine? Quirrel responded in a low voice, I will, as he spoke. He trembled and tightened his wand, but when he looked up, he could not see where the masked man in front of him had gone. Quirrel hurriedly picked up the wand and pointed it at the ground. Layers of faint white light waves spread out from Quirrel's wand, just like a radar. After a while, Quirrel felt the feedback from this spell, and said to his master behind his head with fear and worry, He is gone, master. Why the hell are you telling me? I can't see it, tracking spell, idiot. Voldemort's voice became more and more angry. When Quirrel shook his head left and right, he took another look at the unicorn lying on the ground and dying. No hurry, wait and kill that guy first. Voldemort thought hatefully and began to urge Quirrel again. But he didn't leave anything behind. Your shoulder, magic, I've had enough of you. Hearing this, Quirrel looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and hurriedly apologized to Voldemort while tearing off the cloth on his shoulder. There was a brown scar on the cloth, which was left by the fire spell that Lind had just cast. The tracking spell is a high-level spell, and it is difficult to cast it easily and silently, and Quirrel can't do it yet. He picked up the wand and tapped the rag. Tracing the source. The piece of cloth flew up and flew toward somewhere. The tracing the source, in this chapter and the tracing flash, used by Snape in chapter 29 are both from the two spells that Newt cast when he was looking for Tina in Fantastic Beasts 2. Tracing flash is to blow out golden mist to reproduce the past scene, which can be used in conjunction with the revealing spell. Newt used this spell to discover Zowu for the first time. Tracing the source is a spell Newt casts on the feather, and it will automatically fly to Tina. The English-Chinese translation is, Feather Compass. The Mandarin version is, Tracing the Source. Chapter 66. Lind looked at the timid Quirrel who was repairing his waist injury. Voldemort's voice came from behind his head and scolded him unceremoniously. See the right moment and rush back. He walked more than 10 meters in succession, maintaining a distance that was difficult for Quirrel to find but where he could quickly support the unicorn. Since he had made the arrangements, he naturally had to lure Quirrel there. Otherwise, with this level of skill, it would be difficult to cause any major harm to Quirrel. Every time he casts a spell, the magic power in his body will be like an iron plate that is gradually heated. When he wants to cast the next spell, it is equivalent to continuing to heat the iron plate that has already heated up. There is a valve in these magic powers. It is okay to heat it once or twice continuously, but when the number of times of heating is too many, you have to wait for the iron plate to cool down before you can continue to heat it. Just now, he also wanted to make up for the divine edge shadow while Quirrel was being knocked down, but he couldn't do it at all. He had already released the Oolong Exit, the Greater Curse, and the Flame Curse in succession. So he could only run away and deliberately seduced Quirrel to chase him. After waiting for a while, he saw Quirrel cast a magic spell on the ground. And then started arguing again. He was thinking about whether to remind him, but he saw Quirrel turn the tip of the wand into a dagger, and then placed it on his right shoulder. A cut was made on it. Then he saw a piece of rag flying straight towards him. Quirrel's head suddenly turned away from him. The hideous and terrifying face of Voldemort was revealed at the back door. After Voldemort turned around, he stared directly at Linda behind the bushes, as if he had already seen him, and smiled lowly. Follow him, what are you waiting for? Voldemort ordered directly. The next moment, Quirrel's head turned around. His eyes were not staring directly at the place where Lind was hiding like Voldemort, but at toward the flying piece of cloth. Lind was stunned by Voldemort's sight, and then hurriedly regained his composure. The next second he saw Quirrel flying towards him. Linda had already hung a levitation spell on his body to reduce his body weight. Without hesitation, he ran backwards. What kind of spell is this? Why do Death Eaters fly like this by turning themselves into smoke? Linda stepped over a fallen tree trunk, pushed hard with his feet, and ejected himself directly. At this time Quirrel was not far away from him. This is so convenient in a place like Hogwarts where there is an anti-apparition curse. Lind put the wand into his cuff, grabbed the branch with his left hand and pulled himself forward, and took out two from his pocket with his right hand. The little thing was thrown back. A low banging bang accompanied by a foul stench. This is a big stinky egg bought at a joke shop. Thanks to the plot of Harry using joke props to invade the Ministry of Magic, he also made some very disgusting joke props. Snape will definitely know how to do it, ask him to teach me, of course, it doesn't matter if there are any prerequisites, such as being marked with the dark mark first. Linda was still relatively calm. Ugh. Aha. Quirrel instinctively covered his face with his hands, but there was another face behind him. You loser. No, it's not the master, it's the curse of the unicorn. Quirrel stood up tremblingly, looking at the retreating figure. He quickly used magic spells to restore the wounds on Voldemort's face, and tried his best to heal Voldemort's face again. The body turned into black mist and soared into the air. Voldemort's original idea was to forget it if he couldn't catch up, but now he was actually tricked. This is simply, the more he thinks about it, the angrier he becomes, and the more he takes a step back, the more he loses. He must be caught. The magic power in Quirrel's body was like a mess, and it took several attempts before it could fly. During this time, Lind was still running forward, and the piece of cloth seemed to be waiting for Quirrel, slowing down. Lind thought for a while, but still did not cast a spell to destroy the piece of cloth tracking him. Although it was a bit risky, he wanted Quirrel to take the bait himself. And before Quirrel catches him, he will try his best to take Quirrel away from this area. Linda ran slowly for a while and regained his composure. He was waiting for Quirrel. If he ran away and disappeared, Quirrel would not chase him. Quirrel finally transformed into the black mist again and walked quickly through the woods. He followed the piece of cloth closely, but after a while, he saw the guy with the mask in front. Along the way, Voldemort had been venting his anger on him. Even the softest coward had some temper at this time, and he was very angry in his heart. You actually use this kind of joke prop. It seems that you don't have much strength yourself. If you are caught by me, I will torture you to death. Quirrel thought angrily, completely forgetting how much trouble the joke prop caused him just now. The man was leaning against the tree, his face flushed, and he was panting. He didn't know how to have such a good sight in this dark night. When Lind saw Quirrel coming up, he got up in a panic, then softly cast a fire spell on the cloth, but it didn't hit, and then started to flee in a panic. Seeing the opponent's weak spell, Quirrel suddenly felt happy, and his speed increased to another level. Why is it getting faster again? This speed is a bit beyond my expectation. If it keeps going like this, I'm afraid I'll die. When he thought of this, he didn't have any disturbance in his heart, but he still had a look of fear on his face. Linda had no doubt that if the other party was not in the woods, he would have caught him long ago. He didn't know what Quirrel thought about, but he actually increased his speed again. This time. It was completely unlike a man who was cursed by a unicorn, and then fought another unicorn with full health, and then he also looked like he had been fucked twice. This is too awesome. Thinking about it, Lind turned around, waved his wand, and threw several objects in his hand. Big stink bomb, headbutting boomerang. However, without exception, they did not cause too much trouble to Quirrel, who was already on guard. Shenfoam wooing. The invisible blade flew out. Linda didn't even look at the result. He speeded up again and turned around to run away. Then he saw a familiar old tree with tangled roots. Arriving soon. Lind calculated the distance and was about to throw everything out at once to harass Quirrel to delay, when he suddenly felt severe pain in his leg. The severe pain made him stagger involuntarily, but then the pain and the touch of blood splashing on his skin caused his adrenaline to secrete rapidly, and he hurriedly glanced at his right leg. There were several very deep wounds on his calf. Well, this curse is quite similar to the curse you just had, right? Quirrel stammered and laughed from behind. Lind glanced at Quirrel again. He was unharmed. It seemed that he had dodged it or blocked it with an armor spell or something. And he is now less than 10 meters away from her. If he stopped still, he could choke her with just a blink of an eye. Chapter 67. TSK. Lind still tried to control himself and not to be anxious. He had a solution. Accidents always exist. It is necessary to prepare for the bad situations from the beginning. He took out a small object directly from his pocket and threw it out without hesitation. He was extremely confident. No one knew how long he had practiced to be able to quickly and accurately take out the things in the small bag in various situations. Fragrance bomb. This bomb is made of a plant with random and changing fragrance cultivated by wizards. It is usually used most on Valentine's Day. It will explode in an instant and then spread rapidly in the air. The joke shop commented on it that only one fragrance bomb is needed to make your home full of fragrance in 10 seconds. The bomb itself is a ball of thick fog when it explodes. For example, the big stink bomb just now will explode a large ball of extremely smelly brown smoke. The size of the smoke that explodes is like the smoke bomb in the FPS game. Plant powder, flammable, a cloud of smoke when it first explodes. Although this thing has some small spells set up, the smoke dissipates very quickly, but as long as you calculate the time well, you can use a fire spell at the moment it explodes. Woohoo! Dust explosion. The fragrance bomb exploded, and thick pink and green smoke exploded. Quirrell took a breath of the smoke without warning, and felt sick with the fragrance. He didn't understand why the guy in front of him threw this thing. He didn't understand, but Voldemort did. Stupid, don't breathe the stuff in it. It's poisonous, or he wants to use this smell to cover up something. Voldemort has been in the magic world for so long, and he is also a veteran. He can see these tricks at a glance. Quirrell frowned after hearing this, feeling that it was not that simple. But he continued to stutter, "Thank you for the reminder, Master." At the same time, he began to move to the side, trying to get out of the smoke. "The flames are blazing." The man's strange voice, pretending to be hoarse, sounded. He wants to set fire. This was the first thought in Quirrell's mind. His hands moved as his heart moved, and he immediately wanted to put on armor to protect himself. However, before he finished casting the spell. Bang! A violent explosion resounded in the forbidden forest. Linda covered his face with one hand and hurriedly looked at the place where the explosion came from. He stabilized his body and was about to continue running. But he found a figure flying backwards towards him. Although the explosion hurt Quirrell, the impact of the explosion also became another help for him to fly towards Linda. Quirrell's face was twisted together, but it could still be seen that he was very angry. He had never suffered such a great humiliation. Seeing this, Linda felt his body. Although the concept of magic is relatively vague, it can be felt from one's own state, just like a person feels whether he can still move or whether he has reached his limit. It's enough. Linda still has the floating spell on his body. He jumped up and faced Quirrell. As he was suspended in the air, his speed slowed down all of a sudden. Quirrell's body was covered in blood and flesh. Either burnt or bleeding. He saw Lin's action and waved his wand. This time he did not choose to defend, but chose to attack actively. Lind also adjusted the angle of the wand, calculated the position between the two, and then placed the wand in front of his right chest to cast a spell. Clear water like a spring. Lind's spell was obviously simpler than Quirrell's, and he released it when Quirrell was less than 1 meter away from him. A thick, salty and fishy water column sprayed out and hit Quirrell, knocking him out directly. At the same time, Lind's body suspended in the air was pushed back due to the strong recoil. Quirrell was indeed stunned by this, but he still did not stop casting the spell when he flew backwards. He forced himself to endure the huge impact of the water column and released the spell. There are not many spells that can make Quirrell have to chant and are slow, and they must be extremely powerful spells. In fact, Quirrell has only known this spell for a short time. He was not born into a noble wizard family, nor did he hang out in the Ministry of Magic, so he had never been exposed to this spell before. It's not that he couldn't be exposed to it at all, but there was no need to be exposed to these spells before, and it would be very troublesome. This is the black magic that Voldemort taught him. Crucio. The spell hit Lind. When a person suffers severe physical damage, the body will secrete a large amount of adrenaline to make people temporarily forget the pain. This was also the case when Lind's right leg was injured by the unknown spell just now. But Crucio is not like that. It directly targets your spiritual level, making your brain feel that every inch of your flesh is being peeled off and your bones are being cut out. The severe pain stimulated Lind's brain. He did not suffer any damage from the spell, but his brain told him that he was being tortured to death. Lind's water spell could not continue directly, and his body drew a parabola straight in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. He did not fall to the position he wanted. His body twitched violently, completely out of control. Ugh! Linda roared in a low voice, kicking his legs wildly on the ground. He pressed his hands on his brain. He opened his eyes, which were shaking with pain, with difficulty, and looked at Quirrell. Quirrell was not feeling well either. He was hit by Linda's Qingshui curse plus at such a close distance, and a series of events in the early stage caused him to be in a low state. Linda still felt the severe pain in his body, and he kept reminding himself in his mind, that's it, I can't find anything in the peaceful Hogwarts that can make me emotionally ups and downs like this, something. Just like that, calming down, this will be a huge help in my practice of occlumency. Fine multicolored scales gradually emerged from the skin under the black robe, and they faintly reflected the blue-purple light in the night sky. These scales are small and dense, and only a few lines can be seen under normal circumstances, let alone in this darkness. Even Lind himself didn't notice the scales appearing on his body. He only felt that he could barely control his body. Quirrel lay on the ground, struggling to use all his strength to cast the recovery spell on himself. All the damage Lind caused to him was intermittent physical damage. In other words, apart from making Quirrel very painful and angry, he only made him consume some magic power. But Linda is different. He just suffered a heartbreaking blow and ended up in this miserable state. The huge gap between them is really difficult to bridge. However, Linda did not intend to fight to the death from the beginning. Linda put the wand back into his sleeve robe, used his hands and feet together, and crawled tremblingly towards the open space in front of him. There is only one tree with a sparse crown in this area, and the lighting is excellent but not intense. It is particularly suitable for the growth of mandrake in the early and middle stages, so he planted 3 plants here, but one of them seemed to be dying. Linda grabbed the 2 mandrake blades with both hands. I originally planned to put another ear plug in for myself to listen to. The effectiveness of the bone-cutting force began to fade, and Linda squatted down. There was no rush to pull out the mandrake. Thinking about Quirrel's miserable situation just now, he wanted to try again. He turned around sharply, and the moment he turned around, he waved the wand quickly and accurately. The divine edge is shadowless. Snap! The magic spell he shot dissipated as if it had been struck by a ruthless whip. At this time, Quirrel also stood up holding the big tree. Voldemort roared behind his head, use the HIATUS curse on me over and over again. Seeing this, Linda no longer hesitated, skillfully took out a dragon skin earmuff from his pocket and put it on his ear. Using both hands together, he pulled it out with all his strength. Chapter 68. The harsh and unpleasant sobbing screams instantly echoed throughout the Forbidden Forest. Soon after the screams started, they were mixed with the barking of dogs, the sound of rustling soil rolling underground, and the chaotic calls of birds. Call out! Suddenly someone released red sparks into the sky. Lind shook his head and threw a mandrake in front of him with one hand. That's why he's so determined to be here. This is the edge of the Acromantula Aragog's clan territory. At the same time, he threw another mandrake at Quirrel. The ear-piercing scream came too quickly. Just as Quirrel stood up holding on to the wall, he covered his head with his hands and knelt on the ground, wailing. At the same time, the unicorn's curse begins to take effect, and black smoke rises from Quirrel's body. The dragonskin earmuffs that Lind wore were completely incomparable to the mass-customized old-fashioned earmuffs in Hogwarts that had been used for an unknown period of time. The dragonskin earmuffs basically isolated most of the sound. I originally wanted to listen to it with earplugs. But his state just now didn't allow it at all. In the original book, Harry encountered a total of 3 horses during his trip to the Forbidden Forest today, plus he had caused a violent explosion just now. Plus Harry and his team, the mysterious Dumbledore and others. They could come here at any time. Although the earplugs he wore blocked the sound of the mandrake, it also meant that he lost a lot of information from the outside world. He had to run away quickly. He couldn't give Quirrel 2 more spells now and still have the energy to use other spells. And it was still far away from the unicorn, so he had to rush back. Under the hockey mask, his eyes glanced at Quirrel, who was lying on the ground and wailing, and then ignored him. Yagadam Leviosa. Feeling his light body, he then calmed down, tried his best to exclude the scream of mandrake from his mind, and waved his wand. The wind is swirling suddenly. Lind's robe suddenly blew and his body flew into the air uncontrollably. Under the moonlight, a figure flew high into the sky. His limbs were swinging uncontrollably, as if he was being pushed up. The strong wind directly blew away Linda's already unsustainable water-retaining head-soaking spell. Linda held on to his earmuffs to prevent them from falling. It would be troublesome if it fell and Quirrel picked it up. After Linda flew into the air, he hurriedly looked around. The feeling of suspension and the strong wind blowing under him were so contradictory and strange. Found it. Relying on his familiarity with certain special terrains in the Forbidden Forest, he could see the direction he came from with just one glance, then readjusted the direction of the wind and flied that way. Below, after Lind flew away, Quirrel finally inserted his wand into the mandrake's rhizome, which looked like a humanoid baby. The piercing scream finally disappeared. Disappear. Quirrell clearly remembered seeing the guy pull out too. Quirrell raised his head with all his strength, and saw a huge acromantula and a group of spiders not as big as this but not too small, staring at him. After that, there seemed to be more spiders coming one after another. On the third sharp leg from the left of the largest spider was another mandrake. It stared at Quirrell. At the same time, he also heard the intensive sound of horse hooves and the trembling barking of the dog that was getting closer and closer. He didn't know whether the dog was excited or scared. Hagrid's voice came from the distance. "Fangya, keep up, this is our duty." "Go, idiot, you loser," Voldemort's weak voice sounded. Quirrell's expression was not good either, and he glanced coldly at the ground behind him. There was a pool of blood there, which was left by Linda's right leg injury just now. Quirrell endured the severe pain all over his body, wailed in his mouth, forcibly used the spell that turned his body into black mist, and then stepped back. When passing by a place stained with Lin's blood, he picked up a leaf with his blood on it. Quirrell flew high into the sky. Suddenly, an arrow penetrated his right shoulder from the side. He lost control of his figure and almost fell to the ground again. Quirrell covered his right shoulder and continued to apologize to Voldemort tremblingly. Sorry, master." "Shut up. Go." Voldemort roared at the top of his lungs. From the back of his head, Voldemort could see the two men chasing him behind him, and two more arrows were fired at him. Quirrell flew directly upwards, forcefully broke through the canopy of trees and flew into the sky, and then flew towards Hogsmeade. The two of them were in extremely bad condition and had no conditions to go looking for the unicorn again. Moreover, the noise in the Forbidden Forest was so loud that Dumbledore might even have noticed it. He, Voldemort, was afraid of no one but Dumbledore. During the flight, a leaf was thrown out by Quirrell. It was the leaf stained with Lin's blood. He drank some kind of potion, and his blood was disturbed by the potion, so the tracking spell didn't work at all. At this moment, he was even more sure that he had been tricked. The other party obviously knew that he would drink some special magic potion because he knew the tracking spell, but at the beginning he deliberately left traces of the spell for himself to chase him. "Treat yourself like a monkey. What is it for?" Lin flew through the air at high speed. Before Quirrell broke through the tree canopy, he had already cancelled the maintenance of the whirlwind curse in mid-air. He fell in mid-air in a parabola at high speed. And when he was about to enter the forest, a claw grabbed his clothes. It was Anderson. Anderson grabbed Lind with all his strength and flew Lind into the Forbidden Forest in a gliding manner. Then he rolled when he landed and successfully landed not far from the unicorn. Good, no one is around, everyone was attracted by the explosion. "Okay." Linda nodded and stood up with all his strength. He felt like he couldn't cast a single spell. He walked over and looked at the unicorn. It had obviously lost consciousness, and only its chest was still beating weakly. Silver blue blood spurts out from its nose from time to time, indicating that a large amount of blood has entered its lungs. Not dead yet, but soon. Fortunately, he had a lot of magical herbs in his pocket. Thinking about it, he took out the white fresh food from his pocket, crushed it and tried to apply it on its wound. He will do everything in his power to save it. It works. Not long after applying by Cien, the wound that had been bleeding before stopped bleeding. Linda hurriedly took out the white fresh food from his bag and applied it to other wounds. But after applying it to two wounds that were no more than the length of a palm, he discovered something. The white fresh food is gone. "No, I remember I bought a lot." Linda hurriedly rummaged through his bag and tried to find some fresh food. No. Linda rummaged through his pocket and finally gave up looking for Bai Xian. Instead, he took out some magic potions that he bought before. Blood tonic, bruise ointment, burn ointment. Linda remembered that he had tried to look up some detailed information about healing unicorns in the library before, but he could not find any details. "So I bought a bunch of healing potions for humans." He gave everything he had to this unicorn, feeding it what needed to be fed and applying what needed to be applied. After Linda applied the two ointments, he ran to its head, straightened its head, and then tried to feed it the blood tonifying medicine. The unicorn seemed to have recovered a lot. It opened its eyes with difficulty and felt the healing wounds on its body. It looked at Lind gratefully. However, after a while, it fainted again. This moment frightened Linda. Doesn't it look like he's getting better? Why again? Could it be some internal injury? Thinking about it, Linda began to rummage in the bag again, and finally found something related to internal injuries after digging 3 feet into the bag. A piece of bezoar has a strong detoxifying effect. Linda stuffed the bezoar into the unicorn's mouth. Back away cautiously. He had given all the medicine to the unicorn, so much so that he had yet to deal with his own injuries. "Anderson." Linda called softly, but didn't hear its response. Just when Lind was a little confused, the unicorn suddenly coughed up blood violently and its limbs twitched wildly. Linda went up and kept touching its head, trying to ask what was wrong with it. The unicorn raised its head, roared at the sky unwillingly, and then hit its head heavily on the ground. Dead. How could this happen? Aren't they all fine? I've given everything to it. Before Linda could react to what was happening, Anderson flew back with a cloth bag in his mouth. Linda opened the cloth bag and found several small glass bottles piled inside. These bottles contained wisps of silvery mist-like liquid. Chapter 69. Go back a few weeks. Lind went to the library after walking out of a clemency class. In the class just now, Snape taught him the theoretical knowledge of the memory separation curse. When he came to the library, Linda searched around. He took a copy of The Origin and Myths of Unicorns and found a corner to read it. The candle floating in the air automatically flew to him and started business. Open the catalog and find the content he needs about the unicorn's living habits, racial characteristics, etc. Unicorns have obvious gender discrimination. In Mesopotamian legends, virgins can be used to lure unicorns into being deceived and captured. This also symbolizes that unicorns are sacred and pure creatures. This is also true in reality. After long-term observation, unicorns are more inclined to communicate with children, especially girls. Unicorns can see through people's hearts, and they especially hate people with impure minds. We don't know yet whether this is because of the nature of unicorns or because they are hunted by wizards because they possess a variety of powerful magic materials. Linda's fingers slid along the lines of writing, his eyes meticulous. The unicorn's ability to break people's hearts comes with a price. The price for the keen perception of the soul is the unicorn's dullness of the body. At the same time, their bodies reject most commonly used magic potions. Whether they are positive or negative potions, they will only destroy their bodies. Ferdinand Magellan, the king of the 16th century, magizoologist, and traveler, made a conjecture about this characteristic of unicorns in his book, Those Magical Creatures of the World, published after traveling around the world. Because unicorns naturally reject potions concocted from the killing and corpses of other creatures. Linda slid here, put his head on one hand and rubbed his temples. It's a bit interesting. It means that if I want to save the unicorn, I can't use most magic potions, but should use more natural things like herbs. Thinking about it, he continued to slide down. But it doesn't mean that drugs that do not kill or plunder other creatures will be effective on unicorns. The body of unicorns is extremely repellent to fecal stones. The current mainstream argument is that fecal stones come from dirty places like sheep stomachs, and unicorns are pure creatures and naturally repel them. Lind closed the book, and an excellent plan suddenly came to his mind, although it was a bit risky. Since you can't fool a unicorn, then deceive yourself. Linda closed the book and tried his best to suppress the joy in his heart. Every night and every morning he would look at the night sky and the bathroom mirror and swear over and over again, I will do my best to save that unicorn. At the same time, he spent basically all his time practicing just one spell, memory separation. Finally, a week before the night in the Forbidden Forest, Linda successfully cast this spell for the first time. On the day Harry received the punishment letter, Lind ran back to the dormitory early and took out a new small cloth bag, which contained various potions, blood tonics, bruise ointments, etc. And the most important thing. Bezoars. Lind divided all the medicines into two parts, one of which was placed in the pocket bag given to him by Professor Flitwick, which also contained various props. The other copy was placed in a small cloth bag and handed to Anderson. The medicines here are all prepared for yourself. But I will forget its existence in the future. As for Professor Flitwick's bag, he will carry it with him and use it on the unicorn. Unicorns are insensitive to their own bodies, rejecting these commonly used drugs. I really want to save you from death. After that, he began to separate some of his memories. This includes all the memories that he wants to harm the unicorn. As he forgot these memories, he wanted to save this unicorn from the bottom of his heart. At night, Linda stood in the dormitory on the windowsill, and Anderson stood opposite him with a serious look on his face. As the younger brother, it knows its mission very well, which is to obey the boss. Lind put the wand against his temples. His temples were more concave than before. This was entirely due to the habit he had developed of rubbing his temples, but it was okay. This actually made his edges and corners more distinct. Just like Snape's actions that day, Lind slowly chanted a spell and pulled out something like thick silvery fog from his head. He counted the memory segments in his mind, cut off the memory involved in his wand, and put it into a small glass bottle. The memory here contains information about the unicorn's body rejecting potions and extremely rejecting bezoars. As various memories were extracted, Lind no longer had the idea of killing unicorns in his mind, nor did he have any relevant knowledge about unicorns. There is only the memory of countless days and nights when I vowed to save the unicorn. There is only the memory of the repeated arrangements he made in the Forbidden Forest in order to save the unicorn. I really poisoned you for your own good. As Lind reloaded the memory in the vial into his mind, he took out the medicine from the cloth bag and applied it to his injured leg with a strange look on his face. Since I can't fool the unicorn, I'll fool myself. Linda recalled his desire to become an ocean singer, and then looked at the unicorn lying in his arms with burning eyes. Just like people want to eat meat, Lind has no regrets for deceiving and killing this holy and pure creature. Anyway, I am the winner. Some things are worthless, just like it. Some things are worth sacrificing one's life for, such as the only family left in this world. There is never a completely absolute value, and the value of a thing depends entirely on the individual. If you think it is worth it, then it is worth 1,000 gold. If you think it is not worth it, then it is worthless. Very simple and violent individualism. Reloading the memory also took a lot of time, and Lind hurriedly cast a spell on the corpse. God's Edge without shadow. Lind directly put the magic wand against the unicorn's neck, and blood and flesh splattered in an instant. The invisible blade cut the unicorn's weak tendons and trachea. Silent and breathless, he didn't have much magic power. He originally wanted to try his best to limit the scope of this spell to its neck, but it still spread uncontrollably and covered Lind's own half-body and the unicorn's head. There was even less magic power. But he didn't have time to care about so much, and Quirrel would definitely not attract their attention for too long. Lind took out a bone-cutting knife from his waist bag and chopped it on the bones one by one along the torn flesh. The blade should have made a violent clanging sound when it chopped on its bones, but under the influence of the spell, no sound came out. It's just that its body would twitch from time to time as the blade fell, and those bodies that were not within the range of the spell would make a rustling sound of friction with the fallen leaves and stones on the ground. I have had some troubles in my life recently, and everyone has seen the change in my update time. Well, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I want to say is, today is really bung-boo, my family. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, whoever needs a grandson will be updated. Chapter 70. The wind rustled the leaves on the ground, and in a silent forest, a man who looked to be 17 or 18 years old wearing a cracked hockey mask was wielding a machete in his hand to chop at the animal carcasses in the ground. Silver-blue blood spattered all over his body, but he didn't care. He remained silent and slashed downwards with one knife after another. After a while, the man looked like he was only 14 or 15 years old. He looked shorter and thinner, but his gaze remained unchanged and he still waved the knife in his hand mechanically. When the last knife fell, Linda felt that the obstacle in his hand became smaller and he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally the cutting was finished. Linda grabbed its horns with both hands and lifted up its bloody head with all his strength. Anderson took small bites of the unicorn's meat and glanced at his boss. Linda looked at the head, which was about half as tall as his normal size, and sighed, I hope I can grow taller and stronger in the future, otherwise the piano made from it might be too big. Thinking about this, Lind took off the pocket bag that Professor Flitwick had given him and stretched it wide. The fanny pack that Flitwick gave himself does have a shrinking spell, but it is nothing compared to the box Newt used in the movie. This fanny pack can basically only shrink some ordinary items or low magic items. For things like unicorns, the shrinking spell on them has no effect at all, let alone the shrinking spell he cast himself. That's why he spends so much time chopping off unicorn heads. If possible, he would also like to put the entire unicorn body in it. After all, this creature can be said to be full of treasures. Unfortunately not. It is impossible to come in time, and even transfer is difficult to achieve. Even though the current unicorn is a corpse, it still has extremely high magic resistance. Most of his floating spells, shrinking spells, etc. that are suitable for transfer are difficult to successfully work on this corpse. Linda tried his best to stretch his waist bag to the size of a basketball, then adjusted the angle of the unicorn's head to stuff it tightly inside. First the horns, then the head. After spending some time, he finally managed to push the unicorn's head in. I just don't know how to take it out then, but that's not what I should be concerned about now. Linda instructed Anderson to stand guard for him, and then took out 2 skinning knives from his pocket and sharpened them crosswise in his hands. Shaking away the blood from the unicorn head that had been stuffed into the knife, Lind walked to the corpse again. First, cut off its tail, the best part of the good guy. Then Linda started to look at its butt again and started to attack. It is impossible to peel off the skin in time, but there is still some chance of cramping. After all, the other end of its spine has been chopped off by Linda with its head. However, before he could exert any force, Anderson flew back and shouted at him urgently. Perhaps Linda was too cruel, which caused the strong smell of blood in this area, attracting Yaya. He was not very worried about other dangerous creatures. Hagrid had told Lynn that most of the advanced creatures in the Forbidden Forest had been divided into their own territories. It is against the rules to wander into the territory of other creatures, not only the rules of the Forbidden Forest, but also the rules of Hogwarts. In a place like a school where little wizards learn, those who don't follow the rules will naturally not be protected by Hogwarts. This is exactly the territory of a unicorn, but the unicorn's nighttime activity range is very narrow. After his reminder, Linda also noticed the sound of dogs barking in the distance. He wasn't greedy, he just put away his things and ran in the opposite direction. While running, he took off his robe, wiped the blood on his face with a clean area, and stuffed it into his pocket. He took out the smell-masking potion and applied it all over his body. The point this time was to cover up the strong smell of unicorn blood on him. His magic power, which was on the verge of depletion before, recovered a little, and then he added a floating spell to himself. After doing this, Linda was still a little worried. He also set off some laborious fireworks in the Forbidden Forest when he was about to call Anderson to start them. He hesitated. He had the same idea as Quirrell before: if he does it again, it might go too far. At that time, it would be more harm than good to attract Dumbledore to personally come down to check the situation in the Forbidden Forest. Linda, dressed in casual clothes, forced himself up on his trembling feet and started running. After traveling quickly, Linda was not in a hurry to return to the castle. Now he needed to take care of himself again. Moreover, there is most likely a little wizard who is not sleeping in the bathroom right now, and there are definitely other wizards in the common room. After running for a while, Linda turned a corner and ran to the junction of the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake. He just put on his clothes and walked into the Black Lake without daring to go deep into the Black Lake. He soaked his whole body in the shallow water not far from the shore. Linda touched the skin on his arm, and felt a regular rubbing sensation. Linda brought his arm close to his eyes and saw the scales appearing on his body. Fortunately, it's not too out of the ordinary, and the feeling of human skin has not been reduced. Then, he touched his thighs, calves. The results speak for themselves. The whole body is filled with an exotic aesthetic. Afterwards, Linda quietly recovered his body underwater. The medicine applied before quickly penetrates into the wound and restores the lost and damaged body tissues. The magic power recovered quickly, and the fatigue on his body was quickly washed away. "Kids, step back, don't look." Hagrid saw this scene and hurriedly stood in front of the children, his face panicked. "Get out of the way." Malfoy pulled Hagrid's thigh unceremoniously, saying, "Get out of the way," but actually pulled himself away. Then he saw the bloodiest scene he had ever seen in his life. The silver-blue blood had flowed into a pool of blood, and in the middle of the pool of blood, a snow-white body lay, its head had gone nowhere, and a bloody hole was cut in its buttocks. He couldn't bear the fear in his heart, took 2 steps back and was tripped by a tree root, and fell on Neville behind him. Jane saw him like this, stepped over him, and came to Hagrid's side, but was blocked by Hagrid. "Okay, we have to go back early. Ronan, can you help me take a look here first? I'll be back soon." The centaur called Ronan also looked bad, the bowstring in his hand was always tight, and he kept looking around. He heard what Hagrid said, nodded without turning his head, and then looked up at the sky. Seeing him nod, Hagrid hurriedly called out to the little wizards. "Harry, Harry." Hagrid saw Harry also tilt his head to look at the unicorn. "Don't look, this is not something you should get involved in. What happened today was beyond our expectations, your punishment is over." Hagrid roared softly, then grabbed Harry with one hand and brought him to his side. Chapter 71. A pair of blue square pupils suddenly opened in the dark water. Then the owner of the pupils poked half of his head out of the water and looked around. His long hair stuck to his cheeks because of the water. The hockey mask on his head was dirty and cracked. It was a pity that today was Saturday the 15th, not Friday the 13th. Lind looked around, and only Anderson was looking around vigilantly on the branch. Then he walked out of the water with confidence and cast a drying spell on himself. Now his condition should have recovered by 40 or 50. Lind took out his pocket watch and looked at it. It was just past 12 o'clock. Then he looked at himself again. The effect of the aging agent has passed, and he has now returned to the appearance of an 11-year-old wizard. It should be ready to go back. Thinking of this, Lind packed up and took Anderson on the way back. They were cautious all the way. I don't know if it was because they were far away from the unicorn incident or because of other circumstances. Anyway, they were safe along the way. Arriving at the bottom of the tower, he first asked Anderson to fly back to the bathroom to see if there was anyone there. Then he repeated the same trick. With continuous learning and use, his levitation spell and Anderson enlargement spell could barely drive him to fly for a short time. Back to the bathroom, Lynn did not delay too much. Just as he was about to go to the room of requirement through the lounge, he heard the discussion coming from below. Several familiar little wizards were sitting below, whispering about what had happened before. The scene was really horrible, can you imagine it? A unicorn had its entire head and tail chopped off. Hermione said in shock, yes, I saw it at the time, unicorns are so cute, how could anyone have the heart to kill unicorns, and killing unicorns would also be cursed. Jane thought, I think of a wizard sacrificial ceremony of an African tribe hundreds of years ago. Ron was shouting on the side, and kept shouting that it was a pity that he was not there this time, and he neither went to send the dragon nor saw such an exciting scene. Neville was not there. I wonder if he didn't see it or for other reasons. When I just entered the Forbidden Forest, my scar started to hurt, very, very painful. Do you think it has something to do with this? After listening for a while, Lynn thought about going back to sleep and not causing any more trouble. As a result, he turned around halfway and walked down the stairs without hesitation. The head of the unicorn was in his arms, how could he bear it? Lynn touched his waist bag expressionlessly and quickly calmed down. He never relaxed in his practice of brain occlusion. The sound of footsteps sounded in the quiet lounge, interrupting the conversation of several young wizards. Lynn faced their gaze, waved his hand, signaling them not to care about him, and then walked out of the lounge door by himself. Harry was a little confused, what is he going out for? Who knows? Anyway, it's not the first time, I've said that basically every time I meet him, he goes out for a night tour. He has been like this since the beginning of this year. Don't you think the way he looks at us is very boring? I haven't seen him smile this year. It must be because of Snape. He is so miserable, basically, he gets scolded every time he sees him, every time. Snape's cruelty to Lynn was even brought to Harry. Many people in Gryffindor called them the Snape twins. Just like the Weasley twins, but the meaning is completely different. Jane supported her head and unconsciously stirred the lemon tea in the cup with a spoon. That's great, I also want to be like him and not care about many things. She thought of the cold eyes she and Hermione suffered because of the Gryffindor big deduction incident some time ago. If it was him, he would definitely not care. Just like last year, Malfoy made a big fuss about Lynn's appointment to duel but didn't dare to go. She later asked Lynn what he thought during that time, but Lynn just said, it's none of my business. She couldn't understand it at all. Others humiliated you in front of the whole college, but you said it had nothing to do with you. She didn't understand this idea at all. Until the last time she was criticized, she wished she could calmly say, it's none of my business. Hearing her words, Harry also agreed, yes. I wish I could be like him, no matter how Snape targeted him, he didn't get angry. Harry also wanted to be like Lynn and not care at all. What's good about this? If he cared a little, maybe our Gryffindor points would be increased a lot, and we would have secured this year's House Cup, it's because he doesn't care. Hermione looked helpless, whether they give Gryffindor extra points or not is none of your business. Lynn didn't know about the talk after he left, but quickly came to the room of requirement. I need an autopsy room. An old-fashioned wooden handle appeared on the blank and smooth wall. Lynn pushed the door open and saw a small room. The room looked spotless to the naked eye. Instead of using the common hanging candles in Hogwarts as a light source, a huge glowing spherical object was hung in the center of the room. It was like the sun, surrounded by spherical objects of different sizes. Unlike the fixed big ball, these small balls were regularly surrounding the big ball. It was like a satellite orbiting around a huge celestial body. Below, there was a horizontal bed of a regular operating table, but there were some runes on it, so it should not be just a bed. There were many small tables on the side. There were pliers of various sizes and shapes, saws, and some hoses. These strange things were placed on it. Anyway, he couldn't understand them, but he thought they were very powerful. In the corner, there were several things with strong magical colors that he couldn't understand. There was also a huge display window on the right, with various organs soaked in glass jars. The mini multi-petal organ should be the heart. 3 withered eyeballs should be from the same creature. There was also a whole toad, etc. Anyway, they were trying their best to ignite his vision. However, these did not break Linda's defense, but he frowned. Maybe Snape would laugh happily when he saw the things on this shelf. There were also empty glass jars of various sizes next to it. This saved him a little money. He was very satisfied with this room. Although he could not operate most of the things in it, his purpose did not require him to operate those things. He just wanted to dissect the skull of the unicorn head. Chapter 72. Linda walked into the dissection room, but those small luminous satellites flew directly behind him and illuminated that area. Seeing his shadow gradually disappear, Linda was stunned. The function of these satellite luminous bodies is to illuminate places that are not originally illuminated. Then this set of luminous props can also be regarded as the shadowless lamp in the magic world. Thinking of this, Linda took off his waist bag and put it on the bed. After a long time of tossing, he finally took out the unicorn's head from it. The box body of the resonance box is made of bone, so the outer skin of the box is also needed. If the skinning operation is done properly, the skin on the original head can be used directly. Linda first laid out a pile of glass jars, then put them all together, and then released the small rainstorm spell. If you want to collect water in this situation, ordinary people may have to use clean water to enter the spring. But he is different. If he uses clean water to enter the spring, it is estimated that the largest bottle here can be flushed bigger by him. While the water was gathering, Lynn sat in front of the dissection bed, thinking about whether there was any good way to peel off the skin more completely. After thinking for a while, he really thought of a way to try. In the previous life, China's crispy roast duck had a step that seemed to separate the skin and flesh. The method was to blow air into the junction of the subcutaneous layer and the flesh. The high-pressure gas would automatically push the skin and flesh apart for him. Thinking about it, Lind removed the rain clouds that were raining over there, and then picked up the glass bottles to look at them. Not much water was collected, but it was barely enough. Lind collected water mainly to wash the unicorn's head first. It looked too dirty. After washing, Lind started the first task of the night. Dig out the eyes first. The practice of the idea of separating the skin and flesh by blowing air still requires some preliminary preparation. If it doesn't work, it can be taken back to the Muggle world. Anyway, it's not long before the end of the semester. As long as the eyes are dug out and the horns are sawed off before that, it will be just an ordinary white horse head. Then find an air pump to try to inflate it. Thinking about it, Linda also knew that he couldn't be impatient, and it was most important to be down to earth. After that, Linda picked up a small curved knife on the small table and took out a bottle of alcohol from his waist bag to disinfect. After the disinfection was completed, Linda began to dig out the eyes. Finally, after working for most of the day, when it was almost morning, Linda finally completed this goal. A pair of big eyeballs were put into a glass bottle by him, and some simple small spells were used to do basic antiseptic treatment for them. Then Linda put the unicorn head back into his waist bag. After confirming again that the unicorn's eyes were carried with him, Linda walked out of the dissection room. At noon, Linda, who was secretly applying medicine on his right foot in the dormitory, received a short letter. Last night, someone in the Forbidden Forest attacked the unicorn again, and we lost another friend. Do you want to see him off? If so, come to my cabin before 6 tonight. Your good friend Hagrid. Lind picked up the letter and looked at it again. After thinking for a while, he decided not to go to the appointment. He was not so perverted that he would kill someone and show up at someone else's funeral and pretend nothing happened. After that, Lind made up a random excuse to get away with it. Every day after that, the dark circles under Lind's eyes became heavier. He spent most of his time dealing with the unicorn's head and stopped reviewing. And sometimes because of the difficulty of operation, one day he didn't sleep all night. Oh no, no water. This also made Professor Flitwick whisper to him not to be too nervous, and he would definitely have no problem with his level. A week later, the exam officially began. The written test process was extremely boring, and the weather was hot and humid, making no one feel good. In the actual test, Professor Flitwick asked them to go into the classroom one by one to see if they could make a pineapple tap dance across a desk. The result was obvious. Lind not only made the pair tap dance, but also made them do a good street dance in the middle. Although he was not very good at it, he just made the pairs circle Professor Flitwick twice. Professor McGonagall watched them turn a mouse into a snuff box, the more exquisite the box. The higher the score. If there were still mouse whiskers on the box, points would be deducted. He was also very familiar with this item. There were also delicate and fine patterns on the snuff box he turned out. Then Professor McGonagall looked at him and smiled with satisfaction. Then she said to Lind, "Mr. Augustus, your transfiguration is very beautiful. I also learned before that Professor Flitwick seemed to have made an exception and put you in the Charms Club." Lind listened to Professor McGonagall's words and suddenly understood what she wanted to say. "So, I wonder if you are willing to come to my Transfiguration Club." Professor McGonagall likes Lind very much. Basically, up to now, most of the points Lind has added to Gryffindor are given by Professor McGonagall. Professor Flitwick usually gives him fewer points because of the Charms Club. Of course, most of them were deducted by Snape. He is like an invisible man in Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall didn't say anything else. It's still exam time, and many children are still waiting outside. Professor McGonagall said gently. You can go back and think about it carefully, after all, you are still taking the exam. After finishing the Transfiguration, Lind packed up and came to the potions classroom at the appointed time, where they would conduct a practical test of the potions class. During the potions exam, he heard Harry trying hard to recall the preparation procedures of the forgetfulness potion. Lind read the book slowly and did what the book said. At the end, Lind handed in a bottle of forgetfulness potion of very ordinary quality. I think you need this potion. It's best to forget those stupid thoughts in your mind. Lind also heard what Snape meant. He didn't care about Snape's vicious words at all. Snape should be asking him if he had learned the memory separation charm. Of course not, Professor. Leave some for those who need it. Until the last written exam of the history of magic was completed, Lind was liberated this semester. Hermione walked in front and said, I don't actually need to remember the Werewolf Code of Conduct of 1637 and the Elf Rebellion. Oh my god, it's finally over, but you have to mention anything related to study again. Ron looked impatient. Harry covered his forehead with a look of discomfort. Harry, what's wrong with you? Then Lind heard him say, I really want to know what this means. He said angrily. My scar has been hurting, it hurt before, but never as frequently as it is now. Chapter 73. Linda thought about it. According to the time, the confrontation between Harry and Quirrell would begin soon. But these had nothing to do with him. Anyway, he only knew that the three-headed dog Fluffy was still in the castle, but he didn't even know where it was. In the evening, Linda walked out of the Gryffindor lounge as usual. Came to the room of requirement. The work on the unicorn head was progressing very slowly. He wanted the whole head skin, but now he had no good way. The best way was to use high pressure to separate the skin and flesh like making crispy roast duck. As for the blood, eyes, horns, etc. In the unicorn head, he had already peeled them off. Although a week had passed, the unicorn head was still alive. The book said that after the death of magical animals such as unicorns, the magic power in their bodies would slowly disappear. During this period, their bodies would not rot naturally, nor would they be eroded by various small disgusting creatures. He didn't want to go to the anatomy room today. He was too tired during this period, and his work had reached a bottleneck, so he planned to have a good sleep in the water tonight. Sleep until you wake up naturally. The management of Hogwarts at the end of the semester is more relaxed, because the leaders and student unions at all levels are busy reviewing. And the first-year students who have finished the exams are too naughty and difficult to manage, so some of them are managed with a slack attitude. Anyway, he didn't plan to run back to the lounge at 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow as usual and pretend to get up. When he came to the room of requirement, a smooth handle appeared on the smooth wall. Linda saw the handle and smiled. During this period, he made this handle rounder. I still remember that when I first came to the swimming pool, this handle was extremely rough. Linda gently pushed the door and was about to go in when he heard a familiar disgusting voice. You'd better save your life and join me, otherwise, you will end up like your parents, who? Linda pulled his hand away and tried to close the door, but the door seemed to be stuck. Because he used too much force, he stumbled. Linda let go and ran out with big strides. As a result, he felt a strong force behind him pulling him back after running 2 steps. Bang! The room in the room of requirement was closed tightly. Only the echo of the door closing could be heard in the dark corridor outside. Another Gryffindor, a disgusting hoarse voice sounded in Linda's ears. Linda barely opened his eyes and saw a two-faced man standing in front of him. And now he seemed to be controlled by a spell, and his hands and feet could not move. Anderson was also fixed on his shoulder like a sculpture. The face of Voldemort at the back of the two-faced man's head was facing away from Linda, and in front of him was Harry Potter. Quirrell was facing Lind. Harry was also somewhat surprised and puzzled when he saw Lind. But he was more panicked about his inner situation. Kill him, don't let him interrupt my conversation with little Potter. Voldemort glanced at Lind through the mirror of Erist. Lind looked around hurriedly. This was not the swimming pool house he often visited, but an empty house like some kind of dance studio. In the middle of the house, there was a tall and large gold-framed mirror. The mirror seemed to reach the ceiling, and under the gorgeous golden frame were 2 claw-shaped feet supporting it. A line of words was engraved on the top, Erist. Mirror of Erist. Lind's brain suddenly crashed, and before he could react, he heard Harry exclaim, I'll give it to you, but you can't hurt us." As he said that, Harry put his right hand in his pocket and took out the Philosopher's Stone. "Very good, give it to me," Voldemort screamed, his voice full of impatience. Quirrell also turned sideways, reaching out to take the Philosopher's Stone from Harry's hand. "Wait," Harry endured the severe pain in his head and said calmly. Let Lind go out first, he just broke in accidentally. As he said that, he pointed to the door that suddenly appeared over there with his other hand. Harry drank the potion from the other side of the house and crossed the black flame to come here. When he came here, there was no door for Lind to come in. Okay, get out of here, you disgusting guy is really lucky, Voldemort looked down at Lind. At the same time, Lind also felt the restraint on his body loosened. Lind climbed up and glanced at Harry. He didn't expect this guy to be so smart at this time. Lind walked towards the door without hesitation. He just wanted to take a bath in the room of requirement and encountered such a thing. Well, although he had been curious about where those rooms that were neither classrooms, offices, nor dormitories came from when he read novels before, he did not expect this answer. And Dumbledore clearly knew that he liked to come to the room of requirement, and the door of this room was the same style as the door of the swimming pool room. If Dumbledore had not interfered, he would never believe it, and he was furious now. Besides, Harry did not need to worry at all, because he was Dumbledore's little baby. Sure enough, there is gain and loss. Dumbledore, that old bitch. Lind walked towards the door, while Anderson said nothing. It was very smart. That night, he and the boss cooperated to play a lot of tricks on these two bitches. His boss did disguise himself, but it did not. Honestly speaking, the most nervous person in this room right now, oh no, creature, is none other than Anderson. Lind gently opened the door, but unexpectedly it got stuck again after just a little gap. He looked back and saw Harry looking over here, while Quirrell spread his hands and looked at Harry jokingly. We have to follow the rules, right? At this time, Quirrell stopped stuttering and said calmly. His eyes were shining, and he looked at Harry expectantly. Harry struggled with his eyes for a long time, and sweat kept dripping down his face. In the end, he handed the Philosopher's Stone over with trembling hands. Let us go. If it was just Harry, he would never give the Philosopher's Stone to Quirrell even if he died, but now there was an extra Lind, and he would not allow outsiders to lose their lives because of an accidental involvement. I finally got it, Voldemort's voice was extremely excited and trembling. Hearing his words, Quirrell waved his hands calmly and made a retching motion. No, 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 master, oh no, I should call you Voldemort. Quirrell had a happy smile on his face, mixed with a hint of teasing. I got the Philosopher's Stone, not you. Chapter 74. Linda turned around and looked at him in disbelief when he heard Quirrell's words. Voldemort lost his excitement and said gloomily, Why, Quirinus, do you really think you are a god? Quirrell's name, Quirinus, is the Roman god of war. After hearing this, Quirrell smiled faintly, Voldemort, you are indeed very strong, even the weakest remnant of you and I cannot defeat you, but are parasitized by you. But you should never kill a unicorn and drink its blood. At this point, Quirrell couldn't help but chuckled softly. I have never been cursed. It has always been you who bears the curse, idiot. Then, what do you want to say? From the back of Quirrell's head, bursts of black mist emerged and turned into Voldemort's ugly face in the air. He stared at Quirrell, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Lind looked at the situation and secretly pulled the door handle, but the door handle did not move at all. Damn it. And Quirrell was even more proud, I went to find you in the beginning to kill you or get some good things from you. Quirrell raised his hands proudly. I, Quirinus Quirrell, one of the best students in Ravenclaw. You have never really controlled me. Maybe your soul suppressed me to a certain extent, but I have not been actually controlled by you. I have been trying to squeeze the knowledge in your mind. Right, those spells you taught me, my good master. Quirrell's face was so proud that he couldn't hide it. Voldemort was so angry, I will kill, as a result, he was interrupted by Quirrell halfway through his words. Quiet, quiet. I'm talking. It was your act of sucking unicorn blood that made you infected with the unicorn curse. And it gave me some new ideas. Quirrell waved his wand to gather. Come on. The dark wizard who made the whole of Britain shrouded in fear more than 10 years ago. Let me devour your soul and hand all your knowledge to me. As he said this, Quirrell's smile gradually twisted, and then he waved his wand and deflected a white spell. After that, he turned his head happily and looked at Lind. It was Lind who had just found that there was no hope of escape and cast a spell. But I think before that, I need to solve some small troubles. As he said this, he waved his wand repeatedly and fired several spells in an instant. Silent, continuous spells of various forms. It was as if Quirrell didn't take his first confrontation with Quirrell seriously at all, and the spells fired this time were completely not on the same level. Lind hurriedly dodged, and Anderson also flew away. But he didn't dodge in time and was hit by a spell. The 2 armor spells he hastily cast on himself in the process of rolling and dodging just now were like paper, breaking with a poke, and then his body was directly hit by the spell. After being hit, Lind also knew what the spell was. A simple coma spell. The spell was simple, faint and fall to the ground. However, Lind, who was hit, felt like he was hit by a big truck. His spine was broken inch by inch, and the whole person flew backwards and smashed the wall with cracks. It was just like the scene he saw in Professor Flitwick's photo when he was learning the water gun spell before. His body fell to the ground uncontrollably, coughing up red and black blood and internal organs. Lind only felt his consciousness gradually faded. Is this the gap? The gap in spell casting, the gap in spell power. Lind had only thought about the wizard duels in the movies in his previous life, which were simply casting spells. It was different now. Now he suddenly thought of the housewife wizard Molly in Deathly Hallows, Part 2, who smashed the immobilized Bellatrix into powder with a spell. He thought of Professor McGonagall's spell that drove the stone soldiers of the entire castle. I thought of how Aberforth used a spell to directly repair most of the Hogwarts castle's protective shield. I thought of the black curtain that covered the sky and the sun in Paris in Fantastic Beasts 2. It turns out that I have no idea about the high-end combat power in this world. Lind thought, and finally looked at Harry, who ran towards him with regret. Lind. Harry pushed Lind, who was gradually getting cold, his hands were stained with blood on his body, and tears dripped down. Behind him, Quirrel cast another spell. Green light suddenly jumped into Harry's body. It was a spell that Harry had never heard of, and it seemed to be pronounced like this: Avada eats big melon. Looking at Harry's falling figure, Quirrel turned his head and smiled. How about it? I avenged you, now you should pay the reward. Let's cooperate. I can give you everything you want. What I want most is you. It's you. Quirrel smiled. Think about it, if I kill you again, I will not only get the knowledge in your head, but also the Philosopher's Stone. If I contact people to make reports, maybe I can even get the reputation of defeating Voldemort. I want too much, and you give me your ball, which can just meet all my needs. Quirrel opened his arms again to hug. As he spoke, Quirrel kept waving spells, and Voldemort began to scream. Don't think, you have a sure win, Voldemort screamed. And Quirrel continued to cast spells. You will regret it. I never regret it, Quirrel said confidently. This is my decision, why should I regret it? Quirrel inhaled the black mist transformed by Voldemort into his lungs little by little as if he was breathing. As the black mist was inhaled, Quirrel began to frown and show an uncomfortable expression. The swallowing of the soul, the fusion of memories. These are not simple things. Thinking of this, Quirrel put the Philosopher's Stone into his mouth. Then he hummed a bad tune. He waved his hands, holding a wand in one hand, like a conductor. Voldemort opposite him was making a shrill high note. You, wait for me, Voldemort let out a last scream, and then he actually split his black mist into 2 halves. He split his soul again. The unrestrained soul flew out of the effective range of Quirrel's spell and drilled into the pipes on the surrounding walls. Quirrel was obviously frightened and lost his balance. He stepped back, making a pattering sound. Water. Chapter 75. The sound of gurgling water came from behind Quirrel along with the salty smell. Quirrel turned around and saw a little monster lying on the ground. He collapsed on the ground, seemingly not breathing, but water kept pouring out from the gaps under him, as if there was a spring under him. His hands and feet began to change, and his skin became paler, but seemed to reflect some light. Isn't he dead? Quirrel had questions in his mind. Then suddenly a strange voice was heard echoing in the room. The voice seemed like murmuring in the ears, like a shout from afar, like it came from the corpse lying on the ground, or like it came out of nowhere and appeared in the house inexplicably. It's the first time. Seeing the sudden abnormality, Quirrel ignored Voldemort, who split his soul and escaped. He took a deep breath and inhaled the remaining fragments of Voldemort's soul into his lungs. Then he frowned and raised his wand. He waved his wand and cast a spell on Lind, who was lying on the ground. However, when the magic spell flew not far in front of Linda, it was suddenly twisted by an inexplicable force and flew to the side. Quirrell was about to cast another spell when he saw the little wizard who had been lying on the ground get up awkwardly, and there were a series of snapping sounds on his back as the body returned to its position. What it feels like to have 5 senses confused, perhaps Linda can now describe it. Vision turned to hearing, and the Quirrell in front of him made a harsh crunching sound. Hearing turned into smell, and the sound of gurgling water on the ground carried a sweet smell. The sense of smell turned into touch, and the smell of blood on his body and the salty smell of sea water left a faint tingling and itching sensation on his skin. Touch turned to taste, and the wand he picked up again smelled of chocolate in his palm. The sense of taste turned into vision, and the smell of blood in the mouth exuded a bright red and bluish-purple halo. Linda held on to the broken wall beside him, feeling the smell of milky coffee from the stone wall in his palms. Such chaotic perception caused his brain to shut down. At this time, another extremely strange thought poured into his mind. It's like two souls merging. Linda staggered and pressed his temple. Phew, this feeling is simply incredibly good. He turned his head and looked at Quirrel indifferently with his square pupils. Now he no longer has the thought of escaping, but has a crazy and violent thought lingering in his mind. This kind of thinking needs to be vented urgently, it cannot be accumulated, and he does not want to accumulate it. Linda rubbed the tentacles that were sprouting out from his chin, just like Davy Jones, the captain of the Flying Dutchman in the Pirates of the Caribbean movie. He didn't feel anything wrong with having such a thing on his body at all. On the contrary, he felt that his current condition was extremely good, and his tentacled beard was so handsome. I was born to look like this. Quirrel saw his face, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a surge in his stomach, and he held his stomach and retched uncontrollably. As Quirrel exerted force, the contents of his belly were gradually pushed upwards, and his throat was stretched as wide as his head. Ouch! The sound of Quirrel's vomiting was really sour and unpleasant, and Lind on the side unconsciously covered his ears. The thing was spat out on the ground along with Quirrel's saliva and stomach acid. Then wagging its tail on the ground. It was a fish, a red-blue live fish. Quirrel looked at the fish with disgust and cast a splitting spell. Break the fish into pieces. What kind of curse is this? Linda also waved his hands in confusion. How do I know, but I know what the magic spell is, Shenfeng Wuing. Quirrel only felt that the eyes of the little wizard in front of him had an indescribable magic power, as if they were trying to involve his thoughts. The moment he casts the spell, his whisker-shaped tentacles levitate. Caught off guard, Quirrel didn't react at first and the other party cast a magic spell. When he reacted, it was a little late. He could only roll sideways, and a magic barrier naturally appeared on his body. The magic spell hit his waist and abdomen, and the magic barrier that came out in an emergency was vulnerable to a blow and was directly shattered. Then several cracks exploded directly on his body. Quirrel held his stomach, rubbed it, and looked at Lind. I remember who you are, a little first-year Gryffindor, you spend all day with a crow. The divine edge is shadowless. Get smaller quickly. Quirrel didn't care about the wound on his abdomen and calmly waved his wand to resist Lind's incoming spells. He controlled his gaze not to look at Linda. But now it seems that you are not that simple, you know, I really want to dissect you now. With that said, Quirrel's backhand was a magic spell. At the same time, a spell came out of his mouth. Expelliarmus. Your method is too simple. The curse stops. Linda was not frightened. He tried to roll to avoid it and released the curse at the same time. His spell still couldn't resist Quirrel's spell, and he was knocked back to the wall behind. Feeling that his inexplicably restored limbs were blown off again, Linda ignored it and twisted his body to stand up again. From the moment he first stood up there had been a murmur in his ears. Give it to me, you don't understand at all, you don't understand. Give it to me, give me your body. He had ignored these voices before, but now he spoke again. Give it to me. I haven't, since that bastard Ghros woke him up. Shut up, what's the point of waking up? Lind felt that the owner of the mumbling voice was talking about Ghros, who sounded familiar. Take your body, just to play with. Lind ignored the mumbling that tortured him, because at this time Quirrel cast a spell again. His wand had just flown to the side. Lind twisted his figure and rolled to the side. The bitter and spicy pain from his body stimulated his nerves. Lind reached out to take out some small props from his waist bag, but the next second his webbed hand was stepped on by Quirrel on the ground, making a fierce creaking sound. Quirrel looked at Lind with excitement, then scratched his waist, making a clicking sound. His hand seemed to touch some kind of carapace. Quirrel looked down and saw that the wound that was just cut open by Shenfeng Wuing was now attached to several barnacles and some small shellfish. His cut flesh was like a reef on the seashore, feeding these guys. Quirrel directly tore off a small shell from the wound and looked at it, his face became even more crazy. Linda felt that if Quirrel was a superficial gentleman who hid his thoughts in his heart before absorbing Voldemort's soul, then now he is a pure lunatic. But I'm not bad. Linda's face and the tentacles on his chin were rubbing. Now the whole room has accumulated a large amount of water. I'm definitely crazier than you. Linda was inexplicably comparing. Okay, I'll give it to you. He whispered. Linda estimated that the owner of the voice that sounded in his ears would definitely not be a good guy. But I am willing. Since the first time I got up from the ground, my mind has been abnormal. Chapter 76. On the astronomy tower, Professor Aurora Sinister excitedly glanced at the telescope, and then hurriedly drew on the parchment scroll in her hand. She was excited and exclaimed, "Ophiuchus, serpens." If Lind could see the content of her parchment scroll at this time, he would definitely feel very familiar. This is the task that Professor Sinister assigned to the first-year wizards at the beginning of the school year, which is the so-called star map when the stars return to their positions. But the star map that the professor is drawing is obviously tighter, more complete, and more accurate. Professor Sinister's ability to teach at Hogwarts naturally represents her high level of professionalism. And this time, the stars are also her first time to see them. Even with many classics and star maps drawn by predecessors, she still chooses to draw the stars she saw with her own eyes. No, why do I feel that each star is a little different from what I saw before? The professor compared the star map he drew with an ancient parchment scroll, and at the same time, an old book was spread out next to it, which also had a star map drawn on it. There is basically no difference between the star map in the old book and the star map on the old parchment scroll, but the difference between this one and the one she just made is huge. Each star has inexplicably deviated from its position, and the difference in the final star map is quite large. She frowned and looked at the sky with a telescope many times. No problem. I drew it very standardly. Could it be that these old materials are wrong? Or, the difference caused by the observation angle of the geographical location? That's not right either. This old parchment scroll was drawn by the previous teacher here. Are the stars shifted? Or did I observe it wrong, and this is actually another set of stars? The professor picked up the two parchment scrolls and compared them repeatedly, but still couldn't figure it out. If it's the stars shifting, she glanced at the divination classroom in the North Tower. Forget it, it's better to listen to the nonsense of those centaurs than to listen to her, at least they can really understand it. Professor Zingnista shook his head and looked at the sky again. The star shift is now just her guess. The next thing she had to do was to regrade the star maps that the children had drawn this semester. Because she had previously graded the children based on the old parchment scroll, but now she found that the map was not symmetrical with the actual map, so she could only regrade the children based on the star map she had drawn. "I'll give you," Lind said this in a slightly neurotic whisper, and the words he spoke became sour and refreshing. At the same time, when he finished saying this, it was as if some kind of valve was opened, and a powerful and violent thought suddenly rushed into his mind after getting some kind of permission. It was as if he was a little white rabbit alone at home. When he was deceived by the big bad wolf and the door was opened, everything was no longer under his control. Then Lind felt that his whole mind was floating, and he felt like he was wandering in the sky. This brought him back to the moment when he read The White Ship in Dumbledore's office. When he recovered again, he felt like he was watching a top-notch VR first-person movie. He could see everything, but he had lost control of his body. At this time, Quirrel was cutting the flesh of the barnacles growing on his waist. Tick. Tick. Water from nowhere seeped out from the ceiling and dripped on Quirrel's head. Human bodies are really hard to use, but fortunately, after so many years of long-term transformation. As he spoke, Lind's hand, which was stepped on by Quirrel, slipped out as if it was covered with a layer of lubricant. Before Quirrel could react, Lind flipped his palm, grabbed Quirrel's ankle and swung it violently, throwing Quirrel out directly. Click. The sound of joints breaking sounded. However, this sound did not come from Quirrel, but from Lind, who was overexerting himself. Even with the blessing of the water body, this broken 11-year-old body would have to pay a price if it wanted to throw Quirrel, an adult wizard, out with one hand. But Lind didn't care now, or rather, he didn't care. As mentioned before, he had already taken control of this body, so it would be difficult for Lind to stop his subsequent operations. He stood up, shook his hand with a dislocated elbow, raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Quirrel, while uttering an obscure and complicated spell. A thin stream of rapid water shot out from Lind's fingertips. Quirrel had already reacted, and a series of armor spells were cast on himself. This thin stream of water was unstoppable, directly breaking his first two layers of shields. And then slightly breaking the remaining shields. When breaking the last layer of shields, it was also deviated from the angle, and finally only regrettably shot through his shoulder. Quirrel exclaimed softly, with a teasing and contemptuous tone. He frowned and looked at the spell that came out from his fingertips. The development of the mind-body is too poor, no wonder you need that thing. He turned his head and looked at the magic wand lying in the water with disdain. He hooked his finger, and the water surface swayed the magic wand and floated towards him. Then the water body turned into an anti-gravity rise, handing the magic wand to his hand. Holding the wand in one hand, he rubbed the handle, feeling the amplification of this object on this body. Then he put the tip of the wand on his ear and exerted force suddenly. The wand directly pierced the eardrum and reached the cerebral cortex. The tip of the wand went deep into his brain and sprayed seawater in small streams. His cerebrospinal fluid flowed out of his nostrils. After the seawater wrapped around the entire brain, it began to flow like the ebb and flow of the tide, and began to give this brain a never-ending massage. And Quirrell watched the little wizard in front of him pierce the wand into his ear, and then his ear bled, and his nostrils flowed out of large streams of something like snot. Just when he thought the other party was going to die suddenly, he didn't expect him to show a comfortable expression. Then he saw the other party open his eyes and look at him. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other. "It's so beautiful," Quirrell thought involuntarily. He suddenly had the idea of going out to enjoy the sea breeze, walking barefoot on the beach, watching the tide rise and fall. Submerging his ankles, submerging his chest, and finally letting the tide submerge his head. No, it should be said that he spoke. Humanity is a rare plaything. As he spoke, the tentacles on his chin seemed to flutter because of excessive excitement, and the whole room began to change. Be happy, you are one of the few people who can face the great directly. Chapter 77. In the dark room of the request-granting house, the bright candles floating in the air had somehow turned into water candles, emitting faint blue light. A strange dampness spread in the air. The mirror surface of the mirror of Eriste had condensed with salty water droplets. The thought of entering a happy life in the sea and the strange scene in front of him mixed in his mind, and a sense of foreboding rose in Quirrell's heart. On the wall, a relief resembling an octopus head appeared at some point, and more places on the wall also changed into scale patterns to embellish those tentacles. At this time, he was standing in the room. It seemed that the clothes made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he took off the clothes, leaving only the cloth wrapped around the key parts. He took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. The thin muscles on his underdeveloped body and the gills on his lower jaw pulsed regularly with his breathing. His body was covered with fine fish scales. The elbows, knees and other joints also grew beautiful blue-purple fins like those on his ears. The golden hair had been trimmed many times, but it was still shoulder-length, with water droplets hanging on it, just sticking to the cheeks. This was a perfect fishman body, without any flaws. No matter from the perspective of any creature's worldview and aesthetics, this was a well-deserved perfect masterpiece. Whose masterpiece? It should be considered his masterpiece. There's another little guy over there. He turned his head and looked at Harry. Quirrell turned his head and saw that Harry Potter, who had just been hit by his Avada Kedavra curse, was lifted up by the water and looked around in horror. Linda, you, Harry was a little unbelievable. Now he was wrapped in water except for his head. Quirrell looked at the strange scene in front of him, and coupled with the inexplicable pressure given to him by the fishman in front of him, he pointed at Harry with a trembling finger. No, impossible, no one can survive the Kedavra curse. At this point, he remembered who the little wizard in front of him was. He is Harry Potter, the only person in the world who survived the killing curse, and now he has resisted another killing curse. Thinking of this, he turned his eyes to Lind again. The guy who just called himself great. How about this? You two have a time duel. Time is it. As he said, he pointed to the ceiling. Harry looked up and saw that the ceiling had turned into the sea surface at some point. It was like a sea hanging upside down in the sky, with waves hitting the wall, and then bouncing back and colliding with the new waves, endlessly, and repeatedly. And in the dark water, it was vaguely visible that there was some invisible huge monster that was far larger than the entire ceiling area swimming in it. The moment Harry looked at it, he felt his hair stand up, as if he was being stared at by some hunter who was far superior to himself. At the same time, this inverted sea surface was gradually moving downwards at a slow speed. If the sea surface continued to pour down, in about 10 minutes, the whole room would be submerged in the sea water. Quirrell wanted to take action directly, but when he saw Harry's expression, he glanced up at the sky, and then turned his head stiffly. He said in a trembling voice, "You who claim to be great are just a monster living in the body of this little wizard." As he said that, he waved his wand one after another, and several spells flew towards him. However, before those spells touched him, they were inexplicably diverted to the sea above his head by a force, and those powerful spells only splashed a piece of water. Monster? Why use such a narrow word? Forget it, back to the topic. This is a fight to the death. A fight to the death that will only end when one side is completely dead. The winner will be able to see my true face. At the same time, I hope to see you achieve high-quality visual effects through desperate fighting. So, as he said that, he pointed one hand towards Harry, and Harry was swept directly into Lynn's hand by the water. He stroked Harry's head with one hand, and his index finger twisted and deformed into a smooth tentacle, which pierced from the corner of Harry's eye. Linda, you, Harry was interrupted by severe pain halfway through his words, and screamed fiercely. Oh. A rather exquisite protective spell, coming from the self-sacrifice of blood relatives, is it your mother? No wonder. His current strength is far less than 1/10,000th of his original world. In the original world, ordinary creatures would instantly destroy their concepts and reasons, no matter how they saw him. This destruction was even exaggerated to change their original gene sequences, cell signals, and brain thinking, directly allowing them to sublimate from the external body to the internal heart. What a pity. Now he is in the new world, he thought with some regret, otherwise he would not be so lonely. Now he is just a tiny soul fragment of his original body that escaped from the destruction of the world by chance. Thinking of this, he felt a little regretful that he could not break this spell at once for the time being. Then he could only transform this guy's body. Thinking about it, it's really familiar, the deep diver. At the same time, he glanced at Quirrel again. The moment his eyes met Quirrel, the water flowed along Quirrel's body and bound him completely. Thinking of this, he cut off the tentacle that penetrated deep into Harry's brain. After being cut off, the tentacle began to melt and spread to the whole body along with the capillaries on Harry's face. Then he tilted his head, and a large stream of water poured out of his ears, and a large amount of steam came out of it. He said with a smile, "TSK TSK TSK, this brain is too useless, it's overloaded. The water is directly boiled. The brain will not be useful in the future." But from his tone, it can be known that he doesn't care at all. After pouring the water, he poured new water into his brain again. Then his body turned into a stream of water and disappeared in the house. At the same time, his voice echoed in the house. "Give me a wonderful performance." Harry let out a low roar, and scales, gills, and fins grew uncontrollably all over his body. As he disappeared, Quirrel also felt that the power of the water that bound him, which he could not break free of just now, was much smaller. He broke free from the water, raised his wand, muttered something, and stuck it directly into the ground. White light waves appeared from the tip of the wand and spread rapidly, just like a radar. Feeling the feedback of this spell on himself. Nothing. That guy was gone, as if he had never appeared. Thinking about the situation that happened not long ago, his plan to hunt unicorns failed that time, and he was repeatedly fooled. Thinking about it, the ominous premonition in his heart became heavier. He swallowed his saliva involuntarily. His body turned into black mist and rushed to the door. His hand grabbed the door handle and pressed it down hard. Swish. The hand slipped directly from the door handle, and he put his hand on it again. When he exerted force, his hand slid down the door handle again uncontrollably. It was as if the friction between him and the door handle had been completely eliminated. And behind him, a water bullet shot straight at him. Chapter 78. Quirrel quickly dodged to avoid it, and the water bomb hit the door panel, making a roaring sound. Quirrel was also surprised by this power, but after looking at the intact wooden door, he felt a little desperate. Such a powerful water bomb could not damage the wooden door at all, let alone expect anyone outside the house to notice anything strange here. What's more, he had sent Dumbledore away specifically to get the Philosopher's Stone today. And the fact is exactly as Quirrel guessed. No matter how loud the movement is in this room, the corridor outside is still silent. This room has been isolated by him. Only an extremely powerful spell can break the membrane between the room of requirement and the school. The situation had already become uncontrollable when the little wizard named Lynn stood up from the ground again, and the psychological pressure that the other party put on him was not inferior to Dumbledore. Even because of that guy's completely unreasonable way of acting, he was now even more frightened, and he had long since given up the idea of dissecting and studying the other person. And the crow on the opponent's shoulder has flown to nowhere. Seeing that this road was impassable, Quirrel turned his head and looked behind him, and then his eyes widened involuntarily. I saw Harry Potter hunched over, his hair hanging down like this. His steps trembled uncontrollably, as if his current standing posture was particularly forced. At the same time, gills appeared on both cheeks. And fins were visible to the naked eye on his knees, elbows and other places. His back also bulged, making his robe bulging. It was obvious that fins were growing inside. It was something that Linda didn't have just now. Moreover, the colors emitted from Harry's body, including but not limited to fins, webs, scales, etc., are all blue-red, which is also different from Lynn's body, whose colors are mainly blue-purple. Harry looked at himself with a confused and somewhat horrified look, and some drool dripped from the corner of his mouth and fell into the water below. Quirrel looked at his expression and forced himself to analyze the situation in front of him. Harry's mental state should be fine and he is still sane, not like the little wizard just now. No, 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 that can't be the little wizard, he should be possessed by some kind of chaotic and crazy guy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Later, Quirrell thought of the reward the other party said, getting a glimpse of his true face. Is this also considered a reward? This guy is simply more disgusting and evil than Voldemort. On Harry's side, as the severe pain in his body gradually disappeared, he also felt changes in his body. He lowered his head and looked at his hands blankly. Thin webs had grown between each finger. And on both sides of his jaw, he could also feel that there was a channel sucking in the rich moisture in the air. The violent water bomb he spat out just now was just because he felt an inexplicable foreign body sensation in his throat just now, and then spat it out like spit. Who knew it would have such a violent effect? At the same time, every inch of his skin, every hair, and every breath seemed to be echoing the water on the ground. However, the stagnant water on the ground where his feet stood gave him a sense of discomfort, which made him want to take off his shoes and step barefoot into the water. Then he looked at the guy in front of him, now the only living thing visible in the room. Just when he was still a little confused, Quirrell fired a spell directly at him. Harry just watched Quirrell wave his wand, and then he had an inference that was close to a premonition. The spell will hit me in 2 seconds. Of course, the time was not so accurate, but he could definitely feel when the curse would come. He hurriedly turned around, and even if he didn't understand the situation in front of him, he could still understand that he was Quirrell's primary target. It has to be said that Harry Potter has a talent for fighting. He rolled to the side and rear, and picked up the wand he just dropped. As soon as I saw the white arms, I thought of. Now that Quirrell had taken action against him, he thought of what Quirrell had said to him before Linda broke in. I killed your parents. Even though Quirrell and Voldemort had turned against each other, in Harry's eyes, they were both on the same page. Now, that hatred is igniting like a raging fire. The moment he got the wand, the pool of water began to boil, as if it were boiling. At the same time, Quirrell also chanted the magic spell loudly, heart-piercing and bone-cutting. The curse flew towards Harry, and Harry, who had obtained the wand, in this relatively comfortable environment, moved forward to release the curse with the hatred he had accumulated for more than 10 years. At this moment, he realized how powerless he was. Because he found that the magic spell released by Quirrell was very powerful, but he could only dash clear water like a spring. But the power of this spell was much greater than he imagined. What was ejected was a jet of water as thick as the mouth of a cup, but at the same time, his magic power was also being consumed rapidly. The water column on the physical level seems to have some kind of demon-breaking effect, even if it is directly connected to a magic spell like Cruciatus, it has an effect. Those separated water droplets and water columns seem to have inexplicable adsorption force, continuously sucking away the magical power of the Cruciatus curse. When the Cruciatus curse hit Harry, it had become like a weak flickering fire. The spell penetrated Harry's body, and he immediately felt a strong electric shock, which made him convulse, but this feeling quickly disappeared. This was due to his water spell, the scales on his body, and the protective spell Lily cast for him. Harry said with a scared look on his face, "What a terrifying curse, it actually makes me feel like I was electrocuted." At the same time, his body began to feel tired. This inexplicably powerful water curse consumed too much of his magic power. Quirrell, on the other hand, was caught off guard by this clear water spell and was knocked out before falling into the water. Although Harry was transformed into a deep diver by him, the transformation only took a few minutes, and his affinity for the water element was still not comparable to Lynn's. "It's this weird water spell again, it's like this again." Quirrell roared in a low voice, he felt so uncomfortable. Originally, all the frustration he had suffered this whole year was just for today. In his original plan, he wanted to use its power to counter Voldemort after getting the Sorcerer's Stone today. As a result, good news came, Voldemort sucked the blood of unicorns and became cursed. That was the first time this year that he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. However, it was destroyed not long after. When he was hunting unicorns for the second time and wanted to contribute to Voldemort's curse again, he was severely teased by an inexplicable guy. Good. Quirrell tolerated it, as long as it didn't affect his plan against Voldemort. As a result, today, he scored twice. I finally managed to defeat Voldemort. But I only managed half of it, and I ended up setting myself up here. Forced to fight to the death with an 11-year-old Gryffindor bug, he was once again struck by this inexplicable clear water curse. His life is now in danger. It is not easy to get out, and the rooms he passed before may not have detection spells. Even if that inexplicable existence couldn't kill him, there was no doubt that he had trapped him now. There is a high probability that he will not be able to escape now. If he had been lucky enough to find a way to escape before, now he completely wanted to kill Harry. Quirrell thought, holding the wand firmly. "You and the guy wearing the mask in the Forbidden Forest that day." He staggered to his feet, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "What the hell is the relationship?" Chapter 79. In several corners of the room, several eyeballs grew out, and they were watching everything that happened in a house like surveillance. Harry's hands trembled slightly, not only because of Quirrell's Cruciatus curse, which was weakened to the point of being just like an electric shock, but also because of the side effects of the magic power that the clear water curse had just poured out. Quirrell was even more furious when he saw Harry didn't answer. And it just so happened that there was such a spell in the memory of Voldemort that he absorbed, legilimency. And it was said that it would be more effective when used in conjunction with the soul leaving the body. Thinking of this, Quirrell did not show mercy, and his robe surged like a long snake, flying over and entangled Harry. Another powerful spell that did not require chanting. Harry wanted to retreat, but he slipped and fell. At this moment, he wished he was naked. His intuition told him that human clothes were very restrictive to his body. However, before he could regret too much, the black robe entangled him, and even a piece of it split out and strangled his neck. Then, his body was pulled in front of Quirrell. The two of them faced each other, and Quirrell looked at him with a triumphant smile. Harry wanted to tear his face with his claws. However, he couldn't do it. He didn't know what he was going to face, but he began to feel pity in his heart. At this moment, he thought of his friends Ron, Hermione, and Jane, and poor Neville, who might still be petrified in the corner of the lounge. Then he thought of Lind, if he was the normal him now. He had realized that the one just now should not be Lind. If he was the normal him, what would he do? Harry couldn't think of it. And Quirrell didn't give him time to think slowly. He raised his wand and waved it slowly and awkwardly, chanting a spell. Soul, out of body. Harry suddenly felt his vision distorted and blurred, and he began to break away from the black cloth that bound him like a balloon, and began to float upwards gently. His body also slumped down, relying entirely on the robes that bound him. Quirrell digested Voldemort's memory and thought about the key points of legilimency. Legislatives is not just a kind of spell magic. It is the same as solidified spells such as animagus and occlumency. If you learn it, you will know it for the rest of your life. And you don't need to chant after you become proficient. Chanting is simply notifying the other party, "I'm going to cast legilimency, so you better focus." Of course, you can still chant when teaching, just like when Snape taught Harry to learn occlumency. But usually you don't need to chant, just a look is enough. And people who know this spell are also called legilimency. This is the benefit of directly absorbing the soul. Even this kind of spell, Quirrell mastered it in an instant. But the shortcomings are also obvious. His thinking and personality have been affected by Voldemort, but Quirrell himself is not aware of this change. This is also the reason why Lind insisted on separating and integrating the two memories of Little Fishman Green and White Ship Journey. He wants to ensure the purity of his personality. Legislatives. Quirrell's eyes exude a strange light, which is a sign that he is performing legilimency. When he becomes proficient, he can hide this light like Snape, and others will only think that his eyes are very bright and sharp. Legilimency was immediately issued, and Quirrell's thoughts entered Harry's brain: exams, Diagon Alley, admission notice. Bang! A violent sound came from the door. Quirrell's spell was also interrupted. The door that he would have let go of no matter what just now has been violently broken from the outside. And behind the door, stood a tall old man with white hair. "Dumbledore," Quirrell murmured with some trembling. The next moment, he and Harry were forcibly separated, and the old man who was at the gate just now appeared between him and Harry. Dumbledore held a long elder wand with multiple nodes in his hand. He waved it at Harry, and he woke up. The effect of the Imperious curse on him was no longer effective. Dumbledore had a gloomy face. Lily's protective spell on Harry had basically no strong effect on legilimency, a spell that did not harm but only affected the consciousness of the soul. Avada Kedavra could not take Harry's life, and Cruciatus would also be weakened when it hit him. But he had basically no resistance to legilimency and soul removal, spells that basically did not harm the soul and spirit. And this spell would last until he came of age. This was also the reason why Harry was not taken away by Quirrell's killing curse and was not polluted by the mind of him who possessed Lind. Quirrell looked desperate and broke the jar. No matter how powerful the spell was, it would be difficult to hit the strongest wizard in the world in front of him, so I wouldn't hit him. This was Quirrell's simple thought. The fiery blaze. The uncontrolled crimson flames burst out from Quirrell's staff. Above his head, the inverted sea surface, which was not far from their heads, suddenly churned violently, and the inexplicable tentacles seemed to be unable to restrain themselves. The flames rolled up, but they did not devour everything around them like the fiery blaze that Quirrell had expected. This fiend fire was like a good kid, floating in the air cautiously, absorbing the trace amount of magic in the water vapor to maintain its existence. As for the condensed water droplets, it didn't dare to touch them at all. Quirrell saw this scene and blew out a lot of smoke from his mouth. The moment the smoke blocked Dumbledore, his figure turned into black mist and flew towards the door that Dumbledore opened when he came. The appearance of the fiend fire curse and the time when Dumbledore removed the Imperious curse on Harry were almost the same, so Quirrell's small combo was also quite fast. Seeing that Dumbledore didn't catch up, Quirrell was secretly happy, and coupled with the soul fragments of Voldemort absorbed in his mind, he was afraid of and disdainful of Dumbledore. And this was when he felt disdain. Quirrell sneered in his heart. Seeing that the door was right in front of him, Quirrell's pride in his heart became even greater. "You are really old, Dumbledore." The next moment, the door closed. Quirrell turned his head and looked at Dumbledore behind him in horror. However, before he could turn his head, a huge green tentacle appeared in front of him and wrapped around him. There was green mucus and fine hook teeth on the tentacles. At the same time, a small figure fell from above. It was the terrifying guy who was possessed by Lind and had brought him to this state. The tentacles tightly wrapped around him. The more Quirrell struggled, the tighter the tentacles wrapped around him. After only 2 struggles, his bones creaked under the weight. Quirrell saw that guy looking at him indifferently, as if looking at a toy that he had been tired of playing with. He stretched out his hand to cover Quirrell's eyes. Quirrell looked at him in horror. Under the ups and downs, he felt that his spirit was on the verge of collapse. The magic power in his body began to riot uncontrollably, causing the surrounding water to roll. However, the water flow in the area between him and him was so calm. At this time, Quirrell inexplicably hoped that Dumbledore would rescue him. Although he did not understand what he was facing. When the small palm officially covered his eyes, the feeling of being deprived of vision and the fear of not knowing the other party's purpose reached its peak. His body trembled violently and even began to twitch and spasm. He wanted to shout loudly, but found that something seemed to be wriggling in his throat, preventing him from making a sound. However, after a while, the horrified expression on Quirrell's face began to disappear, replaced by a hideous expression that seemed to be smiling, and even a sense of satisfaction appeared in the end. When he took his hand away, he saw that Quirrell had no eyes, and there were only 2 bloody holes. The tentacles were withdrawn, and Quirrell collapsed to the ground like mud. He retracted his white jade hand, and Quirrell's 2 eyeballs were nowhere to be found. Maybe it was a magic trick. After all, there was no blood on his hands. Then, he turned and looked at the other side of the room. The old white-bearded human holding a wand and looking at him solemnly. The other party just checked the changes in the little wizard he had just transformed. The move of Quirrell wrapping people with his robes comes from a scene in the movie Deathly Hallows Part 2, in the Battle of Hogwarts. I will resume normal updates tomorrow, and I will also make up for the past 2 days. Although I will be late, I will not be absent. At the same time, I also solemnly apologize to my family because I was really busy in the past 2 days. Currently Ode 44. Chapter 80. The two looked at each other without speaking. Then he smiled, "Do you want to enter my mind too?" As he spoke, several tentacles stretched out from the inverted C and swung around him in disorder, as if celebrating something. Their behavior represented his mood, and the current performance of these tentacles represented that he was very much looking forward to Dumbledore invading his mind. He poked his wand into the depths of his brain again, and his face felt comfortable. Then he pulled out his wand, spread his hands forward, and exposed his entire chest to make an open hug. "Then come on. I haven't had a deep communication with someone for a long time. Maybe you can barely do it. There are many taboos in it, and I allow you to see everything. Come on. Let's have an in-depth communication at the spiritual level." At the same time, Dumbledore also felt that the other party was not only opening up physically, but also truly opening up the entire brain's defense line. The other party really wanted to go in and take a look. But Dumbledore didn't want to use legitimacy to spy on the other party at this time. Since the other party dared to make this gesture, it must mean that the other party had his own confidence. Dumbledore opened his robe and carefully took out a dying crow from it. "It's a great little guy," Dumbledore said gently. When it realized that something was wrong, it forced its way out of the room through the narrow pipe. The Anderson in Dumbledore's hand was now many of its thick wings had fallen off, its legs were abnormally bent, and it was difficult to stand, and its chest was only weakly bulging. "It's really pitiful, some people can cure it with a wave of their hands, but it still pretends to be like this." He who possessed Lind smiled and looked at Dumbledore with a mocking face. "Or do you know divination and want to use its appearance to awaken the consciousness of this little guy?" As he said, he poked his temple. "It's impossible, unless I choose to leave, he will never get back control of this body." Dumbledore's expression did not change, but he still gently stroked Anderson in his hand. "Since you don't want to treat it, why not leave it to me?" As he said that, a tentacle stretched out from the inverted C above Dumbledore's head and tried to sweep Anderson away. However, when the tentacle was about to touch Anderson, it exploded, and pieces of flesh and green blood splashed in the room. This was obviously the work of Dumbledore. At this time, a halo appeared on Dumbledore's hand and stroked Anderson, and Anderson's body also heard the sound of bones returning to their positions. At this time, the water vapor in the air gradually became active. He didn't care that his tentacle was destroyed by Dumbledore at all, and even changed the water in his brain again when Dumbledore treated Anderson. "I misjudged you at first. At first, I thought you were just a high-level creature sealed in Lind, but I didn't expect you to show such high intelligence. And, you actually have this kind of power." As he said this, Dumbledore glanced at the fishman Harry lying next to him. Although most of Harry's body was soaked in water at this time, he still looked like an ordinary human. It was obvious that Dumbledore had used some magic to curb his physical changes. At the same time, Harry, who should have woken up long ago, was still unconscious at this time. Perhaps he didn't know that Dumbledore had appeared in the room. "Fawkes, please take them out." As the inverted C pressed down, Dumbledore also called Fawkes. The ball of fiend fire in the room suddenly began to rotate, and then the fiend fire disappeared, and a big red bird appeared in the room. Fawkes suddenly appeared, and it seemed that it didn't like the current environment very much. It chirped in disgust, then flew to Harry's side, grabbed his shoulder with its foot, and looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore handed Anderson over, but he didn't expect Anderson to fly away and look at Lind worriedly. He didn't want to go with Fawkes. Then Dumbledore nodded to Fawkes, and a ball of fire broke out from Fawkes again. When the fire disappeared, the man and the bird disappeared. Hogwarts' anti-apparition spell only targets the apparition used by humans, and has no effect on the spatial movement skills of phoenixes, Zowu, and even house elves. "Is it done?" He looked at Dumbledore excitedly. Since the water vapor here began to become active, his attitude has been very clear. He can't wait to fight with the man in front of him. "I just hope you can leave this child's body, that's all." Dumbledore stretched out his hand forward, and at the same time, the momentum of the inverted C above his head was forcibly stopped by an invisible force. He looked up, as if he could see the starry sky through the water layer and the wall invisibly. The position of the stars is about to be misaligned again. He shook his head. The reason why he could communicate with Lind and influence his mind to let him take the initiative to give this body to him was largely due to the energy of the starry sky. When the stars were misaligned again, he could only fall into sleep again. The words, "You will never be able to take control of your body," that he said to Dumbledore just now were completely based on the premise that the stars were aligned. That is to say, he doesn't have much time left. As he thought, a thin stream of water shot from the tip of his wand toward Dumbledore like a bullet. Above Dumbledore, a huge black shadow also appeared. Dumbledore waved the Elder Wand and threw a spell to directly offset the water column he shot out. At the same time, a shark appeared above Dumbledore's head, opening its bloody mouth, and blood seemed to be hanging on its sharp and dense teeth. "It's time to feed the fish." Anderson flew away, and when it chose to stay here, it was ready to die. Dumbledore did not dodge, and the Elder Wand quickly raised up and touched the tip of the shark's nose. Then the shark's head exploded, turning into water droplets that scattered in the air. Some of the water droplets splashed on Dumbledore's exposed skin, and pustules quickly swelled up. But in the blink of an eye, the pustules exploded, turning into different small insects with sharp teeth and began to bite Dumbledore's flesh and blood. Dumbledore watched this scene and began to quickly search through his memory. This was a spell style that was completely absent from his memory. Even the dark magic in his memory was very direct and straightforward, and would not have this kind of weird, changeable, and counterintuitive disgusting effect. Chapter 81. Dumbledore formed a shield from the inside out, and the tiny and disgusting bugs lying on his body were also pushed away. Anderson flew towards him, but he didn't even look at him. He just looked at Dumbledore. At the same time, steam began to emit from the ears and nose of Lind's body. This is a manifestation of the brain being overloaded. The tentacles on his chin suddenly surged, stretched out and flew towards Anderson automatically, trying to entangle him. Anderson moved repeatedly in the narrow air. His wings had been restored to a large extent under Dumbledore's spell, but they had begun to be covered with water droplets, even though they had tried their best to avoid the water. But the room was too humid, and its flight had become increasingly difficult. It gave the tentacles a hard bite and then moved away, or it tried its best to give the tentacles a claw and then moved away. After moving around for a long time, it didn't realize that behind it, a water bird cage had been formed. The tentacles accelerated towards it, and Anderson hurriedly backed away. It understood that the guy's attention was not on itself at all, and that he had been busy here for a long time just competing with his beard. But even if it can only help a little bit, it is willing to take action. Thinking about it, Anderson retreated, and just when he was about to crash into the waterbird cage, a loud bird song suddenly appeared in the air. Behind him, flames burst out, and Fox jumped out of it and flew straight towards him. This cry immediately made him move, and he covered his head in discomfort. At this time, he also staggered, feeling that his legs were starting to become a little uncontrollable. The power given to him by the starry sky has begun to gradually decrease, and Lin's consciousness in his mind has begun to try to regain control of his body. At the same time, Dumbledore didn't make any big moves, he just defended against the spells he released. It seems like this guy would never take action against anyone. Whether it was Grindelwald or Voldemort in the past or him possessing Lin today. Seeing that the situation was at this point, he turned his hand into a knife, and his nails became long and sharp, directly piercing Quirrell's chest. Quirrell seemed to be stimulated by the severe pain and moved suddenly. Then, as if he had realized something, he followed the hole opened by him with his hands and helped him insert his hand into his chest. Then, Quirrell's face became paler and paler, but he also became more and more excited, as if he had received some kind of gift. After thrusting his hand in, his fingers turned into tentacles and pierced Quirrell's heart. 2 holes appeared at the tip of the tentacle, one of which sucked the blood from Quirrell's heart, and the other seemed to release an unknown substance, which would flow along the blood vessels to Quirrell's brain before he died. At the same time, just when Fox was about to fly behind the fishman and launch a fierce blow, a fleshy hole suddenly opened in his back, in which the beating organs and squirming flesh could be faintly seen. On his spine, many bony tentacles appeared and suddenly attacked Fox. This forced Fox to an emergency stop and narrowly avoided the tentacles when they were about to catch him. At the same time, the closed door was opened again, and Snape rushed in. When he saw him, he felt a hoarse whisper coming from his ears. The moment this low noise poured into his ears, he had a violent impulse. Snape hurriedly strengthened his active protection against occlumency. The usually passive protection of occlumency seemed completely unable to resist the intrusion of such gibbering. Then he looked into the room. The upside-down sea, the weird reliefs on the wall, the twisted and split fishman limbs. The moment he broke into the house, the atmosphere in the whole room solidified. He had never seen such a disgusting, cruel, and heart-stopping scene in a wizard's battle. Snape tightened his wand and was about to shoot some powerful spell in the next second. At this time, the cracked back closed again, the upside-down sea began to dissipate, and the water on the ground began to drop rapidly. After a while, any scenes of the previous battle disappeared. Only Dumbledore and Snape stood. Lin fell on Quirrell's body and breathed weakly. Snape walked over carefully, and at the same time, several detection spells without serious side effects hit him. Dumbledore spoke slowly. "There's nothing wrong with it, it's just that my body is severely overdrawn. What the hell is going on? Why did he turn into this fishman appearance again?" Dumbledore recalled the scene just now. Fox flew to his shoulder. "We were all wrong, the one sealed in Lin's body was not some advanced magical creature. It's not a high-level magical creature, so how could such a situation happen in Gringotts at that time?" The aura overflowing from the body directly suppressed the goblin. Dumbledore shook his head and looked at Snape solemnly. No, I'm not saying that he is not advanced, but that he is more advanced than we think. That guy has a lot of strange spells, and his body is also very abnormal. The posture of the Lin fish man is just his external expression. It's most likely a powerful dark wizard. Despicable Hirebo. Snape thought of this guy immediately. Herbo can be said to be the most powerful, terrifying and brilliant black wizard in history. At the same time, he is also the founder of Horcruxes and Blood Curses, and has a very in-depth study of the soul. Similar, but they are very different. But how is this possible? Snape leaned over to check Lin's condition, and then continued, "The blood curse is to seal the soul of a creature into the human body. We said at the beginning that Lin's body was sealed with a powerful high-level magical creature, which was already a very bold assumption. Who can have such a great power to seal the soul of a powerful black wizard in his body in the form of a blood curse? Can you do it?" Dumbledore also walked to Lin's side and began to check his physical condition. "I don't know, let's do it this way first, you can come to my office to see the details later, and then we will discuss this matter." Dumbledore picked up Lind, and Snape looked at Quirrell under him again. "Quirrell is dead, what about you-know-who? What about Harry?" Dumbledore blurted out, "Harry is fine, but I think we may have to sort out his memory, you-know-who, I don't know either." Hearing this, Snape stared at Dumbledore's eyes behind his half-moon glasses and wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. Chapter 82. "Good afternoon, Harry," said Dumbledore. "Sir." The Philosopher's Stone. It's Quirrell. He got the Philosopher's Stone. Sir, hurry up. Don't get excited, dear boy, what you said is a bit outdated, said Dumbledore. Quirrell did not get the Philosopher's Stone. Then who got it? Sir, I. Harry, please calm down or Madame Pomfrey will kick me out. Harry swallowed and looked around. He realized he was in a hospital. He was lying on a hospital bed covered with crisp white linen sheets. The table next to him was piled like a hill, as if half a candy store had been moved here. They are all gifts given to you by your friends and admirers, Dumbledore said with a smile. Everything that happened between you and Professor Quirrell in that classroom was a complete secret, and secrets are always unknown. Spread like wildfire. Therefore, all the teachers and students in the school naturally knew about it. I understand that your friends Fred and George Weasley also wanted to give you a toilet seat. No doubt they were trying to tease you, but Madame Pomfrey thought it was unhygienic and confiscated it. How long have I lived here? 3 days. Mr. Ron Weasley and Miss Granger will be relieved to know that you are awake. They have been extremely worried. But sir, the Philosopher's Stone. It seems there is no way to distract you. Well, let's talk about the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Quirrell was not able to take it away from you, and I arrived in time to stop him, but I must say, you in fact, one person can handle it very well. You got there. Did you get the letter Hermione sent you with the owl? The owl and I apparently missed each other in the air. As soon as I arrived in London, I realized that I should return to where I had just left. I arrived just in time to stop their movement. So it's you. What about Quirrell, Voldemort and the others? Ah. They had a falling out, and no one had a good ending, just like the saying in Gringotts, do you remember? A wealth that has never been yours, beware that it will not be treasure, but evil retribution. Dumbledore laughed. Yes, Harry, they have been punished. I am extremely glad that I arrived in time. It's almost too late, I can't hold on much longer. He will take away the magic stone soon. It's not the Philosopher's Stone, kid. I'm referring to you. You almost lost your life trying to protect the Philosopher's Stone. In that terrible moment, I was so frightened that I thought you were really dead. As for the Philosopher's Stone, it has been destroyed. Destroyed? Harry asked puzzledly. But your friend, Nico Flamel. Oh, you actually know about Nico? Dumbledore asked, his tone seemed very happy. You made this matter very clear, didn't you? That's right, Nico and I talked about it, and we agreed that this is the best way. But then he and his wife will die, right? They've got some elixirs saved up, just enough to get things sorted out, and then, yeah, they're going to die. Dumbledore smiled at the look of shock on Harry's face. Death is normal, Harry, we all face death one day. Harry nodded, but quickly stopped because it gave him a headache. Then he said, Sir, there are some things that I don't quite understand. I wonder if you can tell me. I want to know the truth about these things. The truth, sighed Dumbledore, is a beautiful and terrible thing, and must be treated with the utmost caution. After that, Harry and Dumbledore chatted for a long time. They talked about the origin of the invisibility cloak, the grievances between Snape and James, etc. Dumbledore stood up and patted his knees. Okay, today's chat is almost over. Then he looked out the door, as if he had penetrated the wall. Your friends are here, they have been worried about you. You should meet them. Poppy, let them come in and meet Harry. Headmaster, no, Harry is not the only patient here. Madame Pomfrey frowned and hesitated. Harry looked around and saw no one else. Dumbledore said firmly. Don't worry. Don't worry. I believe they will be measured and won't disturb other people, and you see, I have told Harry that I will let his friends come in to visit him. He revealed his face again, a pleading look. Okay, but it's only 5 minutes. As she said that, she reluctantly put down the work in her hands. She really didn't like irrelevant people to disturb the patient's rest, but it was human nature to visit the patient. Thinking about it, she opened the door and saw 3 people waiting eagerly outside. Come in kids, it's only 5 minutes, and if you dare to yell, this time can be reduced at any time. The 3 of them did not dare to speak loudly. Jane walked in immediately and looked at Harry eagerly. Harry, are you okay? Harry also laughed happily when he saw Ron, Hermione, and Jane coming in, but Madame Pomfrey did not dare to speak loudly. The 4 of them chatted enthusiastically. As they chatted, Harry saw Dumbledore walk into a small compartment separated by white cloth. Who was it? Professor McGonagall said that Lind has left. That's great, I want to go home quickly, too, Ron said. Left? Why did he leave first? Yes, Professor McGonagall said that he had something to do at home, and then he asked for leave first, Ron said with a look of regret. Dumbledore walked into the compartment, flicked his fingertips, and an invisible barrier immediately enveloped the small compartment. Silently. Dumbledore looked at the person in front of him. He was pale, and his cheeks and wrists exposed from his cuffs showed that he was in an unhealthy state of thinness. He sat on the bed in a hospital gown, with a pillow under his waist. Dumbledore's entry did not seem to affect his gaze at the bird outside the window. "Linda, how do you feel?" Linda turned his head, still without any expression on his face, but his eyebrows trembled, indicating that his mood was not as calm as he appeared. "Did you erase his memory?" He tilted his head and looked in Harry's direction. "Yes, if you still remember what happened at that time, you can understand why I did this." As he said, he looked at Linda with an inquiring look. "Do you remember?" Linda nodded, "Of course. But I don't quite understand why you don't erase my memory." "I saw it, didn't I? And why did you tell them that I had left school?" Dumbledore did not answer his question, but looked at the bird outside the window and slowly said. "Linda, you are a mature child. If possible, I would like to know your understanding of your current situation first. This will also be beneficial to our subsequent conversation." Linda thought about it and sorted out his words. There was an inexplicable color in his eyes. "When he possessed me, I also got a glimpse of some of his information. His name has a strange pronunciation. If read in English, it can be roughly pronounced as Cthulhu Futin. Chapter 83. Bang! The sound of a glass bottle breaking suddenly rang out. Madame Pomfrey knocked over the potion she was mixing and touched her chest with some palpitations. Lynn's whisper seemed to have penetrated the silent barrier set by Dumbledore and echoed in the room. At the same time, except for Dumbledore, the people in the room felt that they were being watched from the dark. They broke out in cold sweat unconsciously, making their bodies sticky, just like a hot day after the rain. "What's that sound?" Harry even felt some tinnitus inexplicably, and asked stiffly, and then he saw Dumbledore sticking his head out of the compartment to comfort everyone. "It's okay, I just accidentally caused some small accidents." Dumbledore's words were like a spring breeze that swept through everyone's hearts and calmed them down. Lind covered his mouth in the compartment. "Damn, too careless, is this an existence that cannot be understood?" He made up his mind in his heart that he would never say this name again in the future. After Dumbledore calmed everyone down, he turned around and sat back down, then took out the Elder Wand and cast several isolation spells again in a serious manner. "Cthulhu Fortan, that's how it's pronounced, right?" Dumbledore said the name again, but it didn't cause any more commotion. It doesn't seem that incomprehensible, Lind thought to himself. In fact, it was Lind's own guess that the other party was Cthulhu, so he just casually said the name. But just the reaction caused by this name was so big, which made him more certain of the identity of the guy who possessed him. Most likely, it was the evil god, the Old One, the Lord of the Deep Sea, the invisible, inaudible, and unthinkable existence in his memory, Cthulhu. Cthulhu came from the Cthulhu Mythos novel series that he had read in his previous life. Although Lind was a science fiction fan in his previous life, he didn't know much about this series. He liked hard science fiction, not horror novels like Cthulhu that were disguised as science fiction. So he didn't know much about this series, just some basic worldviews. And it just so happened that when he wanted to get his body, he said something, which contained some information that Lind knew. The original words at that time were, "Ever since that bastard Ghros woke him up." The information contained in this sentence combined with Lind's basic worldview of Cthulhu is easy to understand. Like other Greek myths and Norse myths, there is also a supreme god in the worldview of Cthulhu mythology. In other myths, some supreme gods are tall and majestic, and some are extremely wise, but the supreme god Azathoth in Cthulhu mythology is an exception. He is the god of blindness and stupidity, chaos, and disorder. Yes, these derogatory words are used to describe the supreme god of the Cthulhu worldview. He is a chaotic guy who cannot be understood, recognized, or described. No one can understand his existence, but just calls him Azathoth. His existence is the universe itself. In this worldview, the entire universe is just a disordered dream of him. His image is described as an amorphous darkness, a chaotic mass, living in the center of the universe. The entire universe is a dream of Azathoth, and when he wakes up, the universe is destroyed. Chaos and disorder can make his dreams sweeter, which also represents the eternal main color in that world, chaos. But among these disordered gods, there is an exception. A living planet made of gas, ash and liquid iron, the outer god, Ghros. In the universe, he will always send out celestial sounds similar to air defense alarms to guide the world towards order. Order will cause Azathoth to be awakened, leading to the destruction of the world. This is what Lind analyzed from what he said. He scolded Ghros for waking him up, so this, he, should refer to Azathoth. The reason why Lind guessed that the guy who possessed him was Cthulhu Fortan was because of the huge octopus head that appeared on the wall and the changes in his body that he saw after his body was controlled by him. It should be Cthulhu. This is Lind's guess. As for the others, he doesn't know yet. And the reason why he chose to speak out this guess is because he wants to make sure whether the wisest person in the magic world has heard of this name. If not, then can we boldly guess that this Cthulhu is also an outsider like himself? You have never heard of this name, do you know any other names? Dumbledore touched his beard. Lind shook his head, I don't know. I just know this name. As for the others, there are only those I saw in my body at that time. After I was accidentally captured by Professor Quirrel. After that, Lind honestly told the whole story. Including that although he could not control his body, he could see what happened, etc. Until he left this body, and then Lind fainted because of excessive fatigue. He really fainted at that time. After speaking, Harry had fallen asleep and his friends left early. It was getting a little dim outside the window, and Lind turned his head to look. Then Dumbledore looked a little happy on the side. To be honest, you amazed me, Linda. I didn't expect that in that situation. You didn't panic, but remained relatively calm after being possessed and continued to observe. Dumbledore cast an admiring look at him. Linda spread his hands, looking a little helpless. I hope I can panic a little, maybe I can burst out some power, after all, as the old saying goes, people are forced out. Dumbledore heard what he said and smiled. Linda, do you know the blood curse? Blood curse? Is it a black magic? Yes, it is an extremely evil black magic. This magic is to seal the soul of a creature in a person's body. Two souls grow together. As time goes by, the human soul will be defeated by the soul of the sealed creature, and thus become a monster. This. He can understand what Dumbledore said. He has seen in his previous life that Voldemort's Python Nagini was transformed from a blood curse orc. Professor, do you mean that I have a blood curse? Lind whispered. Dumbledore nodded, then shook his head. It should be said that I think, and I used to think. We used to think that you have a blood curse, but now we think it may be a more terrifying spell. The guy sealed in your body is more like a very powerful wizard, a dark wizard. Dumbledore's guess was not a problem from his point of view, because he didn't have the worldview of Cthulhu in his mind. He just knew that the guy in Lind's body was called Cthulhu Fortan. It has an octopus head, fins, and webbed feet. It's like a dark wizard or other subhuman race who uses evil witchcraft or rituals to transform himself. If it were Lind who said it, he would definitely not dare to say, sealed, dark wizard, etc. Lind analyzed Dumbledore's words, and then tried his best to calm himself down. Dumbledore might not have the blessing of the worldview of Cthulhu mythology, so Lind denied some of his words. But as the most powerful and perhaps the most learned man in the world, some of the rest of what he said was a conclusion that Lind could not doubt. For example, Cthulhu was still in his body. Chapter 84. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. Yes, we estimate that the dark wizard's soul is still sealed in your body. One body and two souls. You may have a dominant role in this body now, but one day in the future, this dominance will most likely be taken away by him. At that time, you will no longer be you. Dumbledore did not speak too absolutely, but said, it is extremely possible. However, the fact is that from ancient times to the present, no one or group has ever successfully broken the blood curse. Linda stretched out his wrist and carefully looked at the hair and skin texture on it. Then the changes in my body, are they because of his existence? I think so. I always thought I was a hybrid of human and fishman or something like that. At this time, another question popped up in his mind. Since this change in my body was caused by Cthulhu, why did the old village chief Gaulu say that he was the ancestor of Atlantis, when he was in the fishman village? Is it possible that the race of fishmen is also related to Cthulhu? Atlantis. Linda was lost in thought. Organizing and asking questions about things in series has long been a habit in his daily study. Professor, are you talking about you? Who else besides you? When did you know that I had this blood curse? As soon as Linda finished asking, the compartment was opened again, as if, I am waiting for you to ask this question. The greasy-haired Snape walked in. He first felt the soundproofing spell in this small cubicle again, and then said in a low voice, we have discussed the blood curse on you many times, as for our discovery of your blood curse. It's not so strange that Professor Dumbledore wants to see it at a glance. When Lynn saw Snape coming in, he didn't feel that there were many exceptions. In the original book, Snape may be one of the few people that Dumbledore is willing to completely trust as for what he said. You can tell at a glance. Linda was doubtful. If he could see it directly, why did he have to say it now? At the same time, Lind also understood the profound meaning of Dumbledore discussing the topic of life and death with him when he and Dumbledore first talked. At that time, Dumbledore knew that he was under a blood curse. In other words, I won't live long. Thinking of this, Linda felt inexplicably sad. But he also thought that if it weren't for this guy in his body, he might have died in the room of requirement 3 days ago. Although the two of them did not see any negative expression on Linda's face, they were both masters of occlumency and legilimency, so they could naturally feel that smell of depression on Linda's body. Of course there are ways to break the blood curse, you can have confidence in me, an old man, on this. But, it's best for you to learn occlumency first. Dumbledore patted Lind's shoulder again and comforted, we are your teachers, don't worry. There are no examples in history of successfully breaking the blood curse. The following words were undoubtedly lies to comfort Linda. Professor, can I ask why you are willing to care about me so much? Is there any connection between us? Snape didn't expect that he would ask this question. He was obviously stunned for a moment, and then said with some arrogance and disdain, I thought Professor Dumbledore told you a second ago that we are your teachers. Is it that simple? Linda obviously didn't believe it. It's that simple, there aren't as many weird things as you think. Maybe you should have less random thoughts in your mind. If you had this kind of intention, you should have learned the occlumency technique long ago. Snape said, Dang Bullido didn't interrupt. At this point, Linda also knew that they were unwilling to tell the truth and stopped asking questions. The moon gradually hung in the sky, and Dumbledore looked out the window. Afterwards, they discussed some basic knowledge about blood curses with Linda, and then Dumbledore stood up and made preparations to leave. Lind suddenly thought of something and asked quickly, Professor, where is my pet, the crow Anderson? He was trapped in his own body and the last scene he saw was Anderson lying on the ground dying. Dumbledore turned back, it's in my office now and it's not in very good condition. Not very good. What's the specific situation? It might have pecked into some of that guy's flesh at that time. As he spoke, Dumbledore seemed to be thinking of the right words in his mind, and then got a little weird. After saying this, Linda understood. Because his flesh and blood was taken into the body, it was contaminated, just like Harry. After saying that, he gave Lind a look to reassure him, but Fox will take care of it, don't worry. Has Fox taken care of it? If Dumbledore hadn't said this, Lind would have just thought it was a joke. Fox is a phoenix, and Anderson is nothing but a raven. By the way, Professor, there's something about Harry, and why you said in school that I've gone home. Dumbledore patted Lind and signaled him to calm down. Don't worry, kid, this matter involves a wide range of things, we have discussed enough today, haven't we? Let's talk about it tomorrow. At this point, Lind nodded and stopped asking. He had asked the question before, as well as the question about the fishman Harry. Dumbledore erased his memory, and he didn't know what he wanted to do. And logically speaking, Dumbledore was willing to help him solve the blood curse problem after he had such an impact on Harry. He didn't believe that he and Dumbledore had no connection, but what was the relationship that led to Dumbledore and Snape's attitude towards him? Was it because of the previous generation? Doubts came one after another, and when Lind came to his senses, Dumbledore and Snape had left without knowing when. Madame Pomfrey came in and changed his potion, whispering, Professor Dumbledore told me to tell you not to tell anyone that you are still in school. Linda nodded, and Madame Pomfrey said sternly, look at your hands, don't do strenuous exercise in the future, a gust of wind will blow you down. Linda also looked at his bamboo-like hands. Not long ago, this was a perfect fishman body, but because of his possession, his body was seriously depleted. He even felt that he couldn't withstand his own casual punch. Chapter 85. The next night. The cheers from the great hall downstairs reached Lind's ears one after another, and Dumbledore was announcing the great achievements of Harry and his party downstairs. Lind stood in front of the window, and the cheers downstairs and the quiet moonlit night outside mixed together to give him a sense of unreality, making him a little dazed. He just stood there, standing. There was an open copy of Standard Spells, Level 2, next to the bed. He had tried to read the book to kill time before, but he couldn't get into it. Lind just looked up at the sky, expressionless, thinking about Cthulhu, Anderson, and charms. It was unknown how long it took before he heard a voice from behind. I think you should be tired of staying here, do you want to sit in my office? Dumbledore had come behind him without knowing when. Lind turned his head, with an irrepressible joy in his eyes. Last night he asked Madame Pomfrey when he could leave. At that time, Madame Pomfrey said that he was just in poor health and should take good care of himself first. Dumbledore would come to see him after the end-of-year banquet. The bursts of noise that broke out in the great hall downstairs just now were probably the cheers of Gryffindor winning the house cup with Dumbledore's super bonus. Lind hurriedly put away the books on the table and his waste bag. Fortunately, nothing about unicorns was in this bag, otherwise Dumbledore might have found them. Thinking of this, Lind put away all his things and looked at Dumbledore leisurely. Dumbledore took his hand and waved his wand, and Lind immediately felt a silver gauze-like cover on his body. Disillusionment spell. After that, Dumbledore lifted the curtain of the small compartment and walked out with Lind. The mattress and quilt flew up and folded behind him automatically. Along the way, they often met cheering wizards, big and small, but whenever they were about to approach the two, they would automatically avoid the two's position due to accidents or no reason, and they didn't know what spell was working. This scene gave Linda a feeling of wandering in the world, and he inexplicably felt that his practice of brain occlusion had improved a little. At the same time, they also met Professor McGonagall, who looked at the two of them, nodded implicitly as a greeting, and then moved away as if nothing had happened. The two of them had no obstacles along the way and came to Dumbledore's office. The moment they stepped into the spiral staircase, the disillusionment spell was lifted. When the two went up, Linda said nothing, just tidied his clothes. When he arrived at the office, Linda first looked around to try to find Anderson's location. Fawkes stood on the gilded perch, looking helplessly at a bird's nest made of branches of an unknown tree below. Go. Its condition is much more stable. Fawkes's eyes have been swollen from crying these 2 days. Swallowed from crying. Is it worried about Anderson? Lind was a little embarrassed and hurried over to look at the bird's nest. There was a piece of meat with twisting tentacles in the bird's nest. Blue-purple feathers of varying lengths continued to grow in the meat. And then fell off, repeating the cycle. The entire bird's nest was already filled with growing feathers. At the same time, as if sensing Lind's arrival, the meat rolled over and squeezed out some blood-colored mucus, and then squeezed out a familiar bird's beak from it. Goo, goo my good big brother. Goo gaga, don't worry, big brother, I feel much better now. Lind was a little nervous when he saw its appearance, but now he was relieved when he heard its mean voice. A rare smile appeared on his lips. How do you know it's me? I'm very sensitive to smells now, and I feel that I will have many changes in the future, whether good or bad. Dumbledore also walked to Lind's side. I didn't dare to move rashly, it's a little different from Harry's situation. Lind was about to ask this question. In the room of requirement, Harry was quickly transformed into a half-fishman, and then Dumbledore quickly came and turned him back to a normal human. He didn't know whether Harry had completely returned to his normal appearance or would become an abnormal person who turned into a fishman when exposed to water like him. Anderson's here is even stranger. His transformation is because he pecked at the tentacles formed by Cthulhu through his body. The transformation process is longer, stranger, and more weird. At the same time, it also called itself the Boss, which made Lind happy. Although its body was polluted, its mind was not corrupted by him. Lind nodded, and then said to the piece of meat in the nest, okay, you stay here for now. Hearing what he said, the beak was rolled into the piece of meat again, and then began to move regularly, like the breathing of the lungs, and like the beating of the heart. Lind looked around again. The headmasters on the wall were still pretending to sleep. They seemed to have their own news channels. He seemed to have vaguely heard them arguing when he was on the spiral staircase. But now they all climbed quietly on the table, and one headmaster even deliberately snored. Then he saw the damn sorting hat again. Professor, to be honest, I don't think I look like a Gryffindor. Dumbledore looked at him with interest. Oh, then which house do you think you are like? Linda rubbed his temple. Well, Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. Interesting idea, but the sorting hat is never wrong. You must have courage and justice in your heart that you can't see. He tapped Linda's heart on the left side of his chest. Well, maybe. Linda returned to his rigid face. The matter was done, and there was no need to dwell on the matter of the sorting. Then he saw the mirror of Eriste, which was placed behind the cabinet, and he didn't notice it at first. Dumbledore also noticed Linda's gaze and started the communication tonight at the right time. That is the mirror of Eriste, which can make us see the most urgent and strongest desires in our hearts. As he said, he took Linda across the small table and the cabinet to the mirror. Every time I see myself holding a pair of thick wool socks. Dumbledore spread his hands helplessly. There are never enough socks. Christmas came and went, and I didn't receive a pair of socks. People insisted on giving me books, but I have to say that most of those academic books are useless to me. As he said this, he waved his hand in a Versailles way. But if Lind remembered correctly, there were several opinions about wool socks in his previous life. The first one is that wool socks are often used at Christmas, and Christmas is often a holiday spent with family, so Dumbledore's wool socks refer to his desire for family. The second one is that wool socks come in pairs, referring to his feelings for Grindelwald. The third one is that he just said it casually. Originally, Lind was inclined to the third one, because the most troublesome thing he found when reading novels before was overinterpretation. But now according to the original book. Dumbledore should have told Harry about wool socks. He mentioned wool socks twice. Could it be that Dumbledore was really referring to something obscure? Lind didn't know, but it was none of his business. At this time, Dumbledore beckoned him to go over and look in the mirror, as if they were two friends, one of whom had discovered something interesting and was eager to share it with the other. Chapter 86. Lind walked over and looked intently at the mirror of Eriste. I saw myself sitting at the dining table, and next to me was the silky silver-haired Mrs. Evelyn, who was cutting apple pie and sharing it with Felix and Lind. Felix was also in the mirror, pouring milk for Mrs. Evelyn. Moreover, my parents in my previous life came out of the kitchen, carrying home-cooked food that I loved to eat in my previous life. Linda, who looked to be in his 20s, put down the Daily Prophet, and then several people started a happy family dinner. Linda was a little trance watching this scene and stood there blankly. Dumbledore's voice interrupted him. What did you see? Linda quickly turned his head and stopped looking at the magic mirror. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still deeply attracted by the scene depicted in the magic mirror. But the past cannot be undone, and it was at this moment that he suddenly understood why Harry was obsessed with the mirror of Eriste. Dumbledore looked at Lind curiously, but did not ask directly. Instead, he respected his thoughts and saw if he would tell him what he saw in the magic mirror. Linda looked at the magic mirror again. This time he was mentally prepared and did not lose his composure again. I saw my family and I together, we gathered together to have dinner happily. Then Linda noticed some details. The copy of the Daily Prophet that he picked up rated him as the best master of charms and transfiguration in centuries. There was also a brand new King of the Century that he had never seen before in the corner of the table. The cover of the book has portraits of several wizards, including him in one of them. But Lind had no intention of telling Dumbledore this. The theme of the picture in the mirror is still family. Dumbledore saw that Lind just made a casual summary and did not want to say more, and then led Lind to the desk. Then, Dumbledore took out a bunch of candies. He peeled one and put it in his mouth before starting the conversation. He stopped talking about the mirror of Eriste and turned to the previous matter. As for why you said in school that you have gone home, the reason is that Voldemort and Quirrell are not really dead yet. In a sense, the danger has not been eliminated. And both of their plans were ruined by you, or should I say, the guy inside you. Dumbledore's voice gradually became serious. Both of them are full of anger and extremely powerful interest in you. Chi Luo is not dead. Linda was a little shocked. Wasn't Kaluo's heart broken by him at that time? When Dumbledore saw Lind's reaction, some inexplicable thoughts came to his mind. When it comes to killing and death, he doesn't seem to care that much. Instead, he normally grasps the key points of what he said. It would be okay if the person in front of him was Snape, but the person in front of him was only a 12-year-old child. But the next second, Dumbledore was relieved again. This kind of performance was in line with the Lind in his memory. Yes. Like Voldemort, he abandoned his body and escaped with his soul. But how did he do it? Although Linda didn't know what level of soul separation was required, it was certainly not something that cats and dogs could do. Dumbledore opened another box of chocolate frogs. We don't know this, I just made this judgment when I examined his body later. Merlin. Dumbledore picked up the small card and showed it to Lind. The most powerful animagus can turn into any animal. I really want to know if he can turn into a magical animal. The Metamorphosis Magus, the voice of all things, can talk to animals. Voldemort can do this too. Arrive. Lind can also talk to animals to a certain extent, but he is not in the mood to care about this card right now. Dumbledore put the card away, and then continued, both Quirrell and Voldemort have expressed strong interest in you. From the beginning, I thought it would be best for you to stay in school, because even if it is a holiday, some professors still live at Hogwarts. But I think just like the scene in the mirror of Eriste, you will definitely not agree. I think reunion with family is a very important thing. So after thinking about it all, I had a little idea. Hope you don't mind. Lind nodded, indicating that he was willing to accept Professor Dumbledore's arrangement. I think you'd better not take the train back. After all, Quirrell is very likely still in this castle. It's entirely possible that he's hiding somewhere or possessing someone or something. How is this possible? Professor, you are not. Dumbledore waved his hand. There are too many secrets in this castle, and I don't know them all. Quirrell is probably hiding anywhere. Letting them catch you can be troublesome and may put you and your family in danger. Linda nodded. So far, no one in the school except a few teachers knew his home address. The reason why Dumbledore chose this may be because he does not have a protective spell like Harry. Of course, there are also security issues such as owl delivery, and I don't know how Dumbledore will deal with them. So Professor Snape will take you straight home, instead of boarding the Hogwarts Express with your classmates. At this moment, Snape made a grand appearance from the door of the office again, as if he appeared deliberately stuck every time. As for the rest, Dumbledore stopped talking. Sorry, maybe it's a bit urgent to say this, but due to our personal reasons, we can only send you home tonight, or tomorrow morning. These words basically gave Linda no room to refuse, and Dumbledore continued. As for your little friend, I will send it to you after it recovers, don't worry. It will receive the best care from me. It seems that this is why Dumbledore said in school that he had to leave first. Lynn turned his head to look at Snape's impatient eyes and said bravely, then can I leave tomorrow? As soon as he finished speaking, Linda's 2 large suitcases suddenly appeared and landed on the carpet. Snape stared at him and said, do you have anything else to do? Linda immediately saw the small bag hanging outside one of the suitcases. Linda opened the box and pretended to count his clothes and books, but he was actually looking down at the bag. 1, 2, 7, 8. The top of the tied-up bag had 8 pleats deliberately drawn up. Moreover, there is a short piece of hair of his own stuck on the tied bag. Then the left and right wire harnesses are longer on the left and shorter on the right. There is a frayed spot on the right wire harness about 2 centimeters away from the bag mouth. Yes, they are all correct. Absolutely no one has ever opened this bag. All these details were deliberately set by Linda to prevent others from noticing when they opened the bag. Linda had no intention of going to the autopsy room on the night of Quirrel's incident, so he placed the small bag containing Operation Unicorn under his pillow. Now Lind was relieved. Before, he had said that he wanted to leave tomorrow despite Snape's murderous eyes because of this little bag. Afterwards, Linda closed the box again and said, actually, there is nothing to do, I'm just afraid that it will delay the professor's time so late. Because I didn't expect my luggage to be packed at first. Is your mind too barren? Is it that when everyone says you have gone home, your bed, quilt and luggage are still scattered in the bedroom? The luggage was packed that evening. Linda was speechless after these words, and he had no choice but to ask, Professor, how do we get to my house? They were obviously prepared. Snape nodded to Dumbledore, not wanting to say another word at all. Dumbledore also turned his head and said, Fawkes, we're in trouble, send them back. Chapter 87. Fawkes fluttered his long eyelashes, with a look of reluctance on his face, and slowly flew between Snape and Lind. Lind quickly said goodbye to Dumbledore, and Fawkes grabbed Snape with one claw and grabbed Lind with the other. A flame appeared from its center. The flames rolled ragingly, but in the blink of an eye, they swept over the 2 people's bodies. In the next moment, it was like the space collapsed. The flames, the luggage, and the 2 birds among them all disappeared. It seems that every magical animal that can move through space enters a different space. If human apparition is like stuffing the body into a long and narrow pipe, then being apparat by Fawkes feels like passing through a flame pipe. Flames surrounded him, the world was ablaze, and his body seemed to have turned into invisible flames. When he landed on the ground again, he felt that his body had turned into flesh again. In the dark night, violent rain hit Linda's body. He quickly grabbed his robe and covered his head. Snape's wand touched Lind's body gently. Waterproof and moisture-proof. Fawkes cried softly, and then rolled up the flames again and disappeared. It particularly didn't like this environment. Lind pulled up his 2 boxes and tried his best to identify the surroundings. Where is this? I saw 2 people standing on the lawn, and they could only see a few lights near and far. The sound of violent rain and thick clouds obscured the moon and starry sky. The sound of rushing waves and other sounds from the seaside reached my ears. Visibility to the naked eye is only a tiny bit. I could barely see the person next to me. Thinking of this, Lind took off his hat again. The rain covering his body gave him a sense of relief. His body began to change, his pupils became square, and his ears turned into fin ears. However, his vision did not become much wider. An unbreakable thick fog shrouded this world. Heavy rain-dense fog. This doesn't make sense. He turned around and saw Snape standing next to him, with a solemn expression on his face and his mouth slightly open, as if he was mumbling something. Linda could barely tell where he was. This is indeed Not Town, on the edge of Not Town, not far from my home. This strange scene made Lind a little uneasy. He clenched his luggage and looked at Snape. Snape obviously knew this too. Seeing Lind looking over, he nodded and walked forward with his hands behind his back. In the hand hidden by his robe stood his wand, poised and ready. Fawkes knew where he lived, and Snape seemed familiar with the place. The moment the question came up, he put it to the bottom of his heart. There was always an uneasiness in his heart that could not be swept away, and the deep fog and dark rain ahead made him feel truly uncomfortable. Maybe it should be more straightforward. He was a little scared. The 2 quickly walked to the asphalt road. Linda looked around carefully and tried his best to cover his most conspicuous finned ears with his hair. Snape didn't know what spell he had used, and his vision was surprisingly good, but he was still affected by the thick fog. As we walked, cracks and gravel began to appear on the asphalt road. Linda looked forward, and there were more and more gravels ahead, and the cracks on the ground were getting bigger and bigger. Seeing this, his uneasiness rose to the top. He dropped his suitcase and ran forward. The soil had been turned up onto the lawn, and the garden fence lay scattered on the ground. Linda saw the old house where he lived. It still stands there just as it did when he left it. But next to it, broken walls, rubble on the ground, and collapsed gardens. With Felix's house as the center, a huge earthquake seemed to have spread, even spreading far and wide. In addition to Linda's house and garden in the center being safe, the houses around Linda were affected to varying degrees. Felix. Big Bear. Big Bear. Lind shouted as he pulled out his wand. Yuga. His roar was absorbed by the mist before it spread far, making it difficult to spread. Snape shot out from behind Lind, and when he saw this, his eyes froze. He grabbed Lind's head with one hand. At the same time, several tentacles suddenly wrapped around Snape's hand, seeming to want to grab his hand away. Calm. The cool magic power was injected directly into Lind's mind, calming him down a little. At the same time, the tentacles derived from Lind's chin and wrapped around Snape's hand also loosened, curled and rolled back to his chin. Linda came to his senses instantly. He touched the tentacles of his chin in a daze, trying his best to calm the chaotic emotions in his mind. Luckily you haven't cast a spell yet. Do you know how troublesome it is for underage wizards to cast spells outside of school? Linda looked at the collapsed house in front of him. Professor, I'm a little nervous, sorry. Snape released his hand from Lind's head and put his wand in front of his mouth. There is indeed something wrong with the current situation. I just wanted you to calm down. Uncontrolled emotions can easily allow blood-cursed souls to take advantage of the situation. As for spells, use them as appropriate after you calm down. But now, there's me. After saying that, the wand shook at the tip of his mouth and opened, accompanied by a faint sound of incantation. Trace flashes. Thick golden mist was blown out by Snape from the tip of his staff, and soon it enveloped this small garden and collapsed house. This spell can review and replay past events to a certain extent. The sound of rain was too loud, so Snape had to explain loudly. The golden mist began to roll violently when it appeared, and slowly began to outline the collapsed house in the form of light and dark. Then, as if time was going backwards, the walls were rebuilt and the rubble was built back in place. Some faint human figures could be seen twisting quickly. Suddenly, the golden mist that had begun to slowly form a visible image seemed to be disturbed by something, and suddenly turned from a recognizable pattern into an irregular turbulence. In the turbulence, the golden mist began to outline again uncontrollably. A hazy, chaotic and terrifying image vaguely appeared in the golden mist, exerting huge pressure on the two. Snape's sweat and rain mixed with the temples, and he hurriedly raised the spell. All spells end. The spell flew over the golden mist, and the rolling changes of the golden mist began to be gradually curbed. Seeing this, Snape gritted his teeth with a solemn face, and sent out another spell of all spells ending and continued to output. When the golden mist completely dissipated, Snape let go of his hand and sighed, looking a little tired. He said in a somewhat doubtful tone, "It is impossible to deduce." Snape's ear twitched and heard a trance voice. "Who?" He turned his head to the right. Linda turned his head and saw Snape turned into black mist and rushed over. At the same time, he swung his wand back and cast the disillusionment charm and the armor charm on Linda. Chapter 88. Snape acted as if the two of them had met for the first time. He considered everything comprehensively and even cast the disillusionment charm and the armor charm on him before leaving. But now, he was the only one standing here. There are very powerful spell fluctuations that affect the professor's spell to deduce the past, the abnormal thick fog. Thinking about it, Linda walked to the house where he lived alone. This house stood alone in the middle, and the rolling soil stopped abruptly at the junction of the flower beds and lawns of the two houses, as if the house was completely covered by some protective shield. Lind put his wand away between his sleeves and took out a bone-cutting knife from a unicorn head bag and placed it across his chest. He put his other hand in his usual waist bag. He still had some magic props he bought before. Live. Linda opened the door carefully and walked in slowly. The sound of rain was mostly cut off by the house, as if you had entered another world. Find the light switch skillfully. Snap. The dim light came on. What kind of method is this? The floors of other houses are cracked, and the power supply cables must be broken. But the cables in this house are still good. Linda kept his spirits up as much as possible and captured every detail. Old photos on the cabinet. As children, Lind and Mrs. Evelyn were visiting the park. When Linda was in elementary school for the first time, he was forced to take a photo with Felix and Mrs. Evelyn at the school gate. Felix put his right hand around Mrs. Evelyn's shoulder, and his left hand held little Lind on his shoulder. One photo after another brought back Linda's memories, and then he suppressed his worry and turned the photos over and took pictures on the cabinet. The position of the photo frame and the dust on it all fit together. Not only was the performance good outside, there was no vibration inside the house either. The towels in the kitchen are not dry yet, and considering the humid climate, someone has used them within at least 3 days. Usually only Felix comes to clean it, and there is basically no dust on the table. In other words, this series of things happened within 3 days. Lind slowly walked up to the second floor while continuing to analyze in his mind, could it really be Quirrel? Voldemort is impossible. From the perspective of the original work, he is not in that state now. And Quirrel used to be in the teaching team. If he becomes a soul, he can still do something. Linda became increasingly uneasy. After the incident in the room of requirement, his impression of Quirrel was no longer limited to his previous life. When he reached the second floor, he opened his bedroom. The money in his small vault not only did not decrease, but also increased. Without even thinking about it, Felix put it in for himself. Then he took a general look at the other rooms, didn't find anything strange. Or the strangest thing now is that there is nothing strange about this house. Afterwards, Linda walked out of the house and returned to the rain again. Since the spell couldn't work on the ruins of Felix's house, he would search it himself. After thinking for a moment, considering the current environment and the fact that his body was already covered with the illusion curse, he simply took off the entire robe. The rain soon covered his body, and his lower gills, scales, and fins appeared one after another. The feeling of full strength reappeared, although it was still not as powerful as before due to its own shortcomings. Linda spread his hands and looked up to the sky, letting the rain hit his face. He took a long breath and tried his best to calm down his emotions. The more this happens, the more we need to be calm and objective. Phew. I feel so good now. After whispering to himself, Linda walked directly into the ruins. He swept away the table in the ruins with one hand. Cup fragments, uncleaned coffee grounds. Dog food that has been swollen by rain. Linda tried his best to capture every detail. The final result gave him a sigh of relief. There was no blood or sign of a fight. It's as if Felix and the 2 dogs suddenly disappeared, and then the house collapsed. However, the dark and lifeless night and the thick fog that persisted under the heavy rain all told that this matter was not simple. Linda had no choice but to withdraw from the ruins. At this time, Snape also flew back anxiously from the fog. I don't know if it's because he cast the disillusionment curse or because there are other ways to see Lind. His gaze was directly locked on Linda, who had the illusion charm. Professor. What happened? Who is it? What if the person in front of me is no longer Professor Snape? What if? Snape had a straight face and still couldn't understand what he was thinking. He also noticed the movements of Lind's hands that were still vigilant. He softly approved in his heart, but he still said briefly. I think I already told you. I don't want to see joy, anger, sorrow or joy on your face. After hearing this, Lind also understood what Snape meant, and his face calmed down as much as possible, but he still did not relax. This sentence does not prove that you are Professor Snape. Although I know that if someone can pretend to be my beloved teacher, there should be no need to pretend to deal with me, a little guy in 1st grade. Snape almost laughed at Lind's performance. What he just said about the acclimacy class didn't make Lind relax. But the words he said, dear teacher, still made him feel a little comfortable. It's true that I don't need to deal with you, but what if I still want to deal with him? Do you still know the blood curse on me? That would be Professor Snape. Linda said respectfully, I'm sorry, Professor, I may be a little too nervous. Excuse me, who did you see just now? And what happened in front of you? Was it the work of a wizard? After asking this question, Lind could clearly feel that Snape's expression was a little weird. I didn't see anything, maybe I was dazzled. As for the matter in front of me, it is over, we are late. It's over. Lind's tentacles began to twist again. Snape came over and held Lind's head, but Lind didn't resist. It's one thing to be anxious, but Snape obviously still has something to say, and judging from the current situation, Dumbledore and Snape should have no ill intentions towards him. In this case, since he couldn't control himself, it was necessary to accept Professor Snape's meditation for him. Feeling that Lind was gradually calming down, Snape spoke again. The other party should be related to Quirrel, leave this matter to me. Boom. A thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and the thunder also brought a moment of light to the world. The clouds and mist in the sky began to roll violently, as if something was born. The waves in the distance seemed to be getting faster, as if they were about to turn into a tsunami, and a huge sound of crashing on the shore rang in my ears. Snape only felt inexplicable murmurs in his ears, and felt a call from afar. He hurriedly calmed down and began to actively use occlumency to eliminate the noise. Then he heard the sound of tentacles slapping against the flesh in his ears, and at the same time, Linda's whisper sounded. "Is it Quirrell? Once again someone died because of me." Chapter 89. Snap. Snap. The tentacles kept slapping Lynn's face. Snape felt that it was difficult for him to calm Lynn's heart. Just when he wanted to physically control Lynn, he found that the rain was gradually easing. Lynn, who was under his command, was no longer trembling, as if he had reached a certain limit and suddenly calmed down. The fog also began to dissipate gradually. "Professor, are you sure it was Quirrell?" Lynn's calm voice sounded. Snape nodded lightly, and then added, "Don't give him a chance." Linda understood that Snape was doing this for his own good, and agreed immediately, but then changed the subject. "Professor, there's nothing I can do. When I first came to this world, if I hadn't met them, I might have died in the mouth of a wild dog." I understand, Linda smiled and waved his hand. "I won't be stupid enough to say that I won't go to school, and then try to find Quirrell's trace all over the world. What's the difference between that and giving him my own head?" If Snape hadn't had so many grievances and entanglements with Lily, he would never understand Linda's current emotions, but now Linda's behavior is very similar to when he learned of Lily's death. The same helplessness. Linda didn't say anything else. If it weren't for Lady Evelyn and Felix, he might really become a meal for wild dogs in an alley. The rain had gradually stopped, and the fog had gradually dispersed. Lynn took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. It was 5 minutes past 12. There were still many houses with lights on in the distant streets, and the street lamps also cast dim warm light downwards. In the 2 blocks around Felix's house, these lights, barking dogs, or the singing of drunken men all stopped abruptly. Inside the block, there was silence and dimness, and there was not even the sound of birds. Outside the block, there was a bustle, and the town was alive again. Just looking at it from a distance, you could feel the bustle. Lind wiped the water off his body casually, and his body slowly turned back to an ordinary thin boy. The disillusionment charm on his body had begun to disappear and had no effect. Thinking of this, Lind walked back along the way he came and took back the 2 suitcases he had thrown there. Then, he said goodbye to Snape. Before leaving, Snape also told him that for safety, it would be best to move to the Leaky Cauldron immediately. Lind also verbally agreed to the proposal, but for him, the Leaky Cauldron would not necessarily be much safer than the Muggle world. There were only wizards there, but it did not mean that all the wizards there were warm-hearted good people. On the contrary, if Quirrell had any followers, it would be easier to be discovered wherever he went. But there were also advantages there, that is, he could use his wand unscrupulously. Because there were too many wizards in the Leaky Cauldron, even if he was a minor, it would be difficult to detect. But Lind had no idea of going anywhere now, or should I say, no idea of living there. Lind could not accept his inaction. He pushed open the door of the house with his luggage. In fact, one of the 2 suitcases was bought when he first went to Hogwarts, and the second one was bought at Christmas. But he rarely used it afterwards, because the waste bag given to him by Professor Flitwick could hold a lot of things, and he also bought a small bag for himself. It was just that it might be due to the privacy of personal belongings. His luggage was put into the suitcase by the house elves. Lind returned to the house and began to pack his belongings. At the same time, he began to make a detailed analysis and plan in his mind. There are many things that can be done without powerful magic or a mature body. Felix obviously did not die, but was transferred. The inexplicably intact hut and the blown-up wall of Felix's house. All of these indicate that 2 opposing groups of people had fought here. In addition to my Felix, the 2 dogs he raised also disappeared in a relatively normal way, as evidenced by the normally unlocked doghouse chains. Lind will start looking for the dogs in a while. Tomorrow morning, he will visit this neighborhood. It would be best if the dogs are still wandering in Knot Town. They must have seen something. If they didn't find it, there are other ways. At the same time, excluding death, Felix's disappearance can assume 2 results. Escape and capture. The probability of escape is not high. Not to mention the powerlessness of Muggles in front of wizards, the scene in the house alone can show that his disappearance is not a sudden situation. The probability of being captured is the highest, but Lind did not find any messages for him anywhere. Maybe not after a while, letters or messages will appear around this house. Just like a kidnapper contacting the victim's family. Lind went upstairs, took out all his savings, including those given to him by Felix, and put them all in his waist bag. Then he put away the meaningful photos, took off the wizard robes that were out of place in the Muggle world, changed into ordinary clothes, and then walked out of the door like nothing happened. He really wouldn't live in the leaky cauldron because it would be too conspicuous. Similarly, he wouldn't live here because it was too conspicuous. The whole block was still dark, but fortunately the rain had stopped, and the moonlight finally sprinkled on the street, and combined with the puddles on the ground, it also brought color to this block. Linda climbed into several gardens and looked inside. But he found that although the people on the whole street seemed to have fallen asleep in a hurry, even the family next to Felix was still sleeping in the house when the foundation of the house had become a slope. Linda heard the snoring outside. The UK did not ban guns until 1997 because a sensational school gun case occurred in 1996, the year before. But before that is, in 1992. When Linda was now, the UK had not banned guns. At the same time, because of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, a large number of wartime backlog guns began to flow into the underground market at extremely low prices. In other words, the underground market was almost overflowing to the ground market. In addition, the gangs were rampant. Although Linda was only in a small border town now, safety was still his top priority, so he did not go to the town now, but went to the beach. If nothing unexpected happened, he planned to live by the sea temporarily. Just like a homeless person, when his needs are met, it doesn't matter whether he has a house, a car, or a good place to live. He also feels safer at the seaside, and can come and go freely when danger comes. Chapter 90. On the edge of the cliff, the sound of waves rolled. A dirty little bald man appeared, with thick eye bags and lifeless eyes. His hands and feet were covered with thick calluses again. In the town of Knott, England in 1992, he was a rare homeless child after Mrs. Evelyn passed away. The people in the town also knew the child's life experience. His father was a gang member in London and died in a gang fight a long time ago. His mother also died of illness. He wandered here a month ago and rejected many kindnesses of Augustus' family. He wandered around the streets from time to time. The homeless boy walked to the edge of the cliff, looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he jumped. Plop. The boy's movements were very skillful, and the splashes and sounds were minimal. In the blink of an eye, the whole person disappeared in the water. In the sea, the dirt on the boy's cheeks was washed away. And his cheeks began to become full. Two unknown things came out of his mouth and cheeks, and his originally square face became round. The boy pressed his left and right noses and sprayed 2 paper balls out of his nostrils, and his originally slightly fat nose became just right. After washing away the mud under his eye bags, his eyes became more alert again. It was a complete transformation in an instant. In addition, fine scales appeared on the boy's body, 2 gills appeared, fins appeared on many joints and ears, and his pupils turned into squares. It was Lind. At this time, he no longer had the golden long hair he once had. In order to change his image, he made himself bald, and used the techniques he learned on the internet in his previous life to change his appearance every day. From the handsome boy with golden long hair in the past, he became the image of a bald white homeless boy with tan skin. After changing his image, Lind shot out of the sea with an arrow, enjoying the pleasure of breathing through his nose. Because the part of his nose that he had modified completely blocked his nostrils, he could only breathe through his mouth every time he went out, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. However, his image change was obviously successful, because he also forcibly added a bunch of habits to his external performance. For example, the homeless boy showed fear, vigilance and aggressive eyes towards the adults who suddenly appeared, and his accent would have some London accent, as well as some deliberate little thoughts in his language. Basically, when he became the image of the young man wandering on the street, he would try his best to completely abandon all his original habits. And all of this was to enter the town of Knott with a new image and keep abreast of some basic trends in the town. However, he rarely enters the town now. Some time ago, in order to investigate Felix's affairs, he often entered the town. The day after he came back, the people in the town found something wrong. The old friend in the town, Felix, the eldest brother of Augustus's family, disappeared. At the same time, his house was destroyed overnight, and no one around knew what happened. According to the information collected by Lind, after it rained at 9 o'clock that night, people within 2 blocks around felt sleepy. At the same time, after the rain, people outside the 2 blocks inexplicably did not return or could not return to their homes within 2 blocks. For example, a man who has always been homesick suddenly wanted to get drunk inexplicably when he was 2 blocks away from home after get-off work. Or a student suddenly forgot what seemed to have happened in school, and the feeling of uneasiness urged him to go back and take a look. There are obvious traces of muggle-repelling spells in such situations, and there is obviously something in the block that has achieved group hypnosis. When Lind and Snape returned to the block, it was about 11 o'clock. In other words, Felix had suffered an accident during this period. And thinking about the thing that Snape suddenly saw at that time and asked him to chase out, that is to say, Lind was really just one step late. When he analyzed this, he regretted why he didn't come back earlier all night. It was not until the morning that he calmed down and continued to investigate. At the same time, he also talked with several people from Felix's family. Several of them had been wanderers before being helped by Mrs. Evelyn, so they were very fond of this wandering boy and tried to help him. Of course, Linda declined, but then Linda began to maintain a good relationship with them and began to ask questions. On the day of the incident, one of them called Felix to ask him why the bar was not open tonight. It was about 8 o'clock at that time. Linda can still remember clearly what Felix said on the phone, which the guy imitated vividly. "Mr. Little Fishman will be back soon, I have to prepare well and pick him up tomorrow morning, after all, it has been almost half a year since Christmas, the bar is closed for the next 2 days. Thinking of this, Linda sank into the sea and sat on a coral chair. The whole timeline was sorted out. Because he was going back, Felix did not go to the bar that night, but planned to prepare well a surprise for himself. At 9 o'clock that night, he began to feel sleepy. That's why Lynn saw the coffee grounds that had not been cleaned up in the ruins of the house. From 9 to 11 o'clock, 2 groups of people came to fight. Felix and the 2 dogs, Big Bear and Second Bear, were nowhere to be found. But it can be seen that Felix did not suffer any misfortune. These are the information he could get. He searched all over the town of Knot. During this period, the most common creatures that communicated with him, besides people, were dogs, pigeons, and other relatively intelligent creatures. However, after spending a lot of time, he only learned a little bit of information from them, which was better than nothing. Because the sleepy feeling that appeared in the block at that time was not only for humans, but also had a strong effect on many animals and insects. At the same time, these animals wandering in the streets and alleys did not see Felix and Big Bear and Little Bear. Similarly, he did not find anyone from the Ministry of Magic or Hogwarts to deal with this matter. This matter was finally classified as a natural disaster by the town police department. But the disappearance of Felix and Lind was real. In other words, the information he collected during this period did not help him in any other way except making him more uncomfortable. In this regard, he forcibly suppressed his restless heart half a month ago and began to turn to another direction. Leaving the coral seat, Lind shuttled through the reefs at high speed, and then flew out of the water. Linda stepped on the beach and came to a small bay surrounded by cliffs. The lantern used in the Forbidden Forest is now hung in this small camp as a bulb to provide light. Under it, there is a simple outdoor stove and some pots and pans. After lighting the fire in the lantern, Linda changed his clothes and came to the side. There was a large square glass box with a huge horse-shaped skull in it. It was the unicorn head that Linda dug out the eyes, sawed the horns and peeled the skin to start processing. Now the first process is being carried out. Kill a magical animal with your own hands, and soak its skull with your own blood and sea water for a month. As for the unicorn jerky, Linda didn't dare to eat it. Although he was tempted by the idea of the Celestial Empire that everything can be eaten, he still remembered that drinking unicorn blood would be cursed. Then eating its meat would definitely not be good. The skin of the whole silver-white head of the unicorn was left aside by Linda, with bones and skin sitting on the resonance box, which was perfect. Lind took out the book and notes from his bag and started to study. Making a lyre is to become a sea singer. Learning magic is to make oneself stronger. Lind suddenly remembered a question Jane had asked him before: what do you want to do in the future? Lind didn't know, but he knew what he wanted to do now. He wanted to become stronger. Chapter 91. In the original world, in the country in the East, the political system that Lind relied on could basically solve all his demands, that is, all the demands of the people. After coming here, due to his precocity and his surname Augustus, he also lived like a fish in water. But today, after Felix disappeared, he has sent letters to the Ministry of Magic many times to express what happened in Knot Town. However, all these letters were like sinking into the sea, and there was no reply at all. Lind didn't know which link had gone wrong to cause this problem, but obviously, it meant that he didn't need to count on the Ministry of Magic. I originally thought that Fudge just lacked some judgment, and I originally thought that the Ministry of Magic's large-scale purchase of joke props with armor spells was just a joke. But now seeing the result given to me by the Ministry of Magic, I believe it a little bit. Lind closed the book, and the branches were always randomly drawn in front of him. He rubbed his red eyes, lay back, and raised his head. At this time, the sky had darkened, and the stars had begun to appear in the sky. The tide began to rise at night, and sometimes the sea water would start to cover his ankles. I feel that I have mastered a lot of theoretical knowledge in Standard 2, and what I lack most now is practical operation. That means it is best for me to live in the leaky cauldron. The unicorn head needs to be soaked for another half a month. Calculate the time. After this step is completed, I can take it to the leaky cauldron. At first, Lind was very hesitant about whether he would continue to become a sea singer. Since his fishman body came from the him in his body. If he relied on this body to become a sea singer again, would it be possible to accelerate his strength and accelerate the process of being taken away by him? But now that Felix's life and death are unknown, he no longer hesitates whether he should become a sea singer. He wants to find Felix's trace, and he doesn't want to rely too much on Dumbledore and his group. You know, the old saying is good, all the gifts given to you by fate have already been secretly marked with a price. Why Dumbledore and Snape helped him is still an unsolved mystery. He can't rely blindly on such unreliable and non-his own power. All troubles come from insufficient firepower. This sentence also applies to the magic world where personal ability can rise infinitely. All troubles come from not being strong enough. If he were Dumbledore, he might have caught Quirrell and killed him long ago. So Lind wants to become stronger. Even if it may advance the time when his soul is devoured by Cthulhu, it is better than the current state where nothing can be controlled. This state of holding a handful of sand seems to be in hand, but it is actually completely uncontrollable. He is like Naruto in Naruto. He knows that borrowing the power of the nine-tailed demon fox in his body may cause extremely serious consequences, but he still chooses to take the initiative to unlock the seal. Because he really needs that power now. It's just that the guy sealed in his body is much more terrifying than the nine-tailed demon fox in Naruto. If conditions permit, I will apply to take the initiative to learn about the blood curse when I return to Hogwarts, Lind whispered to himself. He didn't think he could do better than Dumbledore in high-end magic, especially blood curses, but he thought he should learn about it himself. No matter what the result is, it is important to understand it yourself. He only knows what Dumbledore introduced to him about blood curses. And nothing else. This also made him a little uncomfortable. Although he may not be able to really change anything after learning this knowledge, he always feels uneasy if he doesn't master it. I can't use the knowledge about blood curses, but I can't live without it. These things piled up one by one gave him a headache. Felix, Quirrell, blood curses and sea singers. Lind never thought that he would have so many things filling his mind after receiving the Hogwarts admission letter. He wanted to be an ordinary muggle wizard like Hermione, and learn magic without worries. At this time, amid the sound of the waves, the sound of flapping wings suddenly sounded faintly. In the distance, an owl flew over tremblingly. Seeing this, Lind hurriedly stood up to greet it. He now lives in a small bay hidden by a cliff in the sea. It is like a modern savage, with the sky as a blanket and the sea as a bed. The only owl that can accurately find him now is the Owl of Hogwarts, which will change the address of the letter according to the location of the recipient. This owl is obviously not the one last year. It has yellow and white hair, and it is quite good-looking. It is much larger. Lind took down the yellow parchment letter and saw the familiar green ink. It read, Surrey County. A small camp on the cliff by the sea. To Mr. Lind Green Augustus. Lind opened the envelope, and there were 3 pieces of parchment inside. Lind unfolded the first one first. It notified him to take the Hogwarts Express to school on September 1st to start the 2nd grade course. Next, he unfolded the second one. 2nd grade students should read The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2, by Miranda Goshawk. The Break with the Ghost, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Haunting the Ghouls, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Holiday with Hags, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Traveling with Trolls, by Gilderoy Lockhart. It's a 2nd grade book. Well, that guy Gilderoy Lockhart. Linda put the list away and opened the 3rd parchment. The ink on this paper was no longer dark green, and the handwriting was obviously different. There was also a red feather mark in the corner. Professor Dumbledore. Linda looked at the content. Dear Linda. I still suggest you live in the leaky cauldron, but I respect your choice. I'm very sorry that I couldn't find any trace of Quirrell, but I have asked Professor Trelawney, the divination teacher in the school, to do a divination. She said that your brother will return to you healthy at a perfect time. Divination is not what the Muggle world says it is, but it can really see the past and the future, and Professor Trelawney is a very powerful fortune teller. Seeing this, Lind frowned. Dumbledore's words may have been meant to reassure him, but it obviously had the opposite effect. As we all know, Trelawney in divination is a complete liar. She is just a guy who got a job at Hogwarts because of Dumbledore's kindness. Although Lind now maintains a dialectical attitude towards most teachers because of Quirrel's precedent, according to the information obtained in the previous life, Professor Trelawney in divination is mostly just talking some sensational nonsense. Of course, as the great-great-granddaughter of a real great prophet, Cassandra Trelawney. Professor Trelawney is not incapable of making real predictions, but every time she makes a real prediction, it is often mixed with her nonsense, making it difficult for people to distinguish. And none of the real predictions she makes are good. Chapter 92. Linda shook the parchment as if to shake off the bad luck on the paper, and then folded it up again and put it in his pocket. I'll lend you some good words. Linda could only mutter silently in his heart. Afterwards, Lind jumped into the water. The body turns into a fishman state or rests. About half an hour later, he popped out again. Go ahead and start learning. Just resting and studying for a long time. Linda usually has no expression on his face because he practices occlumency, but he knows very well what he should do now. Go back in time a little bit. No. 4. Privet Drive. Just after dinner, Harry was pushed to the second floor by a middle-aged man with a red face and an angry look. Pushing Harry into the small room, Uncle Vernon pointed at Harry's nose. He was also holding a piece of parchment. Harry knew what was written on the parchment. Mr. Porter. We received reports that you used a hovering spell at your residence at 9:12 tonight. You know that underage wizards are not allowed to use magic outside the school. If you continue to engage in such behavior, you may be expelled from the School Reasonable Restraint of Minor Wizards Act, 1875, paragraph 3. Please also remember that according to Article 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy, any magical activity that may attract the attention of non-magical members Muggles is a serious offense. Have a nice summer. Mafalda Hopkirk. Ministry of Magic. No abuse of magic office. But Harry swore that he had never used magic outside of school. When Harry first arrived home, Uncle Vernon had locked in his spell book, wand, robes, cauldron and the most advanced broomstick Nimbus 200. In the small, dark storage room under the stairs. There was no way he could cast a spell. The person who cast the spell was an elf named Dobby who had inexplicably broke into his house. He appeared in his room almost 20 minutes ago. And then started talking nonsense about how there was a great terror in Hogwarts, and he was not allowed to go to school. Uncle Vernon pointed at Harry and spit on his face. Uncle Vernon was so angry that his voice trembled a little. You ruined my biggest business so far. I raised you have been here for so many years. The biggest list Uncle Vernon was talking about was a couple who would come to this house tonight. Uncle Vernon had been preparing for their arrival for 2 weeks. Until this morning, he was still talking and assigning things. Task. Harry's task was to stay in the room, not making any noise, and pretending that there was no such person in the family. Harry is self-aware. He knows that he has no status in this family. It has been like this for more than 10 years anyway, hasn't it? So he had nothing to say, so he thought about that damn elf in his room tonight. He uses magic to scare away Uncle Vernon's guests, and everyone blames himself. The Ministry of Magic even sent a warning letter. Harry had never felt so uncomfortable. He had already wronged himself enough, staying in the house and curling up into an invisible person in the dark room. It would be nice to go back to Hogwarts. It would be nice to go back to Hogwarts. However, the appearance of the elf ruined him. Harry felt extremely wronged and quickly wanted to defend himself. I swear I. Shut your mouth. When I think of what you did, boy, I'm going to lock you up. You'll never go back to that school, ever. If you use magic to escape they will fire you. After saying that, without waiting for Harry to defend, he pushed him to the ground and slammed the door. Rattling. The door was locked from the outside. Harry stood up angrily and touched his sore elbow. I'm done. Harry had never been so desperate. In his view, this was an unreasonable disaster. The elf who suddenly appeared, ruined Uncle Vernon's dinner, and then made Uncle Vernon ban him from going to Hogwarts. Awesome birthday. Harry sat beside the bed in despair, sobbing softly, and saw the letters out of the corner of his eye. Those letters were sent to him by his friends, but they were all intercepted by the elf. A large number of letters were piled there, and Harry felt that they were emitting an inexplicable brilliance. They were the only light Harry could see at this moment. Harry picked up a letter, which was written in Ron's handwriting. Harry wiped his nose and opened the letter tremblingly. Harry, how are you doing? Why haven't you replied to my letter? Is Hedwig sick? My mother has been talking about you. She said she feels sorry that she hasn't had a proper talk with you yet. After all, you are her son's friend. My mother doesn't allow me to go far. Although my house has a big yard, I still feel a little bored. If only your Nimbus 200 were here, my lawn is really huge. How are you doing lately? Do you want to come to my house and play? Harry opened the letter again. It was from Jane, and the first sentence made Harry feel a strong personal touch. Harry Potter. You are dead, right? If you are dead, don't reply. It's unlucky. I have sent you 3 letters since the holiday, but you didn't reply to any of them. Looking forward to your reply. This letter was full of complaints about why Harry didn't reply, but it dispelled some of Harry's sadness. He opened another letter, still from Hermione. Dear Harry. How are you doing recently? Don't play at home all the time. You should know that we didn't learn anything in some classes last semester because of Quirrel the word. Professor. Was crossed out. Remember to read more books, otherwise you won't be able to keep up with the new second-year Defense Against the Dark Arts course. Your friend. Hermione Granger. Looking at these letters, Harry felt even more uncomfortable, and tears fell to the floor. Boom. A thunder suddenly sounded outside the window. Then, heavy rain covered the sky and fell to the ground. Harry looked at the figure reflected in the window. The rain on the window overlapped with the tears on the face of the person in the reflection. Harry stood up and opened the window. The rain and mist were blown into the house by the cold wind and hit Harry's face, which was a little stinging. Harry suddenly remembered something. He stretched his hand out of the window with some trembling. This was the first time he took the initiative to realize this. The rain hit his hand, pattering, and soon, his hand was covered with rain. There were waves of stinging pain in his hand. During this period, every time a part of Harry's body touched water, that part would inexplicably hurt. As a result, Harry only dared to wipe his body with a towel every time he took a bath. It was called a towel, but it was actually Dudley's old clothes. Harry didn't understand why his body had changed like this. He vaguely felt that he knew what would happen, but he couldn't remember it no matter how hard he tried, as if this memory had been deleted. For the first time, Harry endured the pain and kept his hand outside, touching the water. Chapter 93. The constant feeling on his hands made Harry feel that what was falling from the sky was not rain, but tiny needles. He gritted his teeth tightly and wiped away his tears. Harry may cry because of his grievance and sadness, but he will not cry because of pain. He closed his eyes tightly, and the grievance in his heart turned into unwillingness to support him. It hurts. Harry shouted in his heart. He didn't dare to make a sound. If Uncle Vernon and the others heard him, they might come in and scold him again. Harry just closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. It wasn't until several minutes later that he gradually felt the pain in his hand begin to subside. At the same time, a strange feeling of comfort came. Harry couldn't describe this feeling. He thought that if he had experienced enough good feelings, he should be able to describe it. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of power came from his hands. Harry opened his eyes slightly and looked at his outstretched hand. Harry took a closer look, his face was horrified, and he stepped back in fright. Hedwig also saw this scene. She was fluttering in the cage, looking at Harry worriedly, and kept squawking loudly. However, the hand was on his own body, and Harry stumbled to the ground, his mouth opened wide. He used the remaining reason to try not to make too much noise, and just gasped. This trip caused him to fall to the ground, which finally made him sober up. Harry only saw blue-red scales growing on his hands, and web-like membranes growing between his fingers. This. Bang bang bang. There was a violent banging on the door. I told you, leave that stinky bird of yours alone. Uncle Vernon's irritable voice sounded, and Harry quickly stood up and hid his hands under the quilt, and then hurriedly said, okay, I will. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that Uncle Vernon would not come in. It seemed that Harry's softness had some effect. The sound of unlocking the door disappeared midway through, and Uncle Vernon banged the door several times in succession. Don't try to play tricks, you'll have a good show tomorrow. After saying that, there was an overwhelming creak of the floor outside, and Uncle Vernon gradually moved away from the door. Hedwig. Be quiet, I'm fine. After finishing speaking, he seemed to be saying to himself, I feel so familiar. Harry tried to squeeze his hand, and felt a sense of strength that he had never experienced before in this monster-like arm. At the same time, he could also feel that this power was disappearing, seemingly because there was no water. Thinking of this, Harry felt inexplicably paranoid. He did not want this inexplicable power to leave after comforting Hedwig. He quickly walked to the window sill again, and this time, he stretched out both hands. The sharp tingling sensation surged up like a wave again. Harry was a little dizzy, but he felt that he had never been so awake before. He vaguely felt that this kind of transformation should not bring such severe pain, as if someone had been transformed in this way in front of him. He didn't understand why he felt like this, but it was inexplicable. The stinging pain went away as quickly as it came. He could no longer stand directly on the floor, so he had to hold his arms and chest at a 90-degree angle on the windowsill to keep his hands bathed in the heavy rain. As time passed, Harry began to gradually adapt to the pain, or the pain began to slow down. That feeling of comfort made Harry feel refreshed. Harry opened his eyes and saw that both of his hands had red and blue scales and webs, because this time he stretched out his hands very long, and the wind direction blew a lot of rainwater inward. And fins grew out of his elbows. Harry squeezed his hand and felt a strong force. He came to Hedwig's cage, grabbed the chain lock that Uncle Vernon had attached to the cage with both hands, and pulled hard on both sides. The chain suddenly collapsed and made an overwhelming creaking sound. Call. Harry was exhausted and let go of his hands, feeling a little disappointed. He could feel that his strength was much stronger, but not strong enough to break the chain. Thinking about it, he put his hands directly on the cage and pulled hard on both sides. If you can't open the lock, can you just dismantle the cage? Hedwig looked at Harry's hands with some fear and cooed worriedly. Don't worry, Hedwig, I'll let you out right now, Harry comforted in a low voice. After saying that, he exerted great force, and the steel pieces of the slender cage were much easier to remove, accompanied by a snapping sound. Harry stopped moving again. Hedwig, wait. After saying that, he picked up the cage and put it inside the quilt. The thick quilt can effectively insulate the sound. After placing the cage under the quilt, Harry reached behind the quilt with his hands, pulled the two steel pieces, and told Hedwig to stay as far away from this direction as possible. He was afraid that the broken steel pieces would hurt Hedwig. Feeling the power begin to disappear in his hands, Harry no longer hesitated and suddenly exerted force with his hands. A series of low thumping sounds came from Harry's quilt. Coupled with the sound of rain and the sound insulation of the wall, Uncle Vernon and Dudley couldn't hear it. Feeling that his hands had expanded to a certain extent, Harry loosened his hands and lifted the quilt. In the meantime, the entire birdcage had been forcibly torn open, a huge opening, and Hedwig was looking at this opening. Harry covered the quilt again and pulled it hard on both sides. Then uncover it again. Hedwig was on the other side of the opening, trying hard to get out. After a while, Hedwig came out. It stepped on Harry's sheets, making them dirty. Hedwig quickly flew to the cabinet and looked at Harry, like a child who had done something wrong. Harry was very happy and he understood Hedwig very well. Uncle Vernon usually wouldn't let it out because, he said, you couldn't use it to tip off your weirdo friends. So Uncle Vernon would only occasionally give Harry time to clean the cage and let Hedwig out. However, he would only let Hedwig out in this room. At that time, the windows would be locked tightly and Harry was not allowed in the room. He was called to clean the birdcage, and he had no chance to let Hedwig go. So Hedwig's cage is often kept in an unclean condition. Trampling on dirty sheets is not as important as Hedwig's freedom. Harry stood up with the happiest smile on his face so far during the holiday. It's okay, Hedwig, anyway, I don't want to stay here anymore. Harry thought of Uncle Vernon's angry face and his emotionless words, I'll see you tomorrow. Then he suddenly had a bold idea. I want to get out of here. Chapter 94. Harry gently stroked Hedwig's snow-white feathers, and faced her doubtful eyes. Harry seemed to have made up his mind. Harry then motioned to Hedwig to stop making too much noise and walked to the window. Spread your hands. Harry gently clasped the scales on his left wrist with his right hand. The scales lifted up in the opposite direction, causing him some slight discomfort. Harry retracted his fingers, and the scales bounced back onto the smooth wrist. Is this magic? This was the first thing Harry thought of, but he realized that the changes in his body were not just in a day or two. His whole body felt stinging when he encountered water. Harry didn't know whether the change in him was good or bad. If Hermione were here, she might know. Harry thought. It would be great if you could send them a letter. But here, in the place where he lives now, it is completely impossible. Yes. It is a place of residence, not home. Besides, Uncle Vernon was going to lock himself up tomorrow, and he had no doubt about the truth of what Uncle Vernon said. There's nothing their family can't do. They will lock themselves up tomorrow, and then there will be no chance of escape. As for where to go after escaping from here, who knows, maybe I can fly to London on a broomstick, to Diagon Alley. As long as you get your own things in the storage room under the stairs, you can't go anywhere in the world. Harry could no longer control his inner thoughts, and he stuck his head out and looked out the window. It was pouring rain outside the house, and there were no cars passing by on the road. He couldn't remember the specific time now. He only knew that he read the letters for a long time. The street lights were also covered by the rain curtain, and the lights on the first floor were turned off. Uncle Vernon seemed to have returned to the bedroom. He didn't know whether he was asleep now. But he probably couldn't sleep. After all, his biggest business so far was ruined by the bastard living in their house. Harry put his hands out the window again. Because his hands still looked like fishmen at this time, he didn't feel too much pain. Can you fly out by yourself? The weather is like this. Seeing Hedwig's confirmation, Harry retracted his hand and squeezed again. This power made him feel safe from the bottom of his heart. Harry quickly came to the door and pushed it out gently. However, when Harry pushed out a little, he was stuck. The door had been locked tightly by Uncle Vernon. Immediately, Harry slowly increased the strength on his hands. Crunch. When the lock and doorframe made the first overwhelming sound, Harry jerked away. You can definitely push it out by force, Harry thought to himself. If this bedroom door could be pushed open, then the shabby storage room under the stairs would be easily accessible. Thinking of this, Harry immediately began to pack the luggage that was available in the room. In fact, it's nothing, just a few clothes. Halfway through receiving it, Harry slammed the clothes on the bed. Why? Why do I keep wearing that guy Dudley's old clothes that don't fit? Harry thought angrily. He has made up his mind to get out of here. He has a lot of assets in Gringotts. Although he doesn't have the key yet, Hagrid gave him enough money for 2 semesters last semester, and he is still keeping the money. Anyway, we have decided to escape from here now, so what else do we need to care about? At worst, I'll buy myself new clothes in Diagon Alley. That's custom-made. Harry thought. Since he didn't bring any clothes, he had nothing to worry about. Harry warned Hedwig again, asking him to fly away as soon as he saw him running away. Thinking about it, Harry came to the window sill again and stretched out his entire upper body. A tingling sensation came up, followed by a sense of abundant strength. Harry no longer hesitated and looked sharply. Turn around and rush towards the door. He didn't hesitate, and his whole body hit the door directly. Bang! There was a violent sound, and Harry was shocked. He looked at the place where the door frame and the lock were connected. The wooden door frame there had been cracked, and it was only just a hair away from being forcibly broken open. Some blood oozed from Harry's elbow, and the originally tight scales loosened. Harry punched the door frame, and with the sound of wood exploding, the door burst open. What's wrong? Hey, Petunia, did you hear that? Harry kicked the door open and ran down the stairs. Because he was not in the rain, his strength would gradually disappear, so he had to race against time. Harry ran downstairs and broke open the storage door again. This time it was much easier, and Harry didn't even feel that he had made any effort. Uncle Vernon ran out with it and stood on the stairwell. Harry picked up a box inside, which was all his belongings. Uncle Vernon's fat body walked down step by step, his face flushed. He knew who this person was just through the figure, and he cursed, "Do you want to rebel? You forgot who gave you food. I gave you something to drink and raised you for so many years." Aunt Petunia, who had a mean horse face, also appeared on the stairwell. She looked at Harry in horror. "How dare you, you?" Harry ignored what they said, picked up the box and ran straight to the door. This kind of door can only protect the inside but not the outside, so Harry freed one hand and quickly opened the lock. Uncle Vernon hurried down the stairs at this time, stumbled, and grabbed Harry's clothes. "Stop right there," he said, this almost with gritted teeth. Harry swung his hand back and hit Uncle Vernon's hand, but Uncle Vernon grabbed his clothes tightly at this time and refused to let go. Then Harry quickly took out the wand from the box, and it stood on the box, visible at a glance. "Let go!" Harry shouted. Uncle Vernon looked a little scared, but still said stubbornly, "You dare not. If you dare, you will never be able to go back to the school you miss so much." "So what? Can I go back if I am locked up here by you?" "You," Uncle Vernon looked at Harry's crazy eyes and was inexplicably scared. "Go. Die outside." Harry waved his hand back and shook Uncle Vernon off. He ran out. Aunt Petunia ran to Uncle Vernon and supported him, staring at Harry's back as he ran into the rain with murderous eyes. Chapter 95. As soon as Harry walked out, the rain soaked his whole body. He endured the severe pain, but the pain was unbearable and he let out a low beastly roar. He used his last strength to pull out the Nimbus 200 and put it under his crotch. He sat on it and then flew low into the distance. He couldn't show cowardice in front of the Dursleys. The broomstick flew crookedly. It was higher than the street lights and lower than the houses. No one could be seen, but it did not fly high into the sky. But after flying 2 streets, Harry could no longer bear the severe pain and fell down in the dark alley between the 2 houses. He crawled into the alley, and Hedwig landed after him, carefully looking at Harry's face. Just when Harry was about to lose consciousness due to the severe pain, he felt the cool air rush into his jaw. There is an indescribable feeling of relief on the body. The water splashing when the rain falls is so beautiful and the sound is so sweet. The ultimate pain was followed by the ultimate relief, and Harry felt that he was about to fall in love with this feeling. He stood up tremblingly, but his feet slipped accidentally. He felt that the shoes were particularly obstructive. Harry sat on the ground and took off his shoes, only to see red and blue webs and scales growing on his feet. Fins also sprouted from the knees. Okay, can I see it? Harry stood up suddenly, startling Hedwig. There was a house next to the alley where he was, and he looked directly at the window. The self reflected in the window has ears like fins, gills on both jaws, and eyes, a slit, just like a cat's eyes. What kind of monster is this? This is, me. Harry touched his face in disbelief. Can I see? It's so dark, I can see so clearly. While he was still in a daze, a car roared past the road outside the alley, dragging Harry back to reality. Harry looked outside. In the dark night, he was alone in an alleyway in the Muggle world. No one remembers me, no one knows me. No one can take care of themselves. This feels so good. Harry was not panicking or nervous at this moment. He had never been happier than he had been since the Hogwarts holiday. Harry opened his hands and faced the sky. The redemption of Privet Drive. Just letting the rain hit his face, Harry returned to reality for a while. He first took out his own invisibility cloak from the box and quickly put it on his head and body. Just taking it one by one, many of Harry's magic books got wet. Thinking about it, he hung the box on the back of the broomstick and asked Hedwig, "Hey, let's go to London, Diagon Alley, remember?" Although its appearance had changed a lot, Hedwig heard the same voice and tone. She screamed happily and flew up to signal Harry to follow. Seeing this, Harry put the invisibility cloak as best he could on the box behind the broom, and then followed Hedwig. "Hey, fly low, be careful of thunder," Harry reminded Hedwig. Just after August, London's leaky cauldron welcomed a guest. "Hey, hello, I want to live here for a while," a boy who was only slightly taller than the bar counter stood in front of old Tom. This boy has short golden hair and stubble growing out from his ears. It can be seen that it has not been trimmed. His skin is a little white and yellow, and it can be seen that he is obviously a very fair child. But it is a little yellow and cracked in some places, which shows that he has been exposed to the sun recently. "Are you alone? A child?" Old Tom knew what was going on in his tavern, so he spoke very quietly. Linda remained silent and nodded. Seeing that Lynn didn't look like he was joking, old Tom stretched out his hand, and Lynn took out a gold galleon and handed it to him. "Stay here for now," he whispered. Tom took out a key from behind and motioned for Lynn to follow. Lynn followed Tom up a beautiful wooden staircase to a door with the brass number 17 taped on it. Tom unlocked and opened the door for Lynn. Inside was a very comfortable-looking bed, several pieces of polished oak furniture, and a cheerful, crackling fire in the fireplace. "Kid, you are very safe when you are in the bar, but you have to be careful when you walk out of the bar," old Tom reminded kindly. "1 galleon is enough for you to live for a week, will you live for a week?" Linda nodded, "It may be more than a week, but don't worry, my dad has given me enough money when I come out." Tom glanced at Lind without any trace. Dad gave him gold galleons. Which wizard family is this kid from? Why haven't I seen it? But these thoughts didn't stay in his mind for long. He was in business, so he had money. "Okay. Then what should I call you?" "Aesop, just call me Aesop." "Okay, Mr. Aesop, I wish you a pleasant stay here," said Tom, and then exited the room. Lind looked at the room and lay down on the bed, facing up, not knowing what he was thinking. He twisted a ring with a red gem on his left index finger. This ring was left to him by Mrs. Evelyn. It had been kept at home before. Now, because of this incident, he wore it. Under his robe, 2 bags with traceless retraction spells were hung around his waist. One of them contained unicorn-related items, and the other contained various daily necessities. After lying down for a while, Lind stood up again, sat on the bed and took out his wand. Luminescent flash. After skillfully casting a spell, Lind took back his wand and sat on the bed waiting quietly. This is a typical wizard settlement. He wants to test whether the trace can still play its due role here. As far as he knows, in families with many wizards, traces are easily disturbed. So little wizards in wizard families can cast spells more casually during holidays, but little wizards in Muggle families cannot. They are the only wizards around them, and they will be detected soon once they cast a spell. If it was an ordinary spell, a notification letter would be sent out at the first time, just like the time when Harry was misunderstood. But if it was a powerful spell or a violation of the statute of secrecy that caused many muggles to know the existence of the wizarding world, someone would immediately go directly to the person involved. Lind was using a simple luminescent charm to test whether his traces could still detect him in the leaky cauldron. After waiting for a long time, Lind did not see any letters, so he took out his wand and began to try many spells that he had performed countless times in his mind. Chapter 96. Ahaha. Aesop, you are so funny. In the leaky cauldron, a thin, hunched old man laughed uncomfortably, and a hand like a skeleton slapped his shoulder. Old man Pasa, be gentle, be gentle. The old man named Pasa seemed to have no strength, but he slapped the young wizard named Aesop and hurt him. Linda, who used the alias Aesop, continued. To be honest, I especially hate people who smell all over. We are obviously wizards. We are not muggles. Even if we don't want to take a shower, don't we know how to cast a spell? Linda said with a proud face. When you mention this, I really think of someone. Pasa said. I met a timid man in the alley last year, who smelled of garlic. I tell you, the smell is unbearable. Is there really such a person? Linda asked with curiosity. Yes. I have met him several times in the bar, but he smells so bad that I stay away from him every time. I heard from others that he is a teacher at Hogwarts. Teacher? That doesn't make sense. He can't even get rid of the smell on his body. Who knows? Old Jamie had a good relationship with him at that time, you can go ask him. Parsa saw the curiosity in Aesop's eyes, so he pointed him away. Then he looked around and said with some regret, but he doesn't seem to be here today, he usually comes once a week or two. What's there to ask? It has nothing to do with me. He seemed to have some impression. He was an old man who was a bit morbidly obese, with a thick beard, but no hair on the top of his head, and a dirty wizard's peaked hat crookedly worn. Linda never gave up the idea of looking for Quirrel. Although the chances were slim, he still planned to give it a try, such as trying to collect his intelligence like now. As for the old man named Pasa next to him, he is also a regular customer of the bar. He comes here almost every day, sits in the corner when he comes, and rarely talks to others. Or he has the desire to talk, but for some reason he still chooses to sit alone in the corner. Not long after Lind came here, he talked to some people who seemed to be able to communicate, but most of them regarded him as a little kid who knew nothing and ignored him. In desperation, he asked old Tom about Pasa's news and learned that he had been consuming here for almost a year and a half, and few people would communicate with him. So he, the bar owner, didn't know the details. After being laughed at several times and said, "Go away, what does a little kid know?" Lind found this old man. Lind continued to chat with Pasa for a while. I was just here to stay for a while. Then he planned to go upstairs and continue to stay. A little girl happily walked into the door of the leaky cauldron. She hurriedly urged, "Hey, Mom and Dad, hurry up, I've already made an appointment with Ron and the others." Linda looked over there and saw a man and a woman also walked in. The man was dressed in a suit and had a clean-shaven beard. He had a helpless look on his face. He looked like an elite. He was obviously her father. And the other one was smiling at the little girl in front of him. He was obviously her mother. These three people were Hermione's family. Linda drank the last sip of butterbeer and walked up. To be honest, he felt a little uncomfortable watching such a warm scene. Halfway through, Linda turned back. She made an appointment with Ron today. Which means that according to the normal plot, the broken diary will be given to Ginny today. As a little wizard born in Muggle, Linda wanted to give that thing to Dumbledore if possible. After all, this would make him safer this semester. Yes, it's that simple, just give it to Dumbledore directly. Be straightforward and make things simpler. Thinking of this, Lind walked towards Diagon Alley again. After arriving at Diagon Alley, he went directly to Flourish and Blots. There was a banner at the door of the bookstore, which read, Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiography, The Magic Me. Will be signed and sold today from 12:30 to 4:30 p.m. It was not yet 12:30, but a lot of people had gathered at the door, most of them were middle-aged women, which also represented the majority of the audience of this guy named Gilderoy Lockhart. A wizard stood at the door and barely maintained order. It was very reluctant now. Needless to say, it would be more difficult to handle the situation after Lockhart came out. Lind originally wanted to wait for things to happen in the bookstore, and he could also read books for free, but looking at the current situation, he didn't want to go in. It was too crowded. What he hated most was crowding. Then he turned around and sat down outside the Florin Popular ice cream shop not far away. After ordering a cup of ice cream and sitting outside on a seat with a parasol, Lind headed towards Flourish and Blots and took out a book to read. Sure enough, without Anderson, many of these little things had to be done by myself. Lind complained in his heart. After a while, he saw Hermione, Harry Potter, Jane, and Ron's family gathered together. It seemed that they all made an appointment to meet together. Linda looked at Harry Potter, feeling somewhat amused. He wondered if anything interesting had happened to Harry Potter, whose memory had been erased, during this holiday. Why did Dumbledore want to erase Harry Potter's memory? These small questions that had nothing to do with him but had actually changed Mr. Savior, who had only been seen in movies, attracted Linda, just like gossip about a celebrity. Harry and Jane suddenly looked over here. Linda's expression remained unchanged, and he glanced at Jane indifferently. The two looked at Linda for a long time. Jane frowned, then turned her head away, and then Harry also retracted his gaze. So sensitive to find that I was looking at them? Linda put his eyes back on the book. What's wrong? Hermione looked at Harry and Jane, and also glanced back, but she didn't find any familiar people or things. Linda is still the image of a little wizard named Aesop who has changed his appearance. Nothing, I just felt that person looked very friendly. No, I just felt that he was very, very familiar. Harry said hesitantly, but his feelings in his heart were stranger than what he said. He felt more than friendly towards the peer sitting there, and even inexplicably felt that the other person had a kind of father flavor. Harry shook his head and quickly threw this strange idea behind his mind. I didn't see anything. I just felt that person was a little familiar. I thought he was an acquaintance, but it turned out not to be. Hermione, Ron and others turned to look at Aesop, and they didn't think that person was familiar. He looked like a grey robe, his eyes were sunken and full of dark circles, his big fat nose, square face, and he breathed through his mouth. He looked like a complete idiot. Ron even felt that the guy had a bit of Snape's charm. Chapter 97. You shouldn't pay attention to him, Arthur. Hagrid stretched out his hand to smooth Mr. Weasley's robes, almost lifting him up. This guy is bad, his whole family is, and everyone knows it. The Malfoys are not worth listening to, the blood on them is bad. That's it, come on, let's go out. The clerk seemed to want to stop them, but he was only as tall as Hagrid's waist, so he didn't dare to act rashly. The group walked quickly to the street, the Grangers were trembling with fear, and Mrs. Weasley was furious. Setting a good example for the children, fighting in public, what would Gilderoy Lockhart think? He was so happy, said Fred. Didn't you hear us when we came out? He asked the guy from the Daily Prophet if he could include the fight in the report. He said it would create a sensation. Jane nodded in understanding. She felt that Lockhart was a flashy liar. She really couldn't understand why he would act so exaggerated if the books were all about his personal experiences. But Hermione didn't think so. She thought the same as Mrs. Weasley. Gilderoy Lockhart just said he wanted to be her teacher, but today he staged such a farce in front of the new teacher. My God, what would he think? The noisy group finally quieted down a little when they arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. They squeezed into the small bar and said goodbye. Harry stayed at the Leaky Cauldron for 2 days that day. During these 2 days, he contacted Ron and moved into the burrow at Ron's invitation. So the Weasleys and Harry had to use the flip powder to go back to the burrow. Jane also had to use the flip powder to go home, and Hermione's family had to go back to the street where they lived in the city. Hey! Hello, can you lend me a hand? Why is it so crowded? Ron heard the sound and tried to get out of the way, but he was tripped by someone, and then he tripped Harry and Ginny and their group, and the little guy holding the book who wanted to borrow it also fell to the ground. The whole bar suddenly became a mess in front of the fireplace, and there were constant exclamations. In the corner, old Pasa watched the scene with interest, and the corners of his mouth twitched, with a half-smile. The adults crowded together and became more noisy, and they all looked at their children. Oh, damn it! Old Tom hurried forward. Sorry, the little wizard stood up, covering his red elbow. Mr. Aesop, you shouldn't be so impatient, they'll be gone soon. Old Tom said to the little wizard, pretending to be concerned. Aesop. Jane, who was supported by Fred and didn't fall, looked at the little wizard she had just met. Sorry, because I have too many books. I want to put them back quickly so I can relax a little bit. You're still so impatient. Old Tom said. Then he started to help the children pick up the books. Lind apologized while picking up all the books quickly. Among them, he also picked up a black notebook and put it in it freely. For this scene, he bought several styles and colors of notebooks and put them in his bag. He saw them when Ginny passed by him when she returned to the Leaky Cauldron just now. Of course, he hid at the time and no one noticed him anymore. Then he picked out the most similar notebook and a pile of books from his bag and held them high before walking into the leaky cauldron. Then pretended to collide with this scene. Why not do it at Flourish and Blots? Because he was worried that old Malfoy would be watching Ginny in the dark to see if she took the book away. Old Malfoy was not a fool. How could he just throw the notebook away and leave without checking it again? Linder picked up the book again after getting the notebook and thanked everyone. Then he ran upstairs quickly. What a polite child. Mrs. Granger exclaimed after confirming that the children were fine. Yes, I think the book he took seems to be a set of books by Lockhart. Do you know him? Aesop, which Aesop? Mrs. Weasley asked, first asking Ron, and then asking old Tom about the name. Aesop, Aesop of Aesop's Fables. After saying that, he looked at Harry. He moved and not long after Mr. Potter left. Harry shook his head. I don't remember this person in our school, I don't think I've seen him. Not like, I definitely haven't seen him, at least I'm sure I haven't seen him, Jane said, looking at the empty stairs. She felt that the name Aesop had a certain familiar style. And that person looked very familiar. Mrs. Weasley nodded and said nothing more. Then, everyone began to disperse. Lind returned to the room, casually threw the pile of books on the ground, and then picked up the notebook and opened it. On the first page, there was a name, Tom Riddle, written in ink, and every page after that was blank. Lind walked to the table, took out the feather pen in the ink bottle, and casually dripped a drop of ink on the blank page, and then saw that the ink was slowly absorbed by the page. Lind waited for a while, and sure enough, words appeared on the page, as if an invisible person was writing on it. Hello, my name is Tom Riddle. Snap. Lind slammed the notebook shut. After confirming that the notebook was Voldemort's Horcrux, he had no intention of communicating further. He kept his distance from this kind of guy who might influence and control him. Although he estimated that even if this guy entered his mind, he would not be able to do anything wrong. After all, there was a more troublesome guy in his mind. Anderson, alas. Linda sighed, took out a rope, tied up the notebook and threw it into his waist bag. I still have to borrow old Tom's owl. Thinking of this, Linda walked out of the room and walked down. Godric's Hollow. Jane's voice sounded, followed by the sound of the sudden expansion of the flame. Linda walked down and saw that the large group of people who had just gathered in the bar had dispersed. He didn't think too much and went to the bar to find old Tom. Hello, can I borrow the owl here? Linda asked. Gilderoy Lockhart finally ended this busy day after sending off the last batch of fans. That's great, I didn't expect to gain so much today. He was carrying a box, which was filled with letters that fans had just handed to him. He didn't even need to think about it. 70% of them were confession letters. And the rest were letters of admiration, letters of requesting to study, and the least amount of insulting letters. He had already known all of these. As for the gains he mentioned, of course, it was the announcement today that he would teach at Hogwarts. Originally, although this matter was not small, it was definitely not big. It was unlikely to make the headlines just based on this. But I didn't expect to meet Harry Potter, the Savior, today. With these two added together, tomorrow's headlines are inevitable. Thinking of this, Lockhart became happier and walked briskly. He, Gilderoy Lockhart, knew very well what he wanted. He wanted fame, he wanted his name to be written in future history books, and he wanted to spend many classes explaining the content about him. With this in mind, Lockhart opened the door. Close the door, take off the coat and hat, they will automatically fly to the hanger and hang, throw out the box, and the box will fly to your desk by itself. Oh. You smile as brightly as in your photos. I thought these were all posed, but I didn't expect you to smile like this even when you are alone, or did something good happen today? A strange voice sounded. He caught the box that Lockhart flew over, and then put it on the table, and then the man stood up. Lockhart has always lived alone. Hearing this strange voice, he turned on the light and looked at the person who suddenly appeared in his home. The other hand was in his pocket, with muscles tense, ready to pull out the wand at any time. It seems that this Gilderoy Lockhart is not completely a show-off. Mr. Fan? I think even I need a little privacy. As the lights came on, the figure of the man also appeared in front of Lockhart. He has messy brown hair, sunken eye sockets and serious blackening. He looks at Lockhart with a smile on his face, and his front teeth are half broken. If Lind is here, he must recognize this face. This is a man who once claimed to be popular with women. This is a kind-hearted man who sent Lind to London last year. This is the brother who has always been kind to him, brought by his surname Augustus. Ray Romano.